Humanity had entered a twisted new era where disaster and fear covered every corner of the world. Back then, Jiang Xiaoyong had a group of brothers who were ready to live or die beside him. But his trust made him the easiest target for betrayal. Cui Jing and Li Shuxiang secretly plotted against him and slowly pushed him into a dead end. In the end, every teammate died in the massacre, while Jiang Xiaoyong was torn apart by a horde of zombies. As death closed in, he swore that if he ever got another chance, that cheating couple would suffer a fate worse than death. Somehow, that curse reached a mysterious power, because when Jiang Xiaoyong opened his eyes, his body was completely healthy again. The first thing he saw was a pair of clean white legs that clearly did not belong in the filthy apocalypse. Cui Jing was angrily demanding that her name be added to the property title and questioning his love. And the moment Jiang Xiaoyong saw her face, he recognized the woman who had destroyed his life. An unbelievable thought hit him. He had returned to the past before the apocalypse began. In his previous life, Jiang Xiaoyong had been manipulated by Cui Jing until he lost everything his parents left behind and ended up homeless. Not long after that, the apocalypse erupted. Countless people turned into bloodthirsty monsters, hunted the living, and drowned the world in despair. During that chaotic age, Jiang Xiaoyong and his brothers built a shelter together to stay alive. But he was still too trusting. When Cui Jing pretended to be helpless and begged for shelter, he welcomed her without knowing she was an enemy spy sent to destroy the base. Once everyone let their guard down, Cui Jing secretly opened the gates, unleashed the zombie horde, and caused the massacre that led to his death. Back in the present, Cui Jing kept demanding 400,000 yuan as a bride price, but Jiang Xiaoyong felt nothing but disgust. Now that he knew her true face, her beauty looked no different from the disguise of a venomous snake. No matter how attractive she looked, it could never hide her rotten heart. Even so, Jiang Xiaoyong was not ready to act yet. He wanted Cui Jing and every traitor to slowly sink into despair, while she kept pushing him with a 7-day deadline. Before Cui Jing could finish speaking, Jiang Xiaoyong dragged her outside, calmly said he understood, and sent her away. The door slammed shut, leaving Cui Jing frozen in the hallway, as she could not understand why the obedient man had changed so completely. Once the nuisance was gone, Jiang Xiaoyong's apartment finally became quiet again. He quickly looked at the calendar on the table to confirm the date. There were only 30 days left before the apocalypse, so preparing to survive mattered far more than wasting time on Cui Jing. At that moment, the special power usually granted only to the chosen finally appeared. A supernatural system had officially awakened inside Jiang Xiaoyong. The first mission appeared immediately. He had to own a piece of land and store enough food for 1 year before the apocalypse. Completing it would reward 1 point to spend in the mysterious shop. He had no idea how powerful the system was, but the ability to exchange points for items instantly caught Jiang Xiaoyong's attention, so he opened the shop interface. 3 items were available: a rare body enhancement potion for 20 points, an Apocalypse Farmer support pack for 2 points, and a main character exclusive equipment set for 10 points. Refreshing the shop would cost another 2 points. The problem was that Jiang Xiaoyong had 0 points, so he had to finish the mission before buying anything. Just then, his stomach suddenly growled with hunger. That reminded him of his situation at this point in time. To save enough money for Cui Jing's bride price, Jiang Xiaoyong had cut back on every meal until he was little more than skin and bones. Now that fate had given him another life, Jiang Xiaoyong decided he would never mistreat himself again. Before long, civilization would be swallowed by an endless sea of zombies, so while peace still remained, he planned to enjoy every delicious meal he could. Without wasting a second, Jiang Xiaoyong ordered a lavish feast from the 3 Michelin-star restaurant Julin. The luxury was obvious from the braised meat alone. A single small serving cost 300 yuan. Without any rush, Jiang Xiaoyong picked up a piece and slowly enjoyed the first bite. The rich flavor filled his mouth and almost made him forget the years of hardship. But the calm did not last. Minutes later, he was devouring everything like a starving man and cleared the entire table. While he was still chewing, the phone beside him suddenly kept vibrating. The caller was Wen Shuya, Cui Jing's best friend. The moment Jiang Xiaoyong saw her name, he knew she had come after hearing Cui Jing's sob story. As expected, Wen Shuya blamed him for treating Cui Jing badly, claimed the property transfer was just a test of love, then demanded he hand over the title deed, prepare 1 million yuan, and kneel to apologize. Jiang Xiaoyong had no interest in listening. He asked what gave her the right to judge his relationship and shut her down. Wen Shuya was left speechless, and before she could reply, Jiang Xiaoyong ended the call. Right now, his full attention was on the system mission, and owning a piece of land came first. He was not looking for any random property. His long-term plan was to build a fortress strong enough to block enemies and launch counterattacks, so it needed natural water and forests for cover. With his plan decided, Jiang Xiaoyong headed straight to the real estate trading center. The employee who greeted him was Xiao Ning, a polite and professional saleswoman. Before Jiang Xiaoyong could explain what he wanted, a burly man walked over. Xiaoning called him Director Zhou, making it clear he held a high position, but he immediately ordered her to leave the customer and move boxes of documents instead. When Xiaoning explained she was serving a client, Director Zhou scolded her for lacking judgment. After looking at Jiang Xiaoyong's simple clothes, he loudly declared that the young man was too poor to afford even the smallest apartment. Jiang Xiaoyong fired back at once, saying the manager's eyes were nothing more than decoration. It seemed no one had ever spoken to Director Zhou with such blunt authority before. Director Zhou sneered, convinced Jiang Xiaoyong was just a poor troublemaker. He even declared that if Jiang Xiaoyong could afford to buy a restroom, he would livestream himself eating his own waste. Hearing that ridiculous bet, Jiang Xiaoyong told him to remember every word and get ready for the special meal he had promised. Then he slammed a black card onto the table. It contained all the money he had once saved for his wedding with Cui Jing. Jiang Xiaoyong told Xiaoning that he was not there to buy an apartment or rent a place. He wanted to purchase an entire piece of land. Everyone nearby was stunned because buying land required enormous wealth, and many had never seen anyone walk in and purchase land outright. After recovering from the shock, Xiaoning quickly gathered the documents and invited Jiang Xiaoyong into a private room for further discussion. Director Zhou still mocked him, convinced the whole act was just for show and that Jiang Xiaoyong would run away when it was time to pay. Jiang Xiaoyong listed his requirements. The land had to be surrounded by forests and a natural water source. The water had to keep flowing. Transportation had to be convenient, and it would be even better if a large structure was already there. Coincidentally, Director Zhou knew a site in Dongcheng district that matched nearly every condition. However, Xiaoning nervously explained it was near Yundu and included an abandoned factory whose legal paperwork had never been completed, so it was not officially ready for sale. Director Zhou immediately ordered Xiaoning to keep quiet because he believed Jiang Xiaoyong was only making impossible demands to stir up trouble and had no intention of buying anything. Jiang Xiaoyong asked for more details about the Dongcheng property. Xiaoning quietly confirmed it matched almost every requirement, except the factory had been abandoned halfway through construction after the contractor disappeared. After reviewing every document himself, Jiang Xiaoyong became even more satisfied. The unfinished project was already surrounded by multiple layers of barbed wire, creating a natural defensive position and saving him a huge amount on building his future base. Without another thought, he chose the property on the spot and asked to pay the deposit so the contract could be completed that same day. Xiaoning was so shocked that she confirmed several times whether he really wanted the abandoned factory site. Jiang Xiaoyong firmly said yes and urged her to finish the paperwork quickly because someone outside still waiting to honor a very unpleasant promise, leaving Director Zhou drenched in sweat. Once the 300,000 yuan deposit was confirmed, Director Zhou was completely stunned. He could not believe a casually dressed young man had just spent millions on a ruined property, and every insult he had made came back to slap him in the face. Jiang Xiaoyong reminded him that his payment was complete, so it was time to keep his promise and livestream himself eating waste. If the show was entertaining enough, Jiang Xiaoyong even joked that he would send a huge tip. With a faint smile, Jiang Xiaoyong patted him on the shoulder and walked away, leaving Director Zhou frozen in the lobby as everyone laughed at him. After securing the land, Jiang Xiaoyong turned to his next challenge, making enough money to stockpile food and supplies. As he walked out of the agency, he happened to run into Li Shuxiong. Jiang Xiaoyong ignored him, but Li Shuxiong immediately noticed him. After asking around, Li Shuxiong quickly found out why Jiang Xiaoyong had come there. He immediately called Cui Jing and told her that Jiang Xiaoyong had just bought a piece of land. The news made Cui Jing jump up in anger. She could not understand where he got the money for such a huge purchase. Li Shuxiong told her the deposit was 300,000 yuan and guessed it was the bride price he had originally prepared for her. Hearing that, Cui Jing exploded with rage. She shamelessly claimed Jiang Xiaoyong had spent her money, even though it had always belonged to him. Li Shuxiong then urged her to visit him and find out what he was planning. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyong had already returned home and was focused on planning how to buy food and other essential supplies. Before long, loud and urgent knocking suddenly came from outside his door. Jiang Xiaoyong unlocked the door and found Cui Jing and Wen Shuya blocking the entrance with angry expressions. The moment she saw him, Cui Jing demanded to know why he had dared to spend her money. Jiang Xiaoyong could not understand what had driven the woman in front of him completely crazy. Cui Jing insisted he had used the bride price to buy land, then shamelessly declared the money belonged to her, so the property should also be registered under her name. Her greed had completely clouded her judgment. To Jiang Xiaoyong, Cui Jing looked like someone who had completely lost her mind. He pulled out a thick stack of cash and threw it straight at Cui Jing before speaking coldly. Jiang Xiaoyong told her to listen carefully. No matter how rich he became, she would never receive another cent from him. He also exposed her secret relationship with Li Shuxiong. The sudden revelation turned Cui Jing's face pale because she had no idea when Jiang Xiaoyong had discovered the affair. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Wen Shuya hurried over to calm things down, saying misunderstandings were normal between couples. Jiang Xiaoyong immediately denied it, declared that he and Cui Jing were over, said Li Shuxiong was the one truly suited for her, and threw both women out. After getting rid of the unwanted visitors, Jiang Xiaoyong shut the door. Cui Jing still could not understand why he had suddenly become so clear-headed, but with nothing left to say, she left in frustration with Wen Shuya. On the way back, Wen Shuya began questioning Cui Jing about Li Shuxiong because she had never mentioned they were secretly involved. Realizing things were turning against them, Wen Shuya suggested retreating for now and waiting for another chance. Even after learning the truth, she still chose to cover for her best friend. But the moment Cui Jing looked away, Wen Shuya's friendly expression vanished, replaced by a calculating smile. Since Cui Jing had thrown away Jiang Xiaoyong herself, Wen Shuya had no problem taking her place. The next morning, Jiang Xiaoyong brought a construction crew to his newly purchased property and began turning the abandoned factory into a heavily fortified base. The project was led by Foreman Li, a seasoned veteran in charge of a construction team from the Falu Construction Group. As he read the requirements to reinforce the outer walls, build watchtowers, install more barbed wire, replace every door with blast-resistant models, and fit bulletproof glass, Foreman Li looked at Jiang Xiaoyong in confusion. He suspected Jiang Xiaoyong was being hunted by some powerful underground force, but Jiang Xiaoyong refused to explain and simply asked for a quote to finish everything within 1 month. Hearing that deadline, Foreman Li sighed and said the workload was far too massive, and even the Falu Construction Group could not magically give its workers extra hands. Even though Foreman Li kept stressing how difficult the project would be, Jiang Xiaoyong knew it was just a tactic to raise the price. Even so, if money could buy safety when the apocalypse arrived, he had no problem spending it. In the end, Foreman Li quoted 20 million yuan and asked for a 5 million yuan deposit up front. Jiang Xiaoyong accepted immediately and promised to deliver the full deposit within 7 days. If he failed, he was willing to hand over the land as compensation. With such a profitable deal secured, Foreman Li instantly changed his attitude and urged the entire crew to speed up construction. While Jiang Xiaoyong was worrying about funding, a sweet voice suddenly called out behind him. Turning around, he saw Wen Shuya had come to find him. Before he could ask why she was there, she wrapped herself around his arm. It was nothing like the aggressive attitude she had shown beside Cui Jing yesterday, and the sudden change only disgusted him. Wen Shuya refused to let go and kept speaking in an overly affectionate tone until it became unbearable. Jiang Xiaoyong remembered that in his previous life, she had been the mastermind behind Cui Jing's scheme to drain all his wealth. This time, he planned to make her pay an even heavier price, then coldly asked why she had come. Wen Shuya asked if he had just bought the land, praised the beautiful scenery, and guessed he was planning to build a luxury vacation villa. Jiang Xiaoyong replied that whatever he planned had nothing to do with her, then firmly pulled his arm away. Rejected once again, Wen Shuya felt both embarrassed and furious, but she forced herself to stay calm. Jiang Xiaoyong had always been shy around women before, yet now even her deliberate flirting could not move him. Ignoring her completely, Jiang Xiaoyong turned back to supervise the construction and push the project forward. Wen Shuya still refused to give up. In her eyes, Cui Jing's breakup with Jiang Xiaoyong was the perfect opportunity. As long as she could replace her friend, all that wealth would eventually become hers. After leaving the construction site, Jiang Xiaoyong mortgaged his apartment and borrowed 3 million yuan from the bank. Even so, it was nowhere near enough, so he needed another source of funding. Just then, a bold idea crossed his mind. The apocalypse was almost here, and money would soon become worthless paper. Selling the same apartment to multiple buyers would not matter in the end. Once society collapsed, no one would care about reporting him for fraud or chasing him for repayment. Just as Jiang Xiaoyong made up his mind, loud banging echoed from the door again. This time, he knew exactly who it was, just from the sound. Standing outside was old Li from downstairs, a wealthy man who already owned the entire first and second floors and had always wanted Jiang Xiaoyong's third-floor apartment. In the past, Jiang Xiaoyong refused to sell because it was meant to be his future marital home, so old Li held a grudge and constantly harassed him by splashing paint, dumping trash, and even placing funeral wreaths outside his door. The moment the door cracked open, old Li pointed at Jiang Xiaoyong and loudly accused him of making noise overhead the previous night. Jiang Xiaoyong replied that he had gone to bed before 10 o'clock, and if anyone had really been jumping around, it must have been a ghost. But old Li insisted he had heard it clearly and refused to back down. Not wanting to waste time arguing with someone looking for trouble, Jiang Xiaoyong exposed old Li's real motive of taking his apartment, then suddenly announced that he was willing to sell it and end the dispute. Old Li froze in shock. He never expected this confrontation would finally make Jiang Xiaoyong give up the apartment he had wanted for so long. However, Jiang Xiaoyong demanded a 5 million yuan deposit immediately so he could pay for his new home. He also required the contract to let him continue living there for another 6 months while waiting for his new place to be finished. Old Li hesitated at first, carefully weighing the deal, but the moment Jiang Xiaoyong started closing the door, he panicked. Afraid of losing the opportunity, Old Li quickly accepted every condition, and even insisted on signing a formal contract so Jiang Xiaoyong could not change his mind. Watching Old Li leave with a satisfied smile, convinced he had made a great bargain, Jiang Xiaoyong simply smiled to himself. This time, he carried the memories of an entire lifetime, and it was still too early to say who was really fooling whom. Old Li transferred the money incredibly fast. By that very night, the 5 million yuan deposit had arrived. Combined with the 3 million yuan bank loan, Jiang Xiaoyong now had a total of 8 million yuan. Before using the money for bigger plans, he decided to complete the system mission and claim the reward, so he immediately headed to the supermarket to purchase a full year's worth of food. Shoppers passing by stared at the convoy of carts loaded with supplies, and some even thought Jiang Xiaoyong had lost his mind. After all, he had filled dozens of shopping carts in a single trip, but he could not care less about the whispers around him. What mattered was that the system confirmed the mission was complete, and the reward had officially arrived. In the apocalypse, physical strength meant survival, and the main character's support pack in the shop cost exactly 1 point. Without a second thought, Jiang Xiaoyong spent all his points to exchange for it. His instincts were right. The first purchase bonus was far more valuable than he had expected. The first reward was a level 1 storage ring with 500 square meters of storage space, completely unaffected by the passage of time. That meant any fresh food stored inside would remain perfectly preserved, even after thousands of years. As Jiang Xiaoyong pushed the mountain of supplies toward the checkout, the supermarket manager suddenly rushed over and started making a scene. He looked up and realized the world was surprisingly small because the manager was someone he already knew. It was Yang Tao, one of Jiang Xiaoyong's classmates from middle school. Back then, Yang Tao always followed Ma Jianghu and Jiang Shengji, bullying the weak while groveling before the strong. He had pushed Jiang Xiaoyong forward to take the blame more than once, and their grudge had lasted ever since. The moment Yang Tao saw the towering carts, he assumed Jiang Xiaoyong had come to cause trouble on purpose. The cashier spent nearly an hour scanning everything, and the final bill came to more than 56,000 yuan. Yang Tao shoved the payment terminal in front of him with a look of open contempt. But to his surprise, Jiang Xiaoyong's card went through on the very first try without any problem. The smug expression on Yang Tao's face vanished instantly. Realizing he had misjudged the situation, Yang Tao tried to slip away quietly, but this Jiang Xiaoyong was no longer willing to let anyone look down on him. Seeing Yang Tao trying to sneak off, Jiang Xiaoyong immediately called him back. He demanded that the manager explain his disrespectful attitude and offer a proper apology. Otherwise, he would cancel the entire order worth over 50,000 yuan and leave the supermarket with a huge headache. But Yang Tao had bullied Jiang Xiaoyong since their school days, so there was no way he would lower his head that easily. Instead, he accused Jiang Xiaoyong of deliberately causing trouble. Before Jiang Xiaoyong could respond, the surrounding customers spoke up. They criticized Yang Tao for abusing his position, blaming customers for poor service, and even threatened to report him, boycott the supermarket, and post the entire incident online. Under that pressure, Jiang Xiaoyong added another tempting offer. If Yang Tao gave a sincere apology, he would buy 10 times more than his current order. Yang Tao still refused to believe him and called it a bluff. Jiang Xiaoyong calmly told him to bring over the balance checker and see whether he had the money to back up his words. Without hesitation, Jiang Xiaoyong inserted his card into the balance checker. The screen displayed more than 7 million yuan, instantly silencing every doubt. Jiang Xiaoyong demanded another apology and made it clear he would only place the larger order after hearing it. If he broke his promise, he was willing to call Yang Tao his grandfather. This time, he gave Yang Tao no chance to dodge the demand and kept pressing him for an answer. No matter how unwilling he felt, Yang Tao finally bowed 90 degrees and publicly apologized to Jiang Xiaoyong. Right after that, his attitude changed completely. Speaking in a flattering tone, he asked why Jiang Xiaoyong was buying so much. Jiang Xiaoyong simply replied that he needed the supplies for business. Seeing that Jiang Xiaoyong had no intention of explaining further, Yang Tao stopped asking questions, but admitted the supermarket could never meet such massive demand. Thanks to years in the supply business, Yang Tao had plenty of connections and immediately recommended another supplier. Coincidentally, it was managed by Jiang Shengji, who now ran a distribution company. Jiang Xiaoyong agreed without objection. While Yang Tao hurried to make the call, he realized the two had always been on the same side and had probably been making plenty of money behind the scenes through Harunfa Supermarket. Not long afterward, Yang Tao personally drove Jiang Xiaoyong to the warehouse. They waited for a while before Jiang Shengji finally made his slow entrance. The moment he saw the boss, Yang Tao immediately introduced Jiang Xiaoyong as his old middle school classmate. Jiang Shengji studied him for a while before finally remembering who he was. But his old habit of bullying classmates had never changed. Even though Jiang Xiaoyong could bring him a huge deal, Jiang Shengji still looked down on him and even blew cigarette smoke straight into his face. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Shengzhe suddenly laughed as he remembered. This was the stubborn kid everyone knew back then. He walked over and looked Jiang Xiaoyong up and down, as if inspecting merchandise. Seeing his cheap and worn clothes, Jiang Shengzhe immediately decided he was just a poor man pretending to be rich. Inwardly, he cursed Yang Dao for having no judgment and wasting his time by bringing the wrong customer. Yang Tao quickly insisted that Jiang Xiaoyong really could afford it, but Jiang Shengzhe waved him off, bragging that years of experience let him tell who was rich or poor at a glance. Hearing that, Jiang Xiaoyong laughed. He could not believe people with so little insight kept underestimating him. That remark hit a sore spot. Jiang Shengzhe flew into a rage, grabbed Jiang Xiaoyong by the collar, and demanded to know what he had just said. Jiang Xiaoyong calmly repeated that Jiang Shengzhe had eyes but could not recognize real talent, then gave him a mocking smile that only fueled his anger. Standing between them, Yang Tao could only suffer in silence. Jiang Shengzhe had little education, but cared deeply about his pride, and Jiang Xiaoyong kept targeting that exact weakness. Jiang Shengzhe coldly declared that if Jiang Xiaoyong could not buy at least one truckload of goods today, neither he nor Yang Tao would leave peacefully. Jiang Xiaoyong told him to stop grabbing his collar and hand over the bank account so they could start the deal. Moments later, Jiang Xiaoyong transferred 1 million yuan on the spot, leaving Jiang Shengzhe speechless. More importantly, it was only the advance payment because the full order was worth 5 million yuan. Right then, the system also issued another mission requiring him to stockpile even more supplies. Jiang Xiaoyong's shopping list was simple: flashlights, rice, seasonings, candy, bottled water, and anything useful that could be stored in the warehouse. He wanted all of it. Hearing that, Jiang Shengzhe immediately showed him around the warehouse. He was thrilled because he had been struggling to clear a huge stock of food that was close to its expiration date. On the surface, he acted very generous and promised a price 10% lower than the normal wholesale rate if Jiang Xiaoyong paid everything at once. But Jiang Xiaoyong was not someone who could be fooled so easily. After a quick inspection, he realized the attractive packaging was only a disguise because most of the products were close to expiring. Jiang Shengzhe's little trick could not escape his notice. Exposed on the spot, Jiang Shengzhe looked embarrassed. He had never expected the young man to be so knowledgeable. Still, he had to get rid of the inventory, so he admitted that if Jiang Xiaoyong bought the entire batch, he would cut the price in half. Jiang Xiaoyong rejected the offer immediately, because his 5 million yuan was meant for the best supplies, not a warehouse full of low-quality goods. Seeing Jiang Shengzhe sweating with anxiety, Jiang Xiaoyong finally revealed that he actually had a way to help clear all the nearly expired stock. Jiang Shengzhe's eyes lit up at once. Jiang Xiaoyong agreed to buy everything at a 50% discount, but only if the goods were delivered first, and payment was made 1 month later. Worried about being cheated, Jiang Shengzhe demanded some form of guarantee. Jiang Xiaoyong gave the same answer as before, saying that if he refused to pay, Jiang Shengzhe could simply come and collect the money himself. Even so, Jiang Shengzhe could not understand why someone who clearly knew the food was nearly expired still wanted to buy so much, and he even asked where it would all be sold. The truth was simple: Jiang Xiaoyong himself would be the final customer. Of course, he could never reveal the secret of the future. In just a few days once the apocalypse began, this unwanted inventory would become priceless resources. Just as the negotiation reached its peak, Jiang Xiaoyong's phone suddenly rang. The real estate agent informed him that someone wanted to buy the apartment he had listed earlier. Jiang Xiaoyong quickly gave Jiang Shengzhe the delivery address and immediately left the warehouse. Watching him disappear into the distance, Jiang Shengzhe's eyes filled with jealousy. Even after landing such a profitable deal, he still could not understand how someone who had once been so poor could now spend money so freely. The buyer was a kind-looking old man. At their first meeting, he brought a 4 million yuan deposit, while Jiang Xiaoyong kept the same condition that ownership would only be transferred a few months later. Strangely, the old man barely inspected the apartment. He hurried to pay and sign the contract, afraid someone else would buy it first. Seeing how sincere he was, Jiang Xiaoyong could not help asking why he was in such a rush. The old man explained that his granddaughter was about to transfer schools, so the two of them needed a stable place to live as soon as possible. After searching the neighborhood, Jiang Xiaoyong's apartment was the only one available, and he only hoped the deal would not suddenly fall through. Hearing the whole story from someone he had just met, Jiang Xiaoyong was genuinely surprised by the old man's honesty. He even joked about whether the old man was worried he might raise the price. The joke instantly made the old man's face turn pale. He quickly explained that the money he had brought represented the savings of 2 generations of his family. Looking at the gentle old man, Jiang Xiaoyong assured him that he would never regret this deal. After agreeing on every detail, both sides quickly signed the contract. Taking the opportunity, Jiang Xiaoyong discreetly asked where the old man currently lived, making sure he could find and rescue the grandfather and granddaughter once the apocalypse arrived. With another huge payment from the sale, Jiang Xiaoyong immediately returned to the construction site. By then, nearly 80% of the project was complete. As expected, with enough money, construction moved much faster. After paying the second deposit to the construction team, Jiang Xiaoyong called Jiang Shengzhe and told him to deliver every shipment to the site as quickly as possible. He then hired extra workers to organize the supplies into separate warehouses and rewarded each of them with 2,000 yuan for their hard work. Fresh vegetables, fruit, and other perishable foods were moved into specialized cold storage to preserve them for as long as possible. By nightfall, Jiang Xiaoyong stood in the massive warehouse, satisfied as every empty space was now packed with supplies. Thanks to the stockpile, the system immediately confirmed the supply mission was complete and rewarded him with 20 points. Almost at the same moment, a new item appeared in the system shop, called the Awakening Ability Supply Box, priced at exactly 10 points. Jiang Xiaoyong bought it without hesitation, because gaining a special ability before the apocalypse would be an unimaginable advantage. The reward turned out to be Mind's Eye, a special ability that let him see people's true nature and instantly tell who could be trusted and who carried dangerous intentions. During the early days of the apocalypse, this ability was considered incredibly rare. Faces could be seen, but human hearts were impossible to predict, especially after society collapsed. In his previous life, Jiang Xiaoyong had paid with his life for trusting the wrong people, and this time he refused to repeat that mistake. Before he could even rest, the system issued another mission called Fully Armed, requiring Jiang Xiaoyong to prepare weapons for self-defense. Completing it would earn him more points and another random reward. The mission arrived at the perfect time because finding combat equipment was already the next step in his plan. However, the country was still peaceful, and buying powerful weapons through normal channels was almost impossible. Left with no other choice, Jiang Xiaoyong headed to the black market that very night. It was a place where banned goods changed hands in secret, and he planned to see if anything there suited his needs. To his surprise, the moment he arrived, he overheard a familiar voice trying to force a stall owner to sell an item for only 300 yuan. Turning around, Jiang Xiaoyong immediately recognized Li Shuxiong. He was trying to buy a jade bracelet priced at 2,000 yuan, while haggling it down to less than 1/6 of the asking price. Surprisingly, after some hesitation, the vendor accepted the offer, making it obvious the bracelet was fake. Jiang Xiaoyong quickly guessed that Li Shuxiong planned to use the fake bracelet to impress Cui Jing. With her love of expensive gifts and little knowledge of jade, she would almost certainly fall for it. Not wanting to waste time on those two, Jiang Xiaoyong continued searching and soon found a stall specializing in melee weapons, displaying all kinds of daggers and blades. After carefully examining every weapon, Jiang Xiaoyong still could not find anything that truly satisfied him. Even so, this was the only stall in the entire market that sold weapons, so he decided to stay and ask the owner for more options. When Jiang Xiaoyong asked for stronger gear, the shop owner thought he was picking a fight. He tossed over a grinding stone and mocked him, saying if he wanted something tough, he could make it himself. Jiang Xiaoyong did not argue, he simply smiled. Then he scanned the payment code beside the counter and transferred 200,000 yuan. The owner froze in shock, staring with wide eyes. Jiang Xiaoyong calmly said that was only a gesture of good faith. If the owner really had quality goods, the real deal would be worth far more. The money instantly changed the owner's attitude. The owner quickly called a boy named Xiao Zheng to watch the shop. Then he personally led Jiang Xiaoyong into a hidden room at the back. There, the owner proudly showed off a homemade gun, claiming the cheap bullets could kill a chicken with one shot. But Jiang Xiaoyong was preparing for zombies, not poultry, so he dismissed it at once. He reminded the owner that he had just paid 200,000 yuan, so offering such a weak weapon was clearly not good enough. When Jiang Xiaoyong called it a down payment, the owner froze and nervously asked him to repeat it. Jiang Xiaoyong explained that 200,000 yuan was only a 10% deposit because he planned to spend 2 million yuan buying the owner's entire weapon stock. At first, the owner wanted nothing to do with the deal because he suspected Jiang Xiaoyong was an undercover officer. But after watching him closely, he saw a calm and ruthless man with the presence of someone from the underworld, and his suspicion slowly faded. After thinking it over, the owner immediately locked every entrance. Then he carefully checked every direction through the windows to make sure nobody was watching. Only after confirming everything was clear did he close the curtains and admit that Jiang Xiaoyong had come to the right person. The owner leaned in and quietly told Jiang Xiaoyong to write down every weapon he wanted. He would provide a meeting place, and at exactly noon the next day, Jiang Xiaoyong only needed to drive there with cash to complete the deal. Seeing the owner sweating from all the secrecy, Jiang Xiaoyong believed this trade would finally get him weapons worthy of the apocalypse. After settling every detail, the owner personally escorted Jiang Xiaoyong to the door with a warm smile. The moment he stepped outside, he ran into Li Shuxiong. Li Shuxiong immediately mocked him, wondering why Jiang Xiaoyong was at the black market, where all his recent money came from, and how he dared compete for Feng Shui Jing. He even guessed Jiang Xiaoyong had found some valuable family treasure. One look at Li Shouxiang's face told Jiang Xiaoyong the man had bad intentions. Hearing him brag about Feng Cuijing like she was some priceless treasure only proved those two were a perfect match. Still, the arrival of someone he hated gave Jiang Xiaoyong the perfect chance to test his new ability. Jiang Xiaoyong focused his mind and activated the mind's eye. In an instant, everyone's favorability became visible. Above the weapon shop owner's head appeared a happy blue face. In contrast, Li Shouxiang had a purple icon filled with hostility, showing that he saw Jiang Xiaoyong as an enemy. After confirming his guess, Jiang Xiaoyong mocked Li Shouxiang for shopping for Feng Cuijing. With her shallow taste, even cheap fake goods would make her happy. Besides, she was just a woman Jiang Xiaoyong had already abandoned, so gifts like that suited her perfectly. His words openly implied that Li Shouxiang was picking up what someone else had thrown away. Li Shouxiang turned red with rage and wanted to attack, but he still did not dare. The shop owner watched the confrontation and finally asked about their relationship. Jiang Xiaoyong coldly replied that calling Li Shouxiang an acquaintance was far too kind because the two of them could never coexist. Having spent years in the underworld, the owner instantly understood. He signaled Jiang Xiaoyong to leave first while he taught Li Shouxiang a lesson. His men, who had been nowhere in sight, rushed over the moment they heard there would be a fight. Li Shouxiang had looked arrogant just moments ago, but once he was surrounded, cold sweat covered his face as he stumbled backward. Even so, every escape route was blocked, and Li Shouxiang ended up beaten until he was covered in bruises. 2 days later, Jiang Xiaoyong drove to the meeting point, right on schedule. As promised, the owner had prepared a solid batch of weapons, allowing Jiang Xiaoyong to complete the fully armed mission. The bonus reward raised Jiang Xiaoyong's points to exactly 20. The random reward was then revealed as 2 body enhancement injections. Even though he hated the pain, Jiang Xiaoyong gritted his teeth and injected the first vial. The effect was almost instant. His strength increased by 2 points. While an average adult man only had a value of 5, this boost made him about 40% stronger than normal. Seeing the enhancement far exceed his expectations, Jiang Xiaoyong immediately used the second injection to push his limits even further. After enduring another wave of pain, his physical ability became about 60% stronger than an average man. His new strength made Jiang Xiaoyong eager to test his limits, so he picked a nearby iron pole. In the past, he would never have imagined challenging solid metal with his bare body. But everything had changed. With one casual kick, Jiang Xiaoyong bent the iron pole, yet his leg felt no pain at all. The result exceeded his expectations and left him completely satisfied. With his current body, dealing with ordinary zombies in the early days of the apocalypse would no longer be a serious problem. Since the weapons did not take up much space, Jiang Xiaoyong stored them all inside his spatial ring for safety and convenience. Time passed quickly, and only 1 day remained before zombies appeared across the world. Jiang Xiaoyong carefully reviewed every part of his plan, making sure nothing important had been overlooked. At that moment, he remembered the old man who had gathered 4 million yuan to pay the deposit on the old house. Normally, Jiang Xiaoyong stayed out of other people's business, but seeing the old man and his grandson struggling alone made it hard for him to ignore them. In his previous life, Jiang Xiaoyong had survived the apocalypse beside selfish people like Feng Cuijing and Li Shouxiang. Now that he had another chance, he no longer wanted to ignore good people in need. In the end, Jiang Xiaoyong quietly decided to deliver food and daily supplies to the grandfather and grandson. How long they survived after the apocalypse began would depend on themselves and luck. These supplies were also his way of thanking the old man for providing the funds that helped his plan succeed. Jiang Xiaoyong rode his bicycle to the address and soon arrived at the old man's home. One glance at the place confirmed that the homebuyer was definitely not a rich man hiding his identity. The grandfather and grandson lived in a cheap, run-down apartment, with their room all the way up in the attic. It was obvious they had saved and borrowed money for a long time just to afford the house. Jiang Xiaoyong reached out to knock on the door, but just before his hand touched it, he suddenly stopped. He looked around, then quietly took all the prepared supplies out of his spatial ring. If he waited until meeting the old man before making everything appear out of nowhere, it would surely raise suspicion. After arranging everything, Jiang Xiaoyong calmly knocked on the door 3 times. The old man hurried over, his face pale as he thought the landlord had come to demand payment. He immediately begged for more time. Only after looking carefully did he realize the visitor was Jiang Xiaoyong. Jiang Xiaoyong's unexpected visit was surprising enough, but the stacks of supply boxes filling the hallway left the old man completely stunned. Jiang Xiaoyong said he would explain everything later, but first, they needed to move the supplies inside before the neighbors noticed. Although still full of questions, the old man said nothing and immediately helped carry every box inside. After everything was moved, Jiang Xiaoyong inspected the apartment. It was small but livable, and the front door was fairly sturdy. With some reinforcement, it could serve as a temporary shelter during the early days of the apocalypse. Jiang Xiaoyong was about to warn the old man about tomorrow's disaster. Just then, his eyes landed on a framed photo of the grandfather and grandson resting neatly on the table. The moment he saw it, a familiar memory rushed back into his mind. The girl standing beside the old man in the photo was Meng Shanshan. In his previous life, she had fought alongside Jiang Xiaoyong through countless dangers, but she was ultimately killed by a trap set by Feng Suijing. The moment Jiang Xiaoyong recognized her, he immediately asked where the old man's granddaughter was. His calm voice suddenly turned cold and serious. The old man explained that Meng Shanshan was still studying at a school in their hometown. They had planned to transfer her after moving into the new house, and the paperwork was nearly complete. That answer reminded Jiang Xiaoyong of what Meng Shanshan had told him in his previous life. On the day they first met, she said her grandfather had risked everything to enter a zombie-infested school and rescue her. She survived, but he never made it out alive. The moment that memory returned, Jiang Xiaoyong made a completely new decision. He would no longer stop at giving them a few boxes of supplies. This time, he wanted to change Meng Shanshan's entire tragic fate. Without hiding anything, Jiang Xiaoyong told the old man that by tomorrow, the world order would collapse, and humanity would face a terrifying disaster. He stressed that once the catastrophe began, the new house and school would no longer matter. The old man needed to pack immediately, go with him to bring back Meng Shanshan, and let Jiang Xiaoyong arrange a safe place for both of them. Jiang Xiaoyong explained everything for a long time, but the old man could only stand there in confusion. To him, the story sounded too unbelievable to be true. Seeing that reaction, Jiang Xiaoyong could only sigh inwardly. For someone who had always believed in a peaceful life, accepting the coming apocalypse was nearly impossible, no matter how much he explained. Then Jiang Xiaoyong suddenly thought of another way to explain, and asked whether the old man had ever heard stories about the years of famine. The old man nodded. Jiang Xiaoyong told him to imagine people driven to desperation, fighting over every scrap of food just to survive. Even though the old man nodded again, he still could not believe such a disaster could happen in Today's peaceful world. Realizing words were no longer enough, Jiang Xiaoyong decided to prove it directly by activating his storage ring. In an instant, everything inside the room disappeared as if swallowed by empty space. Witnessing something beyond all reason, the old man was so frightened he nearly collapsed. That reaction was exactly what Jiang Xiaoyong had hoped for. He needed the old man to witness with his own eyes that he possessed an impossible power. Jiang Xiaoyong also claimed that he could foresee the disasters about to unfold. In the end, for the sake of the granddaughter he loved most, the old man cast aside all his doubts and chose to trust Jiang Xiaoyong's warning. Without wasting another second, the two rushed toward the school where Meng Shanshan was studying. At the same time, Meng Shanshan was being cornered by a notorious female student. It all started because Jiang Xiaoshen, the boy that girl secretly liked, was completely devoted to Meng Shanshan. Consumed by jealousy, she slapped Meng Shanshan so hard that she nearly lost her balance, and Meng Shanshan was too weak to fight back. Meng Shanshan could only choke back her tears and explain that she had never been involved with Jiang Xiaoshen. He was simply the one pursuing her. Her explanation was answered with a hard kick to the stomach that sent her crashing to the ground. The girl had no intention of listening. She insisted Meng Shanshan was pretending to be innocent, while pushing all the blame onto Jiang Xiaoshen and making him look like a pathetic stalker. Just as the situation reached its worst, Meng Shanshan's grandfather and Jiang Xiaoyong rushed onto the scene. Instead of backing down when they saw adults arrive, the girls mocked the old man and openly called him a useless old fool. Watching his granddaughter being dragged around by the hair and beaten so badly, the old man rushed forward and demanded they let her go immediately. But before he could reach them, a group of dyed-hair youths blocked his path. Each of them held a sharp weapon and warned that an old man had no place interfering in gang business. Even though they outnumbered him and carried weapons, Meng Shanshan's grandfather refused to back down. If they dared hurt his beloved granddaughter, he was ready to risk everything. As the old man kept charging forward, one thug with a baseball bat cruelly swung it straight at his head. But before the blow could land, Jiang Xiaoyong appeared and stopped it in an instant. In a cold voice, he scolded them for wasting their school years, pretending to be gangsters instead of studying. Furious that Jiang Xiaoyong had stopped him, the thug struggled wildly. The others laughed at Jiang Xiaoyong's plain clothes and mocked him as a poor nobody. They even sneered that Meng Shanshan had never mentioned having a brother like him. Jiang Xiaoyong had no interest in arguing with them. Without another word, he drove a hard kick into the arrogant thug. The overwhelming force sent the man flying several meters before he slammed into the ground, curling up in pain. Everyone else fell silent after witnessing that terrifying strike, but instead of retreating, they rushed him together, hoping to win with numbers. Unfortunately for them, they were facing Jiang Xiaoyong. After using multiple enhancement items, his physical abilities had long surpassed normal human limits. A handful of young street punks stood no chance against him. Even the weapons in their hands could not change the outcome. Every attack was met with unbelievably fast reactions from Jiang Xiaoyong. No matter how hard they tried, they could not even touch the edge of his clothes. After sidestepping a dangerous swing, Jiang Xiaoyong closed the distance in a flash. He grabbed the attacker's collar with one hand. Then he lifted the man and slammed him hard onto the pavement. The thug had no idea what had just happened. His eyes rolled back as he lost consciousness on the spot. Seeing his companion fall, a blonde thug with a knife rushed in to help. But to Jiang Xiaoyong, every movement was perfectly clear. The speed everyone else thought was fast now looked like slow motion. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Xiaoyong had already taken the knife away. He slipped behind the thug and kicked the back of his knee with perfect accuracy. The blonde thug collapsed to the ground and shared the same fate as his companion. The entire fight lasted less than 30 seconds. Yet Jiang Xiaoyong had already defeated 2 large thugs with ease. The sight left the girls who had been bullying Meng Shanshan pale with fear. Normally, Jiang Xiaoyong never laid a hand on women, but Meng Shanshan had once fought beside him through countless life and death battles, and had even sacrificed her life for him. Even though they were still strangers in this life, he wanted to protect her and make up for his past regrets. After dealing with the thugs, Jiang Xiaoyong walked toward the 2 girls who had abused Meng Shanshan and greeted the one with the ponytail with a hard slap. Then he grabbed the other girl's hair and returned the same treatment they had given Meng Shanshan. He pressed the cold blade against the neck of the long-haired girl. Feeling death so close, she was so terrified she barely dared to breathe. Of course, Jiang Xiaoyong had no intention of killing her. His wrist suddenly moved, sending the blade through the air in one clean slash. A sharp sound rang out, and the long hair she had always been proud of was completely cut off. Looking at her hair scattered across the ground, she burst into tears, clutching her head while calling Jiang Xiaoyong a monster. After losing her long hair, the girl flew into a rage, cursing Jiang Xiaoyong and swearing she would make him pay one day. Jiang Xiaoyong paid no attention. He simply let the cut hair fall to the ground and said coldly that the long hair would only get her killed. He even added that this new short haircut might save her life in the coming days. After leaving behind that mysterious warning, Jiang Xiaoyong did not bother explaining whether they understood it or not. He returned to Meng Shanshan and her grandfather, urging them to leave this place immediately. Meng Shanshan was still in shock, replaying Jiang Xiaoyong's effortless fight over and over in her mind like a movie scene. Only after seeing her grandfather hurriedly follow Jiang Xiaoyong did she finally snap out of it and follow behind them. As soon as the car started moving, her grandfather quietly told her that she would not need to return to school tomorrow because the end of the world was about to begin. Hearing that, Meng Shanshan looked back and forth between him and Jiang Xiaoyong behind the wheel. Even with a stranger in the car, Meng Shanshan could not hold back. She scolded her grandfather for being too trusting and reminded him not to believe smooth-talking strangers. She even suspected Jiang Xiaoyong was a scammer and demanded to know how much money he had taken. The grandfather and granddaughter argued all the way in the back seat. Watching Meng Shanshan's familiar expressions through the mirror, Jiang Xiaoyong smiled and silently vowed to protect them both in this life. In the end, Jiang Xiaoyong stepped in and explained that her grandfather had not been scammed because he was the one who had revealed the coming apocalypse. Meng Shanshan looked at him in disbelief. Jiang Xiaoyong introduced himself and told her she could simply call him Brother Xiaoyong. Only then did she remember to thank the man who had saved her. Jiang Xiaoyong brushed it off as nothing and added that those thugs would not be alive much longer anyway. His absolute confidence slowly turned Meng Shanshan's doubts into unease. As the possibility of the apocalypse sank in, fear gradually appeared on her face. Jiang Xiaoyong silently estimated the time and realized the disaster was almost here. He told Meng Shanshan to take out her phone and check what was spreading online. He said that after watching a few videos and the latest news, she would know whether he was telling the truth. Without arguing further, Meng Shanshan did exactly as he said. As soon as she opened the app, countless videos that were spreading at an unbelievable speed appeared on her screen. One clip showed a man with unnaturally pale skin losing control and crazily biting people, forcing 2 security guards to drag him away together. The chilling part was that these biting attacks were not happening in just one place. Other videos showed an unusually thick fog appearing everywhere, along with a foul smell that left anyone who breathed it weak, exhausted, and in terrible pain. Watching every warning sign unfold exactly as he remembered, Jiang Xiaoyong nodded slightly. The timeline had not changed. Tomorrow would mark the official beginning of the apocalypse. A layer of toxic gas would cover many provinces, including their own. That eerie fog would infect living creatures and turn them into undead monsters, driven only by the instinct to hunt. Anyone without immunity who was bitten by those monsters would soon become one of them. The news flooding the internet now was simply the first warning that the coming disaster was about to engulf the world. Meng Shanshan was still young and had seen plenty of movies and stories about the end of the world. She knew exactly how terrifying zombies could be, but turning something from fiction into reality was still impossible to believe. Even though Jiang Xiaoyong did not look like someone making things up, knowing she was overwhelmed, Jiang Xiaoyong simply told the grandfather and granddaughter not to overthink it. They only needed to rest for one night, and tomorrow the truth would prove everything. Jiang Xiaoyong was so eager that he wanted to floor the accelerator and return to his prepared base as quickly as possible. But halfway there, they ran into a massive traffic jam that blocked even the emergency lane. Looking at the endless line of trapped vehicles, Meng Shanshan's grandfather broke into a cold sweat. He feared that if zombies appeared now, none of them would have any way to escape. Jiang Xiaoyong reassured him that the most dangerous moment had not arrived yet, but he could not stay calm himself. According to his memories, the zombie outbreak should not spread on a large scale for several more days. Still, if even one small infection started inside this crowd, the situation would become absolute chaos. Just then, a shiny luxury car suddenly drove against traffic in the priority lane and slowly approached the line of vehicles. Even with barely any space left, the driver aggressively forced the car into the gap. Unfortunately, Jiang Xiaoyong's car was directly behind it, and the front of his vehicle was immediately scraped with a loud crash. The sudden impact threw Meng Shanshan and her grandfather forward before they could brace themselves. Seeing such reckless driving, Jiang Xiaoyong was furious and wanted to teach the driver a lesson on the spot. Refusing to let the luxury car push any farther, he turned the wheel and moved his car forward. The gap ahead was completely sealed off. It was obvious Jiang Xiaoyong had no intention of giving even an inch to the driver trying to cut in. Every time the traffic ahead moved, he followed closely and refused to leave the slightest opening. Realizing Jiang Xiaoyong was deliberately blocking him, the luxury car driver rolled down the window and began shouting insults. Jiang Xiaoyong stayed calm in the driver's seat. He did not even bother looking over, letting the man yell all he wanted. Worried the other driver came from a powerful family, Meng Shanshan's grandfather quietly advised Jiang Xiaoyong not to cause more trouble. Jiang Xiaoyong simply told him not to worry. If that man dared get out of the car, he would gladly send him to meet his ancestors. After nearly another hour trapped in heavy traffic, they finally got through the jam. The moment the road cleared, Jiang Xiaoyong accelerated away. Not long afterward, Meng Shanshan realized the same luxury car was still right behind them, swerving dangerously as if trying to force them into a crash. That reckless move ignited Jiang Xiaoyong's anger. In his previous life, he might have chosen to endure it. But with less than a day left before the apocalypse, he had no reason to tolerate people like this anymore. The driving skills he had honed in his previous life immediately took over. Jiang Xiaoyong quickly seized control, changing lanes repeatedly before forcing the pursuing car onto the defensive. Then he suddenly jerked the wheel and slammed the side of his car into the luxury vehicle. The expensive car spun wildly out of control before crashing toward the roadside. The violent collision crushed the front of the car, and thick white smoke quickly poured out. The driver stumbled out, his face twisted with pain and fury. He immediately called his men and ordered them to check every traffic camera until they found the license plate of the car that had done this to him. He also demanded that traffic police be sent to the scene and swore through gritted teeth that the driver would soon learn there were people he should never offend. Leaving the trouble behind, Jiang Xiaoyong continued driving the grandfather and granddaughter away from the area. By the time night had completely fallen, all three safely arrived at the base Jiang Xiaoyong had prepared. As soon as they stepped out of the car, Meng Shanshan and her grandfather froze in shock at the massive fortress standing before them. Exhausted after driving all day, Jiang Xiaoyong did not explain much. He simply told them to wash up and get some rest, because by tomorrow morning, the world would be completely transformed, and life would become harsher than ever. At dawn the next morning, Jiang Xiaoyong was already awake. Meanwhile, Meng Shanshan slept until the sun was high before walking out of her room with a sleepy yawn. After her grandfather finished getting ready for the day, Jiang Xiaoyong took them on a tour of the newly completed steel fortress. The base was surrounded by reinforced concrete walls, built for maximum strength. The main gate operated automatically and was forged from a single 3-centimeter thick steel plate. Neither ordinary people nor zombies could break through it without heavy weapons. Jiang Xiaoyong seriously told them to remember one rule. Other than the three of them, nobody was allowed through the gate without his permission. This time, he would never let another tragedy, caused by misplaced kindness, happen again. Meng Shanshan hesitantly asked if they really had to ignore survivors who came begging for help. That single question told Jiang Xiaoyong exactly what she was thinking. At this point, Meng Shanshan had never experienced the cruelty of the apocalypse or seen how terrifying people could become. Once laws and order disappeared, humanity's darkest side would grow beyond imagination. In that world, kindness without caution could easily become the weapon that destroyed you. Without arguing further, Jiang Xiaoyong led the grandfather and granddaughter to another building that had been constructed separately from the fortress's central area. The living conditions there were fully equipped. He explained that it could serve as a temporary shelter for survivors who happened to find the base. However, if Jiang Xiaoyong was not present, Meng Shanshan and her grandfather were never to let anyone into the fortress core, no matter how pitiful they seemed. Trusting the wrong person even once could turn an act of mercy into inviting disaster upon themselves. After leaving the refugee shelter, Jiang Xiaoyong brought them to the base's supply warehouse. He mainly wanted to show them which supplies were meant for survivors staying outside the main fortress. While the grandfather and granddaughter were still looking around, Jiang Xiaoyong quietly activated the mind's eye to check their true feelings. Above both of their heads appeared bright blue faces filled with goodwill. Even though it was his first time seeing the signs in real life, he immediately understood that neither of them had any ill intentions. They had already placed their complete trust in him. After confirming their loyalty, Jiang Xiaoyong finally felt at ease and decided to reveal the most important trump card for surviving the apocalypse. Hidden behind the doors was a massive military-grade armory. The moment Meng Shanshan and her grandfather touched the cold weapons, they were stunned. It was their first time handling real firearms. Jiang Xiaoyong seriously reminded them to take great care of these weapons for self-defense. Both of them nodded repeatedly, memorizing every word without objection. Just then, the system announced that the recruit teammate's mission had unlocked after he reunited with Meng Shanshan. The next target was Zhang Ji, and the mission reward was a full 20 points. Jiang Xiaoyong remained calm on the outside, but he was secretly delighted. He had been wondering how to find his former teammates. Unexpectedly, the system handed him a clue as if it had given him a map. After explaining every important rule of the base to Meng Shanshan and her grandfather, Jiang Xiaoyong wasted no time and immediately drove away from the fortress. At the same time, Zhang Ji was still enjoying himself, completely unaware that disaster was closing in. He was singing with his college friends at a nearby karaoke club. After leaving the restroom, the alcohol left Zhang Ji unsteady on his feet. As he staggered forward, one of his friends accidentally bumped into a flashy blonde woman. Even though they apologized repeatedly, she refused to let the matter go. Trying to impress her, the man beside her immediately kicked Zhang Ji hard in the stomach. With his thin frame, Zhang Ji was nearly sent flying backward. His back slammed into the wall, and the pain twisted his entire face. One of his friends lost his temper and demanded to know why they were attacking people without even talking first. Hearing someone talk back, the thug rolled up his sleeves, looking excited to finally have an excuse to fight. Even the tallest guy in Zhang Ji's group was easily lifted by the collar. Not wanting things to get worse in such a crowded place, Zhang Ji quickly lowered his head and begged for forgiveness. Even after humbling himself completely, the thug still had no intention of stopping. A nearby employee heard the commotion. He rushed over to break it up, immediately drawing the thug's attention. The thug grabbed the employee by the collar and arrogantly declared that even the karaoke owner's boss treated him with respect. Then he ordered the employee to call the owner over and warned that if anyone ruined his mood again, the karaoke club would soon be out of business. Even while struggling to breathe, the employee secretly signaled for Zhang Ji and his friends to leave while they still could. Seeing the chance, they immediately did as he suggested. The group hurried back to their private room before the thug changed his mind. Everyone thought the trouble was finally over, but before they could even sit down, the door was kicked open with a deafening crash. The same thug stormed in with his crew, dragging along the employee who had tried to help Zhang Ji's group. The bruises covering the employee's face made it obvious he had just been badly beaten. This time, the thug had brought a whole group of followers to settle the score. Every one of them looked vicious and dangerous. They were all carrying weapons. After scanning the room, they quickly locked onto Zhang Ji's group as their targets. Without a single warning, they charged together. The leader casually grabbed an unopened bottle of liquor. He swung it with all his strength and smashed it over the head of Chen Shuang, one of Zhang Ji's friends. Blood instantly poured down Chen Shuang's face. The horrifying scene left Zhang Ji pale with fear. Even so, his luck had not completely run out, because at that very moment, Jiang Xiaoyong's car arrived. He slammed on the brakes right outside the karaoke club. After taking the heavy blow, Chen Shuang collapsed to the floor, and the blood pouring out made the scene even more terrifying. The thug did not even bother checking whether his victim was alive, acting as though nothing had happened. To him, beating people was nothing unusual. He turned to the blonde woman and gently asked if she was satisfied, but she reminded him that the person he hit was not the one who had bumped into her. Realizing she wanted Zhang Ji instead, he immediately pointed the broken bottle at him. Overwhelmed by fear, Zhang Ji kept backing away, his throat dry with panic. Unlike the terrified Zhang Ji, Chen Shuang had a fiery temper and refused to back down. Blood still poured from his head, but he forced himself up, grabbed an ashtray, and tried to fight back before the thugs pinned him down. His counterattack failed instantly, and his resistance only made the gang leader even more vicious. The leader grabbed another glass bottle and smashed it straight over Chen Shuang's head. After the second blow, Chen Shuang lost all strength to resist. He collapsed onto the floor and lay completely motionless. Watching his friend get beaten over and over, Zhang Ji finally snapped, and his usual calm nature disappeared in an instant. He rushed straight at the gang leader, ready to risk his life in the fight. In the blink of an eye, both sides were locked together, and the room turned into total chaos. The students also charged in and fought back with everything they had. The thugs showed no mercy, aiming every strike at vital spots as if they wanted everyone dead. While the fight raged on, no one noticed the employee lying in the corner had begun changing in a strange way. The silent transformations slowly turned him into a real zombie. Sadly, no one at that moment had any idea such a monster even existed. Everything changed when the dark-skinned employee suddenly jumped up and bit a thug's neck, throwing the entire room into panic. At first, the thugs thought he was simply attacking from behind to help Zhang Ji's group. Two men rushed over to pull him away, but their normal strength was useless against his mutated body. After tearing open the first victim's neck, the monster immediately bit the arm of the nearest man. The once gentle employee could only growl and attack wildly, like a beast that had lost control. Even with superior numbers and size, the thugs had no idea how to handle the monster. Right in the middle of the chaos, Jiang Xiaoyong finally arrived. He walked straight over, grabbed the raging monster by the back of its neck, and lifted it with one hand. Without saying a word, Jiang Xiaoyong swung his arm and hurled the monster straight through the glass door. The sound of shattering glass echoed throughout the room. Everyone stopped fighting and stared toward the explosion of noise. Jiang Xiaoyong's overwhelming entrance changed the atmosphere instantly. The brutal fight between both groups was forced to stop. Seeing him handle the unusually powerful creature with one hand, the thugs became cautious and none dared step forward. Only the gang leader still failed to grasp the situation and loudly demanded to know who had ruined his business. Jiang Xiaoyong ignored him, turned to Zhang Ji, and immediately asked if he had been bitten. Although he had no idea who the stranger was, Zhang Ji honestly shook his head and confirmed he had not been bitten. Knowing he had arrived in time, Jiang Xiaoyong relaxed and motioned for Zhang Ji to follow him. Zhang Ju had no desire to stay in the chaos, but before they got far, the gang leader blocked their path and declared this was far from over. Just as Zhang Ju wondered what to do next, the thug who had been bitten suddenly clutched his head and screamed that the pain was getting unbearable. The gang leader frowned and suspected he had inhaled something poisonous. The man had no idea what caused it and only remembered sneezing several times earlier. Among everyone there, only Jiang Xiaoyong knew exactly what was about to happen, and after seeing the deep bite mark behind the man's neck, he spoke up. He asked if the monster had bitten the man's shoulder. Even though he did not understand the question, the thug nodded in confusion. After putting all the signs together, Jiang Xiaoyong could only shake his head because the man's condition was already beyond hope. His body had already been infected by the poisonous mist and entered the incubation stage, and now he had received another bite close to the central nervous system. From that position, the pathogen needed only a short time to take over his entire brain. In other words, his transformation was almost complete. Jiang Xiaoyong casually dragged the struggling zombie into the restroom. Then he shut the door tight and locked it from the outside. Furious growls and constant scratching echoed from inside. Fortunately, the zombies in the early stage were still slow and did not even know how to use a door handle. For Jiang Xiaoyong, this was the perfect chance to prepare an easy achievement for a future teammate. Brushing the dust from his hands, Jiang Xiaoyong turned to Zhang Ji and casually asked which thug he wanted to deal with himself. Zhang Ji froze in surprise and wondered if the two of them had met before. Before Jiang Xiaoyong could answer, the gang leader charged at him in rage. Thinking the newcomer was far too arrogant, he decided to teach him a lesson with his fists. The outcome was obvious because he was countered before he could even touch Jiang Xiaoyong. With a single move, Jiang Xiaoyong slammed the huge man onto a table, shattering the glass beneath him. Seeing their boss go down, the remaining thugs rushed in together, but none of them were strong enough to stand against Jiang Xiaoyong. Even the thug with the bite on his neck forced his way into the fight. One light punch from Jiang Xiaoyong sent him crashing to the floor, unable to get back up. His body quickly convulsed as his arms and legs jerked out of control. The others gathered around in panic and kept asking what was happening to him. Some could not believe a single punch had left their companion like that. Jiang Xiaoyong ignored the fact that the man was about to become a zombie and calmly challenged anyone who still wanted to fight. After witnessing the overwhelming gap in strength, the thugs fell completely silent. Jiang Xiaoyong told Zhang Ji to take his injured friend outside first, while Zhang Ji still had no idea who his mysterious savior really was. Even with countless questions, Zhang Ji decided to follow his instructions to avoid more danger. The thugs also helped their injured men and quietly tried to slip out of the room. But Jiang Xiaoyong stood directly at the exit without any intention of letting them pass. Grinding his teeth, the gang leader angrily demanded to know what Jiang Xiaoyong wanted now. Jiang Xiaoyong's eyes turned cold because these men had treated human lives as worthless after getting drunk, and he had no intention of letting them leave so easily. Before the leader could react, Jiang Xiaoyong shoved him with tremendous force. The powerful push threw him off balance and sent him flat onto the floor. Jiang Xiaoyong stepped outside, slammed the door shut, and locked it from the outside. Every thug was trapped inside with the companion, who was only seconds away from fully transforming. Sure enough, the man's transformation finished the moment Jiang Xiaoyong left the door. His eyes turned blood red, drool poured from his mouth, and he lunged at his own companions. Standing in the hallway, Jiang Xiaoyong heard desperate screams, mixed with violent crashes, and the horrifying sound of flesh being torn apart. Not long after, the restroom door burst open, and the zombie trapped inside rushed out to join the feeding frenzy. Without even looking, Jiang Xiaoyong knew the room had already become a living hell. The commotion drew another employee over, and Jiang Xiaoyong seriously told him to lock every extra latch, never open the door, then call the police and an ambulance while reporting a rabies outbreak. The employee still felt the explanation did not quite make sense. But after seeing Jiang Xiaoyong's tense expression and sweat-covered face, he realized this was no joke and hurried to obey. Just a few minutes later, the karaoke room entrance was sealed with multiple layers of security. Even though the horrifying sounds continued, Jiang Xiaoyong paid them no further attention. He immediately led Zhang Ji's group out of the karaoke bar. After everyone had left the area, another female employee approached the sealed room out of curiosity. The agonizing screams inside made the staff fear a murder had taken place. Since no one dared open the door, they all headed to the surveillance room. They switched the cameras to check what was happening inside. But only a few seconds after the footage appeared, every face turned deathly pale. Some people nearly fainted from the horrifying sight. No one inside still looked human, only mindless creatures tearing each other apart. Blood and organs covered the screen as the terrified staff called the police, unsure if help could still arrive in time. During that same period, Jiang Xiaoyong had already safely brought Zhang Ji's entire group into the car. Once he finally calmed down, Zhang Ji repeatedly thanked him and asked who he really was. Jiang Xiaoyong casually made up a story, claiming he was a mercenary hired to protect them, while the client's identity had to remain secret. Hearing that, Zhang Ji stopped asking questions. The chubby guy beside him jumped in, curious whether that rabies-like disease was real or just another online rumor. One cold glance from Jiang Xiaoyong was enough to silence him. A few seconds later, he carefully asked if there was any cure. Jiang Xiaoyong shook his head and bluntly said that modern civilization was heading toward its collapse. The outbreak would not disappear and would only bring even greater disasters. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrified scream came from outside the car. Another mutation had appeared on the street and was attacking people, but Jiang Xiaoyong had neither the time nor the resources to save everyone. The outbreak had only just begun, and most infected people were still in the incubation stage. In just a few days, the catastrophe would spread across the entire world. The only priority now was getting Zhang Ji's group back to the base, so anyone who wanted to survive had to follow his instructions without question. Everyone immediately started calling him Brother Xiaoyong. After being saved from death and witnessing such horrors, no one dared argue anymore. As soon as Zhang Zhu officially joined the team, the system confirmed the mission was complete. After receiving 20 more points, Jiang Xiaoyong immediately opened the shop to see if anything was worth buying. Compared to the last time he checked, the farmer supply crate was still there without any changes. After looking carefully, he realized he either had to buy the current item or spend 2 points to refresh the shop. The items below looked much more useful, and even the most expensive one cost only 5 points. Jiang Xiaoyong planned to buy them all after returning to the base. Even so, one extremely important question still remained unanswered. Jiang Xiaoyong glanced at Zhang Ji before quietly observing the roommates sitting in the back seats. They had all been close brothers who lived together throughout their college years. But in his previous life, almost every one of them died because of a traitor within the group. Only Zhang Ji survived, but he paid the price with devastating injuries. What bothered Jiang Xiaoyong the most was that, even now, he still did not know who had betrayed everyone back then. At the same time, over at Kui Jing's apartment, after her previous scheme had been exposed, she had no choice but to rely completely on Li Shuxiong. As the outside world grew more chaotic, her timid nature kept her from even daring to visit the supermarket. She could only stay home and wait for Li Shuxiong's people to deliver supplies. While scrolling through her phone, a series of urgent knocks suddenly echoed from the door. Cui Jing immediately became tense and cautiously walked toward the entrance. After checking the peephole and seeing Wen Shuya outside, she finally relaxed a little. Cui Jing quickly opened the door. The moment Wen Shuya stepped inside, she hurriedly reported that the elderly neighbor downstairs had been taken away by the authorities that morning. Ambulances and police cars kept arriving one after another, making it obvious the situation outside was getting much worse. Based on what she had personally witnessed, she insisted that people going mad and biting others was absolutely real. Wen Shuya asked whether Li Shuxiong had delivered the supplies he promised, but Cui Jing could only answer in disappointment that nothing had arrived. Hearing that, Wen Shuya immediately mocked men as unreliable before urging Cui Jing to lower her pride and contact Jiang Xiaoyong. After all, he controlled a massive stockpile of food and was practically the richest man in the apocalypse. Cui Jing suspiciously asked how she knew all that, not daring to admit she had been secretly watching him. Wen Shuya lied that she had asked someone to investigate and discovered truck after truck delivering supplies to the abandoned warehouse Jiang Xiaoyong had recently bought. After hearing that, Cui Jing gritted her teeth in anger, believing Jiang Xiaoyong had known about the disaster in advance and deliberately kept it from her. Wen Shuya quickly cut her off and told her to stop making assumptions. The urgent task now was to call Jiang Xiaoyong as soon as possible. She also reminded Cui Jing to contact Li Shuxiong, adding that if she managed to gain any benefits, she should remember to share them. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyong's car sped through the night until the brakes screeched to a stop outside the base. After the vehicle came to a complete stop, everyone climbed out, exhausted and unsteady on their feet. The moment Jiang Ju saw the massive structure ahead, he widened his eyes and exclaimed that it looked just like a heavily fortified military base. His genuine reaction made Jiang Xiaoyong smile, because everyone seemed to have a different first impression of the fortress. Just then, Uncle Sheng ran over from the warehouse to greet them. Meng Shanshan quickly followed behind, anxiously checking whether Jiang Xiaoyong had been injured. Jiang Xiaoyong smiled and assured everyone he was completely fine, then called Uncle Sheng and Meng Shanshan over to meet the newcomers. He introduced Jiang Ju and his college friends, one by one, explaining that they would be living at the base from now on. Then he introduced Uncle Sheng and Meng Shanshan. She happily waved and warmly welcomed everyone, saying that Jiang Xiaoyong's friends were family here too. Jiang Xiaoyong asked Uncle Sheng to show the newcomers around and explain all the base rules, and he agreed without hesitation. After looking around for a while, Xiao Jia quietly joked that the place made him feel like he was about to be sent to work in Myanmar. Just then, someone suddenly raised a hand from the back. Lu Yiming pointed toward the equipment area and asked if they would be given weapons because they wanted to help defend the base. Hearing that request, Jiang Xiaoyong's expression immediately turned cold as his sharp gaze settled on Lu Yiming. Sensing the change in atmosphere, Xiao Jia quickly pulled his friend back and reminded him they had just arrived and had not earned enough trust to ask for guns. Jiang Xiaoyong's expression softened as he told them not to rush. After observing them for a few days, he would decide when to issue equipment. He then noticed the injured man being supported nearby and ordered everyone to take him to the medical room immediately. Once everything was arranged, Jiang Ji's group took turns showering. While drying his hair, Xiao Jia happily sighed that a proper shower felt amazing. Lu Yiming, however, remained upset and demanded to know why Xiao Jia had stopped him earlier. Pretending not to understand, Xiao Jia only made him more frustrated as he insisted they might have received weapons otherwise. Lu Yiming pointed outside and argued that although this place was called a safe base, it looked more like a prison where everyone was locked inside. Xiao Jia immediately argued back, reminding him not to question the man who had just saved their lives. Even so, Lu Yiming stubbornly insisted that Jiang Xiaoyong's story about being hired by a mysterious client might not be true. He pointed to the heavily fortified defenses, saying the fences were stronger than a prison's, and suggesting they might have been brought here as part of some terrifying plan. One negative thought after another only made his suspicion grow stronger. Because of that, Lu Yiming believed they needed to seize the initiative before it was too late. Xiao Jia worried that if all those suspicions were wrong, they would become ungrateful traitors. Lu Yiming dismissed the concern, saying it was better to strike first, and if Jiang Xiaoyong truly had hidden motives, he would take over the fortress himself. His thinking became even more extreme. In Lu Yiming's eyes, the base had only Jiang Xiaoyong, an old man, and a young woman. All they had to do was wait until Jiang Xiaoyong left, take the other two hostage, and seize control. He even had disturbing thoughts when mentioning Meng Shanshan. Only then did Lu Yiming notice his two friends staring at him with unfamiliar expressions, making the room suddenly fall silent. He quickly laughed it off, claiming it was all just a joke and telling them not to take it seriously. Jiang Ji rubbed his forehead and sighed, telling him not to say such outrageous things when the apocalypse had barely begun. Xiao Jia agreed, pointing out that if Jiang Xiaoyong wanted to harm them, he could have simply shot them instead of rescuing them and bringing them here. The sound of running water from the bathroom gradually faded until it stopped completely. Watching his two friends leave, Lu Yiming secretly sneered, believing that only the ruthless would survive the apocalypse. He even imagined Jiang Ji and Xiao Jia serving him after he took control of the base. Back in the office, Uncle Sheng and Meng Shanshan discussed the situation with Jiang Xiaoyong. Uncle Sheng reported that Jiang Ji's group had settled in safely, while Chen Shuang had been isolated in the infirmary because of his severe injuries, with every entrance sealed exactly as Jiang Xiaoyong had instructed. After hearing the report, Jiang Xiaoyong stretched and told them to get some rest because someone would probably come looking for trouble tomorrow. After taking a few steps, he suddenly remembered something and turned back. Jiang Xiaoyong added that everyone who came with Zhang Ji, not just Chen Shuang, had to be watched closely to prevent any potential traitor from slipping into the base. After everyone left, he quietly entered a dark room packed with supplies. Without wasting any time, Jiang Xiaoyong opened the system interface and prepared to use the rewards he had just earned. One decisive tap immediately activated the crate opening function. A flash of light appeared as he bought a level 1 farming supply crate for 2 points, leaving him with 18 points remaining. Next, he bought a level 1 supply crate for 5 points, leaving him with 13. He spent another 5 points on a level 1 heavy weapons crate, bringing his balance down to 8. The rewards quickly poured out: 50 corn seeds from the marming crate, plus 200 kilograms of sausages, 100 kilograms of cured meat, dried vegetables, 50 boxes of instant noodles, and a huge supply of pickled cabbage. The combat crate also added 500 rounds of 9mm ammunition. Looking at the growing mountain of supplies, Jiang Xiaoyong rubbed his hands in satisfaction. In peaceful times, these points might mean little, but in the apocalypse, these resources were enough to build an entire faction. Before long, dawn spread across the land. On the quiet road, the roar of engines suddenly echoed as a convoy raced forward. The vehicles slammed on the brakes outside the fortress gate, and a bald man checked the location before confirming they had the right coordinates. Armed subordinates stood by while their leader finished a phone call. He told the person on the other end that he would celebrate after taking care of this place. Hanging up, he pointed at the fortress and ordered his men to destroy it. Several subordinates carried over massive sledgehammers and took turns smashing the metal gate. Even after sweating through their clothes, they failed to leave a single mark. One of them complained that the gate was too solid to break with manpower alone. The man in charge was none other than the reckless driver from the highway incident. Staring at the fortress-like gate, he cursed that no normal person would build a home like this. Not wanting to waste any more effort, he waved his hand and ordered his men to bring out the special weapon. They immediately opened several large crates, revealing rows of homemade Molotov cocktails. After lighting them, they hurled the burning bottles over the walls. One after another, the bottles exploded in the courtyard, igniting fires across the area. Within moments, the flames spread rapidly and lit the entire compound red. Outside, more Molotov cocktails kept flying over the walls. Meng Shanshan and Zhang Ji's group hurriedly carried water and grabbed fire extinguishers, shouting for everyone to put out the flames. Meng Shanshan sprayed water with all her strength until she was breathing heavily. She could not help admitting that Jiang Xiaoyong's prediction had been right. The zombies had not even arrived yet, but troublemakers had already come first. Jiang Xiaoyong and Uncle Sheng emerged from the underground bunker with weapons in hand. Jiang Xiaoyong told Uncle Sheng to head up to the watchtower and see who was reckless enough to attack them. They quickly climbed to the highest point. Looking at the convoy below, Uncle Sheng felt the group looked strangely familiar. After watching for a while, he suddenly remembered and confirmed that the leader was the same arrogant driver from the highway. One subordinate with sharp hearings suddenly noticed movement from the watchtower. He quickly reported that someone had appeared inside. The driver looked up and instantly recognized the face he had hated ever since. Pointing toward the tower, he demanded Jiang Xiaoyong come down and threatened to burn everyone inside the fortress alive. Completely unfazed, Jiang Xiaoyong coldly gave them 5 minutes to leave with their lives. The subordinates exploded in anger, mocking him for not knowing how powerful their boss was, before calling for 2 more crates of Molotov cocktails to burn the fortress down. Just as the tension reached its peak, the system issued an emergency mission. Sweat formed on Uncle Sheng's forehead as he asked whether they should fire a warning shot. Jiang Xiaoyong gave no reply and simply accepted the mission. The objective was to eliminate every threat attacking the fortress, with a reward of 10 points. Jiang Xiaoyong chambered around, his voice turning icy. In his eyes, warnings no longer mattered when these people were willing to burn others alive, before society had even fully collapsed. The moment they threw fire into a place full of people, they had already proven they did not care how many lives they destroyed. Uncle Sheng swallowed nervously as Jiang Xiaoyong looked through the scope. Jiang Xiaoyong believed that allowing people like this to survive into the apocalypse would only bring more suffering, especially now that they had become an immediate threat. A gunshot rang out as the bullet streaked toward the attackers below. The driver's arm was hit and severed from his body. He rolled across the ground in agony, clutching his bleeding shoulder and screaming after losing his arm. Jiang Xiaoyong only smirked, saying his skills had gotten rusty from lack of practice, or the shot would have landed exactly where he intended. Only then did the subordinates realize he was holding a military rifle, and they panicked as they tried to flee. The gang leader turned pale, crawling away, while screaming for everyone to retreat. He ordered a few men to stay behind and cover their escape, swearing he would never forget this grudge. Xiaoyong slowly brought the gun back on target because he never liked leaving Today's problems for tomorrow. The moment he finished speaking, Xiao Yang pulled the trigger, pouring down heavy fire and picking off everyone surrounding the fortress. The few survivors panicked and stumbled toward the nearest vehicle. The leader cried out in pain while desperately yelling for the driver to step on the gas and get out of there. Seeing them trying to escape, Zhu Sheng quickly spoke up. Xiao Yang stayed calm, saying the automatic rifle in his hands was made for situations like this. A full magazine ripped into the speeding vehicle, turning it into a wreck full of bullet holes. From dropping the empty magazine to loading a fresh one and racking the bolt, every move flowed with cold precision like pure instinct. Watching everything from nearby, Zhu Sheng felt a chill run down his spine. That level of fire control and reload speed matched the elite soldiers he had met during his military days, leaving him wondering who Xiao Yang really was. When the gunfire finally stopped, the silence was broken only by a distant aircraft and a few faint groans. The area outside the fortress gate had become a complete mess, with bodies scattered around the wrecked escape vehicle. Xiao Yang calmly walked downstairs and told Zhu Sheng to wake Jiang Zhu and the others so everyone could help clean up the scene. But after taking only a few steps, he remembered the disaster had only just begun. If those people were left alone until they turned into zombies, Jiang Zhu and Shan Shan would have perfect targets for combat training. After thinking of a better plan, Xiao Yang immediately changed his mind and told Zhu Sheng to take it easy and leave everything alone for now, leaving him completely confused. Zhu Sheng asked if they were really going to leave those people lying outside. Xiao Yang only smiled and said to let them stay there, because he had found a much better use for those bodies. Sometime later, on the same empty road, 2 more cars raced toward the area. Xi Shuxiang looked through the window and asked the people in the back how much farther they had to go. Sitting in the back seat were Wen Shuya and Cui Jing. As soon as Li Shuxiang spoke, Wen Shuya switched to a gentle and sweet attitude, saying they only needed to turn left at the next intersection. Watching the act, Cui Jing quietly felt annoyed. She knew Wen Shuya always pretended to be innocent whenever Li Shuxiang was around, and everyone knew her real goal. After driving a little farther, the car slowly came to a stop. Li Shuxiang signaled to Cui Jing that he would stay behind to watch the situation, while the 2 women went inside and reported back. Cui Jing immediately got out and called for her companion. Hearing she had to come too, Wen Shuya pouted and showed no interest in meeting Jiang Xiaoyong. Realizing Wen Shuya was looking for an excuse to avoid it, Cui Jing asked how she planned to find the factory without a guide. Wen Shuya still tried to dodge the trip, saying they only had to walk straight ahead, then complained about wearing high heels and not wanting to walk 2 intersections. Cui Jing refused to hear any more excuses. She pulled Wen Shuya out of the car and scolded her for dressing so impractically. Wen Shuya tried to go back for her phone, but Cui Jing stopped the delay by saying she already had one with her. After arguing back and forth for a while, the 2 women finally walked ahead. Once they disappeared from sight, Li Shuxiang took out his phone, called his men, and ordered everyone to get ready. While arranging the plan, another car slowly approached from behind. Li Shuxiang instructed them to follow immediately as soon as his vehicle moved. Everyone inside the newly arrived car was one of his trusted subordinates. The team leader picked up the radio and quickly confirmed that he understood every order. Up ahead, Wen Shuya kept complaining and asked Cui Jing why she insisted on dragging her along just to be an extra. Even though she disliked Cui Jing, Wen Shuya kept smiling with obvious sarcasm. She claimed she had dressed up only to seduce Jiang Xiaoyong, then reminded Cui Jing that her secret relationship with Li Shuxiang behind Xiaoyong's back had been exposed long ago. While they were still arguing, both women suddenly froze after noticing something strange ahead. Wen Shuya immediately asked what had happened there. A horrifying scene of death and destruction lay before them, leaving Wen Shuya speechless in shock. She cried out in panic, guessing a brutal gang shootout had just taken place. Terrified, Wen Shuya clung to Cui Jing and begged to go back because everyone on the ground looked dead. Cui Jing carefully examined the scene and noticed the blood was still fresh, proving it had happened only recently. She began to suspect that 2 armed groups had fought over Jiang Xiaoyong's territory. The 2 women carefully stepped over the driver's body, quietly guessing that Jiang Xiaoyong probably would not survive this disaster. They did not care whether he lived or died. What mattered was whether the mysterious box was still in his hands. While they were busy thinking about the box, the driver's body suddenly twitched behind them. Wen Shuya felt something was wrong and suggested calling Li Shuxiang over, but Cui Jing dismissed this idea and walked toward the factory gate to see if it was locked. The 2 kept walking without a care, completely unaware that the dead man's eyes were slowly turning cloudy. Before long, Wen Shuya and Cui Jing arrived at the fortress gate. Wen Shuya knocked on the thick steel gate and was shocked by how solid it was. Looking at the structure, she began to think Jiang Xiaoyong was probably still safe inside. Just then, a voice suddenly called out from above, making both women jump. Standing on the watchtower, Shan Shan loudly asked who they were and how they had found this place. Wen Shuya immediately lied that she was Jiang Xiaoyong's close drinking buddy. Not wanting to lose, Cui Jing boldly claimed she was the girlfriend he loved the most. Hearing that, Shanshan turned around and called for Xiao Yong, saying 2 women were outside, and one of them even claimed to be his girlfriend. Down at the gate, Cui Jing bitterly assumed Xiao Yong had changed because he was secretly hiding another girl inside the fortress. Seeing her jealousy, Wen Shuya quickly warned her to stay calm because Shanshan was holding a large gun, and even Li Shuxiong might not be able to handle it. Even though she was uneasy, Cui Jing acted confident and said Li Shuxiong had weapons too. As long as the gate opened, he would shoot Jiang Xiaoyong before he had any chance to fight back. Xiaoyong slowly appeared on the watchtower and waved at them, curiously asking why Cui Jing and Wen Shuya had come all the way here today. As he spoke, he quietly activated the mind's eye to read their true thoughts. The ability instantly revealed that, although they were smiling, they were secretly cursing him. Wen Shuya still acted sweet, accusing him of being distant and claiming they had rushed over because they were worried about him during the chaos. Hearing the performance, Xiao Yong laughed mockingly. He directly guessed that Li Shuxiong was hiding nearby and even asked how many men and weapons he had brought for the ambush. Every word exposed their secret plan, leaving both women pale and speechless. They could only wonder if Xiao Yong could really see through everything. Without giving them a chance to make excuses, Xiao Yong suddenly pulled the trigger and fired a burst into the ground right in front of them. Terrified out of their minds, both women jumped back and shouted, asking if Xiao Yong had gone crazy and why he was pointing a gun at them. Wen Shuya quickly grabbed Cui Jing's arm and warned her to watch her mouth because Xiao Yong was holding a real gun. Angering him was the same as asking to die. Cui Jing still stood her ground, insisting that no matter what, he would never dare kill her. Hearing that challenge, Xiao Yong burst into laughter and said, if he really did not dare, then everything would be far too easy for them. The moment he finished speaking, hoarse growls and dragging footsteps suddenly echoed behind the 2 women. Cui Jing turned around and instantly went pale. She panicked and asked what those strange people were, wondering if they had caught some kind of rabies. Wen Shuya trembled so badly she could barely stand. No rabies virus could make the dead stand up and walk again. Watching the zombies close in, Xiao Yong's eyes turned cold with a hint of amusement. He calmly wished the 2 women an enjoyable meeting inside the monsters' stomachs. A moment later, the zombie horde let out horrifying shrieks and charged straight at the 2 living targets. Luckily, both women were quick enough to dodge the first attack by a hair. With no time to think, they ran for their lives while screaming Li Shuxiong's name for help. Hearing them, he immediately stuck his head out of the car to look. He saw Wen Shuya and Cui Jing running in absolute panic, with an entire pack of monsters chasing behind them. Both women desperately screamed for Li Shuxiong to save them. The horrifying sight made him shrink back in fear. All he could do was yell that he had no idea where those crazy people who bit others had come from. With no intention of rescuing them, Li Shuxiong immediately ducked back into the car, grabbed the radio, and shouted for all his men to turn around and run, because there was a group of rabid people ahead. Seeing her lover preparing to run away alone, Cui Jing was furious and cursed Li Shuxiong for being a coward who would abandon his own allies. With the zombie's hoarse breathing closing in behind her, she desperately raised the luxury bag in her hand. Cui Jing screamed that she was not ready to leave this world yet. Then she used all her strength to throw the bag at Wen Shuya running ahead, viciously telling her friend to stay behind and stop the monsters. The bag spun through the air and accidentally hooked around Wen Shuya's leg, wrapping tightly and stopping her from running. Pulled down without warning, Wen Shuya lost balance and fell face first onto the road in pain. The betrayal allowed Cui Jing to create distance, while the zombies immediately surrounded the fallen woman. Frozen in fear, Wen Shuya could only raise her hands and beg them to stop. But the monsters did not slow down and quickly turned her into their next target, tearing her apart in the middle of the road. Even covered in wounds and blood, Wen Shuya still lifted her head and cursed Cui Jing for betraying her without mercy. Before being completely swallowed by the zombies, she used her last strength to say Cui Jing would definitely face punishment. Meanwhile, the woman running away kept telling herself that Wen Shuya was just unlucky and had to suffer the consequences. While Shanshan covered her face in horror, Xiao Yong calmly stood above and heard the system announce that the mission was complete. The threat elimination mission was finished, adding 10 points to his account and raising his total to 18. Right after that, an event called Street Cleaner was activated, requiring him to eliminate all mutated beings outside the gate, with initial progress at 0. The reward for the mission was 10 points. After slowly calming down, Shanshan asked if the people lying outside would turn into zombies just from breathing. Xiao Yong used the chance to explain the new survival rules. Since this afternoon, the infection had spread through the air. Dead bodies left outside would soon revive as zombies, while seriously injured or weakened people also had a high chance of transforming. Shanshan carefully remembered everything and began understanding how the disaster worked. After sharing the necessary knowledge, Xiao Yong clapped his hands and told her to call everyone over for an emergency meeting. Not long after, all fortress members gathered in the main hall. Xiao Yang seriously announced that for the next 2 days, anyone without a mission had to stay inside their rooms, lock all doors, and limit movement so their bodies could slowly adapt to the airborne virus, reducing the chance of becoming zombies. Hearing the order, Jiang Zhu frowned with worry and immediately asked how Chen Xiang's condition would be handled. At the same time, inside the isolation room, Chen Xiang was still lying motionless on the hospital bed. The skin around his arm gradually turned gray, while blue veins spread outward like tree roots. The signs of mutation continued climbing toward his face. Chen Xuanyan stood beside him, sweating non-stop as she watched him struggle through each painful seizure. Meanwhile, the city center had completely fallen into chaos. Zhang Shengzhe slightly opened the curtain and looked outside, cold sweat covering his body as he saw the streets had become completely uncontrollable. After thinking for a while, he turned back and told his wife and child that he had to go to the warehouse tonight to collect the remaining supplies. He told Xiao Li to keep Shuai inside, and no matter who knocked, they must not open the door unless they heard his exact voice. As soon as he finished speaking, a violent knocking suddenly came from the door, shaking it like it was about to break. Zhang Shengzhe immediately became tense, staring at the constantly shaking door. With no time to think, he signaled his family to stay silent and quickly hid nearby. Holding a baseball bat tightly, he carefully approached the entrance. At that moment, a familiar voice came from outside, asking if he was home. Realizing the person outside was Yang Tao, Zhang Shengzhe finally relaxed and lowered his guard. Believing an acquaintance had come to find him, he immediately removed the latch and unlocked the door. But the moment the door opened slightly, a sudden kick struck him directly in the stomach. Zhang Shengzhe was thrown onto the floor, and several strangers rushed in to restrain him. He glared at the person behind them and angrily demanded to be released. Realizing who was behind everything, Zhang Shengzhe furiously called Yang Tao a traitor and questioned why he would do this after all the help he had received. Hearing about their past favor, Yang Tao only sneered and asked where that kindness was, because in Zhang Shengzhe's eyes, he was nothing more than someone who only followed orders. Zhang Shengzhe continued criticizing him, saying that without his support, Yang Tao would never have earned enough money for a house deposit. Hit where it hurt, Yang Tao immediately argued back that he had only saved a little money, while Zhang Shengzhe had made a huge profit. He stopped wasting time and demanded the warehouse key and map. Zhang Shengzhe clenched his teeth, stayed silent, and refused to reveal anything. Seeing him remain stubborn, Yang Tao smirked and slowly walked toward his wife and child, coldly praising his courage. He suddenly grabbed Xiao Lai's hair and pulled her back, making her cry out in pain. Then he mocked her and forced her closer. Seeing his mother being bullied, Shuai rushed forward like a little beast, shouting for him to let go and threatening to beat him. The boy bit Yang Tao's hand hard, making him furious. He never expected a child to dare fight back. Without mercy, Yang Tao slapped the boy with full force, sending him crashing aside. Watching his family suffer in front of him, Zhang Shengzhe lost control and shouted at Yang Tao to attack him instead and release them immediately. Yang Tao turned back with a victorious smile, saying there was no need to rush. If Zhang Shengzhe cooperated and led the way, his family would stay safe. But first, he had to reveal the warehouse location. A while later, the loud sound of a metal shutter echoed as the warehouse entrance opened. With no other choice, Zhang Shengzhe swallowed his anger and led everyone to the storage area. After entering and seeing most of the space was empty, Yang Tao immediately frowned because it was completely different from what he expected. He demanded to know why only a few boxes remained. Zhang Shengzhe calmly replied that a major buyer had already taken almost everything, leaving nothing valuable behind. Those familiar details made Yang Tao stroke his chin in thought, and the name Jiang Xiaoyong immediately appeared in his mind. A greedy smile quickly appeared on his face. If he could take all the supplies Xiao Yang had stored, his people could live comfortably for a very long time. Seeing his intention, Zhang Shengzhe seriously warned him not to dream too big. During the previous delivery, he had met Xiao Yang and realized he was not someone easy to deal with. Xiao Yang had likely predicted the disaster and stocked up massive amounts of supplies beforehand. Yang Tao's expression changed as he quickly asked what that warning meant. After thinking for a while, he offered a deal. Zhang Shengzhe had to help him deal with Xiao Yang, and in return, his wife and child would be spared. He claimed it was a completely fair exchange. Forced into a corner, Zhang Shengzhe could only swallow his anger and remain calm. Even though he hated Yang Tao deeply, he could not act because his family's safety was in the enemy's hands. Inside the isolation room, Chen Xiang's arms, legs, and neck were all restrained with straps to prevent him from losing control and spreading the infection. Zhang Ji's group showed different emotions, but all they could do was stand there and watch their teammates slowly become something else. In the heavy atmosphere, Yi Ming coldly suggested ending Chen Xiang's suffering right there. Hearing the ruthless tone, Xiao Yang slightly raised his eyebrows and silently re-evaluated Yi Ming. Zhang Ji could not accept those words, and immediately questioned whether Yi Ming understood what he was saying. Yi Ming kept explaining that Chen Xiang could no longer be saved. If they waited until he broke free, everyone in the fortress might die. Xiao Jia immediately stepped forward and objected, reminding everyone that Chen Xiang had survived countless battles with them and could not simply be abandoned like useless trash. Xiao Yang clapped his hands to stop the argument and admitted Yi Ming's logic was not wrong. Once the mutation began, there was almost no way to save him. Hearing this, Xiao Jia sadly looked at him and called his name. Without explaining further, Xiao Yang pulled out the dagger at his waist. But instead of acting himself, he handed the handle to Yi Ming and signaled him to take it. Faced with the sudden situation, Yi Ming stepped back in panic and asked what Xiao Yang wanted. Xiao Yang coldly told him to personally help Chen Xiang end his suffering. Despite speaking so firmly before, Yi Ming showed fear and hesitation when he actually had to take his teammate's life. Seeing him unable to move, Xiao Yang stepped closer and quietly said that Yi Ming had always demanded weapons. Now the weapon was right in front of him, so he should prove the determination he showed earlier. As the room fell into silence, another hand suddenly reached out and grabbed the dagger handle. The person who took the weapon was Jiang Ji. His face was pale, but he still called Xiao Yang in a heavy voice. Although his hand kept trembling, Jiang Ju gritted his teeth and accepted the responsibility, saying he would be the one to free his teammate. As a kind-hearted person, Jiang Ji had to gather all his courage just to hold the weapon. The struggle inside him was clearly written across his face. Xiao Yang still held the blade and asked if he had truly thought it through. He warned that if everything he had said was a lie, this strike would turn Jiang Ji into a murderer. Although extremely uneasy, Jiang Ji looked straight into Xiao Yang's eyes and said he fully trusted him. Hearing that answer, Xiao Yang smiled with satisfaction and released his hand, allowing Jiang Ji to make his own choice. Jiang Ji slowly walked toward the bed with a knife in hand, while Chen Xiang had already mutated violently, struggling so hard that the entire bed frame shook. Tears rolled down his face as Jiang Ju closed his eyes and prepared to deliver the final strike. At the same time, Chen Xiang let out a crazed roar, his entire body turning dark purple, while the blade was only a few millimeters away from the fatal point. Jiang Ji gritted his teeth and cried, but just before the knife fell, Xiao Yang suddenly reached out and grabbed his wrist. The sudden change left Jiang Ji stunned, unable to understand why Xiao Yang stopped him at the last moment. Xiao Yang did not explain immediately. He calmly looked at the system panel and told everyone to leave the room. According to him, this rare mutation case was quite interesting, and keeping Chen Xiang for research might be more useful. The system panel flashed repeatedly and announced that this was an extremely rare mutated individual. After everyone left one by one, the medical room was filled with chaotic crashing sounds and shaking objects. Inside the room, only Xiao Yang and Chen Xiang remained. Xiao Yang calmly crossed his arms and watched the person on the bed struggle violently, like an animal trapped in a net. Noticing that the other person's consciousness had not been completely consumed by the virus, Xiao Yang called Chen Xiang's name and asked if he could still understand him. Then he leaned closer and quietly revealed that he had an important mission to give him. A strange thing immediately happened. The out-of-control creature seemed to understand his words, and its struggling gradually slowed down. The scene shifted outside, where the white fog continued covering the city sky. On the streets, a luxury car swerved left and right, moving chaotically, as if the driver had lost control. Finally, the car crashed straight into a roadside power pole at terrifying speed. The impact crushed the front of the vehicle and sent black smoke rising into the air. Zhang Shengzhe struggled out, holding his swollen head and complaining that he had suffered nothing but bad luck today. While staggering up and thinking about escaping, he failed to notice a stranger slowly approaching from behind. A sudden roar, right beside his ear, nearly stopped Zhang Shengzhe's heart, and he quickly turned around to see what appeared. Before he could react, the monster rushed forward and bit deeply into his arm, making him scream in pain. His survival instinct kicked in, and Zhang Shengzhe used all his strength to throw the creature several meters away. Taking the chance, he grabbed his bleeding arm and rushed back toward the wrecked car. Finding an iron bar near the driver's seat, he immediately grabbed it like it was his last chance to survive. Fueled by rage, Zhang Shengzhe swung the iron bar into the monster's face while shouting for it to disappear. The strike was so powerful that it knocked the zombie away and sent a tooth flying out. Still unable to calm his fear, he continued swinging again and again, releasing all his anger onto the creature attacking him. After the exhausting counterattack, Zhang Shengzhe had to lean on the iron bar to catch his breath. Looking at the bloody remains, he knew staying any longer would only turn him into food. He threw away the weapon, held his injured arm, and quietly searched for a way out. The scene then returned to Xiao Yang's fortress. Outside the large gate, a group of zombies slowly wandered around without purpose. Xiao Yang gently opened the side entrance and stepped outside, quickly scanning the area with a calm expression as if he were taking a walk. Behind him followed a fully equipped team. Everyone carried large hammers, baseball bats, or guns, moving forward while staying alert. Ra Jian wore an oversized protective suit and complained that the equipment was too heavy and inconvenient. Xiaoyang patiently explained that zombies felt no pain, making them extremely difficult to fight. With their limited experience, anyone could be attacked at any moment. Wearing armor was the safest choice, and they could remove it once they became stronger. Leading the team forward, he quickly spotted a lone zombie standing in the distance. Xiaoyang raised his hand and signaled everyone to prepare, warning that the monster was about to sense their presence. After everyone confirmed they were ready, he announced the hunt had begun. At that moment, the zombie sensed its prey, turned its rotten face around, and charged forward. Xiaoyang immediately ordered the team to enter combat. He reminded everyone to apply what they had learned, support each other, and always maintain a safe distance. The monster lunged at Xiaoyang, but only grabbed empty air, as he calmly stepped aside and dodged. Even with a roar right beside his ear, Xiaoyang stayed calm and explained that the moment a zombie attacks is when it reveals its weakness. Everyone should aim for the temples or the back of the neck. Xiaojia charged forward with full confidence, gripping his sword tightly and swinging it down at the monster's head. A dry impact echoed, but the zombie's skull remained completely intact without even a mark. Instead, the recoil made Xiaojia's hands shake violently. He grimaced in pain and complained that his entire arm had gone numb. Watching from behind, Xiaoyang immediately explained that a zombie's skull was extremely hard. Attacking there would only damage the weapon and injure the attacker. Xiaojia's move was a perfect example of what not to do. Before he could remember the lesson, the monster suddenly rushed forward and bit down on his sword. Its teeth locked onto the blade and squeezed tightly, preventing Xiaojia from pulling it away. Panicking, he immediately called Zhang Ji for help. Xiaoyang calmly watched from the side to train everyone's reactions, then said the defense test was complete and called Zhang Ji to take the next turn. Following the order, Jiazjuz grabbed his baseball bat and rushed into the fight. He spun around and delivered a powerful strike directly to the back of the zombie's neck, making it lose balance and stagger. Xiaoyang crossed his arms and judged that the attack was accurate, but the strength was still lacking. He ordered everyone to keep coordinating their attacks. While explaining, he failed to notice another zombie quietly approaching from behind. After defeating the target in front, Jingji turned around confidently and asked Xiaoyang if their fighting skills had finally improved. Xiaoyang smiled and nodded, praising everyone's progress. At that exact moment, the zombie behind him opened its rotten mouth wide and prepared to bite his shoulder. Seeing the danger, everyone could only panic and shout that something was behind Xiaoyang. The creature's teeth were already only a few millimeters away from its target. But Xiaoyang reacted even faster. With one hand, he blocked its head and controlled it effortlessly. He then lifted the monster into the air and reminded everyone that no matter the situation, they must always observe their entire surroundings. The effortless move left everyone else frozen, unable to close their mouths in shock. Meanwhile, Zhang Shengzhe finally reached the area near Xiaoyang's base after a difficult journey. Hiding behind a large concrete block, he complained that this cursed place was full of abnormal people and wondered whether Jiang Xiaoyong was still alive. Suddenly, Xiaoyang's voice came from afar, urging his teammates forward and warning them to stay alert. Hearing the familiar voice, Zhang Shengzhe immediately focused. He carefully moved toward an abandoned vehicle, becoming more certain that the person speaking was Jiang Xiaoyong. Using the wrecked car as cover, he secretly observed and realized the group ahead was eliminating the mutated creatures. While watching, Zhang Shengzhe failed to notice a creature hiding under the car. The smell of a living human instantly made its eyes light up. That zombie turned out to be Wen Shuya. Her former beautiful appearance was gone, and her body was now covered in torn flesh and decay. Without any warning, her claw-covered arm suddenly grabbed Zhang Shengzhe's pant leg. Zhang Shengzhe was terrified and fell backward, kicking wildly while screaming for help. The horrifying face right in front of him left his mind blank, and his body froze for several seconds. Wen Shuya had become nothing but a predator. Her throat released a hoarse growl, her savage eyes locked onto the target, and her blood-covered mouth opened wide, ready to bite. Trapped beneath the terrifying creature, Zhang Shengzhe desperately screamed for someone to save him. A deafening gunshot suddenly tore through the air, and blood from the zombie splattered everywhere as he screamed. The person who appeared just in time with a smoking gun was Jiang Xiaoyong. Escaping death, Zhang Shengzhe quickly pushed the rotten corpse off his body. Xiaoyang looked at him suspiciously and asked why Zhang Shengzhe had traveled all the way here. Crawling forward while crying, he kept calling Xiaoyang's name and thanked fate that he was still alive to meet him. But at that moment, Xiaoyang's eyes suddenly stopped on his arm. A deep bite mark was clearly visible there, with blood still slowly dripping out. In an instant, the cold gun barrel turned toward Zhang Shengzhe's head because he had clearly been bitten. Realizing death was right in front of him, he quickly waved his hands and begged Xiaoyang to calm down, asking to say a few words before anything happened. Xiaoyang kept his guard up and coldly ordered him to stay where he was and not move any closer. Jiang Shengji trembled with a pale face and admitted that he had no chance of surviving and would soon become a monster. However, what hurt him most was that Yang Dao had captured his wife and child, then forced him to lure Xiaoyang here so they could steal his supplies. His voice became full of desperation, as he admitted he was not a good person, but he had never done anything completely inhuman, and his wife and child were innocent. Tears kept falling, as Jiang Shengzhe feared those people would hurt his family. He begged Xiaoyang to remember the supplies he had delivered before and save them. After hearing everything, Xiaoyang rested his chin and thought. Although Jiang Shengzhe had only worked for money before, his help had allowed him to gather the supplies he needed. Thinking of that, Xiaoyang turned toward the base behind him. Considering the current situation, the base still had many empty rooms, while the number of men greatly exceeded women, creating an imbalance in the group. Just then, the familiar system notification sounded, making Xiaoyang laugh. It seemed the reward had come looking for him again. A new mission interface appeared, titled Entrusted Family. The mission required rescuing Jiang Shengzhi's family, with current progress at 0 and a reward of 25 points. Meanwhile, the mission to clear the monsters outside continued, already at 70 completion, with a reward of 10 points. Seeing the opportunity, Xiaoyang immediately agreed and told Jiang Shengzhe to leave peacefully because he would handle saving his family. Hearing this, Jiang Shengzhe was so happy he could hardly believe it. Jiang Shengzhe knelt down and thanked him, saying such kindness could never be repaid in this life, and he hoped to repay it in the next. After entrusting everything, he calmly closed his eyes and asked Xiaoyang to help him end his final journey. Not understanding, Xiaoyang asked how he wanted to be sent off. Jiang Shengzhe begged him to kill him before the transformation, because he did not want to become a monster and hurt his wife and child later. Facing that request, Xiaoyang did not answer immediately and only watched him silently for a long time. However, instead of shooting, he suddenly called Shan Shan to bring out a bicycle and give it to Jiang Shengzhe, leaving her confused. Without explaining, Jiang Xiaoyong told Jiang Shengzhe to leave immediately, go as far away as possible, and find a deserted place to hide. Confused by the strange arrangement, Jiang Shengzhe asked why, but Xiaoyong only told him not to ask too much. His remaining time was short, so he should leave quickly. As if understanding Xiaoyong's intention, Jiang Shengzhe sighed and accepted the plan, but before leaving, he sincerely thanked him. Soon after, Jiang Shengzhe climbed onto the prepared bicycle and used all his strength to ride far away. The mutation slowly consumed his body, yet his mind was filled only with his family and the voices of his wife and child. One side of his face had already started turning into a horrifying zombie appearance, while the unchanged side was covered with tears from missing his loved ones. Back at the base, Jiang Xiaoyang and the others continued cleaning the battlefield, gathering all zombie corpses into one large pile. After collecting the bodies, everyone poured gasoline over the pile. With a single spark, the flames immediately began spreading. The final step was burning the rotten corpses into ashes. At that moment, Genji exhaustedly complained that a whole day of work had left his body almost broken. While everyone rested, Xiaoyang silently evaluated the team's abilities. With their current experience, several people working together with melee weapons could already handle small groups of zombies without injuries. The system also announced the road-clearing mission was complete, awarding 10 points and raising his total to 28. After thinking for a moment, his eyes stopped on Zhu Sheng and Meng Sansan. Xiaoyang then observed Jiang Ji's group and concluded that if they faced a larger zombie horde, or a sudden wave attack, their current formation would almost certainly collapse. Without revealing his purpose, he turned around and motioned for everyone to follow. Jiang Xiaoyang led the entire group straight into a warehouse's area. As soon as they arrived, Xiaoyang suddenly called Zhu Sheng, making him step forward and ask what he needed. Xiaoyang placed the key in his hand and explained that the warehouse was fully stocked with combat equipment. He had to enter the city tonight, so the safety of the base would be entrusted to Zhu Sheng. Holding the key, Zhu Sheng looked worried because the city was already in complete chaos, yet Xiaoyang planned to go there alone. Jiang Ji and Xiao Jia immediately excitedly asked to accompany Xiaoyong. In contrast, Lu Yiming stayed silent in the back, showing no intention of joining. Facing their enthusiasm, Jiang Xiaoyong firmly refused because their current strength was not enough to survive outside. Taking them along would only distract him. After receiving the responsibility, Zhu Sheng patted his chest and promised to protect the base, reminding Xiaoyong to stay safe. Sometime later, Jiang Xiaoyong was already sitting in the driver's seat, ready to begin the journey. Before leaving, he naturally equipped himself with all necessary survival gear. At that moment, the system interface appeared and announced that the shop had not restocked new items. A manual refresh would cost 2 points. Looking at the floating message, Xiaoyang complained that this shop's restocking speed was slower than a turtle. However, the upcoming trip was more dangerous than usual, so he decided to spend some points and refresh the list himself to increase his survival chances. After the refresh, new items appeared. The system deducted 2 points, leaving him with 26 points, and introduced a level 1 black technology supply box priced at 20 points. There was also a level 1 medical box and a level 1 damage weapon box, each costing 5 points. The next manual refresh fee had increased to 4 points, leaving Xiaoyang speechless at the expensive prices. After using the feature only once, the cost had already doubled. Xiaoyang realized he would have to calculate carefully before spending points in the future. Without hesitation, Xiaoyang bought the black technology box. He found spending points for items quite exciting, and luckily, his balance was still enough. The system quickly confirmed the purchase. The level 1 black technology supply box was completed, 20 points were deducted, and his balance dropped to 6. Right after that, a dazzling light suddenly burst out and filled the inside of the car. The familiar notification sounded again, announcing that the level 1 black technology box had opened, and the reward was a level 5 physical enhancement potion. Blinded by the flashy effect, Jiang Xiaoyong could not help complaining that it felt like a flash grenade had exploded right in front of him. When the liquid container appeared clearly in his hand, he was immediately shocked because the potion could increase his physical ability by 5 points. Without hesitation, Xiaoyang used the potion on himself and decided to test the effect immediately. The moment he injected it, intense pain spread through his body and made him cry out. Then, a bright glow surrounded him again. The system quickly updated his data. Physical ability increased to 13 points, equal to 260 ordinary people. His abilities Mind Eye and Empty Eye were also activated. At the same time, inside Zhang Shengzhe's house, the room was messy, with countless children's toys scattered everywhere. Xiao Li hugged her son tightly, gently comforting him, and saying that his father would definitely return to reunite with them. While the situation remained tense, 2 of Yang Tao's men suddenly broke through the door and stormed inside. Seeing their aggressive appearance, Xiao Li fearfully asked what they wanted. The 2 men rushed forward and restrained her, showing obvious evil intentions, as they claimed they wanted some entertainment. After saying that, they began tearing at her clothes. Xiao Li panicked and cried, repeatedly begging them to let her go. She screamed for help while desperately resisting, trying to escape Yang Tao's men's dirty hands and begging them to spare her. At the most dangerous moment, someone suddenly appeared at the door and interrupted their actions. Laika walked in with an annoyed expression and loudly asked why the room was making so much noise. Seeing him appear, one man excitedly invited him to join, but Laika immediately refused and ordered them to stop because their important mission was not finished yet. The order disappointed the subordinate, who complained that such things were nothing unusual for their group. Angry at being questioned, Laika scolded him for being foolish. If Xiao Li became desperate and killed herself, Zhang Shengzhe would lose his weakness and might return to fight them all to the death. After warning them, Laika softened his tone and said that once Zhang Shengzhe was dealt with, they could do whatever they wanted, because Xiao Li would have nowhere to escape. Unable to defy the order, the henchman swallowed his anger and reluctantly accepted, though he still regretted the ruined fun. Before leaving the room, he turned back and gave Xiao Li a lecherous look, telling her to wait obediently for his return. After they left, the mother and daughter could only hug each other and cry helplessly in despair. Meanwhile, on a road filled with wandering zombies, Jiang Xiaoyong drove while analyzing his new stats. 13 points of physique had doubled his strength and greatly improved his reflexes and balance. With his enhanced body, his driving skills became incredibly agile, letting the car dodge obstacles smoothly and making Xiaoyong enjoy the new feeling. Along the dark road, groups of zombies still wandered around aimlessly. Jiang Xiaoyong stopped the car by the roadside and quickly stepped out. He had reached the city center area, and driving further would attract attention, so he decided to abandon the vehicle and move on foot. As soon as he left the car, his sharp hearing caught rough growls approaching from behind. 2 zombies had spotted their prey, opened their mouths wide, and charged straight at Xiaoyong. Without even turning around, he simply leaned aside and avoided their attacks. Right after that, Xiaoyong spun around and threw a powerful hook punch at the nearest zombie. With his current strength, he easily forced its body down onto the road. Not stopping there, Xiaoyong lifted the restrained creature and threw it at the other zombie. After knocking both down, he pulled out a sharp blade. Gripping the handle tightly, Xiaoyong's eyes turned cold as he locked onto the 2 targets ahead. In the next instant, he rushed forward at a speed far beyond ordinary humans. 2 flashes of the blade struck in succession, instantly cutting off both zombie heads. Putting away his weapon, Xiaoyong realized his current strength and speed were enough to crush normal zombies. His doubled physique truly made a huge difference. Not only had his muscles improved, but his senses had also become sharper. At that moment, a distant scream revealed someone was surrounded by a horde of zombies. Judging from the sound's direction and volume, Xiaoyong estimated the source was about 800 meters away. At that moment, the system activated a random challenge called Random Encounter. Meanwhile, inside a department store, surrounded by zombies, a panicked voice said they were trapped with no way out. Li Hongli immediately urged everyone to act, telling them to move heavy objects and reinforce the entrances. Zhuxuan asked with tears in his eyes if he and his father would die here. Lao Song comforted him, saying the zombies might not break through, and if they did, they would reunite with his mother. The father's clumsy comfort failed to calm Zixuan and only made him cry even harder. Seeing things get worse, Li Hongli turned to blame Lao Song and told him to stop talking before lowering everyone's morale. Being scolded, Lao Song refused to stay silent and argued that if he were good with words, he would have already become the apartment manager. With no escape left, Li Hongli clenched his teeth in worry, wondering if they would really die there today. Outside the store, the zombies continued roaring under heavy pressure. But then, strange noises suddenly came from outside, making everyone inside wonder what was happening. Without warning, a zombie corpse slammed into the glass door. The horrifying scene made Zixuan and Lao Song panic and fall backward. After the impact, the corpse slowly slid down, leaving a long trail of red blood on the glass. Strangely, the entire area outside became completely silent, leaving only the terrifying blood mark at the entrance. Breathing heavily, Li Hongli quickly ordered Lao Song and Zixuan to move the weights blocking the exit. He also told them to use the elevator for transport and make as little noise as possible. Lao Song nodded repeatedly and immediately followed the instructions. After a while, the group carefully opened the door and cautiously checked the outside. Looking onto the street, they saw countless zombie bodies scattered everywhere. Lao Song was shocked, wondering who could have taken down so many. At that moment, Zixuan suddenly shouted that the killer must be a mutated creature, even imagining it was a mutant superhero. Not understanding his son, Lao Song asked again. Zixuan excitedly explained that this type was stronger than normal zombies, with faster speed and better dodging ability, just like those in comics and games. After hearing that, Lao Song immediately blamed his son for only caring about games and comics, which was why his grades stayed at the bottom. Seeing his friend start lecturing his son while danger was still around, Li Hongli cut him off and urged everyone to move quickly, staying alert for any strange creatures. He took the lead, reminding everyone to check hidden corners before slowly guiding the group toward the meeting point. At a turn, Li Hongli suddenly stopped and raised his hand. The people behind him tensed up and asked if there was danger ahead. It turned out he noticed Jiang Xiaoyong standing in the middle of the road with a virtual system screen floating before him. The system confirmed the encounter, and rescue challenge was complete. The reward of 5 points was added, raising his balance to 11. The moment Zixuan saw Xiaoyong, he confidently declared that he was the mutant superhero, even suspecting he was some kind of evolved monster. Unlike the boy's imagination, Li Hongli thought Xiaoyong looked no different from an ordinary survivor. With his enhanced hearing, Jiang Xiaoyong heard everything and laughed, teasing Zixuan for having a wild imagination, since no mutant monster would casually walk around the streets. Seeing that Xiaoyong could speak normally, Li Hongli happily approached, relieved to finally meet another survivor. He then invited Xiaoyong to join their group, saying traveling alone in this chaotic world was dangerous and staying with others increased the chance of survival. Watching them constantly scan the area, Xiaoyong asked where they came from and if their group only had a few people. Li Hongli explained they came out searching for supplies, while many others were still hiding in Rongxiangyuan. Hearing that location, Xiaoyong became interested and asked if there was a residential area nearby called Jinyu Fu. Lao Song quickly confirmed that the two places were very close, only a street away. Taking the chance, he warmly invited Xiaoyong to join, boasting that Captain Li had a gun and the team had enough experience to protect him from zombies. Facing their kindness, Jiang Xiaoyong nodded, thanked them, and agreed to temporarily travel with the group. The group quickly gathered on the road, moving while constantly checking their surroundings. Along the way, Lao Song asked if Xiaoyong wanted to reach Jinyu Fu because he was trying to rescue someone important. Xiaoyong only gave a vague confirmation. Still curious, Lao Song continued asking whether the person he was looking for was a family member or girlfriend. He patted Xiaoyong's shoulder like an experienced elder and warned that the world had collapsed, so whoever it was might have little chance of surviving. He told him to prepare for the worst. Li Hongli gritted his teeth and added that even if the person escaped the zombies, they could still fall into the hands of ruthless survivors. That caught Jiang Xiaoyong's attention, and he immediately asked who those people were. Li Hongli angrily explained that a group of criminals occupied Beachy Mountain Villa in the east of the city while fighting for supplies. They killed survivors without mercy, and his team had already lost several members against them. After saying that, he warned everyone not to discuss it further. In this ruined world, even meeting another human did not guarantee safety, so they must stay alert. However, while looking behind them, Li Hongli failed to notice a zombie appearing ahead, making Zixuan scream a warning. Hearing the boys shout, he turned around and saw the creature charging straight at him. 2 gunshots rang out. The bullets pierced its head, and the zombie collapsed instantly. Surviving the danger, Li Hongli felt relieved, but angrily cursed that the corpse almost scared him to death. However, the gunshots attracted more zombies. Zixuan looked at the approaching horde and fearfully warned that the entire group was coming toward them. In the chaos, Li Hongli quickly searched for an escape route while forcing himself to stay calm. At that moment, he spotted a bus, stopped at the intersection, and immediately came up with a plan. Without hesitation, Li Hongli called everyone to run inside the bus and use it as a defensive position. Following behind, Jiang Xiaoyang analyzed that blindly running would only attract more zombies. Hiding in the bus made defense easier, but getting trapped inside would make escape difficult. Even so, he admired Li Hongli's quick thinking. Seeing Xiaoyong still walking slowly behind, Li Hongli shouted from the bus, urging him to get inside. The moment Jiang Xiaoyong jumped onto the bus floor, Li Hongli immediately closed the door and told Zixuan to carefully check every seat in case zombies were hiding inside. Pressing his face against the window, Zixuan nervously reported that the zombies had not given up and were coming in greater numbers. Seeing the endless wave of zombies approaching, Li Hongli's expression changed, realizing they had not moved fast enough to lose them. Soon, countless zombies surrounded the bus, smashing against the vehicle and trying to break in and devour everyone inside. Outside, they climbed over each other to get onto the bus, while the survivors struggled to hold them back and cursed angrily. Li Hongli used all his strength to hold the door shut, feeling his arms and legs almost lose all power. Just as he was about to collapse, a hand suddenly reached out and pressed against the shaking door. Jiang Xiaoyang used only a little strength to force the door completely closed, blocking the pressure from outside. Witnessing that unbelievable strength, Li Hongli froze in shock at Xiaoyang's physical power. Xiaoyang calmly told him to leave the door to him because the zombies could not break through. He ordered the others to smash the windows and create a counterattack point. Li Hongli nodded repeatedly, grabbed his weapon, and quickly rushed over to help his teammates kill the zombies. Seconds later, a bus window was smashed open, sending broken glass all over the floor. Seeing the opening, the zombies immediately crowded together and tried climbing through the window. But before the first zombie could enter, a bullet pierced through its head. Lao Song tightened his weapon and repeatedly struck the zombie heads reaching inside, cursing them while attacking. Behind him, Zixuan and a woman held onto Lao Song's belt tightly, stopping him from getting too reckless and falling outside. Elsewhere, Li Hongli watched his bullets running low and broke into a sweat. There were too many zombies, and his remaining ammo could not handle them. Just as he was struggling, Jiang Xiaoyang's calm voice told him to switch to another weapon. Seeing the large crossbow appear in Xiaoyang's hands, Li Hongli was stunned, wondering where he got such powerful equipment. Xiaoyang casually made up an excuse, saying he found the crossbow by chance and handed it to Li Hongli. With that powerful weapon, Li Hongli quickly eliminated countless zombies swarming outside. Lao Song also joined the attack. The two kept firing while venting their anger at the undead. After a fierce battle, the team finally wiped out the zombie horde and safely left the badly damaged bus. Escaping danger, Zixuan excitedly declared that surviving 2 deadly situations in a row could not be luck. Maybe they were chosen by fate. As the boy became proud of himself, Jiang Xiaoyang reminded him not to overthink and to stay alert instead of making foolish mistakes. Deep inside, Xiaoyang was still thinking about the 7 people left at the base, hoping everything there would go smoothly. At the fortress, while the group walked through the hallway, Lu Yiming suddenly volunteered to take the entire night watch shift so everyone else could rest. Xiao Jia noticed his unusual attitude and teased that the sun must have risen from the wrong direction for him to be so helpful. After being teased a few times, Lu Yiming immediately got angry, denying that he was lazy and telling Xiao Jia to mind his own business. Seeing his strange reaction, Xiao Jia stopped arguing and quietly wondered why he was acting so tense. Uncle Sheng did not suspect anything and thought the offer was reasonable. He told everyone to rest first, then warned Yiming to raise the alarm if anything unusual happened. Yiming quickly promised to guard carefully. Before long, darkness completely covered the base. Looking at the quiet darkness outside, Lu Yiming muttered that everyone was probably sleeping deeply by now. He suddenly stood up, realizing the chance had arrived, and deciding to finish his plan before Jiang Xiaoyong returned. Lu Yiming secretly entered Uncle Sheng's room, where the old man was sleeping without knowing anything. Beside the bed was the important key ring that Xiaoyong had entrusted to Uncle Sheng. In complete silence, the bedroom door slowly opened a small gap. The person lurking outside was none other than Lu Yiming. Holding his breath, he quietly stepped closer to the bed. After getting close enough, his hand slowly reached toward the key ring. But at that exact moment, Uncle Sheng suddenly opened his eyes and woke up. He immediately sat up and shouted a question. Caught red-handed, Lu Yiming panicked and realized his plan was exposed. With no way out, he suddenly threw a punch, making Uncle Sheng cry out in pain. Before Uncle Sheng could react, Lu Yiming grabbed the keys and ran away, ignoring his angry demand to stop and return them. The shouting echoed through the hallway, waking everyone up. People opened their doors one after another, while Meng Shanshan asked what happened. With his swollen face, Uncle Sheng quickly reported that Lu Yiming stole the weapon storage keys and urged everyone to chase him. Hearing about the armory, the others immediately rushed after him. Uncle Sheng kept shouting, while Jiang Qi ran at full speed and told Lu Yiming to stop. Realizing the pursuers were getting closer, Lu Yiming played dirty and knocked over objects along the hallway to block their path. The obstacles forced the group to slow down and lose sight of him, making Jiang Qi angrily curse the traitor for being shameless. While escaping, Lu Yiming happened to pass by the medical room. A dangerous idea appeared in his mind, and he smiled coldly, thinking there was no reason to turn back now. He quickly opened the door and walked straight toward the bed where Chen Xing was restrained. Lu Yiming slowly reached toward the knots on the ropes. Suddenly, Chen Xing broke free and tried to bite him, but Lu Yiming stepped back in time and cursed angrily. Seeing one of Chen Xing's arms had escaped the rope, he frowned and suspected someone had failed to tie him tightly from the beginning. A cruel plan instantly appeared in his mind, realizing this would save him the trouble of removing all the restraints. Not long after, Jiang Qi's group arrived at the medical room, breathing heavily. But the moment Jiang Qi looked inside, he froze, unable to take another step. Standing before Uncle Sheng was Chen Xing with red skin, staring blankly in an abnormal state. Uncle Sheng immediately knew who caused this disaster. Lu Yiming not only released him, but also wanted to drag everyone to their deaths. Thinking about the person he once trusted, Uncle Sheng became furious, never expecting that kid to betray them. Meng Shanshan anxiously asked how to deal with it, because all control equipment was locked away. Uncle Sheng immediately decided that no matter what happened, they had to work together and send the dangerous creature back into the medical room. Without wasting more time, he ordered Jiang Qi and Xiao Dai to attack from both sides, using the method Xiao Yang taught before. The most important thing was keeping distance, because one hit could be fatal. After receiving the order, the four carefully moved forward, slowly closing in on Chen Xing. When the target reached the right position, Uncle Sheng gave the signal. The three of them rushed forward at once. Jiang Qi quickly grabbed Chen Xing's head, preventing him from struggling. On both sides, Xiao Dai and Meng Shanshan controlled one arm each. Seeing everything under control, Jiang Qi reported that the target was completely restrained. Uncle Sheng still did not relax, and warned everyone to prevent him from suddenly biting someone, before quickly dragging him back into the medical room. The team counted down 3, 2, 1, then pushed Chen Xing back into the room with all their strength. As soon as everyone moved outside, Jiang Qi slammed the door shut. Watching Chen Xing continue walking around inside, Uncle Sheng leaned against the wall and breathed heavily from exhaustion. The three younger members gathered and discussed it. Everyone felt the capture had gone strangely easy. They realized they all shared the same strange feeling. Remembering the important matter, Uncle Sheng angrily stomped his foot. They had wasted too much time here, and Lu Yiming might have already emptied the weapon storage. At that moment, Lu Yiming stepped out from the darkness with a cold smile and asked who they were calling a beast earlier. However, he was not happy at all. After searching for a long time, he still could not find where Jiang Xiaoyang hid the ammunition storage. In the end, the only thing Lu Yiming found was a broken gun. Even so, he pointed the gun at everyone and threatened them. He believed the remaining bullets were enough to kill them all, then he could continue searching afterward. He forced everyone to line up and enter the room behind them. Jiang Qi could not stand his sudden change, and questioned what Lu Yiming was planning. Xiao Yang had risked his life to save him before. No longer hiding his true nature, Lu Yiming coldly said the debt of saving his life had already been repaid. He was tired of seeing Xiao Yang's arrogance every day. Why should saving him once mean serving Xiao Yang forever? Those ungrateful words made Uncle Sheng furious, while Xiao Dai's eyes filled with tears as she begged Lu Yiming to stop before going too far. Being constantly criticized, Lu Yiming lost patience and shouted for everyone to shut up and obey his orders. While no one noticed the room, Chen Xing opened his blood-red eyes and quietly crawled toward the door. He tightly held a strange object in his hand as his body slowly moved forward. Outside, Lu Yiming kept shouting wildly and urging everyone to move faster. Meanwhile, the story returned to Rongxiang Yuan. Li Hongli had brought Jiang Xiaoyang to the right location. Before leaving, he carefully gave directions. Crossing one more intersection would lead to Jin Yu Fu. The apartment complex had complicated terrain and could easily hide monsters, so Xiaoyang had to prepare an escape route. He also explained how to find their hiding place. After rescuing the person he needed, Xiaoyang should return to Rongxiang Yuan, enter the 8th floor through the side entrance, and avoid the main gate at all costs. Li Hongli especially reminded him not to forget this warning. Jiang Xiaoyang nodded, confirming he remembered everything, and said he would never forget their kindness. Watching Xiaoyang disappear into the distance, Lao Song worriedly asked if they should follow and help. After all, Xiaoyang had saved their lives before. Li Hongli explained that no one knew how dangerous Jin Yu Fu was inside. If they accidentally fell into a zombie horde, everyone would die. Hearing that, Lao Song felt even heavier, because it meant letting a young man walk alone into a place with almost no return. With no other choice, Li Hongli could only lower his head and sigh. He had already explained every danger clearly. Now they could only trust Xiao Yong's superior combat ability. As darkness covered Jin Yufu, groups of zombies filled the pathways. Desperate cries echoed through the night. The power was completely gone, and phone signals had disappeared without a trace. One of Yang Tao's underlings angrily scratched his head, complaining that he had no idea what happened to Jiang Sheng. He had been gone for so long without sending any news. The man beside him did not care about that at all. He only insisted they had to vent their frustration tonight, or he would go crazy. The others immediately agreed, believing Jiang Sheng had gone out alone and was probably already torn apart by zombies. They reminded each other to tie the woman up tightly afterward and never let her try to kill herself. Huddled inside the dark room, Xiao Li heard every disgusting word outside and trembled uncontrollably. The thugs became even more reckless, saying no one knew if they would survive tomorrow, so they should enjoy themselves first. Li Gei had no intention of stopping them. He only coldly warned them not to go too far, and to at least keep the mother and child alive. With their boss silently allowing it, the group became excited, and one even asked if he wanted to go first. Li Gei ignored the flattery. His eyes suddenly widened when he noticed something strange outside, while the underling kept asking if the boss was not interested and could let them handle it instead. What caught his attention was the many zombie corpses scattered across the lobby. The strange scene made Li Gei frown, because there was no reason for all those zombies to be killed at the same time. One of the underlings quickly ran over, unlocked the door, and opened it to check. Looking down the endless dark staircase, he muttered that perhaps reinforcements had finally arrived. At that moment, a shadow flashed past his eyes, making him freeze in terror. A cold blade flashed near his neck, and before he could identify the attacker, the underling was already dead. His head separated from his body and crashed onto the floor. At the same time, inside the room, where the mother and child were trapped, a group of thugs suddenly rushed inside, making Xiao Li scream in fear. She repeatedly demanded that they leave the room immediately. Despite Xiao Li's resistance, one thug smiled viciously and said she should stop pretending to fight back. Suddenly, a man grabbed Xiao Xiao by the collar and lifted him up. Seeing her son in their hands, Xiao Li panicked and screamed for them to put the child down. Annoyed by her shouting, one thug slapped Xiao Li hard, leaving her dizzy. They then threw Xiao Xiao into the hallway and coldly announced that their real target tonight was his mother. Seeing Xiao Li being bullied, Xiao Xiao gritted his teeth, rushed forward, and declared he would fight these bad people with his life. However, a child's strength was no match for Yang Tao's thugs. He was quickly thrown out of the doorway. The door slammed shut, leaving Xiao Xiao crying and banging on it. He shouted that when his father returned, he would make them pay. At that moment, the main door suddenly burst open, and a lifeless corpse crashed onto the floor. Hearing the loud noise, Xiao Xiao turned around. The bloody scene before him made his face turn pale with fear. A man's voice came from outside, asking what happened. Xiao Xiao stepped back in shock, wondering who had arrived. Jiang Xiaoyong calmly walked in and asked if the boy's father was someone named Jiang Sheng. Still terrified, Xiao Xiao could only tremble, nod, and quietly confirm. Meanwhile, in the room next door, Xiao Li curled up helplessly, using her body to protect herself. An angry thug slapped her again and shouted at her to stop crying. He even mocked her silence, saying it ruined his mood. A messy-looking man walked closer, grabbed Xiao Li's hair, pulled her head back, and laughed disgustingly, saying if others did not want her, he would take her first. Just as the danger reached its peak, the room door was suddenly smashed open by a powerful force, making the nearest thug turn around. He thought Xiao Xiao caused the disturbance and mocked the boy for being brave. Before he finished speaking, a sharp blade flashed across his neck. He muttered in shock that the door had been destroyed before his body lost all strength. Another thug saw his companion standing still and impatiently urged him to throw Xiao Xiao outside instead of wasting time. But right after saying that, the man at the doorway collapsed, his head separated from his body. The horrifying scene left everyone frozen, unable to understand what had happened. Immediately after, a hand appeared from the shadows and grabbed one thug by the head. Jiang Xiaoyong tightened his grip without hesitation, then forcefully pulled the man's body backward. The overwhelming strength slammed the thug onto the floor, causing blood to spill from his mouth. The last standing thug stepped back in fear and asked who this person was. Jiang Xiaoyong did not answer. He simply kicked forward, leaving a clear footprint on the man's face. Back at the base, Lu Yiming still held everyone at gunpoint. He gave a final warning, ordering them to move immediately or die where they stood. Knowing the situation was against them, Uncle Sheng lowered his voice and told everyone to obey for now. Meng Shanshan wanted to protest, but he stopped her, reminding them that Lu Yiming had a gun. They had to endure and wait for a chance to turn things around. Hearing Uncle Sheng mention escaping, Lu Yiming smiled cruelly. He believed that unless he killed someone as a warning today, they would never understand how terrifying he was. After saying that, he pressed the gun against Uncle Sheng's head and coldly declared he would send him to the afterlife first. Seeing his finger about to pull the trigger, Meng Shanshan shouted in panic, while Jiang Qi quickly stepped forward and told Lu Yiming to stop. At that critical moment, a terrifying series of sounds came from the medical room. Lu Yiming froze, unable to understand where the strange noise came from. His eyes stayed fixed on the lock, filled with confusion. He had personally locked that room. So what was happening inside? Suddenly, the doorknob slowly turned by itself, sending chills down his spine. Lu Yiming stuttered, asking who was on the other side. The medical room door slowly opened, revealing Chen Xing standing stiffly at the entrance. Everyone stared at the key and started discussing in shock. No one believed Chen Xing could open the door himself. He had become a zombie, so how could he still understand how to use a lock? While everyone was confused, Chen Xing's eyes locked onto the trembling Lu Yiming. Those blood-red eyes carried intense hatred, as if all his anger was focused on the traitor. After regaining his composure, Lu Yiming raised the gun toward Chen Xing and gritted his teeth, declaring he would never let him live. Right after the threat, he pulled the trigger without hesitation. But the gun suddenly jammed and failed to fire. The unexpected problem made Lu Yiming panic as he checked it and cursed his bad luck. Taking the chance, Chen Xing charged forward like a predator, making Lu Yiming scream in terror. Lu Yiming could not accept what he was seeing, and kept shouting that this was impossible. In the end, he desperately called for help, while Chen Xing attacked him until he died. But no one dared to step forward. After settling the debt with the traitor, Chen Xiang stood up coldly. He grabbed Lu Yiming's corpse and slowly dragged it back into the medical room. Seeing his strange actions, Uncle Sheng was stunned and had no idea what was happening. Jiang Qi was also confused, because Chen Xiong had shown no intention of hurting them. Suddenly, a heavy breath escaped from Chen Xiang's mouth. His moving steps stopped instantly, and he stood still right before the door. Without warning, Chen Xiang reached out and pulled the key from the lock. He casually threw it back toward the people outside. The metal key hit the floor right before everyone's shocked eyes. After finishing everything, Chen Xiang calmly pulled the door shut with force. Outside the hallway, everyone could only stare at each other, unable to explain his actions. At Jinyu Mansion, Jiang Xiaoyong silently watched Xiao Li and Shuai Shuai holding each other in fear. He looked down at the boy and briefly called him over. Hearing that, Shuai Shuai raised his head with a strange and hesitant expression. Still wary of the man before her, Xiao Li hugged her son tighter and asked why he wanted Shuai Shuai to come over. Jiang Xiaoyong gave no explanation and coldly repeated his order for the boy to step forward. Sensing that the person who saved them had no bad intentions, Shuai Shuai left his mother's arms and smiled, assuring her he would be fine. When he got closer, Jiang Xiaoyong handed him the blade handle and told him to hold it tightly. Shuai froze, staring at his savior in confusion. Although confused, the boy still accepted the weapon. Jiang Xiaoyong then pointed at Yang Dao and his tied-up followers, ordering Shuai to end their lives himself. Hearing the command, the group turned pale and started sweating. They cried and begged Jiang Xiaoyong to spare them. Xiao Li was terrified by the decision and quickly stopped him, reminding him that Shuai was still just a child. Jiang Xiaoyong looked at the boy gripping the blade with countless emotions inside, and calmly said that from this moment on, Shuai could no longer live like a child. He then reminded him that his mother would only have him to rely on from now on. To protect his family, Shuai had to punish those who hurt them. Holding the weapon tightly, Shuai recalled his father's death and all the suffering he and his mother endured. The fear on his face slowly turned into intense rage. His eyes widened, filled with hatred and the determination to never be weak again. Without hesitation, Shuai gripped the blade with both hands, tears falling as he shouted and charged at Yang Dao and his men. Blood quickly splattered across the floor, mixed with the screams of the dying villains. When it was over, Shuai stood motionless among Yang Tao and his fallen followers, breathing heavily from exhaustion. Seeing her young son go through such a bloody scene, Xiao Li panicked and could only tremble while calling his name. The boy turned to Jiang Xiaoyong with sorrowful eyes and asked if his father had also died at the hands of these villains. Jiang Xiaoyong did not hide the truth and confirmed they were the ones who killed Jiang Sheng. After hearing the truth, all strength left Jai Soai's body. His hands dropped and the blade slipped down with a loud clang. His pain burst out instantly. He cried loudly and rushed to hug his mother. Xiao Li also felt heartbroken, holding back her tears. After fulfilling Jiang Sheng's request, Jiang Xiaoyong turned to leave. Unexpectedly, Xiao Li knelt down and begged him to take Shuai with him, accepting any price. The boy immediately refused, saying he had to stay and protect his mother. Seeing the mother and son unwilling to separate, Jiang Xiaoyong sighed and changed his decision. He allowed both of them to leave together, since he promised Jiang Sheng to keep his family safe. Jiang Xiaoyong led the way with his weapon, while the mother and son followed closely behind. The three carefully crossed countless zombie corpses scattered on the ground. Looking at the countless dead zombies along the path, Shuai could not hide his shock. He could not imagine how powerful the man ahead was to defeat so many monsters alone. The boy looked at Xiaoyong with admiration, but he stayed cold and only told Shuai to call him uncle. The boy was about to speak when Xiaoyong suddenly raised his hand and signaled them to stop. He seemed to sense unusual movements nearby and immediately became alert, carefully watching everything around them. After listening for a few seconds, Xiaoyong asked Xiaoli if she knew where Building 8 of Jiangxiangyuan was. Still holding her sword, she pointed in that direction and wondered what had happened there. At Building 8 of Jiangxiangyuan, a group of armed thugs gathered in front of the entrance. They shouted for the people inside to surrender, promising fair food distribution, while forcing them to hand over all women under 40. Meanwhile, the situation on the third floor was becoming extremely tense. Captain Li's group was trapped in a difficult situation. Liu Chao trembled and thought there was no hope left, suggesting they surrender to survive. Captain Li immediately rejected the idea. He knew those people would never keep their promises after they gave up their weapons. They would likely keep only Wu Dai Ran and He Fang alive, while everyone else would be killed. At that moment, the threats from below gave them 10 minutes to decide before they were wiped out. The pressure became too much, and a woman in the group burst into tears. She suggested that the two sisters surrender themselves to save everyone else. The young woman in the black dress immediately refused. She would rather die than become a toy for those thugs to abuse. Seeing everyone's morale weakening, Captain Li told them to stay calm and encouraged the group. He insisted they would fight until the end. As long as they held the hallway, the enemy would have difficulty breaking through. Below, one of Biqui's men worriedly analyzed the situation with their leader. Although they had good equipment, the enemy commander had a gun, so attacking directly would be extremely dangerous. The leader spun the gun in his hand with a sinister smile. He had no intention of attacking head-on. Instead, he ordered his men to destroy the water supply system of the occupied apartments and see how long the people upstairs could survive without water. At the same time, Xiaoyong and the mother and son hid behind the opposite wall. Sui cautiously asked if the people gathered outside were also bad guys. After observing the thugs carefully, Xiaoyong coldly confirmed that the boy's guess was correct. After saying that, he walked out alone, locking his eyes on the enemies ahead. In Xiaoyong's eyes, they were no different from the beasts who had tortured Shui and his mother. On the third floor, Captain Li grabbed his gun and volunteered to scout ahead. He told everyone to guard the stairs and hide their positions, while he secretly went down to see what the enemy was planning. The others could only remind him to be careful. The captain lowered his body and slowly moved toward the window, controlling every step to avoid making any sound. When he carefully looked down, he cursed under his breath. All 7 enemies were armed, and even worse, 3 of them were carrying guns. Suddenly, a powerful flash erupted from an explosion, lighting up the entire area. The deafening blast made Captain Li quickly pull his head back. He covered his ears tightly, his face turning pale from the shock. The unexpected destructive power terrified him, and the people behind him also panicked as their hearts raced. On Bi Kui's side, one of the followers was suddenly shot through the head and died instantly. The attack happened too fast, leaving everyone screaming and unable to find where it came from. Seeing their companion collapse, the remaining men lost their composure and scattered in panic. The leader roared in anger, demanding to know who dared attack him from the shadows. From the third floor, Li Hongli looked down and saw a familiar figure calmly walking toward the thugs. He was stunned because the newcomer seemed to be someone he knew. After looking again carefully, Li Hongli realized the person approaching was the young man their group had met the night before. Jiang Xiaoyong calmly entered the battlefield, his gun firing non-stop and forcing the people from Bi Sui to desperately crawl for cover. One man raised his gun, but had no time to fire before Xiaoyong's bullet pierced his forehead, sending blood spraying behind him. Seeing his companion fall, the thug hiding nearby broke out in cold sweat and cautiously peeked out to watch the situation. Right after that, 2 thugs suddenly jumped up, screaming wildly as they fired at Xiaoyong. Unfortunately, their shooting skills were terrible, and every bullet missed. Xiaoyong calmly moved forward, changing directions to dodge every shot. Seeing their clumsy counterattack, Xiaoyong slightly raised his lips and mocked them as a bunch of amateurs. The leader gritted his teeth in anger and quickly hid behind a steel container. He cursed non-stop, unable to understand where this dangerous enemy came from. Xiaoyong immediately focused his fire on the hiding spot, causing bullets to repeatedly hit the metal surface. The leader curled up in panic, holding his head and cursing. Unable to show his face, he shouted at his men to take this chance and attack Xiaoyong while he was distracted. Following the order, one of the followers stepped out from cover and shouted loudly, trying to draw Xiaoyong's attention away. But in an instant, Xiaoyong's sharp eyes turned toward him and locked onto the new target. His wrist moved quickly, aiming the gun straight at the reckless enemy. 2 gunshots rang out. 1 bullet pierced the forehead, while the other hit the chest. Everything happened so fast that the man could not even pull the trigger. Despite losing another follower, the leader laughed proudly. Seeing Xiaoyong stop shooting, he assumed the gun was empty and his final chance had arrived. Confident that he had the advantage, he rushed out, aimed his gun at Xiaoyong, and shouted excitedly that he would send him to hell. Unlike his opponent's madness, Xiaoyong remained completely calm. He casually dropped his gun and let the enemy approach while keeping his cold eyes fixed on him. The leader kept pulling the trigger and screaming for him to die, but when the bullet flew over, Xiaoyong only tilted his head and easily avoided it. Taking advantage of the moment the enemy lost balance, Xiaoyong instantly grabbed his gun and locked his arm, completely disabling him. Then, Xiaoyong pressed the still-hot barrel under his chin. The killing intent made the leader's face turn pale. Without giving the villain another chance to speak, Xiaoyong pulled the trigger. Blood immediately sprayed from the man's head. The lifeless body collapsed onto the concrete floor, and blood quickly formed a large pool beneath him. After watching for a few seconds, Xiaoyong checked the leader's clothes and pockets, taking anything valuable. After clearing the enemies outside, he broke through the entrance and entered the lobby. Behind the walls, several thugs were already waiting with weapons for a surprise attack. However, Xiaoyong's enhanced senses detected the ambush early. He slowly scanned the area and carefully identified suspicious positions. Suddenly, a man with an axe rushed out from the left, while two others charged from the opposite side with violent screams. In just a few moves, Xiaoyong defeated all of them with simple attacks, leaving them motionless on the floor. He then raised his head and challenged the remaining enemies to come out. After confirming the danger was gone, the people upstairs finally came down. Shuai looked at Xiaoyong with admiration and kept praising how incredible his battle was. At that moment, the system interface appeared before Xiaoyong and announced a new mission called Human Expansion. He had to recruit up to 5 survivors in Jiangxiangyuan with a reward of 25 points. After reading the mission, Xiaoyong pointed at the scattered bodies and asked Captain Li about the identity of the people he had killed. Captain Li looked at the corpses with hatred and explained that they belonged to the force controlling Bicui Mountain Villa in the south of the city. Hearing that name, Xiaoyong showed surprise. Then Captain Li called Liu Chao and Chen Jie, the 2 young men in yellow clothes standing nearby. The 2 quickly came over and asked what he needed. Captain Li ordered them, as people who lived in the southern area, to tell Xiaoyong everything they knew about the Bicui Mountain Force. The 2 took turns explaining everything. It turned out to be a notorious criminal group with large supplies and weapons, using Bicui Mountain Villa as their base. Most survivors in the southern area had also been forced to gather there. Xiaoyong closed his eyes and connected the clues in his mind. Li Thu Heng and Sui Jing were also hiding in the southern part of the city. If everything matched, those 2 might be connected to this same force. Xiaoyong suddenly opened his eyes and asked if Bicui Base was the only force controlling the southern area. Chen Jie immediately denied it, explaining there were still many survivor camps there. Unfortunately, Bicui's firepower was too strong, and smaller groups could barely resist whenever they came to attack. Mentioning the methods of this force, both Chen Jie and Liu Chao gritted their teeth in anger. Liu Chao said that after taking over a place, they usually killed nearly half the people to intimidate others. Then they selected beautiful women and those willing to submit as their servants before bringing them back to the base. Connecting their words with the clues he had, Xiaoyong suddenly slapped his thigh. Everything finally matched perfectly. Realizing Xiaoyong had discovered something important, Captain Li asked if there was another secret behind all of this. Xiaoyong did not answer. Instead, he walked to the 3 corpses and told Captain Li to collect their weapons and store them carefully. He also asked him to check their clothes for extra ammunition. He then handed his own rifle to Captain Li, along with 5 magazines for everyone to defend themselves. Receiving such valuable equipment, Captain Li was stunned and asked if Xiaoyong really meant to give it away. Xiaoyong looked toward Bicui Mountain with killing intent in his eyes. He warned that the enemy would definitely return for revenge. But with these weapons, Captain Li's group could handle dozens of enemies. They only needed to hold out for a few more days, and after reorganizing, Xiaoyong would personally destroy their base. Hearing that Xiaoyong planned to attack the enemy's headquarters, Liu Chao turned pale and quickly stopped him. He believed one person could not fight an entire base of dozens of people, especially since Bicui's forces might have grown even stronger. Captain Li also agreed that Liu Chao had a point and advised Xiaoyong not to risk his life for them. If things became dangerous, they could move to another area of the huge city, making it difficult for Bicui to find them. However, Xiaoyong simply turned around and walked away. He believed they were worrying too much because he already had a blood debt with the people from Bicui. Before leaving, he told them that in a few days, he would return by truck and take all survivors to the eastern area. Captain Li was surprised and asked about that place. Xiaoyong explained it was Yiju Tea Factory, where he had built a new base, but currently lacked manpower. Knowing the area was isolated and safe, Captain Li happily agreed. Xiaoyong waved goodbye to the survivors and left the building with Xiao Li and Xia Shai. Before leaving, he reminded everyone to stay alert and then continued their journey. Standing in the hallway, Captain Li waved goodbye and wished Xiaoyong a safe return. In the southern area of the city, outside a base surrounded by steel fences, a bloody human head was placed on a metal spike as a terrifying warning to anyone approaching. The guards carried guns and constantly patrolled the area with extremely strict security. In front of the main building, 3 mutilated corpses, 2 men and 1 woman, hung in the air, swaying endlessly in the wind. Deep inside a large room, 4 men sat around a round table. Jiang Qingwen took a long drag of his cigarette and angrily asked why the supplies from Jinyu Entertainment area had still not been brought back. Li Thuheng immediately pointed toward the door and forced a flattering smile. He reported that his men had left a while ago and should be returning with the supplies soon. At that moment, Lin Guangkai interrupted with a mocking tone. He reminded everyone that Jinyu had not only food but also many young women, so the trip should naturally bring back people to serve them. He then deliberately asked if Li Thuheng thought the same way. Although annoyed inside, Thuheng could only force a smile. He claimed he had already considered it and ordered his men to bring back everyone they found alive. Qingwen continued smoking, letting white smoke cover his face before coldly criticizing him. He said he was not trying to make things difficult, but almost every mission assigned to Li Thuheng had ended in failure. Cold sweat began running down his face, but Li Thuheng still tried to stay calm despite his anxiety. He promised that this time everything would be handled perfectly. Seeing him cornered, Guangkai beside him only smirked with amusement. After leaving the room, Li Thuheng quickly wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a heavy breath. Seeing his superior's bad expression, the guard outside immediately asked if something was wrong. Already full of anger, Li Thuheng vented his frustration on the guard and demanded to know why the 7 men he sent out had not returned. The subordinate nervously reported that scouts had been sent an hour ago, and something seemed to have happened there. The bad news sent Thuheng into a rage. He could not believe all his men were wiped out because the survivors at Jiangxiangyuan had little fighting ability. Even worse, his group had 3 guns and still failed to deal with the enemy. Furious, Thuheng gave an urgent order. He demanded Dao Zi be called over and all gun users be gathered. This time, he would personally lead the attack and would not tolerate any more mistakes. Back at Jiang Xiaoyong's base, in the silent night, the familiar truck slowly entered the yard, with short horn sounds announcing their return. Hearing the sound, San happily shouted that Xiaoyong was back. Uncle Sheng and Jiang Qi quickly ran outside to welcome him. At the same time, the system interface appeared before Xiaoyong, confirming the escort mission was complete. He received 25 more points, raising his total to 36 points. When the truck stopped in the yard, everyone gathered around and warmly welcomed him home. Xiaoyong opened the door and stepped down. Seeing their savior return safely, San smiled brightly and said they had been waiting for him for a long time. He looked over everyone and quickly noticed a missing face. The corner of his mouth lifted because, just as expected, Lu Yiming was no longer among them. Seeing his reaction, the girl was shocked and asked if Xiaoyong had discovered Lu Yiming's true nature long ago. Xiaoyong did not answer, and instead introduced Xiao Li and Shuai. He then asked Jiang Qi to arrange a place for the mother and son to rest before telling him to gather everyone at the medical room. Jiang Qi immediately agreed. About 15 minutes later, Xiaoyong and 4 others gathered outside the medical room. Uncle Sheng was still surprised and asked if Xiaoyong had suspected Lu Yiming's betrayal from the beginning. Xiaoyong picked up the gun on the floor and slowly explained. He was never completely sure that Lu Yiming was the traitor, but there was one thing he had already confirmed. Hearing this, Jiang Qi and Xiao Dai lowered their eyes, clearly disappointed as they remembered the friendship they once trusted. Seeing Jiang Qi's pain after being betrayed by his closest friend, Xiaoyong gritted his teeth and explained that there must have been someone secretly hiding among the group, waiting for a chance to cause trouble. Jiang Qi froze instantly. His hand tightened around the gun, as if he had just discovered an important clue. After checking the magazine, he suddenly shouted. The bullets inside were actually rubber bullets. Uncle Sheng looked toward the medical room and worriedly asked how Xiaoyong planned to handle Chen Xiong inside. Remembering Chen Xiong's transformation, Xiaoyong explained that he was not a normal zombie, but an extremely rare mutated type. Xiaoyong walked to the bed where Chen Xiong was lying and whispered, if he could still understand human words, he should blink 3 times to prove it. At first, Chen Xiong did not move at all, but after hearing the request, his eyelids really blinked 3 times, and his throat released low growls. Xiaoyong praised him and continued testing with a simple calculation, asking him to answer through blinking. After Chen Xiong answered correctly, Xiaoyong explained this type of zombie. After the disaster began, a tiny number of infected people, exposed to otherworldly pathogens, could evolve into mutate beings. They possessed intelligence and strength far beyond normal zombies, and could even retain part of their human memories. Xiaoyong then calmly opened the door and walked inside without any hesitation. Chen Xiong also slowly sat up, and luckily he belonged to the rare mutated group that still retained awareness. Chen Xiong accidentally stepped on Lu Yiming's head, making everyone watching outside turn pale. Suddenly, he turned his gray face with visible veins toward the group and released a series of terrifying hoarse sounds. But a few seconds later, Chen Xiong raised his hand and awkwardly waved at everyone in a friendly manner. Xiaoyong nodded back and told Chen Xiong to stop stepping on the corpse and quickly take the dirty thing outside to clean it up. Understanding the instruction, he immediately grabbed Lu Yiming by the collar and dragged the corpse out of the room. Jiang Qi was the first to gather his courage and approach. He called out to Chen Xiong emotionally and asked if his first could still remember everyone. The familiar voice from behind made Chen Xiong stop in the hallway while dragging the body. He slowly turned around, forcing a terrifying crooked smile, while strange hoarse sounds came from his throat. Jiang Qi was stunned for a long time. Although his friend's appearance had completely changed, he was still happy because the brother he cared about had not truly disappeared. Unexpectedly, Chen Xiong suddenly attacked Jiang Qi's weak spot. Luckily, Jiang Qi reacted quickly, jumping back to avoid it and angrily complaining that he still loved using dirty tricks. Chen Xiong grinned proudly, while Jiang Qi recovered and covered himself. Only then did he realize his friend still remembered their old jokes. Even after becoming a zombie, his mischievous personality remained unchanged. Back in his room, Xiaoyang lay on the bed and relaxed with his hand behind his head. The system interface suddenly appeared, announcing that he completed a hidden achievement by recruiting a mutated teammate. 10 points were added, raising his total to 46 points. Realizing he had unlocked a special achievement by accident, Xiaoyang became interested. With extra points available, he decided to check the shop for valuable items. The item list quickly appeared, including a level 1 survival medical supply box for 5 points, a level 1 deterrent weapons supply box for 5 points, a level 2 future technology box requiring 50 points, and a craft refresh package costing 4 points. The moment he saw the level 2 item, Xiaoyang immediately sat up. This was the first time the shop displayed such a high-level item, and he could not hide his excitement. However, the 50-point price made him reconsider. In the end, Xiaoyang decided to buy the 2 cheaper level 1 boxes first, worried that the shop list might change the next day. A supply box appeared instantly with a transaction confirmation. 5 points were spent on the level 1 survival medical supply box, reducing his points to 41. He then bought the level 1 deterrent weapon supply box for 5 more points, leaving him with 36 points. Xiaoyang reached out and touched both boxes. A blinding light immediately erupted and filled the entire room. The system voice announced that the level 1 survival medical supply box had been opened. The reward was a vaccine against other worldly pathogens, which could prevent infection after being bitten with a certain success rate, but it was useless for those who had fully transformed. The level 1 deterrent weapon supply box was also activated, giving him a 3ZM82 sniper rifle and 10 12.7mm 50 BMG armor-piercing rounds. Xiaoyang leaned back on the bed, satisfied with the rewards. Even level 1 items were already this powerful, so level 2 or level 3 equipment would surely be beyond imagination. The vaccine also meant he could save newly bitten people before they completely became monsters. After that, Xiaoyang opened the mission panel and checked his current progress. The goal was still expanding his manpower by recruiting survivors at Jiangxiangyun with a maximum of 5 people. The completion reward was 25 points. Seeing that number, Xiaoyang rubbed his hands excitedly and decided to finish the mission tomorrow so he could soon afford the level 2 technology box. As night covered the world and everyone fell asleep, only Chen Xiang continued dragging Lu Yiming's damaged corpse outside the base fence. The next morning, Xiaoyang gathered all members in the common area and announced a new rule that would take effect today. Everyone had to spend at least 1 hour every day training their shooting skills and could not skip it. The 5 members quickly lined up and aimed at distant water bottles to practice their accuracy. Xiaoyang walked over, patted Uncle Sheng's shoulder, and asked him and Jiang Qi to clean up the empty rooms. Jiangxiangyuan still had survivors, and today he would drive there to bring them back. Uncle Sheng immediately agreed and told him to leave everything to them. After arranging everything, Xiaoyang turned and called Chen Xiong. The zombie looked back in confusion and made a strange sound, while Xiaoyang only gestured for him to prepare to leave. Several hours later, on a wide highway, a crashed truck blocked the road, with countless corpses scattered around. While Xiaoyang and Chen Xiong inspected the area, a zombie with a blade pierced through its head collapsed to the ground. Without looking closer, it was obvious that Xiaoyang had just eliminated another target. Inside the cabin, the driver had turned into a zombie, but was still trapped by the seatbelt, only able to growl and wave his arms helplessly. In just a few seconds, Chen Xiong pulled the monster out of the driver's seat and threw it onto the road. Xiaoyang took out a small key, threw it toward his mutated teammate, and signaled that it belonged to him. Chen Xiong awkwardly caught the key and held the tiny object in his palm, like a priceless treasure. Seeing that he had received it, Xiaoyang did not stay any longer. He turned away and told him that when they were alone, he could remove it freely. There was no need to keep forcing himself to carry that burden. Hearing this, Chen Xiong immediately unlocked it and removed the mask. Before leaving, Xiaoyang reminded him to cover his face again at Jiangxiangyuan, or he would scare the civilians. At the base, Li Shuxiang's men had gathered around 2 vehicles. The leader was annoyed because he kept checking the numbers and was still short of people until a man and a woman hurried over. The group cheered, saying the team was complete and ready to leave. He threw his cigarette to the ground with a fierce expression and declared that with this much firepower, if they still could not crush Jiangxiang Yuan, he would have no right to call himself the boss. As the cigarette hit the ground, the convoy roared out of the gate, followed by the excited screams of the thugs eager for battle. Somewhere else, many people wearing black clothes stood in a circle. In the center, a man was kneeling on the ground. On the road, several vehicles swerved dangerously, forcing nearby cars to quickly move aside. Inside a high-rise apartment building, several people sat close together, carefully dividing their remaining small amount of food. The sound of engines made everyone look outside immediately. Lu Yiming happily guessed that Xiao Yong had returned to pick them up. Li Hongli quickly signaled everyone to stay quiet and told them not to appear until he confirmed the situation. After speaking, he slowly approached the window and secretly observed the street below. Soon, voices from afar could be heard. The people outside were confirming their target was Building 8 in the back row. Li Shuxiong immediately shouted for his men to advance and ordered everyone to spread out into battle formation. Seeing the forces below clearly, Hongli gritted his teeth and cursed silently. The people who arrived were not Xiao Yong, but the thugs from Bicui Mountain. The man nearby immediately loaded his weapon, his killing intent rising. He believed the enemies had delivered themselves to their doorstep, and since they had weapons, there was no reason to hesitate. Hongli immediately stopped his recklessness and warned that the enemy had far more people, with almost everyone carrying guns. He ordered everyone to move to the agreed ambush points, while he went to the rooftop for support. After judging the distance, the group confirmed their current position was perfect. Once the enemies moved a little closer, they would enter their firing range. Below, Li Shuxiang's men tightened their grip on their weapons and prepared to launch the attack. At that moment, the 2 observers on the upper floor panicked and reported that the enemies had charged forward, urging everyone to find cover. Heavy gunfire suddenly poured out from the ground, tearing through the air and shattering countless windows. Sharp glass fragments shot toward a man, causing him to scream in pain. Shuxiang angrily demanded a speaker, then ordered his men to aim their guns at the windows and fire at anyone who appeared. Holding the speaker, he raised it and tested the sound with a few words. Then a sudden gunshot rang out. The bullet pierced the forehead of the man standing beside him, causing blood to spray everywhere. The scene made the entire group turn pale as they realized the enemy was using a rifle. Before they could recover, the next bullet hit another man's thigh, making him drop his weapon and scream while holding his leg. Their formation instantly collapsed. The thugs pushed and stepped over each other, desperately searching for cover. From the high position, Hongli was the one continuously firing downward. The thugs panicked and shouted for everyone to hide because the enemy had an automatic rifle. Shuxiang hid behind cover and angrily cursed the informant. According to the report, the enemy only had 1 pistol, and even after taking weapons from the 7-5 Tigers members, they should have had at most 4 guns. So where did that rifle come from? A pale-faced subordinate tremblingly asked what they should do. Shuxiang immediately shouted that there was nothing left to consider and ordered everyone to retreat. Hearing the retreat order, the followers abandoned all pride and turned to run. Xu Xiong was furious and forced them to stop, waiting for his command before retreating together. A thug who turned around too quickly was hit by a barrage of bullets, collapsing on the road and dying instantly. Looking at his fallen subordinate, Xu Xiong only spat in contempt and told everyone to watch for the signal. Then he began counting down 3, 2, 1. As the command was given, the entire group turned and fled at once, with no one daring to look back. Amid the chaos, Xu Xiang's mouth curled into a sinister smile, showing that he still had another plan in mind. However, the more desperately they ran, the more exposed they became. One by one, the cowards fell under the heavy gunfire. While running for his life, Xu Xiong shouted that the enemy had emptied their magazine and needed to reload. Just as he predicted, Hongli on the rooftop was urgently replacing the magazine. Taking advantage of the brief opening, the remaining survivors desperately climbed into the vehicles, urging the driver to start and leave immediately. One man failed to get into the car and was left behind. He chased after the vehicle while crying and begging his companions to wait, but he had no chance to escape. A bullet pierced his head and ended everything. The gunfire behind them continued chasing the fleeing vehicle, with bullets striking the metal body and creating sharp crashing sounds. The scene shifted to the highway, where a blue car sped forward recklessly, forcing surrounding vehicles to dodge. Some even lost control and overturned. The person behind the wheel was Jiang Xiaoyong. Despite the curses from other drivers, he only cleared his throat and continued moving forward. Xiaoyong stepped on the gas without hesitation. He only wanted to finish the mission quickly and earn more points because the constant hunger had exhausted him. Not long after, the car suddenly stopped in front of the battlefield. Xiao Yong and Chen Xiong calmly stepped out and examined the destruction around them. Seeing the battlefield, Xiao Yong realized the rifle he left behind had helped them greatly. The vehicle that had escaped earlier was clearly the group of bandits who had been defeated and forced to retreat. Beside him, Chen Xiong suddenly twisted his body, moving his hands and feet strangely while making unclear sounds. Xiao Yong turned around and patted his shoulder, asking if he was hungry again, but Zombie Chen only kept growling without answering. With no other choice, Xiao Yong laughed and allowed him to eat the corpses nearby. Feeding Chen Xiong was better than letting wandering zombies waste them. After hearing permission, Zombie Chen immediately showed a terrifying smile that sent chills down everyone's spine. He rushed toward the scattered bodies. From behind, Xiao Yong reminded him to go wait at the lobby of Building 8 after finishing his meal. After giving the instruction, he turned and entered the apartment building, leaving Zombie Chen behind as he tore apart the corpses and devoured them. The disgusting pieces of flesh were swallowed with obvious satisfaction. While walking inside, Xiao Yong looked at the fallen enemies everywhere and praised Li Hongli in his mind. This man truly had ability, taking down such a large group in one battle. At that moment, someone peeked out from a broken window above and excitedly recognized Xiao Yong, immediately calling others to confirm. The people upstairs all waved down and happily shouted a welcome to him. A few minutes later, everyone gathered in the lobby. After hearing a member of Yang Tao's group explain the situation, Xiao Yong was surprised and asked if all the corpses outside were taken down by him. Lu Wuxiong proudly took credit and said the rifle Xiao Yong gave him played a huge role. He also revealed that he used to be a famous sniper before joining the army. Suddenly, strange noises came from behind, making everyone turn around in alarm, unsure what was approaching. In the distance, a dark figure slowly dragged its heavy steps toward them. Looking at its appearance, everyone realized the body had completely taken on zombie traits. A member of Yang Tao's group immediately raised his gun, aimed at the target, and warned everyone to move back because a zombie had appeared. But Xiao Yong quickly blocked the gun barrel and calmly told them to lower their weapons because the approaching zombie was on their side. His words left everyone completely stunned. No one could understand why he called a zombie one of his own people. Xiao Yong pointed at a corpse lying separately on the roadside and told the monster to eat there. The zombie in the service uniform obediently followed the order and slowly walked to the corpse. The people from Yang Tao's group stared in disbelief and asked if Xiao Yong could really understand and communicate with zombies. He only shrugs with a meaningful smile, explaining that Chen Xing is not like ordinary mindless zombies. Since the story is long, Xiao Yang tells everyone to get in the car first, and he will explain on the way. Before leaving, he turns to Chen Xing and urges him to eat quickly, then return to the car and rejoin the group. A short while later, after eating his fill, Chen Xing actually puts the mouth muzzle back on by himself. The entire smooth process is witnessed by everyone waiting inside the vehicle, leaving them completely stunned. Zhu Xuan opens his eyes wide, almost swearing in shock when he sees Chen Xing can even put on his own muzzle. Xiao Yong quickly corrects him, saying it is a muzzle, and warns him to speak quietly, or Chen Xing might hear and get angry. Zixuan quickly changes his words and says the look is actually pretty cool, making Xiao Yong laugh, and tell him this compliment can be said louder. With a gentle expression, Chen Xing slowly walks toward the vehicle, but the moment he places one foot on the step, his terrifying weight instantly presses down, making the entire vehicle tilt to one side and shake violently. Yang Tao's group jumps in fright, looking at each other in panic, and unsure if the vehicle really almost flipped over. Before Zixuan recovers from the shock, he realizes Chen Xing seems to understand human speech. Under everyone's amazed gaze, the zombie keeps his blank expression and struggles to repeat 2 words about talking. Xiao Yang stays silent and secretly thinks. After devouring 6 corpses, Chen Xing has clearly reached a new level. He also needs to quickly convert his points into power to strengthen the base's defenses. The driver tells everyone to hold tight because they are heading home. As the vehicle starts moving, Xiao Yang remains deep in thought and becomes even more certain Chen Xing is not an ordinary low-level zombie. The scene shifts to a luxurious meeting room, where Lin Guangkai is furious and curses his useless subordinates for failing such a simple mission. Li Shuxiong quickly lowers his voice and tries to calm him down, explaining that the situation went beyond expectations because the enemy had automatic rifles. Zhang Qingwen only sneers in contempt, saying the story sounds impossible. How could a young police officer obtain such firepower unless Li Shuxiong thinks they are easy to fool? Being doubted, Shuxiong hurriedly insists everything he said is true, and even suggests sending people to the scene to verify it. Lin Guangkai does not bother listening anymore. He kicks the fat man to the floor and orders him to get out of his sight. Li Shuxiong struggles back up and, before leaving, secretly throws a cold and hateful glare at everyone in the room. After the door closes, Lin Guangkai is still furious and mutters that he has wanted to get rid of this useless man for a long time. Seeing Shuxiang's forces have weakened greatly, he smirks and gives a hidden signal, hinting at another plan. Dongshu immediately understands his intention and asks with a mocking smile if Guangkai is still after the attractive woman beside Shu Xiong. Exposed, Lin Guangkai only laughs and says Dongshu knows him too well. Then Lin Guangkai laughs proudly and declares that brothers should share any good fortune together. Jiang Qingwen stops him and warns him not to rush. A careless move could ruin everything, so they should wait for the right opportunity. Unknown to them, outside the door, Li Shuxiang is holding his breath against the wall and hears every dirty plan they make. His anger makes his teeth grind, while his eyes slowly fill with killing intent and hatred. After returning to his private villa, Shu Xiong immediately loses control, sweeping everything on the table onto the floor and cursing those people non-stop. Seeing her husband out of control, his wife quickly comes over and asks what happened to make him so furious. She tries to calm him with her usual charm, but this time it fails and only makes Shu Xiong more irritated. He orders her to pack all important items because they are leaving. The woman asks where they will go, but Shu Xiong gives no details. He only says the base is no longer safe and they must leave before disaster arrives, then loudly calls for Qingzi. A few seconds later, the subordinate rushes in and bows, asking what his boss needs. Shu Xiong immediately orders him to gather all remaining loyal followers and prepare to leave with him that morning. He then moves closer and whispers a series of secret plans to Qingzi, leaving his wife beside them confused about what they are plotting. Meanwhile, the vehicle carrying Jiang Xiaoyang's group arrives back at the base, and all members safely get off. Zhu Xuan steps down and excitedly cheers, saying this place is like an unbreakable fortress. At that moment, the system announces Xiao Yang's recruitment mission has exceeded the requirement with 8 out of 5 people. He earns 30 extra points, raising his total to 65 points. Xiao Yang is slightly surprised to learn that exceeding the target also grants bonus rewards. He pats Chen Xing's shoulder and tells him to prepare for a trip to Chengnan tomorrow night. Although the zombie only makes a few unclear sounds, Xiao Yang takes it as agreement. Hearing about Chengnan, Yang Tao's group becomes curious about the purpose of such a distant trip. Xiao Yang only smirks and coldly says the blood debt between him and the scum at Bishui Mountain Villa is still unfinished. After dismissing everyone, Xiao Yang lies on his soft mattress and opens the system panel. The current shop offers a level 2 black tech sacrifice chest for 50 points, while refreshing the list costs 4 more points. Without hesitation, he chooses the glowing chest icon and confirms the exchange. 50 points are quickly deducted, but Xiao Yang's eyes are already filled with anticipation for the reward. This is his first time opening a level 2 chest, so he hopes the system will give him something valuable. When the level 2 black tech sacrifice chest opens, 2 extremely rare physical enhancement serums appear inside. Holding the rewards, Xiao Yang cannot hide his excitement. As expected, level 2 items are far beyond anything he received before. Soon, painful screams echo throughout the room. After the absorption process is complete, Xiao Yang's entire body feels lighter and full of energy. His physical strength rises to 33 points, 6 times stronger than a normal human, leaving him extremely satisfied. Just then, the annoying buzzing of a mosquito sounds beside his ear. Xiao Yang does not even turn around. He casually raises his hand and catches the tiny insect perfectly between 2 fingers. Trapped under Xiao Yang's gentle but intimidating smile, the mosquito stays completely still and does not even dare move its wings. After teasing it for a while, Xiao Yang lets it go. The tiny creature immediately flies away, as if afraid of losing its life. As evening arrives, the sky is painted with a mix of soft blue and brilliant red-gold colors. Xiao Yang calmly walks past the guards working around the base. Yang Tao's subordinates look back at him and ask if he is planning to lead people to Chengnan. Xiao Yang confirms it, then changes the topic. Knowing Li's shooting skills are among the best in the base, he asks him to train everyone further. Li immediately asks if there are any other tasks. Li confidently accepts, saying training is his specialty, so Xiao Yang can leave it to him. After arranging everything, Xiao Yang calls Chen Xing to prepare for departure. The vehicle quickly starts up, the engine roars, and it disappears into the quiet night. Darkness covers the ground while countless stars shine above in the sky. Elsewhere, Li Shuxiong's voice echoes through the night as he asks Qingzi about the preparations. The subordinate confidently reports everyone is in position, and Shuxiong immediately signals them to move. 2 followers lead the way, while Li Shuxiong follows behind with a dark expression. Suddenly, the truck blocking the road turns on all its headlights at once. The blinding light hits their faces, forcing Shu Xiong and his men to cover their eyes in panic. After adjusting to the light, he realizes a group is waiting ahead, led by Dong Shu. Through the vehicle window, Shu Xiong clearly sees Jiang Qingwen, Lin Guangkai, and Sui Qing sitting inside. His followers begin looking at each other in confusion, unable to understand why these people are here. Dong Shu grips his gun and coldly asks where they are secretly sneaking off to in the middle of the night. Realizing Dong Shu is blocking their way, Li Shuxiong's back turns cold and sweat starts pouring down. He forces a flattering smile and explains that he only wanted to use the darkness to go to Jiangxiang Yuan and find a chance to make some profit. Dongshu laughs, but his eyes remain as cold as a blade. His men then drag a badly damaged corpse out from the darkness. The body is thrown directly in front of Li Shuxiong, and the person lying there is Qingzu. One subordinate recognizes his dead companion with open eyes, then rushes forward in horror and screams Qingzi's name. Xu Xiong loses control and punches the subordinate in the face, shouting at him to look carefully. He insists the corpse is not Qingzi. In an instant, he changes his attitude, scratching his head with a flattering smile toward Dongxu and claiming he has never known the body on the ground. Dongxu does not want to hear any more excuses. He and all his men load their guns, aim at Xu Xiong's group, and coldly order them to fire. The rapid gunshots instantly tear through the silence of the night, mixed with painful screams and desperate cries. Li Shuxiong is terrified and loses all composure. He covers his head and crouches down, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. After a few seconds, he slowly turns his head to look behind him. All his trusted followers are lying motionless in pools of blood. Seeing this, Xu Xiong panics and keeps claiming he does not know Qingzi, while trembling and asking Dongshu what he wants. Dongshu laughs proudly and points toward the back seats, mocking Xu Xiong for being so good at denying everything. He tells him to open his eyes and see who is sitting inside the vehicle. At that moment, the blinding headlights are lowered to a softer brightness. When the faces inside become clear, Li Shuxiang's eyes widen in shock, and his anger makes his teeth grind violently. In front of him, Cui Jing is leaning closely against Lin Guangkai, while Jiang Qingwen calmly sits in the back seat. The people inside the car exchange victorious smiles, making Xu Xiong angrily shout Cui Jing's name. Lin Guangkai calmly says his excuses are meaningless, because she already revealed his entire betrayal plan. Blood rushes to his head, and Xu Xiong tries to fight back, but he is immediately restrained and pinned down. He can only curse Cui Jing for betraying him and turning against him. Lin Guangkai turns to the person behind him and asks Jiang Qingwen how they should deal with this traitor. Jiang Qingwen does not say a word. He only drags a finger across his neck, directly sentencing Li Shuxiong to death. Right after that, a rough rope is quickly tightened around the fat man's neck. Dongshu's men pull the rope together, lifting Xu Xiong off the ground as he struggles desperately for a chance to survive. His heavy body makes the rope tighten even harder, and he soon begins suffocating before slowly taking his final breaths. In the end, Li Shuxiong is left hanging dead right in front of his own villa gate. Only after everything ends does Jiang Xiaoyang's vehicle quietly appear near the area. He signals Chen Xing to stay silent. Then they move through the darkness toward Li Shuxiong's mansion. The first thing they see is the fat man's corpse still swinging in the air. Xiaoyang raises his hand and tells Chen Xing to stop for now. Looking at the hanging body, he admits this ending is pitiful, but without personally helping send him off, he still would not feel satisfied. After saying that, Xiaoyang flicks a small stone forward with his finger. The stone hits the rope perfectly and cuts it apart in an instant. Without support, Li Shuxiang's corpse falls straight down and crashes face first onto the hard ground. Xiaoyang calmly walks over, grabs his hair, lifts his bruised face, and calls him trash. Seeing how miserable his death was, Xiaoyang decides to repay this blood debt for him. Not far away, another scene is taking place. Behind a closed door, laughter and strange sounds continuously echo outside. Cui Jing wears only a thin layer of cloth, with both hands locked above the bed. She acts coquettish and complains that they were too rough despite her great contribution, then asks them to remove the handcuffs. Jiang Qingwen leans close to her face and laughs, saying this is the real reward. He then prepares to join in, making Cui Jing let out soft moans. While Lin Guangkai is removing his belt, he suddenly stops because an unusual sound comes from the glass door, making him suspect something happened outside. When he turns to look through the transparent glass, Lin Guangkai's expression instantly changes, and panic appears on his face. In the silent courtyard below, all the guards have already become scattered corpses. Before he can understand what happened, the main door begins shaking violently under terrifying impacts. While Guangkai and Qingwen focus on the door, a familiar figure suddenly jumps through the open window and casually asks what everyone is busy doing. The person who appears is Jiang Xiaoyong, holding Z1 in his hand. His cold eyes are filled with killing intent as he looks at his enemies. Before they can react, the sharp blade is already pressed against Lin Guangkai's neck, leaving him frozen in fear. With one swift slash, Xiaoyang cuts through his throat and ends Lin Guangkai's life. As Guangkai's corpse falls to the floor, Xiaoyang calmly steps into the room. Seeing his companion die before his eyes, Qingwen loses control and shouts A Kai's name, demanding to know where this intruder came from. At the same time, Cui Jing on the bed is shocked to realize the person who arrived is Xiaoyong. Ignoring their reactions, he casually throws the knife forward. The blade moves like lightning, piercing through Qingwen's neck and pinning his body against the wall behind him. Seeing the man above her suddenly die, Cui Jing screams in panic. She keeps looking at Xiaoyang and desperately asks why he is here and what he plans to do. Xiaoyang glances at the woman with both hands and feet restrained. He smirks mockingly, thinking these people's tastes are truly abnormal. He calmly walks toward the main door, places his hand on the handle, and says if the trash Shu Xiong could see this scene himself, he wonders what interesting expression he would make. Hearing the familiar name, Cui Jing's face instantly stiffens. Fear fills her eyes as tears continuously fall. Before she can understand what is happening, Xiaoyang unlocks the door and pulls it open, letting a zombie with Li Shu Xiang's appearance rush into the room. Seeing her former husband with a cold body crawling toward her, Cui Jing completely breaks down and cries in despair. The blood-covered teeth quickly bite into her flesh, making her scream in pain. She keeps apologizing to Xiaoyang and begging for her life. But no one answers her pleas. In the cold room, only the former couple remains to settle their hatred through a horrifying scene. Xiaoyang calmly closes the door, trapping all the screams inside. After dealing with his enemies, he walks down to the courtyard and calls Chen Xing over. He orders Chen Xing to clean up all the corpses around here and considers them a reward for him. The zombie slowly nods and struggles to form a sentence, saying he can only eat one more person at most. While Chen Xing obediently starts his meal, Xiaoyang's senses suddenly detect something unusual nearby. He immediately expands his enhanced hearing and captures every small sound within the surrounding area. Not far from his location, there is an abandoned house with every window tightly sealed by thick wooden boards. Inside, a huge fat chef slowly climbs the stairs toward the imprisoned people. He is the infamous butcher of Bishui Mountain Villa, still holding the knife he uses to process his prey. A subordinate immediately drags a skinny little girl in front of him and happily introduces her as fresh merchandise with unquestionable quality. The chef looks at the girl's skin and bones body and waves her away in disgust, saying she is too thin and has nothing worth eating. After looking around, his disgusting gaze stops on a well-built young boy. Ignoring the mother's crying, he orders his men to bring the child over. The butcher grabs the boy's hand and roughly drags him away, saying this prey has enough meat. The mother ignores the danger and rushes over, hugging his leg and begging for her son back. Without mercy, the chef kicks the woman away and tells her to move. Seeing his mother fall, the boy struggles in panic and keeps crying for help. The mother crawls painfully across the floor, clasping her hands and begging those people to spare her son. In desperation, she turns to the people, hiding in the corner, hoping they will help save the child. Suddenly, a loud explosion rings out, making all the villains stop instantly. Under their shocked gazes, the thick wooden door is covered with bullet holes, and the chef immediately shouts, asking who is outside. Gripping his knife handle, the butcher sweats when he realizes it sounds like gunfire. He asks if anyone in the gang has weapons. The subordinates immediately deny it, saying only the boss has guns here. Taking advantage of the chaos, the mother and son quickly hug each other. The woman cries while reassuring her child that she is still here. The entire room slowly falls into heavy silence as a small gap in the door is gradually pushed wider. The chef orders the subordinate who captured the girl to go outside and check. Although the man stammers in fear, knowing he is being used as a shield, the butcher keeps yelling and forces him forward. After hesitating for a long time, the subordinate finally sneaks toward the door, but the moment he sticks his head outside, an abnormal-looking arm suddenly pierces through the gap in the door at unbelievable speed. The movement is fast and precise. The hand instantly grabs the subordinate's neck and drags him into the darkness. The remaining people are terrified, screaming that a zombie has appeared and ordering everyone to open fire. Countless bullets rain toward the door, but after the fierce barrage, only empty darkness remains ahead. When the gunfire stops for observation, a shadow suddenly flashes past the window. All guns immediately turn toward it, and everyone panics, warning that the target has moved to the other side. Waiting until they need to reload, Chen Xing uses his terrifying strength to smash through the door and charge directly into the hideout. Among all the enemies present, his first target is the cruel chef from Bishui Mountain Villa. Before the villain can recover, Chen Xing's figure closes in right in front of him. In midair, he twists his body smoothly and delivers a decisive strike, snapping the enemy's neck and killing him instantly. The moment his feet touch the ground, Chen Xing immediately accelerates, turning into a killing machine that charges straight through the crowd. Darkness covers the building, leaving only desperate screams echoing. "Monster, it is coming for me. Someone help." After the quick slaughter ends, the survivors can only stare at Chen Xing standing ahead, with the same question appearing in everyone's mind. Why did this terrifying creature not tear them apart? What kind of monster is this strange zombie in front of them? Even with countless bullets stuck in his body, not a single drop of blood appears. At that moment, Jiang Xiaoyong walks over and praises him. "Well done, Chen Xing. Even with your hands locked and mouth covered, you still handled everything perfectly." After receiving his master's praise, Chen Xing excitedly raises both hands and poses, as if proving how impressive he looks now. Everyone watching this scene is completely stunned. Someone trembles and says, "Oh my god, the zombie can actually speak human language." In the terrified minds of the crowd, Chen Xing is no different from a bloodthirsty demon crawling out of the abyss. The little girl who almost became food earlier starts crying the moment she sees him and hides deeper in her mother's arms. Realizing everyone is still terrified, Jiang Xiaoyong gently reassures them, "Do not panic. The person with me will never attack ordinary people." The girl cries and argues, "You are lying. It is a mutated demon that has eaten humans without hesitation." This unexpected information causes a hint of surprise to appear in Xiaoyong's eyes. He slowly approaches, kneels down to her level, and gently asks, "You and your mother have seen a creature like mine before, right?" The mother immediately confirms it. Jiang Xiaoyong asks where they encountered it, and she quickly answers that it happened in the eastern area of Zhuangji City. Xiaoyong clicks his tongue and thinks the evolution speed has exceeded his expectations. Based on his original calculations, such mutations should have appeared 1 or 2 months later. More importantly, Zhuangji City is right next to Lao Chaoye's territory. Standing behind them and still confused, Chen Xing asks what he is talking about. Xiaoyong calmly replies that another mutated individual just like him has appeared. He then explains that, depending on their original bodies, evolved creatures retain different levels of memories and intelligence. This allows them to hunt far better than zombies that only act on instinct. However, the mutation process still has many flaws, causing most creatures like Chen Xing to become extremely violent and difficult to control. Hearing this, worry immediately covers Chen Xing's face as he stammers, "Then what about me?" Jiang Xiaoyong pats his shoulder and assures him, "Do not worry, you are one of the rare lucky cases. Besides, I am here, so you will not become a monster that loses itself." Putting that issue aside, Xiaoyong looks around and asks if there are still captured people in Bishui. A man says many victims are still trapped at the real estate office, while the woman beside him adds that several people are dying in the basement. Knowing there is no time to waste, Xiaoyong immediately leads everyone deeper into the dark underground area. When they arrive, he carefully pushes open the heavy steel door. The scene behind the door leaves everyone speechless, their breathing almost stopping from fear. Xiaoyong frowns and asks, "What happened here?" The room is filled with incomplete corpses of civilians, showing the inhuman cruelty of those butchers. Facing a scene like hell itself, Xiaoyong coldly says, "Those beasts turned this place into a slaughterhouse, constantly capturing refugees from nearby areas and dismembering them." After thinking for a while, Xiaoyong makes a guess. Their existence may be the reason no stable refugee base could form in the southern area. However, the huge scale of the killings still makes him suspicious. Could a small group really consume such a massive amount of meat? The man behind him explains that they regularly transport supplies, and even the prisoners have no idea how many members the organization has. Looking at the scattered corpses, Jiang Xiaoyong silently connects all the clues. Based on his estimated numbers, the amount of meat here clearly exceeds their needs. Could those madmen be using it to feed something else? After thinking for a long time, he calls several men over and asks them to describe the real estate office in detail. One immediately explains that the building is near the south gate, about 1 kilometer from the basement. New prisoners are kept there, while the elderly and girls who have been abused are moved here to be slaughtered. The words he hears make shock appear on Jiang Xiaoyong's face. At that moment, the system interface suddenly lights up. Utopia and Sheng version officially unlocks a territory expansion mission, requiring an increase in the group's evaluation score. The starting score is 2. Completion rewards include 20 points, and Xiaoyong currently has 36 available points. At the abandoned real estate office building, 2 guards secretly walk through the hallway. One man holding a baseball bat complains that he heard continuous gunshots coming from the north gate earlier. The other only sneers, saying there is nothing to worry about. Most likely their companions are just using civilians as entertainment targets again. But right after he finishes speaking, a mutated creature silently lands behind them, without either noticing. The silence is quickly shattered by terrified screams. By the time they realize the monster is right beside them, their fate is already sealed. Deep inside the prison area, several girls are still huddled together. They are all victims trapped in Bishui, forced to endure the winter cold, with thin, torn clothes that barely cover their bodies. Suddenly, heavy noises come from outside the door, making everyone jump in fear as panic fills the room. One girl nervously asks what is happening outside. The person beside her only shakes in fear, praying those monsters can do anything they want as long as they do not enter this room. Then the cold lock on the door slowly opens. The short-haired girl immediately breaks down, crying and begging the person outside to leave her alone. But this time, luck finally favors them. The person who appears is not one of the villains, but Jiang Xiaoyong. Seeing the prisoners are still alive, he quickly orders everyone to follow him out. Wiping away their tears, the girls immediately line up and obediently follow behind Xiaoyong. Even so, the girl from before still does not fully trust him and cautiously asks if he will really protect them. Xiaoyong nods without hesitation. He then explains a rule clearly. Anyone who wants to live in his territories must contribute through work. He will never accept people who only take without giving. Knowing that is the only condition, everyone feels relieved and happily agrees. They all say they are healthy and willing to do any work. The group quickly leaves the filthy hideout. Jiang Xiaoyong keeps urging them forward, because the longer they stay, the more likely something unexpected will happen. Not long after, the rescue vehicle packed with people speeds away from Bishui. Soon, the convoy safely returns to the base, and everyone is ordered to get off one by one. On the watchtower, Jiang Zhu and Meng Sang happily see Xiaoyong return. Sang wants to run down and open the gate, but Jiang Zhu stops her because the vehicle intentionally stops outside, meaning Xiaoyong still has something to arrange. Standing before the base, Jiang Xiaoyong directly tells everyone that the fortress ahead belongs to his group, but he cannot allow all newcomers to enter yet. Someone smiles and understands, saying caution is necessary in these chaotic times. Another person then carefully asks where they will stay tonight. Xiaoyong points to the area beside them and explains that there is a group of modular houses protected by an electric fence near the fortress. Although they are not as safe as the main base, the living conditions are still much better than temporary refugee camps outside. He continues explaining his long-term plan. Around Lao Cha Yes territory, there are still many abandoned houses that have not been used. As long as everyone works together to repair and rebuild step by step, their quality of life will definitely keep improving. Hearing this, everyone feels relieved and bows gratefully. To them, this life-saving kindness is something they could never forget. After a night full of chaos, the first rays of sunlight finally appear on the horizon. On an empty road, a massive armored truck roars forward, leaving a cloud of dust behind. Inside the cabin, Li Jingyi sits with her legs crossed, her expression becoming darker and more irritated. She has called countless times, but the other side remains silent. She angrily wonders what that crazy Zhang Qingwen is secretly planning. However, before long, Jingyi realizes something is wrong. Her instincts keep warning her that a major incident has happened. When the vehicle reaches the meeting location, Li Jingyi immediately pushes open the door and steps out. The ruined scene before her makes her anger explode. Instead of Zhang Qingwen's people, only countless hungry zombies are wandering around the room. The moment one of them detects a living person, it lets out an excited roar. The sound attracts the entire group of zombies, and they rush toward Jingyi like they want to tear her apart. Unfortunately for them, they chose the wrong opponent. With a cold expression, she kicks the strongest zombie and sends it crashing into the wall. Right after that, Li Jingyi pulls out the broad blade at her waist and quickly cuts down all the remaining zombies. When everything becomes quiet, she calmly takes out a handkerchief and slowly wipes the blood from her blade. A subordinate cautiously steps forward and asks, "Big sister, Zhang Qingwen is dead. How will we handle our meat supply from now on?" Jingyi turns around and coldly declares that if the partner is gone, they will take over the supply themselves. But first, there is still one thing to solve. They need to find the person who dared to destroy their business network. Every word from Li Jingyi carries heavy killing intent. She tightens her grip on the blood-stained blade and coldly scans the corpses scattered across the courtyard. At that moment, a subordinate rushes out and reports that all survivors have been eliminated. Jingyi only nods and immediately asks where the stored meat is. The man swallows nervously and stammers that all the meat has disappeared. Hearing this, Jingyi orders them to bring the truck in and collect everything valuable left behind. Not long after, the heavy truck slowly backs into the courtyard with a loud engine roar. The subordinates quickly divide up and carry the supplies onto the truck, while Jingyi stands aside and silently observes the entire scene. Suddenly, her sharp eyes stop when she notices an unusual clue. Seeing Big Sister staring at the ground, a subordinate curiously asks if she has discovered anything. Jingyi kneels down and checks the deep tire marks on the ground. Then she smiles coldly, determined to find whoever dared interfere with her interests. Meanwhile, Jiang Xiaoyong leans back in his chair and carefully studies the three-dimensional mission interface. The system's goal is to increase the community evaluation score, but the current progress is only 2 points. While stroking his chin, he wonders how to raise this value and guesses that the population size of the base may be the key factor. Standing on the highest watchtower, Xiaoyong looks over the vast land and sighs that the current construction area is extremely spacious, partly thanks to the unexpected gift from that annoying neighbor before. Suddenly, his eyes brighten as he remembers an important target he almost forgot, the extremely rare mutated beast. The heavy iron gate of the camp slowly opens, and Xiaoyong's group confidently walks inside. The moment the residents recognize him, everyone rushes over and surrounds him, happily calling him their savior. A middle-aged woman with short hair emotionally tries to kneel and thank him, but Xiaoyong quickly helps her up and says there is no need for such formal gestures. After that, he finds the mother of the girl rescued from Bishui and seriously asks her to describe the exact location of that special mutated beast. The woman wipes her sweat and recalls that it is hiding in Huananfa supermarket on the outskirts of Zhuangji City. Their refugee group once went there, searching for supplies, but encountered the creature. remembering the terrifying event, her eyes turn red. In a very short time, several people were torn apart by the monster, forcing the group to flee in panic and become completely separated. The mother and daughter barely escaped with their lives, only to accidentally fall into the hands of the Bi Shui organization. At first, she thought she had found rescuers, but those people turned out to be even more terrifying villains than the monster itself. After hearing the whole story, Xiaoyang frowned, thought for a moment, then slowly repeated the name Hua Run Fa to remember the location. Meng Sung worriedly said the base still had plenty of food, so risking their lives in the monster's territory was not worth it. But Zhenji argued that even the biggest stockpile would run out without new supplies, so gathering more resources now meant a better chance to survive. Xiaoyang turned to the two women and firmly pointed out that Zhuangji City was less than 2 kilometers from the base, a threat that close could never be allowed to remain. Hearing his decision, the woman was so shocked that she dropped the basin of clothes, scattering everything across the floor. She grabbed Xiaoyang's hand and begged him to give up, saying the monster was like a demon wearing the skin of a beast. He calmly pulled his hand away and said he would never act unless he was sure he could win. With that, Xiaoyang tilted his head toward the muscular figure behind Jiang Ji. "Let's go, Chens. Time to meet one of your own." At the same time, inside the lobby of a tall building, a fully armed team carefully approached the entrance. One man proudly said his memory had been right, because there really was a massive shopping mall in this area. The man in the turtleneck quickly poured cold water on the idea, saying the place had probably been cleaned out long ago. But Yuan, who was leading the team, turned back and reminded everyone they had searched many supermarkets before and still found plenty of good supplies. The others all agreed, and the team's morale quickly soared. In the apocalypse, groups strong enough and brave enough to hunt for supplies like them were actually quite rare. The team continued deeper into the building, but only endless darkness waited ahead, making the atmosphere feel even heavier. Flashlights swept across nearly empty shelves, and goods scattered all over the floor. Even though the place had clearly been looted before, everyone was relieved that something was still left. One member repeatedly smashed a fire alarm with an iron pot, filling the entire building with harsh echoes. Everyone immediately readied their guns and tightened their grip on their weapons. After taking a deep breath, Yuan shouted loudly to check if anything was hiding nearby. She bent her knees slightly and gripped the iron pan with both hands, keeping her eyes locked on the endless darkness ahead. Before long, several twisted figures appeared around the hallway corner and staggered toward the group. The moment Yuan spotted the zombies, she ordered everyone into position and warned them not to get bitten. Seconds later, the sounds of weapons smashing into flesh and bone echoed through the narrow hallway. It only took a short time for the weak zombies to become piles of mangled flesh across the floor. One man leaned on his knees, breathing hard, but still laughed and said the fight had been easier than a child's game. The man in the turtleneck stroked his chin and guessed there were so few zombies because earlier scavenger teams had probably lured most of them away. Hearing that, the fat man cheered, convinced they were about to hit the jackpot. Even so, the man in the turtleneck kept staring into the darkness and warned everyone not to let their guard down. The team stayed alert as they pushed farther inside. None of them knew that far away, in a hidden corner, a strange creature was secretly watching their every move with hungry eyes. The glowing red eyes of the evolved zombie slowly opened, and a terrifying smile spread across its face as it realized every target before it was still alive. At last, Yuan's team found an area packed with daily necessities. Everyone cheered and rushed to grab everything, because the supplies here could keep the whole team alive for years. While celebrating, Yuan suddenly noticed something that made her eyes light up, and she quickly called everyone over. She shouted excitedly, after realizing the area ahead was stacked with soft mattresses. She instantly threw all caution aside, ran straight over, and flopped onto one of the mattresses, declaring that she was definitely sleeping there tonight. The others excitedly discussed, turning the place into a permanent base. A man in a vest pulled out a cigarette, and the man in the turtleneck smiled before inviting him outside for a smoke. The lighter clicked, and its tiny yellow flame lit up one corner of the darkness. After exhaling a cloud of smoke, the man in the turtleneck turned to his companion and asked if they really should build their base in this supermarket. The man in the vest frowned and explained that the supermarket had too many entrances, making it difficult to defend. Its huge supply stock would also attract other factions sooner or later. He was about to mention the 2-story house they had seen earlier when a razor-sharp claw suddenly pierced through his back, tore through his chest, and burst out the front. Watching his teammate get pierced right before his eyes, the man in the turtleneck stumbled backward in panic, cold sweat pouring down as he struggled to believe what had just happened. The evolved monster curled its rotten lips into a horrifying grin and rasped that this flesh looked soft and tender, and it would taste amazing. Terror took over, and the man in the turtleneck turned and ran for his life, screaming at the top of his lungs that a monster was here. The others were still celebrating their newly found supplies and had no idea what was happening. They simply looked back in confusion, wondering why it had suddenly become so noisy. Sadly, the man in the turtleneck had barely made it any distance before countless sharp claws pierced his body, leaving him riddled with holes. The mutated creature lifted the man high into the air with its massive arm. Then, with terrifying strength, it ripped the victim's body clean in half. Yuan froze in horror, her trembling voice barely audible, as she asked what kind of monster was standing before them. As the group fell into chaos, someone suddenly shouted for everyone to run immediately. Without another thought, Yuan used every bit of strength she had and sprinted forward. Behind her, the monster stayed close at a terrifying speed, laughing wildly as it declared that none of them would escape. A young woman at the back of the group quickly became its next victim. The man running behind Yuan desperately cried that he did not want to die, but the monster's claws had already caught him. Before long, only Yuan was left, burning the last of her strength as she raced toward the exit. Seeing freedom just ahead, she kept telling herself that one more push was all she needed to survive. At that moment, a desperate scream echoed through the entire building. Yuan suddenly lost her balance and crashed onto the cold floor. Biting her lip through tears, she slowly looked up and was horrified to see a giant shadow covering her. A sharp roar instantly shattered the silence of the shopping mall. Yuan's face turned deathly pale as tears streamed down her cheeks, and her body trembled uncontrollably with fear. Faced with the zombie-like creature before her, she could only hold her head in sobs, begging over and over to be spared, because she did not want to die. But the zombie ignored her completely and simply walked past. Yuan stared blankly at its tall figure. A calm voice suddenly spoke beside her, making her jump. The stranger told her not to be afraid. Looking up, Yuan saw Jiang Xiaoyong and Zhang Ji standing right in front of her, leaving her stunned as she asked who they were. Once she recognized the customer she had traded with before, she saw his friendly smile and the hand he offered to help her up. Xiaoyong pulled her to her feet and suddenly realized she was the real estate agent from before. Scratching his cheek, he searched his memory and asked if her name was Ning Yuan. Right then, more horrifying sounds echoed from deep inside the hallway. Yuan grabbed her head in panic and shouted that there was a monster inside the mall, urging everyone to run. Xiaoyong calmly replied that his people were already keeping it busy. Still worried, she cautiously turned to look behind her. Her eyes instantly widened at a scene far beyond anything she could have imagined. The mutated monster's arm was firmly locked by Xunjia. Smirking at his opponent, he asked if it planned to keep all the prey for itself. From the distance, Xiaoyong shouted to ask if Xunjia could handle it alone. Without taking his eyes off the enemy, Xunjia coldly replied that there was only one way to find out. As soon as he finished speaking, Xunjia swung with all his strength and hurled the monster far across the room. The evolved creature slowly licked its long tongue across its lips, its eyes shining with excitement, because this was the first time it had faced one of its own. The monster slammed its foot into the ground and charged straight at Xunjia. Its hammer-like fist crashed toward him, but Xunjia instantly leaned back just enough to dodge the attack. The monster unleashed one brutal strike after another, while laughing loudly and wondering if eating its own kind would help it evolve even faster. While it was still lost in its own arrogance, a fist suddenly appeared right in front of its face. Xunjia delivered a devastating punch that slammed the monster's head straight into the floor. Blue veins bulged across the monster's face in rage. It never expected someone who looked weaker to possess such overwhelming strength. As the creature continued muttering in frustration, Xunjia calmly raised his leg, preparing the next attack. Xunjia's crushing stomp slammed into the ground, shattering the tiles and filling the area with thick dust. With the target gone from sight, Xunjia frowned and carefully scanned the area for any sign of the monster. When he looked up, he finally spotted the creature, clinging to the ceiling with all four limbs. The undead monster let out a piercing screech as the power it had been holding back finally exploded. Standing his ground, Xunjia locked his eyes on the grotesque creature before him. In the blink of an eye, the crazed monster rushed in and charged straight at him. A fierce chase erupted as the two figures changed direction at terrifying speed across the hall. Zhang Ji watched in shock and blurted out that Xunjia was being overwhelmed by such a powerful enemy. Xiaoyong, however, stayed completely calm. He said the trip had been worth it, because if that thing kept hunting and growing stronger, it would only become harder to kill later. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoyong suddenly pulled out a pistol, leaving Yuan stunned, as she had no idea where it came from. He aimed at the fight and told Xunjia to keep the target still for just 1 second, or he would never let him forget it. Xunjia immediately locked both of the monster's arms, making it struggle wildly while screaming for him to let go. The instant the opportunity appeared, Xiaoyong pulled the trigger without hesitation, and a bright muzzle flash burst from the gun. The bullet sliced through the air and struck the mutated creature squarely between the eyes. The impact threw the giant monster off balance, forcing it to stagger backward. It had to drive all its strength into its legs just to keep from collapsing. Even with a terrifying hole in its forehead, it looked up and laughed like a madman, admitting the shot hurt before threatening to crush Xiaoyang and tear him into pieces. Jiang Zhu could barely speak. The monster's skull had been pierced, yet it was still unbelievably full of strength. Xiaoyang ignored the threat completely and kept pulling the trigger, emptying a barrage of bullets into the enemy. Round after round tore into the undead monster, yet it remained standing, laughing with its mouth wide open. After enduring the relentless gunfire, the monster finally collapsed. Its body was almost completely destroyed, but its twisted smile still remained. Zhang Ji cautiously asked if the creature was really dead this time. Xiaoyang turned to Xunjia and told him to finish the monster. Xunjia immediately nodded with a deep growl. The system interface appeared. The community development mission recorded the elimination of a major threat, granting 1 community point for a total of 3, along with 10 reward points, bringing the total to 46. Looking at the information on the virtual screen, Xiaoyang was surprised that the system counted this as an achievement as well. He glanced around the supermarket and smiled. Since they had come all this way, there was no reason to leave empty-handed, so he decided to take every last item. Hearing that, Yuan stared in disbelief and asked if he really meant everything. Xiaoyang simply raised a hand, and every item on every shelf instantly vanished into the ring on his finger. Jiang Zhu looked on in complete disbelief and wondered what kind of incredible ability that was. Xiaoyang then turned his attention to the corpses scattered across the floor. Instead of leaving them to become zombies, he asked Xunjia if he was still hungry. On a road circling the survivor camp, a speeding vehicle suddenly received an order to stop. Jing Yi sat casually inside the vehicle, with one leg crossed over the other, and glanced at the subordinate beside him to ask what was going on. Through a pair of binoculars, the subordinate clearly spotted someone standing guard on a watchtower. He lowered his view and saw a large number of people moving around below. After observing for a while, he reported that the settlement had a sizable population but lacked weapons. Its biggest advantage was a factory area protected by a fairly solid wall. The driver curiously asked how these people had managed to wipe out the forces of Zhang Qingwen and Lin Guanghai. Jing Yi immediately dismissed the idea, guessing they had simply lured zombies to attack them. He also reminded everyone that he had warned those fools that hiding in the villa district would eventually get them killed. Leaning back comfortably in his seat, he laughed smugly and said luck had finally arrived. Right in front of him was an easy target with a ready-made base. His subordinate quickly agreed, saying this prize was bigger than they could have hoped for. The driver asked if they should storm the place right away. Jing Yi immediately rejected the idea and ordered everyone to return, gather more men and weapons, then come back fully prepared to wipe them out. As soon as the order was given, the vehicle made a sharp turn, its tires screeching against the road and leaving behind the smell of burning rubber and a trail of gray smoke. Meanwhile, the blue vehicle carrying Xiaoyang's group sped down the highway. Sitting inside, Xuan eagerly asked if everything she had heard was really true. Zhang Ji happily confirmed it, saying the base had comfortable beds, warm blankets, and even hot showers. The news made her cheer with excitement. Xiaoyang, who had stayed silent the entire trip, suddenly changed expression and fixed his eyes on the road ahead. He immediately cut off the lively conversation, warned everyone to stay alert because a target had appeared ahead, and told them to ready their weapons. Hearing that, Zhang Ji instantly dropped his relaxed attitude, drew his pistol, and prepared for a fight. Just then, a white vehicle accelerated from the next lane and pulled alongside their car. Xiaoyang's eyes turned ice cold as he quietly sized up everyone inside the other vehicle. Sitting in the back seat of the white vehicle, Jing Yi stared right back without hesitation, his gaze full of open provocation. Right after the brief encounter, the system interface suddenly lit up and announced that a new target had been locked. A mission called Nemesis of Evil Part 1 appeared before Xiaoyang. The objective was to repel an invasion, with a reward of 50 reward points. But what caught his attention was the word invasion. Raising an eyebrow, he recalled Jing Yi's face, and quickly realized that group was the threat the system had warned him about. Not long afterward, their vehicle safely entered the survivor camp and came to a stop. The watchtower was unusually quiet, and the entire camp felt strangely silent. Looking up at Sanson standing guard with her rifle, Xiaoyang asked if any strangers had appeared nearby earlier. She pointed into the distance and said a car had circled the area without coming in. At first, she thought it was Xiaoyang's group returning. Noticing his serious expression, she asked what had happened. Xiaoyang immediately gave her an order, telling her to gather Uncle Sheng, Old Li, and everyone else because he had something important to announce. At the same time, in an abandoned industrial complex on the southern outskirts, an old radio kept crackling with heavy static. After a long while, a broken broadcast finally came through, calling on survivors to head to the southern factory, where a shelter was being built and more people were needed. A man in a light yellow shirt walked with his companions while looking around, guessing the place mentioned in the broadcast had to be somewhere nearby. When he noticed a white vehicle approaching, he immediately waved excitedly, believing they had finally found people from the survivor settlement. The vehicle slowly came to a stop right in front of the group. Jing Yi calmly stepped out and asked if they had come after hearing the radio broadcast and wanted to join. The man in the yellow shirt quickly nodded. The moment she walked closer, the men's eyes filled with lust, unable to look away from her. Meanwhile, the distance between Jing Yi and the group with ill intentions continued to shrink. After glancing over the group, Jing Yi smiled and said they had arrived at the perfect time before inviting them to follow. The man in the yellow shirt had completely let his guard down, swallowing hard as he repeatedly thanked her. Jing Yi pointed ahead and said the shelter was close, but the vehicle did not have enough seats, so they would have to walk. The man in the yellow shirt exchanged a knowing look with his companions before happily agreeing. The entire group followed her deep into a warehouse. Looking around the spacious building, the man's companions were delighted, saying they had finally found a decent place to rest. Suddenly, the man in the yellow shirt clutched his stomach and claimed he needed to use the bathroom before heading outside. Jing Yi coldly told him there was no need because the restroom was inside, then told him to follow her. His face lit up, and he eagerly agreed. Before long, the sound of rushing water echoed from inside the restroom. While standing with his back turned, the man in the yellow shirt deliberately glanced over his shoulder, a sinister smile spreading across his face. Jing Yi leaned against the doorway, with her arms crossed, staring coldly at his lower body. As he zipped up his pants, the man grinned confidently, convinced he understood what she wanted. He flirted shamelessly, and even bragged about how strong he was. Before he could finish his sentence, his throat was suddenly cut off, leaving only muffled choking sounds. Jing Yi's expression never changed, as the blade in her hand sank deep into his neck. His muscular body crashed onto the floor, and blood quickly spread across the cold tiles. Glancing at the corpse, Jing Yi looked disappointed. She had expected valuable prey, but his ability turned out to be nothing special. As she casually walked outside, the driver asked if everything was done. Jing Yi gave a short reply and ordered them to carry the body out. Looking at the pile of corpses scattered before her, she ordered them to summon second brother and third brother. Back at Xiaoyang's base, all the core members had gathered inside one room. Hong Li could not hide his doubts and asked if someone was really targeting them and who the enemy was. Xiaoyang admitted they still lacked enough information, but warned that from today on, everyone had to stay ready for conflict at any moment. He then assigned the missions. Zhang Ji and Xun Jia would follow him to clear the abandoned building in the southeast before moving the survivors there. If they stayed outside, they would become the easiest targets once the enemy attacked. San San eagerly raised her hand and asked to join Xiaoyang. Standing behind her, Xiao Jia immediately volunteered as well. Lian Chao and Chen Jie refused to be left behind and both asked for a place on the team. Seeing all the adults volunteer, Xuan also raised a tiny hand and insisted on coming. Xiao Li quickly scolded the little boy for trying to join, while Xuan quietly watched from the side. The determined atmosphere soon rubbed off on Xuan. Before she realized it, her own hand was already raised, and she shyly asked if she could come too. Xiaoyang looked around at everyone before making his decision. The building probably was not too dangerous, so Uncle Sheng and Old Li would stay behind to guard the base, while everyone else could come with him. After preparing all their gear, the team followed Xiaoyang out of the shelter full of confidence. Not long afterward, they entered the ruined high-rise in the southeast. Taking the lead, Xiaoyang calmly raised his rifle and quickly shot down a zombie blocking the way. The others immediately joined the fight, using their weapons to eliminate the 7 zombies surrounding the area. After clearing the zombies, Xiaoyang turned around and asked if anyone had been injured, telling everyone to check themselves. Although they were all breathing heavily from exhaustion, the entire team confirmed they were unharmed. He walked to a window and announced that enemies would likely appear within the next few days, so the survivors should stay in this building for now to remain safe. A young woman stepped forward with determination and declared that they were capable of fighting too. The man beside her immediately agreed, saying he wanted to help protect everyone. Xiaoyang rubbed his chin for a moment before finally nodding, agreeing that the suggestion made sense. He instructed everyone to clean up the building first. After that, he would deliver guns and ammunition. If enemies appeared, they would communicate by radio, but everyone had to obey his orders without exception. The man immediately agreed without hesitation. Meanwhile, back at the enemy base, Jing Yi's subordinates were busy unloading supplies from several vehicles. Just then, a voice behind her asked how everything was progressing. Third Master arrived with an evolved being and wanted to know if everything was still going smoothly. The creature beside him kept bouncing around while constantly screaming that it wanted human flesh. Jing Yi rested her hands on her hips with an annoyed expression and explained that the base at Bishui Mountain Villa had already been completely taken over. From now on, they had no one to rely on and would have to survive on their own. Third Master stared in shock, unable to believe someone had dared to do such a thing. At the same time, the evolved creature suddenly screamed because there was no meat to eat, making it even more agitated. Jing Yi explained that the enemy was a force based in the eastern suburbs, with a considerable number of members. She planned to lead second brother there the next morning and wipe them all out. As time passed, night quickly covered everything in darkness. From a room that was still lit, Xiaoyang quietly said that he had accumulated 46 points and wanted to see whether the system shop had refreshed with any new items. The system shop immediately opened, displaying a Tier 2 Ability Awakening supply for 25 points, a Tier 2 Apocalypse Sentinel supply for 15 points, a Tier 1 Protein and Sugar Energy Pack for 5 points, and a Manual Refresh for 2 points. Looking at the list, Xiaoyang smiled because new items had finally appeared. After reading through every option, Xiaoyang realized there were 2 Tier 2 supplies this time. They cost a total of 40 points, so he decided to take the chance and hope for a powerful new ability. The moment he activated it, a blazing wave of heat surged through his body. The system announced that he had obtained the level 1 physical burst state, boosting all his attributes by 25%, though it would leave him weakened once the effect ended. Xiaoyang was quite satisfied with the boost. With 33 points in physical strength and power, already 8 times greater than an ordinary person, his combat ability had clearly reached a whole new level. He clenched his fist to feel the energy flowing through his body, a faint smile appearing on his face. His new ability made him eager to find an opponent and put it to the test. Out on the highway, engines roared as several vehicles raced forward at full speed, leaving thick trails of white smoke behind them. A convoy of 3 cars and 3 motorcycles accelerated toward their target without slowing down. Inside the lead vehicle, the man holding the radio asked Jing Yi to give the orders. Folding her arms, she coldly instructed the team to crush the refugees on the outer perimeter before anything else. The subordinate immediately relayed the plan. As soon as second brother broke through the gate, they would use a modified truck as a shield while concentrating their firepower to force their way inside. The mutated creature, sitting beside them, cheered excitedly, complaining that it had been hungry for far too long and could not wait to tear the enemy apart and devour them alive. The convoy charged forward like a pack of hunting beasts, rushing straight toward the forest ahead. While danger closed in, the factory serving as the survivor shelter remained as peaceful as ever. Standing on the rooftop, Hong Li studied the terrain below and admitted the location was well hidden, but its field of view was worse than the watchtower, and the base of the walls had too many blind spots. Xiaoyang calmly replied that observation was never the reason he had stationed him there. Confused, Hong Li scratched his head and asked what mission he had actually been assigned. Instead of answering, Xiaoyang reminded him that he had once mentioned serving as a sniper for several years. Embarrassed, Hong Li corrected him, saying he had only served a few months and was far from a professional marksman. Xiaoyang then asked if he could accurately hit a target 1 to 200 meters away. Hearing that, Hong Li confidently pointed at himself and said the question underestimated him. As long as the wind was not too strong, he could hit whatever he aimed at within 500 meters. Xiaoyang nodded with satisfaction and said that was more than enough. Just then, someone reported that the equipment he had requested had arrived. The newcomer was completely out of breath, complaining that the crate was so heavy it had nearly broken his back. After dropping the wooden crate onto the ground, the man finally caught his breath. Xiaoyang unlocked it and lifted the lid, while Hong Li leaned in curiously to see what was inside. The moment he saw the cold steel weapon resting in the box, Hong Li cried out in shock. It was a sniper rifle. He quickly asked Xiaoyang where he had found such a rare weapon. Xiaoyang remained calm and reminded him that they only had 2 magazines with a total of 10 rounds, so every single shot had to count. Holding the rifle in his hands, Hong Li was so excited he nearly froze, managing only to stammer that he understood. Xiaoyang turned to Zhang Ji and asked whether the other positions were ready. After hearing that everyone was in place, he immediately ordered the entire team to raise their alert, because the enemy could arrive at any moment. At the watchtower, San touched her headset and reported unusual activity nearby. The reply quickly confirmed that the message had been received. Hong Li steadied the sniper rifle on the railing, locked his scope onto the approaching area, and reported that the targets were now in sight, telling everyone to prepare for battle. Inside Jing Yi's convoy, the scout lowered his binoculars with a puzzled look. The refugees outside had completely disappeared, and he even wondered if they had all been wiped out. The driver suggested stopping to investigate. From the back seat, Jing Yi immediately rejected the idea and ordered everyone to keep charging forward. She believed they were already close enough, and slowing down now would only give the enemy time to detect the ambush. The driver obeyed at once. The vehicle surged ahead and charged straight toward the defensive wall. Over the radio, Jing Yi also ordered the entire team to move along the base of the wall and use it as cover from enemy fire. The moment San saw the convoy enter firing range, she shouted for everyone to open fire. In an instant, Xiaoyang's shooters pulled their triggers together, unleashing a storm of bullets onto the enemy below. Jing Yi's convoy was immediately swallowed by heavy gunfire as rounds slammed into the vehicles from every direction. 2 high-powered armor-piercing rounds suddenly shot toward the lead vehicle. The driver was killed instantly, sending the vehicle out of control as it swerved out of formation. A massive explosion erupted, and the car was consumed by flames before blowing apart into countless pieces. Through the radio, Jing Yi heard a panicked report that the ambush had been exposed. She cursed through gritted teeth, unable to understand how the enemy had known about the attack in advance. The remaining vehicles swerved wildly across the road to dodge the deadly gunfire. Amid the chaos, one subordinate desperately asked what they should do next. Jing Yi immediately screamed for everyone to keep accelerating and reach the base of the wall at all costs. After fighting through the hail of bullets, the 3 remaining vehicles finally reached the fortifications and escaped the defenders' firing angle above. A massive foot suddenly slammed onto the ground as a gigantic figure stepped out of one of the vehicles. The evolved fighter carried an oversized chainsaw on his shoulder, roared like a wild beast, and declared that he would tear everyone inside to pieces. Putting all his strength into both arms, he swung the roaring chainsaw over and over, hacking straight into the metal gate. From the watchtower, San saw the scene and immediately warned everyone that a monster was trying to break through the gate. She quickly raised her rifle and ordered everyone to focus their fire before the entrance was breached. On the ground, Jing Yi's subordinates emerged from behind the vehicles. Following her orders, they opened fire to suppress the defenders and create an opening for Second Brother to keep destroying the gate. Under the fierce return fire, San and the defenders on the watchtower were constantly forced back by bullets flying past them. A bullet suddenly struck Xiao Jia in the shoulder, making the boy cry out in pain. Jiang Ji immediately turned around in alarm. He quickly pulled Xiao Jia into cover and realized through gritted teeth that the enemy also had automatic weapons with firepower equal to their own. One man in the team immediately shouted to boost everyone's morale, telling them to hold their positions because they still had plenty of ammunition. At the main gate, the tension reached its peak. Watching sparks burst from the metal barrier, Uncle Sheng instantly realized the enemy was trying to break through. The young man behind him was drenched in sweat, fearing that if the gate fell, they would lose the initiative immediately. From another position, Xiao Yang's calm voice came through the headset, telling everyone not to panic because everything was still within his expectations. He had been quietly waiting inside since the battle began, and only now did he slowly push open the door and step outside. The moment he left cover, Xiao Yang burst into a sprint and raced straight toward the battlefield. Outside the battle line, one subordinate nervously reported to Jing Yi that more than half of their ammunition had already been used. She glared at the gate and angrily demanded to know why Second Brother had not broken through yet. Veins bulged across the evolved fighter's forehead as he poured every ounce of strength into the attack before roaring that he was almost done. A deafening crash ripped through the air as the gate was blasted from its frame, sending thick black dust everywhere. San immediately jumped down from the watchtower, while ordering every available fighter to reinforce the main gate and stop the enemy from breaking in at all costs. Seeing the defensive line breached, Jing Yi revealed a cold smile and proudly declared that the people inside were about to witness the true power of a terrifying evolved being. She turned to her subordinates and ordered them to stay close behind Second Brother. Once they got through the gate, they were to spread out immediately and find cover. The evolved fighter shoved both hands into the opening and used his monstrous strength to rip away the remaining sections of the gate. By then, Xiao Yong was already standing in the corridor with his weapon ready. He calmly contacted Hong Li and ordered him to prepare to fire on command. High above, Hong Li held his sniper rifle steady. Through the headset, Xiao Yong asked if he had the giant leading the enemy formation in his sights. The crosshairs were centered directly on the target's head, and Hong Li immediately confirmed that he had the shot lined up. The monster had barely stepped into the base when it let out a horrifying roar. Uncle Sheng stood frozen, unable to take his eyes off the grotesque figure before him. The young man behind him was equally terrified, unable to believe that such a creature could still be called human. A few seconds later, the two of them and another teammate snapped out of it, raised their weapons, and unloaded everything at the intruder. The evolved fighter only laughed in contempt. Even as bullets tore into his body, he showed no sign of slowing down. The bullets lodged in his flesh for only a moment before being forced back out and clattering onto the ground. Uncle Sheng's eyes widened in horror as he realized the enemy possessed regenerative abilities. Hiding behind her men, Jing Yi burst into laughter and mocked the defenders for finally witnessing the true terror of an evolved human. Through Hong Li's headset, Xiao Yong calmly explained that the giant could regenerate, so ordinary bullets would barely hurt him. Hong Li confidently replied that he wanted to see if the monster could survive this special round. A thunderous gunshot rang out as the sniper round ripped through the air with incredible force, flying straight toward its target. The shot landed perfectly between the giant's eyes, blowing its head apart in an instant. The massive body lost all strength and crashed to the ground, completely motionless. Jing Yi's subordinates stood frozen for several seconds. None of them could understand what had just happened, or how second brother had fallen so quickly. Cold sweat rolled down Jing Yi's face as she stared at the shattered corpse. She could not believe this seemingly weak group possessed such a devastating weapon. While the enemy formation fell into chaos, Xiao Yang silently appeared behind them and aimed his weapon straight at the group. Without hesitation, he kept pulling the trigger, sending the invaders into a panic. They scattered in every direction, screaming that there was an ambush behind them and that they were completely surrounded. Jing Yi quickly turned around and immediately realized her greatest mistake had been underestimating this base. She fired back to slow the pursuit while sprinting toward the convoy, shouting for everyone to retreat immediately. As she fled, Jing Yi gritted her teeth and looked closely at the man chasing them. There was something strangely familiar about him. The moment she saw Xiao Yang raising his gun at her, she remembered he was the man she had crossed paths with on the road before. A terrified subordinate running beside her was suddenly grabbed and yanked in front of her. Without the slightest hesitation, she used her own teammate as a human shield, letting him take the full burst of incoming bullets. Xiao Yang frowned slightly at her quick reaction and began to suspect that Jing Yi was also an evolved human. As soon as the thought crossed his mind, she hurled the bullet-riddled corpse straight at him to block his pursuit. Xiao Yang swiftly dodged aside, avoiding the flying body. When his view cleared again, he saw Jing Yi was already close to the white vehicle. With the distance growing wider, he realized she would probably escape this time. At the sniper position, Hong Li kept his eye on the scope and smirked as he saw the target trying to flee. The rifle barrel smoothly tracked Jing Yi's back. Hong Li quietly locked onto the target, eager to see whether she could escape his rifle. Jing Yi suddenly let out a scream of agony. Looking down, she was horrified to discover that one of her legs had been completely blown apart by the bullet. She lost her balance while running and slammed face first into the dirt beside the vehicle. On the rooftop, Hong Li calmly chambered another round before clicking his tongue in annoyance because the last shot had missed the exact spot he wanted. One subordinate immediately leaned out of the vehicle and pulled Jing Yi inside. Her face covered in blood, she frantically screamed for the driver to step on the gas. The white vehicle quickly turned around and sped away through the battlefield as bullets continued to whistle past. Watching it disappear into the distance, Hong Li regretted letting the target escape alive. Over the radio, one teammate worried that the enemy would regroup and return for revenge. Xiao Yang remained completely calm, saying it was nothing to worry about. The system immediately confirmed that Nemesis of Evil Part 1 had been completed, awarding 50 reward points for repelling the invasion. The community development mission also recognized the victory, increasing everyone's confidence, granting 2 more community points for a total of 5, plus 20 additional reward points, bringing Xiao Yang's total to 76. Watching the dust trail left behind by the escaping vehicle, Xiao Yang smiled and revealed that he already knew where the enemy's base was located. Right afterward, a new mission appeared. Nemesis of Evil Part 2 required him to launch a direct assault on the Bo-Kan faction's base. San, Zhang Ji, and everyone in the shelter immediately erupted in celebration, their cheers of victory echoing throughout the base. Xiao Yang quickly checked on his team's condition. Zhang Ji happily reported no serious casualties, only a few minor injuries. Xiao Yang ordered the wounded to get treated, told everyone to disinfect every enemy corpse, then move them into cold storage as food for Chen Yong. Xiao Yang then pointed at the abandoned buildings and told everyone to bring the refugee group back because the area was now safe. Looking at the system screen, he was pleased with the 76 points he had earned. Tonight was the perfect chance for another major upgrade. Elsewhere, a white vehicle slowly pulled up to the warehouse gate before coming to a stop. 2 subordinates immediately got out and struggled to carry Jing Yi, who had lost part of one leg, out of the vehicle. Deep inside the warehouse, Sanye casually walked out with an iron bar on his shoulder and asked why they had returned looking so miserable. Jing Yi gritted her teeth in frustration and admitted they had been incredibly unlucky. She had completely underestimated the enemy and never expected that weak-looking group to be armed with heavy weapons. Furious, she turned and shouted at Sanye, ordering him to find her missing leg at once and bring her human flesh so she could recover. Faced with her commanding tone, Sanye only gave a cold smirk and kept staring at Jing Yi without moving. He had no intention of helping her and did not even take a single step forward. Instead, Sanye pointed at her and mocked that a cripple who had already lost a leg still dared to order him around. His strange behavior startled Jing Yi. She instinctively stepped back and nervously asked if he was planning to betray her. Even after sensing the danger, she tried to maintain her authority and loudly ordered her subordinates to capture Sanye. But no one moved. When Jing Yi looked back, she realized every subordinate was standing still and completely ignoring her command. San Yi slowly ran his hand across the iron bar and declared that everything had changed. Jing Yi was now crippled, Lao was dead, and from this moment on he was the new leader. The days of everyone being forced to obey her were over. After saying that, he proudly raised his head and asked all his followers if he was right. Jingyi glared at her subordinates and tried to use her last bit of authority to intimidate them. She cursed them as traitors and warned that she still had ways to deal with all of them. But as the men slowly closed in around her, Jingyi's confidence quickly disappeared. Fear took over, and she begged them not to do anything reckless. The smile on Sanye's face grew even colder. Without hesitation, he raised the iron bar, ready to end everything with his own hands. The next second, the subordinates rushed forward like madmen and repeatedly slammed their metal weapons into Jingyi. Unable to fight back, she collapsed onto the ground and could only curl up while covering her head as the endless blows rained down. The beating lasted a long time until Jingyi's body stopped moving completely, leaving nothing but a mangled pile of flesh on the ground. Sanye stood at the scene with a satisfied smile and calmly wiped the blood from his hands with a piece of cloth. Just then, one subordinate cautiously approached and addressed him by his old title. The moment he heard those words, Sanye's expression instantly changed. He spun around and demanded to know what the man had just called him. The subordinate turned pale with fear, dropped to his knees, and repeatedly begged for mercy. He quickly corrected himself, called Sanyi the boss, and apologized for his slip of the tongue. After staring at the trembling man for a moment, Sanyi waved him off impatiently and told him to get to the point. The subordinate finally dared to raise his head and nervously explained that Jingyi was dead, Lao was gone, and only a handful of survivors remained. With their strength reduced so badly, if they ran into that strange monster again, the consequences would be unimaginable. Hearing that, the image of a terrifying creature immediately appeared in Sanye's mind. He absent-mindedly scratched his cheek and asked if they were talking about the white-haired monster with countless tentacles. After thinking for a moment, Sanyi casually waved his hand and confidently said there was no need to worry. If they really could not win, they could always join the West Wind Gang and find a new backer. At the same time, a black vehicle quietly entered the abandoned factory and stopped deep inside a hidden corner. Jiang Ji followed closely behind and kept praising Xiao Yong for predicting everything so accurately, because this really was the enemy's gathering place. Xiao Yang immediately raised a finger to his lips, signaling everyone to stay silent. He ordered them to walk carefully and make absolutely no noise as they moved deeper inside. After searching a little farther without finding anything, the group quietly started discussing the situation. Jiang Ji guessed the enemy had already left, or maybe fled early out of fear of retaliation. Hong Li suddenly pointed at a mangled corpse on the ground and recognized it as the woman he had shot earlier. He was shocked that they had been ruthless enough to kill their own companion. Xiao Yang only glanced at the scene and laughed, saying the strong devouring the weak was nothing new. Zhang Zhu then asked about the Guardian they had just fought because his strength was clearly far beyond an ordinary zombie. Hong Li immediately agreed and said he had heard the enemy mention evolvers before. He wanted to know what they were and how someone could gain that kind of power. Xiao Yang crossed his arms, stared at the ground for a moment, then slowly gave an answer that sent chills down their spines. Eat human flesh. The moment those 3 words came out, Jiang Zanji and Hong Li froze in disbelief. Xiao Yang calmly explained that he was not joking. The fastest way to become an evolver and gain powers like mutated creatures was by consuming other humans. Jiang Ji nervously swallowed and asked if Xiao Yang had done the same. Beside him, Hong Li grew even more uneasy, wondering if everyone would eventually have to make that terrifying choice to survive. Xiao Yang casually reached into his pocket while telling them not to jump to conclusions. Cannibalism was indeed the fastest way to grow stronger, but there was a much safer path. He took out a dark red object that looked like a small stone and held it up. Jiang Zhu and Hong Li immediately stared at it, wondering what the strange item was. Xiao Yang explained that evolvers and zombies were both mutated life forms. The key resource they needed to grow stronger was heterogeneous energy. In ordinary humans, this energy was scattered throughout the body in tiny amounts. But inside evolvers and powerful monsters, it was so concentrated that it condensed into a core. As the apocalypse continued, even ordinary zombies would eventually develop these cores. Hong Li rubbed his chin and guessed that if zombies contained heterogeneous energy, then hunting and eating them should make someone stronger. Jiang Ji immediately looked at him like he was crazy and said Hong Li could test it himself because he wanted no part of it. Xiao Yang quickly rejected the idea, explaining that normal humans would be poisoned by mutation if they ate zombie flesh. Only special beings like Chun-Ra had bodies capable of digesting their own kind and absorbing their power. Just then, the system interface suddenly appeared before Xiao Yang, confirming that Nemesis of Evil Part 2 had been completed. The enemy hideout had been wiped out, the cannibals had been eliminated, and the 50-point reward raised his total to 126. Xiao Yang was slightly surprised that the system had completed the mission so quickly. It seemed that even though a few enemies had escaped, they were no longer a real threat. Suddenly, a piercing roar erupted right beside them, shattering the silence. Without a second thought, Xiao Yang dodged the incoming attack, drew his dagger, and drove the blade straight through the zombie's head. He flicked the blood off the blade, looked down at the corpse, and silently marveled that the zombie had approached the group so quietly, without anyone noticing. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang sliced open its rotten chest, revealing a strange object glowing with a crimson light inside. As he examined the core taken from the monster, he realized this valuable resource had finally begun to appear. The time to hunt zombies for loot had officially arrived. Xiao Yong handed the 2 cores to the people behind him. The moment Jiang Ji saw them, he quickly waved them away and insisted they should all go to Uncle Li instead. Hong Li lowered his head and silently stared at the 2 crystals resting in his palm. His brows were tightly furrowed, showing the fierce struggle taking place in his mind. In the end, Hong Li let out a loud shout to gather his courage, shut his eyes, and swallowed both cores in one bold gamble. The instant the strange objects reached his stomach, his eyes flew open. A powerful roar burst from his throat and echoed through the entire area. Only seconds later, Hong Li laughed excitedly as he repeatedly flexed his newly strengthened muscles and enjoyed his fresh power. Xiao Yang immediately reminded him that he had only just become an evolver. His current strength was nowhere near enough to dominate the apocalypse, so he should stop taking reckless risks. Hearing the warning, Hong Li immediately dropped his smug expression, nodded seriously, and said all future cores could be left to him. Xiao Yang calmly walked back toward the waiting vehicle and declared that everything was settled. It was time to return to the base. At the same time, at the West Wind Metallurgical Industrial Zone, a group of people carrying their belongings walked straight toward the main gate. The guards spotted the suspicious group from a distance and immediately ordered everyone to stop and identify themselves. San Ye quickly put on a friendly smile and introduced himself as someone from the nearby coal plant. The guard looked him over, then coldly told the group to wait while he reported to his superiors. Not long afterward, the guard returned and led San Ye's group deep into the factory. Inside the main hall, the 2 leaders were already waiting with their arms crossed. Da Peng smirked and asked what had brought San Ye all the way to his territory. Standing beside him, Sister Ling immediately asked why Jing Yi and Lao were nowhere to be seen. San Yi awkwardly scratched his cheek, avoided their eyes, and lied that their base had been attacked. According to his story, Jing Yi and Lao had stayed behind to cover everyone's escape, and both died in the battle. After hearing the story, Da Peng did not ask another question. He simply nodded and studied San Ye with an unreadable gaze. He then turned to his subordinates and ordered them to arrange a safe place for San Ye and the people from the coal plant. The group quickly followed their guide and disappeared from the hall. Once they were alone, Da Peng and Sister Ling exchanged knowing smiles, silently confirming they had reached the same conclusion. Deep inside the residential area of the factory, one of the subordinates suddenly called out to San Ye in a nervous voice. San Ye instantly turned around and glared at him, demanding to know why he still dared to use his old title. The subordinate turned pale, quickly corrected himself by calling San Yi boss, and apologized. He then admitted that his heart had been pounding non-stop, as if something terrible was about to happen. San Yi cursed him for being so cowardly and making up baseless bad omens. Another subordinate glanced at the heavily reinforced window and complained to Jun that the place felt more like a prison. Iron bars sealed every exit, making them feel like they were trapped while waiting for execution. Just as the tense silence continued, the door suddenly flew open after the guard from earlier kicked it in, startling everyone inside. He arrogantly strode into the middle of the room, looked over San Ye's group, and coldly ordered them all to come out at once. The entire group was escorted back to the main hall. Da Peng and Sister Ling were still waiting, but this time more than a dozen armed gang members stood behind them, forming a complete encirclement. Sweat covered San Ye's forehead, but he forced a smile and pretended to ask why they had gathered so many people, as if something major had happened. Sister Ling casually played with a lock of her hair, fixed him with an icy stare, and asked what kind of ending someone deserved after betraying and murdering their own leader. Realizing this could cost him his life, San Ye frantically denied everything, insisting he had been framed. Standing behind Sister Ling, Li Cheng's face darkened with rage. Da Peng did not bother arguing, and simply signaled for him to reveal everything, so San Yi could no longer deny it. Li Cheng stepped forward with killing intent and said he had personally inspected the coal plant. Jing Er's body was lying in the courtyard. Dongjia had completely disappeared, and the entire base showed no signs of any battle. He pointed directly at San Ye and concluded that his group had taken advantage of the chaos to eliminate their own people, secretly getting rid of Jing Er and Dongjia. By this point, San Ye was drenched in sweat, yet he still shouted that everything was only speculation and that no one had real proof against him. Da Peng laughed with contempt and said it was ridiculous to talk about laws in the middle of the apocalypse. He also revealed that if he had not valued Jing Er and Dongjia's abilities, San Ye's group would have been wiped out long ago. The playful look on Da Peng's face vanished, replaced by a savage glare as he coldly ordered everyone to be executed, without sparing a single person. At the critical moment, one subordinate hurried out of the crowd, bowed, begged for his life, and claimed he possessed extremely valuable intelligence. sensing that the information might be useful. Sister Ling finally looked up and ordered him to explain exactly how valuable it was. The man hurriedly revealed that a massive shelter existed in the eastern part of the city, filled with enormous supplies. That force had killed Jing and Dongjia, and he was willing to lead them there in exchange for his life. Sister Ling continued questioning him about the strength of both sides. After a tense pause, the man insisted the enemy was roughly equal to their own force, with neither side holding a clear advantage. Hearing that, Sister Ling exchanged a calculating glance with Da Peng and said that if the other faction kept growing, it would eventually become a major threat. Afraid his information was not enough to save his life, the man quickly added that the base still had no idea how to create evolvers. From what he had seen, they did not even have a single superhuman. The moment Li Cheng heard the secret of evolution, he immediately realized its value and began thinking about ways to help humans reach the next level. Da Peng still was not convinced, so he demanded to know how a base without evolvers had defeated Stan Yes group. The man nervously explained that the enemy possessed heavy firepower. Ordinary weapons could not hurt Dongjia, but one powerful artillery blast killed him on the spot. Only then did Sister Ling clap her hands in satisfaction and admit the information was extremely valuable. Believing he had survived, the subordinate happily pointed at himself and cautiously asked if he had been spared. But Sister Ling's smile quickly turned icy. She had no intention of keeping her promise and directly ordered every one of them to be executed. The moment the sentence was announced, the remaining men froze in despair. Their faces turned pale as sweat poured down, realizing their last chance to survive was gone. In an instant, desperate screams echoed throughout the industrial complex. They cried and cursed the others for breaking their promise, saying they had traded the secret for their lives only to be killed anyway. One by one, the screams faded away, leaving behind torn clothes and blood splattered across the ground. Da Peng casually slipped his hands into his pockets and looked at San Yes' lifeless body, saying this threat had to be eliminated completely. Sister Ling replied that the eastern base possessed overwhelming firepower, and attacking now would be suicide. Their best option was to help their own people evolve first before making a move. From above, Da Peng's group gathered around San Yes' corpse like vultures surrounding prey in a pool of blood. After some thought, he decided to send a few capable men to secretly monitor the eastern base, while making sure they never learned the method of evolution. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang sat back, with one leg crossed over the other, carefully studying the system interface, and wondering what valuable items he could buy with his remaining 126 coins. The item list quickly appeared before him. His balance was 126 coins. A level 1 POT in-cup food crate cost 5 coins. A level 2 dark technology crate required 50 coins, and refreshing the shop would cost 4 coins each time. The moment Xiaoyang saw the level 2 dark technology crate, his face lit up. He felt incredibly lucky to find such a rare item. Without wasting any time, he immediately confirmed the purchase through the system interface. Moments later, a series of green notifications appeared. The level 1 food crate had been purchased for 5 coins. The level 2 dark technology crate cost another 50 coins, leaving him with 71 coins. The system immediately revealed the rewards. The level 1 food crate contained 500 kilograms of Peter Lotus root powder, 200 kilograms of margarine, and 150 liters of premium cooking oil. The level 2 dark technology crate contained 6 bottles of super stamina BUFF serum, with each bottle increasing attributes by 20 points. Just as Xiaoyang excitedly checked his rewards, the system interface suddenly flickered and emitted a sharp warning sound. A knock on the door pulled him out of the system. Xiaoyang calmly told the person outside to come in because the door was unlocked. Xia peeked into the room and called out, "Boss," when she saw him sitting on the sofa. Sensing something was wrong, Xiaoyang's smile disappeared. He asked what had happened, and she immediately reported that the hunting team had captured a suspicious man wandering around the base. Xiaoyang let out a quiet sigh, stood up, and said he would personally meet this uninvited guest. Not long afterward, he arrived at the place where Jing was being held. Huang Li and the guards surrounded the prisoner, while Jing constantly searched for an escape route and insisted he was only an ordinary man who had gotten lost. He even demanded to speak with the leader. At that moment, Xiaoyang casually walked in, looked at him with an indifferent expression, and asked if he was the one who wanted to see him. Seeing the man in charge, Jing immediately brightened up and asked if the young man before him was the leader. Xiaoyang confirmed it and told him to state his purpose. Jing smiled politely and asked for his name so he could address him properly. Without changing his expression, he coldly introduced himself as Jiang Xiaoyong. Jing immediately smiled and introduced himself with great respect, saying he was an official member of the West Wind base. The moment West Wind was mentioned, Lao Song stepped out from the corner and asked about his identity. Jing hurriedly nodded, insisting every word was true. Realizing Lao Song seemed familiar with the place, Xiao Yang asked for more details. Lao Song explained that the West Wind base was deep in the southwestern suburbs. It was one of the largest factions in the region, and had likely grown into a stronghold comparable to the southern coal mine. When Xiao Yang asked about the distance, Lao Song said it was about 3 kilometers farther than the coal mine. After learning the location, Xiao Yang slowly walked up to A Xing, studied him with a sharp gaze, and asked why someone from so far away had come all the way to his base. A Xing calmly claimed that zombies were everywhere, and that survivors needed to unite and help each other to stay alive. Xiao Yang crossed his arms, casually said the story sounded decent enough, then told him to continue with the rest. A trace of tension flashed across A Xing's face. He quickly explained that Boss Jiao Pi had sent people everywhere to search for refugees, so every survivor they found could be brought back to the base. Zhang Ji was not convinced by the smooth explanation. He looked at A Xing suspiciously, then handed Xiao Yang a crumpled piece of paper. He reported that this man had been circling the base for hours, and had secretly drawn a map of the area. Xiao Yang took the paper covered in rough sketches, and carefully examined every marked location. At that moment, a mysterious blue glow suddenly covered his eyes as the mind's eye skill activated. Under its power, all of A Xing's hidden thoughts became crystal clear. Behind the harmless appearance was an ambitious liar weaving one false story after another. Seeing through everything, Xiao Yang let out a mocking laugh and called him by name. Without giving him another chance to stall, Xiao Yang drew the pistol from his waist and pressed the cold barrel directly against A Xing's forehead, freezing him in place. A terrifying killing intent burst from Xiao Yang. In a cold voice, he warned that this was no time to fool him with cheap lies. If A Xing kept hiding the truth, the next bullet would blow his head apart. The threat made A Xing tremble uncontrollably. His throat kept moving, but he could not force out a complete sentence. Sweat quickly covered his forehead, as he desperately swore the map was only for planning an escape route to save his own life. According to A Xing, no one could be trusted anymore, and failing to prepare meant becoming someone else's prey. Feeling that A Xing was finally telling more of the truth, Xiao Yong quietly asked Zhang Ji whether he had ever seen Chongcha. Zhang Ji immediately leaned over and confirmed that Chongcha had always been kept hidden and had never appeared before the spy. After hearing that, Xiao Yong lowered his gun, turned away, and casually signaled for A Xing to be untied and released. The unexpected decision stunned Lao Song, who could not understand why such a dangerous man was being allowed to leave. Even A Xing thought he had heard wrong. He stood there with his mouth open and cautiously asked if Xiao Yang really intended to spare him or was simply toying with him. Xiao Yang tossed the map back toward the spy, told the others to return it to him, and ordered them to escort their guest out. Having escaped death by a hair's breadth, A Xing's eyes turned red with emotion as he repeatedly bowed to thank Xiao Yang for his mercy. Not daring to waste another second, he grabbed the map and sprinted out of the base as fast as he could, afraid Xiao Yang might suddenly change his mind. Watching A Xing disappear into the distance, a calculating smile slowly appeared on Xiao Yang's face. He quietly murmured the name West Wind Metallurgical Plant, as though he had found his next target. At that moment, Xiao Yang had only one question on his mind. How many system points could such a massive faction bring him? Time passed quickly, and before long, half a month had quietly gone by. Outside the West Wind factory, two workers struggled to push garbage carts, piled high with trash, toward the dumping site. As they walked, one wiped away his sweat and quietly mentioned that more members had recently disappeared without a trace. The moment he heard that, Xiao Chen turned pale. The image of a twisted creature with countless tentacles flashed through his mind, and he nervously asked if that nightmare monster had returned to hunt again. Just as the two men were worrying, strange sounds suddenly echoed from the bottom of the massive garbage pit. They panicked, clung to each other, and shouted after realizing something was moving below. Unable to resist his curiosity, Xiao Chen cautiously crept toward the edge of the pit to investigate. Seeing such a reckless move, his coworker felt a chill run down his spine, quickly pulled him back, and suggested calling the security team instead. Without warning, a sharp slicing sound cut through the air. A thin sheet of metal, as deadly as a grim reaper's blade, shot forward at a speed that was almost impossible to see. The attack came so fast that Xiao Chen had no time to react. The metal edge swept across his neck, sending a spray of bright red blood into the air. Elsewhere in the factory, Li Cheng leaned against an old wall, casually smoking a cigarette and enjoying a rare moment of peace. That calm was shattered when a panicked cry for help echoed from the distance, instantly drawing his attention. The surviving worker came running as if something was chasing him. Seeing the man's terrified expression, Li Cheng immediately drew his pistol and demanded an explanation. Through tears, the worker reported that the monster had appeared and killed Xiao Chen. Shocked by the news, Li Cheng quickly asked if it was the white humanoid creature covered in tentacles. The worker, drenched in sweat, firmly said it was that same white monster and pointed toward the garbage dump when asked where it had happened. Li Cheng gritted his teeth in anger, unable to believe the monster had silently come to hunt people without leaving a single warning sign. Turning to the subordinates who had just arrived, he decisively ordered all civilians to be moved to safety. Everyone with combat abilities and evolver powers was to gather and follow him immediately. After organizing the team, Li Chung led an elite squad toward the foul-smelling waste disposal area. As they entered the dangerous zone, the entire team carefully scanned their surroundings, stayed on maximum alert, and slowly advanced deeper inside. Li Chung signaled everyone to stay silent and reminded them that their target was the white monster. If they encountered it, no one was to fight alone. The moment they spotted it, they were to retreat immediately. His eyes settled on a massive pit filled with mixed scrap, and his brows slowly tightened with suspicion. After searching for quite some time without finding anything, Li Chung wondered if the monster had already left. Continuing to examine the scene, he crouched down to study the messy tracks left in the dust. One subordinate asked if the monster had escaped, while another guessed it had simply eaten its fill and left on its own. While the two kept talking, Li Chung remained focused on the unusual footprints. They mentioned that ever since the Jade Beast base and the southern coal plant had been destroyed, disappearances around the factory had increased rapidly. One man said that was only natural, because the losses had once been shared among 3 strongholds. But now this factory alone had become the hunting ground. Li Chung's face suddenly turned cold, and his killing intent made the air feel heavy. After piecing together all the clues, he declared that the culprit behind this incident was definitely not the white monster. At the same time, Xiaoyang's base presented a completely different scene, where everything was thriving peacefully and full of life. Standing atop the highest point of the city wall, Xiaoyang clasped his hands behind his back and looked down the long gravel road below. He realized he had survived far longer in this life than in the last, and if things continued to progress smoothly, restoring human civilization might truly become reality. The system notification suddenly rang out, announcing the Safe Version Utopia project. The mission required expanding the community and continuously raising its evaluation score, while the current progress had only reached 38 points. Xiaoyang fell into thought, finding it strange that months had passed without any mission related to the West Wind metallurgical plant appearing. Just as he was trying to figure out why, a cheerful voice suddenly pulled him back to reality. From below the city wall, Shanshan happily waved and shouted that her hunting team had completed its mission and returned safely. Hearing the news, Xiaoyang immediately leaped from the wall, soaring gracefully through the air with a perfectly executed jump. Thanks to his long training and exceptional body control, he landed lightly in front of Shanshan and Zhang Ji with perfect balance. Brushing the dust from his clothes, Xiaoyang asked whether the hunt had gone smoothly and if anyone had secretly followed them. Zhang Ji confidently patted his chest and said that with the team's current abilities, not even a fly could get close without being noticed. Xiaoyang then looked at Shuai, who was standing nearby with a shy expression, and asked how he had performed on this trip and whether he had managed to keep up with everyone. The boy immediately answered with an excited shout. Shuai enthusiastically threw a few punches into the air and proudly declared that his combat skills had improved tremendously. Standing beside him, Xiaowan Yuan gently ruffled the boy's hair and confirmed that Shuai had defeated a zombie all by himself today. Hearing about the boy's achievement, Xiaoyang smiled with satisfaction and praised him. He then told everyone to store all the cores collected during the hunt in the warehouse. The moment he finished speaking, the system released a new mission called Nemesis of Evil Part 3. The objective was to remove obstacles and strengthen the seed allies, with a reward of 80 points. Staring at the mission details, Xiaoyang guessed that the seed allies were most likely referring to the mixed group inside the West Wind metallurgical plant. Later, inside a private room, Xiaoyang and Huang Li seriously discussed their plan. When Huang Li heard that Xiaoyang intended to infiltrate the West Wind base alone, he immediately objected, saying the risk was far too great. Beside Huang Li, Lao Song and Zhang Ji also looked deeply concerned. Lao Song pointed out that the enemy had already sent a spy to scout them, which meant they were clearly planning something. If anything happened to Xiaoyang, everyone else would lose their greatest support. Understanding their concern, Xiaoyang smiled reassuringly. With his current strength, he was confident that even if the Zombie King returned, it would struggle to injure him, let alone a group like West Wind. Xiaoyang then entrusted the base to the 2 oldest members. While he was away, the safety of the shelter and the care of Lin Zhen would be in their hands. Hearing those instructions, Lao Song immediately agreed and told Xiaoyang not to worry about things at home. Even so, he urged him to return safely, because without Xiaoyang, the shelter could easily fall into chaos. Meanwhile, at the smoke-filled metallurgical plant, another incident was beginning to unfold. 2 burly guards stood watch at the entrance to the central area. One of them stretched out his arm to block the way and impatiently reminded everyone that without permission from above, no one was allowed to pass through the door. But in the next instant, the guard's eyes widened in terror. His body trembled uncontrollably as veins bulged across his forehead. As if controlled by something, Li Chung suddenly lunged forward and grabbed the guard's throat with terrifying strength. The other guard turned pale and shouted, asking if Li Chung had gone insane. The shout snapped Li Chung back to his senses. As his awareness returned, even he was horrified by what he had just done. Li Chung quickly released his grip, helped the weakened guard stay on his feet, and awkwardly apologized, explaining that he had suddenly lost control. Rubbing his reddened neck, the guard coughed and angrily cursed Li Chung for attacking people without reason. Meanwhile, Li Chung was lost in thought because these strange violent impulses had been happening for several months. Just as the atmosphere was about to grow even more tense, an authoritative voice echoed from inside. The speaker recognized Li Chung and ordered the guards to let him in. After receiving the order, the remaining guard immediately turned toward the door and respectfully replied that he would open it at once. From inside the sealed room, the voice urged Li Chung to come in quickly. Li Chung pushed open the wooden door and stepped inside, but the scene before him immediately caught him by surprise. In the middle of the room, Sister Ling leaned against her desk. She fixed Li Chung with a sharp gaze and asked why there had been so much noise outside. Li Chung quickly explained that he had discovered a new clue about the white monster's attacks. When Sister Ling signaled for him to continue, he revealed that the crime scene contained a woman's footprints, even though the victim was a man. After hearing the details, Sister Ling fell silent. Her cold eyes remained fixed on Li Chung as she carefully considered his conclusion. After a moment of thought, Sister Ing said that if his theory was correct, then the real killer belonged to another faction and had nothing to do with the white monster. Li Chung immediately snapped his fingers, saying that was exactly the conclusion he had reached. A mysterious glint flashed across Sister Ling's eyes. She admitted the information was extremely important, but ordered him to keep it completely secret. Confused by the strange order, Li Chung immediately asked why it had to be hidden. Sister Ling explained that the rumors about the tentacled monster had already thrown everyone into panic. If news of another mysterious threat spread, no one would dare leave the factory to work. Li Chung was about to argue, but she cut him off and firmly stated that she would take responsibility and that the situation could not get any worse than it already was. Seeing how determined Sister Ling was, Li Chung could only swallow his frustration and remain silent, even though he was not fully convinced. Without warning, Sister Ling gracefully stepped closer, making Li Chung's face instantly turn red. Wrapping her arms around him playfully, she teased him by asking why he was still standing there, or if he wanted to stay and receive a few more private lessons from her. Sister Lin teased him, and Li Chung panicked. He stumbled back, gave a rushed salute, mumbled an apology, and hurried out of the room. The door slammed shut behind him, and the loud bang echoed through the hallway. Once outside, Li Chung smacked his forehead in frustration. A brief distraction had made him forget to ask about the strange changes in his body. A mocking laugh suddenly came from the shadows behind the cabinet. The hidden figure sneered that they had even left behind a woman's shoe print. This cleanup had been far too sloppy. Sister Lin's face instantly darkened. She coldly told the speaker to shut up and declared that if he was so good at spotting mistakes, he could handle every cleanup from now on. The man who stepped out of the shadows was Da Ying. His clothes were soaked with blood, and a huge container sat beside him. As he played with a sharp knife, he laughed and said he would handle the hunting while Sister Lin cleaned up the mess. Inside the dark container, a pale patch of human skin could be seen, still covered with fresh blood. Out in the wasteland, the twisted corpse of a mutant creature lay motionless on the gray ground. A pair of military boots slowly approached. The one arriving outside the Shifeng refinery was none other than Xiao Yang. Holding a blood-stained blade, he calmly stood among the mutant corpses he had just slaughtered. After studying the area, Xiao Yang concluded he was close to the enemy's base. To avoid drawing attention, he decided to disguise himself as someone weak and harmless. In the blink of an eye, a shiny pair of hair-cutting scissors appeared in Xiao Yang's hand. He casually spun the scissors and cut his neat hair into a messy, uneven style without hesitation. He was not done yet. Xiao Yang scooped up black mud and smeared it all over his face until he looked filthy and miserable. After the disguise, Xiao Yang looked like a frail young scholar. His thick glasses and shabby appearance made him seem like a helpless survivor. As Xiao Yang dragged himself toward the factory gate, pretending to be exhausted, a guard immediately spotted him and shouted for him to stop. A Shifeng guard raised his weapon, stared at Xiao Yang with a hostile look, and demanded to know where he had come from. Xiao Yang quickly put on a foolish smile and explained that he had found signs of people living nearby and followed them here. After wandering alone for so long, seeing other survivors almost made him cry. Seeing how harmless he looked, the guard relaxed a little. He guessed Xiao Yang was just another refugee searching for shelter. Even so, the guard pointed at him and asked how someone that weak had managed to survive this long. Xiao Yang lowered his head and pretended to be heartbroken. He said he had once lived with more than a dozen people, but after a zombie attack, everyone died except him. The Shifeng guard looked him over and decided Xiao Yang had no real ability. Hearing that, Xiao Yang acted confused and innocently asked what the guard meant by strength. Xiao Yang then hurriedly added that he was still useful. He had escaped zombie hordes many times, gained plenty of survival experience, and promised to work hard instead of becoming a burden. The Zhifeng guard only looked at him with contempt and said that was not what he meant. Still, he had no intention of explaining further. The guard then jerked his head toward the inside and told Xiao Yang to follow if he really wanted to join the base. The moment the guard turned around, the innocent look vanished from Xiao Yang's eyes, replaced by an icy stare. Up ahead, the guard called back that every newcomer had to pass a strength test first. Xiao Yang kept his head down and maintained the disguise, but inwardly he sneered. Just as expected, the Shifeng factory was hiding far more secrets than it appeared. Just as they were about to leave, a voice suddenly called out from behind, asking what all the noise was about. Xiao Yang and the Shifeng guard immediately turned around. The newcomer was Li Cheng. His commanding presence instantly dominated the area, and his cold eyes locked onto Xiao Yang, clearly trying to figure out where this stranger had come from. Faced with Li Cheng's question, the Shifeng factory guard immediately became nervous and started stumbling over his words. He quickly explained that Xiao Yang was only a wandering survivor, and that he was taking him somewhere private for an inspection. The weak excuse only earned a mocking smile. Li Cheng exposed the lie at once. If it was just a search, they could do it right here. There was no reason to drag Xiao Yang somewhere hidden. Xiao Yang became certain the guard had planned to lure him away and kill him in secret. Li Cheng then turned to Xiao Yang and said, anyone entering the base had to hand over every weapon. Xiao Yang immediately acted stubborn, saying that once he lost his means to fight back, he might be walking straight into a trap. Li Cheng stayed calm instead of getting angry. He admitted that such caution was understandable in a world where no one could be trusted. But rules were rules. If Xiao Yang refused, he was free to leave. Seeing how straightforward Li Cheng was, Xiao Yang reluctantly pulled out his small dagger and handed it over. With no weapon left on him, Xiao Yang obediently raised both hands and let Li Cheng search him from head to toe. As he quietly watched Li Cheng's actions, Xiao Yang began to think more highly of him. Li Cheng clearly respected the rules, and the Shifeng steel factory seemed far more trustworthy than the gangs at the southern coal mine or Bishui mountain. After examining Xiao Yang's little dagger, Li Cheng grew suspicious. Surviving outside with such a poor weapon was far too risky, so he guessed Xiao Yang was an evolver. Caught off guard, Xiao Yang quietly clenched his fist but acted excited instead. He proudly said his strength had recently increased a lot. Hearing that, Li Cheng immediately told him to follow, since every evolver had to register with the leader. Not long afterward, Xiao Yang was led into a sealed rooms, surrounded by cold walls. Before leaving, Li Cheng told him to wait in what they called the guest room. Looking around the gloomy space, Xiao Yang could only smile to himself. With reinforced steel doors like these, calling it a guest room was a joke. It looked more like a prison cell. After making him wait for quite a while, Da Peng finally arrived. He politely apologized for the delay before asking Xiao Yang for his name. Facing Da Peng's piercing gaze, Xiao Yang kept acting like a weak scholar. He deliberately looked timid and introduced himself as Xiang Jia. Li Cheng kept watching every reaction. He repeated the report that Xiao Yang was an evolver and asked him to confirm it. Xiao Yang simply scratched his head and vaguely replied that if Li Cheng thought so, then it was probably true. Without the slightest warning, a massive axe suddenly tore through the air straight toward Xiao Yang's head. Before he could even understand what was happening, his body reacted on instinct. With one smooth sidestep, Xiao Yang dodged the axe as it flew past and buried itself deep into the wall. Xiao Yang slowly turned his head and silently stared at the axe embedded almost to the handle. His eyes shifted from the axe to Da Peng's dangerous smile. He instantly became alert, but quickly realized the attack had probably been nothing more than a test. Even after figuring it out, Xiao Yang immediately pretended to be furious. Pointing at the axe, he loudly complained that the attack had nearly killed him. Da Peng burst into laughter and even slapped his thigh in amusement. That single dodge had already confirmed that Xiao Yang was truly an evolver. Xiao Yang immediately acted wronged and asked what would have happened if he had been an ordinary person. Da Peng did not care in the slightest. He calmly replied that if someone that weak died, it would not be a loss. After confirming Xiao Yang's identity, Da Peng began asking deeper questions. Since they were both evolvers, he believed Xiao Yang must know at least part of the secret behind this power. Xiao Yang did not deny it and simply nodded, saying he knew a little. Da Peng immediately thought of the people on his side, including Sister Lin Li Cheng and the man from the Shifeng steel factory. His face turned grim as he coldly warned that if anyone else knew this secret, he would. Before finishing the warning, Da Peng suddenly lunged forward with terrifying speed, sending a powerful gust sweeping through the room. His massive hand instantly wrapped around Xiao Yang's throat as he growled that he would crush him to death. Xiao Yang kept a calm face, but even he was startled by the sudden show of force. Even so, a blade had quietly appeared in Xiao Yang's hand. He figured Da Peng was lucky he had only used his bare hands to intimidate him. If he had drawn a weapon, Xiao Yang would have struck back without hesitation. Da Peng had complete control of Xiao Yong's neck. But instead of panicking, Xiao Yong wondered whether killing Da Peng right now would earn him the full 80 system points. Spotting the blade tightly gripped in Xiao Yong's hand, Da Peng slowly loosened his grip and praised him. His reactions were impressive, and he had even prepared a weapon for a counterattack. Patting Xiao Yong on the shoulder, Da Peng warned that his current strength was still nowhere near his own, so he should not even think about resisting. Xiao Yong obediently agreed, and Da Peng decided to overlook the hidden weapon he had secretly brought inside. Da Peng slowly walked out of the room and gave orders to the 2 guards outside. Xiao Yong followed and quietly closed the door behind him. Da Peng then instructed them to take Jiang Jia to change into clean clothes before bringing him to the meeting room. The guards immediately accepted the order. A knock soon sounded at the door, and permission to enter came from inside. The escort brought Xiao Yong before the leaders and loudly reported to Da Peng that the newcomer had arrived. Da Peng gestured toward Xiao Yong and introduced him to everyone as the organization's newest member, Jiang Jia. He then introduced everyone else. The woman standing behind him was Huang Ling, a leader with equal authority. Li Cheng and Huang Ban were both core officers of the settlement. As soon as Da Peng finished speaking, Huang Ling assigned Xiao Yong to Huang Ban's team. Huang Ban kept his cold expression, but accepted the arrangement without objection. After the assignment was settled, Huang Ling turned to Xiao Yong. She told him he was fortunate to have found the strongest shelter in the region. From now on, survival would not be a major concern, but if he wanted better treatment, he would have to prove his value. Without the slightest hesitation, Xiao Yong obediently nodded and declared that he would follow every order. Huang Ban then stepped forward and firmly patted Xiao Yong on the shoulder. His squad was on patrol that day, so Xiao Yong was told to come along immediately. Before long, the group arrived outside the Shifeng base. Huang Ban called for A Qiang and A Xiang to get ready, but the moment one of them saw Xiao Yong, he was visibly shocked. Fa Qiang hurried over to Huang Ban, deliberately keeping his distance from the others, as he quietly asked whether the new guy had really been assigned to their squad. Huang Ban immediately looked reluctant. According to him, Xiao Yong had no outstanding skills, but since the order had come from above, they had no choice but to accept him. Walking behind the group, A Xiang kept staring at Xiao Yong with suspicion. The longer he looked, the more familiar Xiao Yong's face seemed. After walking for a while, Huang Ban suddenly turned around and asked whether Da Peng had explained the settlement situation. Xiao Yong honestly replied that he had only been told to keep the method of becoming an evolver absolutely secret. Huang Ban nodded and confirmed that this had always been the rule. Huang Ban then revealed that only Da Peng, Huang Ling, and the 4 members of their current group knew the truth about the cannibalism taking place here. He continued by explaining everyone's relationship. A Xiang was Da Peng's cousin, while Fa Qiang was the nephew of both Da Peng and Huang Ling. In other words, they were all on the same side. If the secret ever leaked, Xiao Yong would be the first suspect. Even after the direct warning, Xiao Yong remained calm and promised he would never reveal anything. Only then did Xiao Yong take a closer look at the man behind him and suddenly realize that A Xiang was the same person whose throat he had grabbed before. As if remembering something important, Xiao Yong asked about the remaining officer. Huang Ban replied that it was Li Cheng. Although he was not related by blood, his talent and strength were extraordinary. Under no circumstances could Li Cheng learn this secret, or the consequences would be disastrous. After a long silence, Huang Ban's face gradually turned vicious. He coldly declared that if Li Cheng ever discovered the truth, neither he nor Xiao Yong would survive the day. From Huang Ban's warning, Xiao Yong quickly realized that Li Cheng possessed terrifying potential. Da Peng's faction was probably spending countless resources to keep him under control, because if they let him grow freely, he would eventually surpass both leaders. After walking a little farther, Huang Ban suddenly clapped his hands and announced they had arrived. Xiao Yong looked around in confusion, clearly surprised that the destination was right in front of them. Hidden among the overgrown trees was a small survivor shelter. Huang Ban explained that 7 people were living there, and his team had been secretly watching them for the past 3 or 4 days. After days of surveillance, they confirmed that everyone inside was an ordinary human. None of them were evolvers. Xiao Yong curiously asked if the mission was to capture everyone and bring them back. Huang Ban immediately denied it and even acted as if Xiao Yong was being too cruel. Their goal was only to keep some of them alive. Fa Qiang cheerfully threw an arm around Xiao Yong's shoulder and reminded him that he was now an evolver. It was time to change his way of thinking instead of clinging to Li Cheng's rigid principles. In his eyes, evolvers had already risen above ordinary humans. They were now a superior species, fully qualified to stand at the top of the food chain. Hearing those twisted beliefs, Xiao Yong's eyes turned cold for a brief moment. He asked if they were planning to keep survivors alive at the base until food ran out, then use them as supplies. Huang Ban waved his hand and said there was no need to bring everyone back. 5 or 6 people would be enough. The rest would be killed on the spot. Xiao Yong pretended to be confused and asked how they planned to do it. Happy to show off in front of the newcomer, Huang Ban laughed proudly and patted his chest. He told Xiao Yong to watch carefully, because the next scene would open his eyes. Meanwhile, on the other side of the shelter, someone was skillfully spreading fresh cement over a wall. After finishing the last section, the handsome young man wiped the sweat from his forehead. Catching his breath, he sighed that the project was finally almost complete, though it had completely drained his energy. Just as everyone was taking a break, one person suddenly noticed something strange in the distance. Too shocked to speak properly, he could only point toward it with a trembling hand. Everyone looked over, and their faces instantly changed. A massive horde of zombies was charging straight toward the shelter at full speed, and panicked warnings echoed everywhere. The entire group fell into chaos. They could not understand how the zombies had reached them without triggering a single warning from their security system. Even so, they grabbed their weapons and rushed to defend themselves. Sadly, they had already run out of time. The zombies quickly broke through the defenses and threw themselves at those who had no chance to react. In the middle of the chaos, one terrified survivor kept firing at the monster rushing toward him. As he sprayed bullets everywhere, he desperately screamed for it to stay away. But the zombie horde was simply too large. Their resistance quickly became meaningless, and the survivors sank into despair as they realized they had no chance of stopping the monsters. Before long, the shelter was filled with desperate screams and bloodshed. After watching everything unfold, Xiao Yong coldly looked at Huang Ban and asked if luring zombies to kill people for them was the special trick they had been so proud of. At that moment, Xiao Yong's instincts suddenly picked up a chilling sense of danger from the building behind them. He immediately turned around, trying to find whatever was secretly watching him. But even after carefully studying the open window, Xiao Yong saw nothing except darkness and silence. There was no sign of anyone. He began to wonder if the feeling had only been his imagination. Just then, Huang Ban called out from a distance, asking Jiang Jia why he was still standing there. Huang Ban pointed toward the pile of bodies and ordered the newcomer to help clean up the battlefield. Xiao Yong immediately returned to his normal act, answered calmly, and walked over to the group. Not far from where they stood was the strange building where Xiao Yong had sensed that deadly gaze. None of them knew that deep inside the darkness, a terrifying creature was silently hiding and patiently waiting for them to step into its hunting ground. The survivors spared by Huang Ban's group immediately tried to win their favor by revealing that the warehouse still contained a large stockpile of supplies. Hearing this, Huang Ban gave Xiao Yong a new task. He was to gather every supply and move it to the gate, while Huang Ban arranged for a vehicle to transport everything back. Before leaving, Huang Ban leaned close and quietly gave Xiao Yong one more order. He was to gather the bodies of everyone bitten by zombies into one place, because they would take all of them back to the base later. After giving Xiao Yong every remaining task, Huang Ban turned to the survivors and loudly ordered everyone who could still move to follow his team immediately. Before long, the entire group left the shelter in a long line, leaving Xiao Yong alone in the middle of a battlefield covered with corpses. Once everyone was gone, a calculating smile spread across his face. Xiao Yong summoned his familiar blade from storage, thinking this opportunity had come at the perfect time. Meanwhile, as they traveled with Huang Ban's group, a young man repeatedly thanked them with folded hands. He believed everyone there would have died long ago if they had not been rescued. As soon as he finished speaking, a young woman curiously asked Fa Qiang whether the base had enough water. She said she had been dreaming of taking a bath for a long time. Fa Qiang immediately wrapped an arm around her with a sly grin. He boasted that the base had not only clean water but also hot water and scented bath supplies. The girl sensed no danger and happily thought she could finally clean herself. Just as Fa Qiang was taking advantage of the moment, a Xiang suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, as if a sinister presence were quietly closing in from behind. He slowly turned around and carefully scanned the area with suspicious eyes, but he found nothing unusual. Noticing his strange behavior, Huang Ban immediately asked what was wrong. A Xiang nervously swallowed and said it felt like some creature had been following the group the entire time. Hearing the warning, Huang Ban did not take it lightly. He immediately ordered everyone to stay alert and watch every direction. Fa Qiang, however, kept holding the girl beside him. He confidently told her to stay behind him, because nothing could hurt her as long as he was there. In reality, the creature A Xiang had sensed was hiding above them, silently watching every move the group made. Huang Ban kept asking where it was, but A Xiang could no longer detect its presence. When A Xiang failed to answer, Fa Qiang burst into laughter and mocked him. He claimed A Xiang had been under too much stress lately and was imagining things. A Xiang immediately shot back with a serious expression. He insisted his instincts were not wrong, because something had definitely appeared just moments ago. Before he could finish speaking, a sharp object suddenly pierced straight through his neck. The attack happened so fast that everyone could only scream A Xiang's name in shock. Huang Ban stared in horror as the strange appendage slowly withdrew from A Xiang's neck. Recognizing it at once, he shouted that the tentacle man had appeared. The entire group instantly fell into chaos as everyone searched for the monster. But in the blink of an eye, it vanished without a trace, moving far too fast for anyone to react. While Huang Ban was still scanning the area, someone suddenly spotted something and pointed behind him in terror. Unfortunately, the moment Huang Ban turned around, the monster was already right in front of him, so close that there was no chance to dodge. At the same time, Xiao Yang remained at the shelter, carefully cutting open zombie corpses, one by one in search of loot. After searching for a while, he found 2 glowing ability cores. Discovering that one zombie contained 2 cores made Xiao Yang realize his luck today was even better than expected. Suddenly, a desperate cry for help echoed through the night from far away. Xiao Yang immediately stopped what he was doing and looked toward the sound. At that moment, Huang Ban's body was tightly wrapped in countless tentacles and lifted into the air. Unable to escape, he could only realize in despair that everything was completely out of control. The tentacles showed no mercy. They tightened with brutal force and crushed Huang Ban's body to pieces. Seeing blood and flesh explode everywhere, the civilians screamed in terror, and the entire group was thrown into panic. Even Fa Qiang, who had been bragging about his strength just moments earlier, was now frozen with fear. Every trace of confidence had disappeared from his face. After killing Huang Ban, the monster immediately turned its attention to its next target, and that target was Fa Qiang. Realizing the monster was coming for him, Fa Qiang instinctively staggered backward, desperately praying he would not be the next victim. Without wasting another second, Fa Qiang suddenly grabbed the arm of the young woman hiding behind him. Every promise to protect her was instantly forgotten. Without the slightest hesitation, Fa Qiang used the beautiful girl as a human shield and shoved her straight toward the monster. All she could see before her were the countless tentacles. Knocked off balance by the shove, she had no chance to resist and crashed hard into the muddy ground. At the most critical moment, a familiar figure suddenly landed in front of everyone, standing between the survivors and the monster like a hero arriving just in time. The moment Fa Qiang recognized the newcomer, his eyes went wide and he blurted out, "Jiang Jia." Xiao Yang remained calm, pointed at the creature behind him, and asked if this was the tentacle man everyone had been talking about. Fa Qiang hurriedly shook his head and stammered that the creature was only called the Tentacle Man's Son. Seeing Xiao Yang's confused expression, he quickly explained that it was just a nickname their group had invented. After swallowing nervously, Fa Qiang explained the strange name. The Tentacle Lord constantly repeated the word son, and every zombie it transformed shared traits with its creator. That was why they called its creations the Tentacle Man's Sons. As soon as he finished, Fa Qiang fell silent and quickly weighed the situation. Even Da Peng and Huang Ling would pay a heavy price to fight this monster alone, so a rookie like Jiang Jia had no chance of winning. With that thought, he immediately decided to run for his life. Without another second of hesitation, Fa Qiang spun around and sprinted away at full speed, shouting for Jiang Jia to hold the monster back while he went to get reinforcements. The survivors were no braver than he was. The moment they saw Fa Qiang fleeing, they rushed after him, desperate to get as far away from the danger as possible. Xiao Yang looked at the fleeing crowd with contempt, completely ignoring that the monster behind him had already regenerated all of its tentacles. He quickly realized they had left him behind as bait to buy themselves time. A split second later, countless savage tentacles shot toward him and wrapped tightly around his body, like giant pythons trapping their prey. Xiao Yang slowly turned his head and calmly looked at his bound arms and legs. Not a trace of fear appeared on his face. Instead, he looked at the creature behind him with growing interest. The story about the Tentacle Lord's offspring had clearly sparked his curiosity. Suddenly, Xiao Yang poured all his strength into his arms and yanked forward, stretching every tentacle wrapped around him to its limit. The monster was completely caught off guard by his overwhelming strength and was violently pulled off its feet. A faint smile appeared on Xiao Yang's lips. The creature had finally given him something worth getting excited about. The monster immediately dug both feet into the ground, desperately trying to stop itself from being dragged any farther. One side was human, the other was a mutant beast. Locked together by the tentacles, they struggled in a deadly tug-of-war where the loser would likely die. Xiao Yang only grew more excited. His newly awakened ability had not yet found a worthy target, and this monster was the perfect test subject. With that, he slammed his heel into the ground, rooted himself like a mountain, and prepared to unleash his full power. Lightning flashed across Xiao Yang's eyes as he shouted, "Overload instinct activate." Power exploded through his body. Xiao Yang gripped the tentacles with both hands and gave one violent pull, ripping the entire monster into the air. Seconds later, the massive body slammed into the ground with a thunderous crash before being dragged a long distance across the dirt. As the monster slid to his feet, Xiao Yang raised one leg and stomped its head into the ground, instantly stopping all its momentum. Looking down from above, Xiao Yang stared at the creature pinned beneath his foot. Even with its face buried in the mud, it continued roaring with endless hatred. In the distance, the young woman Xiao Yong had just witnessed everything and froze in complete disbelief. Before her eyes, Xiaoyang did not even need a weapon. Using nothing but his bare hands, he ripped the monster's tentacles apart, one after another. It did not take long before the terrifying creature had been torn into countless pieces, leaving its original form completely unrecognizable. With fresh blood still covering his face, Xiaoyang slowly walked over to the young woman and asked if she was hurt. But covered in blood, he looked more like a demon walking off a battlefield than a human, making the terrified girl scream. Xiaoyang quickly wiped the blood from his face and reassured her. He told her there was nothing to fear because he was still human, not a monster. Meanwhile, the group that had fled finally reached the gates of the Shifeng factory base. Everyone was gasping for breath, but they were relieved to have escaped alive. The commotion quickly drew the leaders outside. Da Peng immediately demanded to know what had happened, while Huang Ling frantically searched for Xiao Ban and A Xiang, but neither of them was anywhere to be seen. Fa Qiang's face was deathly pale, and his voice still trembled with fear. He reported that Xiao Ban and A Xiang had both been killed by the tentacle man's son. Li Cheng looked over the group and asked where the rookie Jiang Jia was. Fa Qiang immediately declared that he had to be dead too, since even three of them together could not stand against that monster. After hearing the full story, Da Peng's face darkened as his anger threatened to explode. He fixed the trembling survivors with an icy glare filled with hatred, making the air around the base entrance feel unbearably heavy. Grinding out every word through clenched teeth, Da Peng released a terrifying killing intent that made everyone shiver. In his eyes, every disaster had started because of the people standing before him. Refusing to hear another excuse, he hurled his massive axe toward the survivors, venting his rage as he cursed them all to die. One young man failed to dodge in time and was struck head-on. The impact instantly tore his body apart, scattering blood and flesh across the ground. Realizing Da Peng had completely lost control to his fury, Huang Ling rushed forward and shouted for him to calm down. Just as the tension reached its peak, a pile of slimy tentacles suddenly dropped right in front of Da Peng. Everyone stared at the grotesque mass, before turning toward the figure who had just arrived. The sight left them completely stunned. The newcomer was none other than Xiao Yong. Behind him stood the only surviving girl from the civilian group that had left the shelter. Seeing him alive, Li Cheng's eyes immediately lit up. He happily called out Jiang Jia's name and remarked that the rookie was unbelievably lucky. Huang Ling, however, focused on the tentacle fragments lying on the ground. They looked strangely familiar, and her expression filled with shock. Xiao Yang casually walked over and explained that he had already dealt with the monster known as the tentacle man's son. At the same time, he had avenged the girl's fallen family. Da Peng and Huang Ling both fell silent. Only one question remained in their minds. Just how powerful was Jiang Jia? Before they could think any further, Xiao Yang changed the subject to the loot. He urged the two leaders to prepare vehicles and manpower immediately so they could recover all the supplies and bodies before anything went to waste. Sometime later, the meeting room was once again filled with a heavy atmosphere. Tapping his fingers on the table, Da Peng questioned Fa Qiang, asking whether the monster had truly been stronger than Li Cheng. Fa Qiang immediately confirmed it. According to him, the creature had nearly killed both him and A Xiang in an instant, so even Li Cheng might not have been able to defeat it. He even believed that if Da Peng and Huang Ling had fought together, the battle still would not have been easy. After hearing that, Da Peng remembered the time he had secretly tested Jiang Jia. Back then, Xiao Yong had reacted quickly enough to draw his weapon, but had shown no intention of fighting back. That was why Da Peng could not understand how the rookie had suddenly displayed such terrifying strength. Huang Ling quickly offered another theory. The monster specialized in ambushes, so its direct combat ability might not have been as overwhelming as they believed. Da Peng found the explanation reasonable, but no matter what the truth was, he believed Jiang Jia could not be allowed to keep growing stronger. If he ever joined forces with Li Cheng, the two leaders' positions would be in serious danger. Just as the discussion turned even more dangerous, a steady knock sounded at the door. Huang Ling immediately signaled Da Peng to stay quiet before calling out. She gave the visitor permission to come in. Li Cheng entered the room and greeted the two leaders. Da Peng quickly hid his emotions, then acted surprised and asked what had brought him there. Li Cheng first expressed his condolences for those who had died. Da Peng immediately brushed it aside, saying the apocalypse had lasted too long for life and death to matter anymore, so Li Cheng should get to the point. Li Cheng did exactly that, stating that Jiang Jia's strength was probably on par with his own, and recommending that he be promoted to an officer. The moment he heard the proposal, Da Peng strongly objected. He argued that Jiang Jia's background had not been fully verified, so giving him authority would be reckless. But Huang Ling suddenly raised a hand, stopping Da Peng before he could say another word. She quickly agreed with Li Cheng's proposal, admitting Jiang Jia was more than qualified to become a leader. But if he wanted everyone's respect, he still needed a major achievement. Li Cheng immediately argued back. In his eyes, taking down the son of the tentacle monster alone was already a huge accomplishment, and more than enough to prove Jiang Jia's strength. But Huang Ling raised an even tougher condition. If Jiang Jia could help kill the Tentacle Lord and build his reputation through that victory, they could remove the threat and earn everyone's respect at the same time. Li Cheng instantly saw through the plan and exploded in anger. Even the two leaders could not handle that monster, yet they were pushing the mission onto Jiang Jia as if they wanted him dead. Huang Ling leaned back with crossed legs and calmly replied. She said Jiang Jia would not be fighting alone, because the entire settlement would join the battle and wipe out the Tentacle Lord for good. Just as the discussion reached its peak, a familiar voice interrupted. Xiao Yang slowly walked in and sarcastically asked, when he had become the centerpiece of such a grand plan. With no way to hide it anymore, everyone stepped out to face him. After hearing almost the entire plan, Xiao Yang calmly asked if giving such a huge mission to someone who had just joined was asking a little too much. Huang Ling tilted her head and smiled with clear intent. She praised Xiao Yang's strength, saying his recent display was so impressive that he might even rival her and Da Peng together. Da Peng quickly added another tempting offer. He promised that if the operation succeeded, Xiao Yang would become the settlement's third leader. After saying that, Da Peng deliberately glanced at Li Cheng with a provocative smile. He hinted that if Jiang Jia surpassed him through sheer strength, Li Cheng surely would not object. Li Cheng ignored the provocation and calmly said he had no objections. Da Peng immediately raised 2 fingers and declared they would act in 2 days. What no one knew was that Xiao Yang had secretly activated his special ability to read everyone's true thoughts. He sneered inwardly because those sincere invitations might have fooled him without that power. Looking at the status icons floating above everyone's heads, Xiao Yang could not hide his satisfaction. The mind's eye ability was even more useful than he had expected. In the quiet night, an abandoned factory was still roaring with running machines as the clashing metal echoed through the darkness. From deep inside, Xiao Dai suddenly kicked the door open and rushed in. He shouted that Xiao Yang's radio had finally picked up a signal again. Under everyone's anxious gaze, Li Huangli immediately grabbed the radio and asked about Xiao Yang's situation. After a burst of static, Xiao Yang's clear voice finally came through. Standing on top of a giant crane, Xiao Yang gave his orders. At dawn on the 11th day, everyone was to gather at the southern suburban park and bring Chen Song along with their strongest fighters. From high above the city and surrounded by thick fog, Xiao Yang looked down and coldly declared that it was finally time to remove the festering cancer in the southern district. As everyone gathered around, Huang Li turned to Uncle Thang with a reminder. Since he was getting older, he should stay behind because the base still needed someone experienced to guard it. Uncle Thang agreed with the arrangement, but gave a serious warning. This mission would be far more dangerous than the previous ones, so Huang Li's team had to make survival their top priority. Huang Li nodded without hesitation. Huang Li then looked at the neatly leaned-up team and called out Zhang Ji, Xiao Kai, Shan Shan, Zixuan Liao Chao, Chen Ji, and Chen Song. The 7 chosen members would join him on the mission, and they all answered at once. Just as the team's morale reached its peak, Shui suddenly ran over and asked to join. The boy insisted that he wanted to fight in this battle too. Xiao Li immediately stopped him, saying battles were for adults and children should stay away from danger. Shui quickly protested, declaring that he had already grown up and was more than qualified to be a real man. Seeing that, Old Song spoke up to help persuade Xiao Li. He said Shui's current strength had long surpassed fighting a few zombies, and he would not be weak even among the main force. Hearing the praise, the boy grinned from ear to ear. Huang Li reassured the worried mother. He believed real combat would help Shui mature faster, and promised to keep the boy safe. Not long after, 2 heavily armored vehicles rolled up and stopped at the entrance of the park. Da Peng stepped out, scanned the area, and confirmed they had reached the right location. Once everyone had gathered, Xiao Yang folded his arms and asked how they planned to lure the monster out. Da Peng only smiled and said everything had already been prepared. While waiting for the next signal, Xiao Yang carefully watched the entire area, leaving no corner unchecked. Before long, his instincts picked up something unusual, and his eyes turned sharp with caution. On the roof of a tall building in the distance, several faint and strange lights flickered. That was where Huang Li and his team were hiding in ambush, with Huang Li watching every movement below through binoculars. One teammate asked if they should move closer for a better view, but Huang Li refused at once. Xiao Yang had strictly warned that no one was allowed to cross too close to the park's boundary. He then ordered everyone to check their ropes and get into formation. The moment the signal came, they would swing straight into the nest from the side. At the same time on the ground, Huang Ling tilted her chin toward a skinny little boy and called him over. The child nervously walked over and asked what the leader wanted him to do. A sinister smile spread across Huang Ling's face as she ordered the boy to walk into the park alone. He immediately began trembling because they had only told the children they were coming to collect loot. Sensing something was wrong, Li Cheng turned to Huang Ling and demanded to know what she was planning. She calmly explained that the monster kept crying for its son, so they would simply use a real child as bait. She assured everyone they would restrain the monster the moment it appeared, so the boy would not be harmed. Her promise meant nothing to the terrified child. He broke into tears, backed away, and begged them not to use him as monster bait. At that very moment, someone suddenly stepped out from behind. Dapeng grabbed the boy by the collar and lifted him into the air. He coldly ordered him to shut up and threatened to kill him if he kept wasting time. Without the slightest hesitation, Dapeng threw the child deep into the park. The hard landing left the boy aching all over as he curled up on the ground in pain. From his observation point above, Huang Li saw everything through his binoculars and immediately ordered the team to prepare for the assault. Moments later, the elite fighters dropped their ropes from the rooftop and rapidly slid down. The boy clutched his scraped arm, struggled to his feet, and tearfully cried for help. Suddenly, a horrifying scream echoed from the deepest part of the park, piercing the sky. "My son." Out of nowhere, a grotesque creature slammed onto the ground, landing directly behind the child. The terrified boy screamed until his voice nearly gave out, crying that he did not want to die. Behind him, the monster's crimson eyes flared with murderous intent, filling the entire area with crushing pressure. The moment Li Chung saw the trap had worked, he urged everyone to attack at once. But before he could rush forward, an arm blocked his path. Huang Ling smiled mysteriously and reminded him that everyone had agreed to let Jiang Jia prove himself alone. After taking in the whole situation, Xiao Yang curled his lips into a faint smile and said he finally understood what was going on. The next second, he stomped the ground so hard that the stone beneath his feet shattered into countless pieces. Xiao Yang shot forward at terrifying speed, charging straight toward the child who had become the monster's prey. Just as the deadly claws were about to strike, Xiao Yang arrived in time and grabbed the back of the boy's shirt. With one smooth motion, Xiao Yang hurled the child out of danger, though the sudden throw made the boy scream in panic. Li Chung caught the boy, but the force was so great that both of them slid across the ground. At the same time, Xiao Yang's glasses fell off and shattered. Countless white tentacles instantly wrapped around Xiao Yang as the monster roared wildly, demanding that he return its son. Facing the terrifying creature, Xiao Yang calmly looked up and remarked in surprise that it could actually talk. Outside the battlefield, Li Chung anxiously prepared to rush in while shouting for Jiang Jia to hold on. But in the blink of an eye, Dapeng and Huang Ling pinned Li Chung's arms behind his back and forced him to his knees. Li Chung angrily demanded an explanation, warning that Jiang Jia would die if they kept standing there. Huang Ling only smirked and coldly replied that if that happened, it would remove one more burden. Watching Xiao Yang completely wrapped in tentacles, Huang Ling looked extremely pleased. She had expected an intense battle, but the so-called hero was about to become prey instead. Li Chung angrily confronted them. Only now did he realize everything had been an act, though he still had no idea what they were really hiding. In the tense silence, Xiao Yang suddenly spoke in a calm voice. He told Li Chung to stay calm, because everything would soon become clear. The three of them froze in shock. Even while trapped, Xiao Yang calmly revealed that he already knew their secret of hunting and eating their own kind. Li Chung felt a chill run down his spine and stammered, asking if they were really cannibals. Just then, an order to open fire echoed through the air. Dapeng and Huang Ling immediately released Li Chung to dodge the attack, realizing they had been lured into a trap. At the signal, Huangle's forces opened fire together, pouring bullets into their assigned targets. At the same time, another squad rushed straight toward the area where Xiao Yang was being restrained by the monster. Shui led the charge with a burning firebomb in his hand, shouting that the rescue team had arrived, and Uncle Xiao Yang had nothing to worry about. Without hesitation, the boy hurled the burning bomb straight at the mutant, but the creature casually swung one tentacle and shattered the bottle in midair. When it noticed more people arriving, the monster ignored the flames and stared in only one direction. Its savage eyes locked onto Shui, and it cried out once more, "My son." Zhang Shengzhe stood motionless, with a vacant stare fixed on the child, repeating those two words again and again. Shui completely ignored the call, and even complained that this monster was unbelievably stubborn. Hearing the rude remark, Zhang Shengzhe immediately became furious and loudly scolded him, saying good children should never use foul language. Standing beside him, Zhang Ji gently pulled Shui back and warned him to be careful, because this enemy was far from ordinary. Sunjia suddenly charged forward, forcing Zhang Ji to chase after him, while repeatedly telling him to watch his surroundings. Thanks to his incredible agility, Sunjia slipped through Zhang Shengzhe's relentless attacks one after another. Elsewhere, Fa Qiang's group continued watching from the shadows. Seeing the scene, he wondered in shock why another mutant had appeared. Even Huang Ling could not hide her surprise. She had never imagined a monster would cooperate with humans to fight another monster. As the battle continued, countless tentacles from Zhang Shengzhe attacked from every direction to surround Sunjia. In an instant, Sun Jia's entire body was wrapped in layer after layer of tentacles. But his overwhelming physical strength let him rip through every restraint with almost no effort. Zhang Shengzhe immediately used a blind spot to launch another sneak attack, but a teammate shouted a warning just in time. Reacting instantly, Sun Jia turned around and caught the incoming tentacle with his bare hand. Even though he blocked the strike, the tremendous impact still forced Sun Jia back several meters. Seeing that, Jiang Xiaoyang laughed and joked that Sun Jia had finally found an opponent who could actually give him a hard time. Da Peng was speechless with rage, unable to understand how Jiang Jia could still joke in such a dangerous situation. The next moment, Jiang Xiaoyong casually waved his hand, instantly tearing apart every tentacle binding him. Da Peng was horrified because those were the monster's most vital body parts. Just then, Fa Qiang suddenly remembered something familiar and urgently told everyone to stop. While everyone else looked confused, he pointed out that the child had just called Jiang Jia Uncle Xiaoyong. Da Peng frowned and looked over, unable to see why that detail mattered. Fa Qiang gritted his teeth and explained that according to Ah Heng's report, the leader of the Chai City's survivor settlement was Jiang Xiaoyong. When questioned again, he firmly confirmed the man before them was that very person. Realizing they had been deceived from the very beginning, Da Peng cursed in fury. Huang Ling also realized the newcomers were most likely the elite forces under Chai City. No longer looking down on them, Huang Ling began carefully studying every move the opposing team made. Her eyes swept across the formation, unfolding right in front of her. Even the fighters positioned around the battlefield escaped none of her scrutiny. After sizing up the enemy, Huang Ling realized even their weakest member was at least on Li Cheng's level, and all of them carried top-tier equipment. Her attention finally returned to Jiang Xiaoyong. The most dangerous opponent was the man who had called himself Jiang Jia, whose real identity was Jiang Xiaoyong. Huang Ling then glanced at Sun Jia, the mutant whose strength was nearly equal to Zhang Shengzhe's. After evaluating the enemy's full strength, she realized victory was almost impossible. If they fought to the end, both sides would likely suffer devastating losses. Hearing that, Fa Qiang broke into a cold sweat and quickly asked what they should do next. After a brief moment of thought, Huang Ling came up with an escape plan. She immediately ordered Da Peng to charge in and hold the enemy back, using him as her shield. Without a second thought, Da Peng lifted his massive axe and charged forward. After building up momentum, he poured all his strength into his arm and hurled the weapon at the enemy formation. The giant axe screamed through the air at terrifying speed, throwing off bright sparks from the intense friction. Seeing the deadly projectile coming, everyone shouted for each other to get out of the way. At the same time, Huang Ling's forces opened fire together, unleashing a hail of bullets at their opponents. Within seconds, thick gun smoke covered the battlefield and swallowed the entire area. Huang Li quickly took cover behind a tree while avoiding the bullets, wondering what the real purpose of this chaotic barrage was. Taking advantage of the confusion, Huang Ling sprinted straight toward Shui Shui. Just then, a sharp warning rang out, telling everyone to stay alert. Xiao Dai immediately stepped in front of Shui Shui, shielding the boy with his own body while daring Huang Ling to come after him instead. Huang Ling did not hesitate and unleashed a lightning-fast kick. The overwhelming force sent Xiao Dai flying, and he instantly realized Huang Ling was an evolver. Filled with killing intent, Huang Ling slowly closed the distance toward Shui Shui. With one hand, she grabbed the boy by the throat and effortlessly lifted him off the ground. A cruel smile spread across Huang Ling's face as she declared Shui Shui would become her human shield. From the distance, Meng Xiangshan trembled in panic and desperately shouted Shui Shui's name. Even while being held hostage, Shui Shui glared at Huang Ling and warned her not to think she could make him her bargaining chip. His fearless attitude made Huang Ling laugh. She never expected such a young child to stand up to her. The next moment, she slapped Shui Shui hard across the face. Watching his son get hurt, Zhang Shengzhe let out a heartbroken roar and cried out for his child. Sun Jia instantly seized the opening and swiftly climbed onto Zhang Shengzhe's body. He looked visibly irritated and kept letting out furious growls. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, Jiang Xiaoyong signaled Sun Jia to calm down and told him to leave immediately. Sun Jia could only stare back in confusion, unable to understand why Xiaoyong would give such an order. Jiang Xiaoyong explained that Zhang Shengzhe was about to enter a berserk state, and staying in front of him would be suicidal. On the other side, Huang Ling shouted that if they wanted Shui Shui alive, everyone had to throw down their weapons immediately. Huang Li turned pale with fear and begged her to release the boy, offering himself as the hostage instead. Seeing everyone's panicked reaction, Huang Ling became even more pleased. Knowing she had captured the most valuable bargaining chip, Huang Li secretly clenched his teeth, because if anything happened to Shui Shui, he would never be able to face the boy's mother. To increase the pressure, Huang Ling tightened her grip around Shui Shui's neck and ordered everyone to drop their weapons and retreat 100 meters. With no other choice, Huang Li slowly raised his hands in surrender and told everyone to obey her. Huang Ling was still not satisfied and demanded they take the monster away with them as well. Suddenly, a warning rang out as countless white tentacles shot toward Huang Ling from every direction. Hearing her teammates shout, Huang Ling turned her head and found the attack already right in front of her. The tentacles slammed into the ground with terrifying force, but she used the impact to launch herself into the air and narrowly escaped. In an instant, the tentacles changed direction and swept away everyone standing in their path. Dapeng witnessed the horrifying scene from nearby and screamed in panic. After landing safely, Huang Ling still could not understand what had happened. She was certain the monster should have been tied down by the others. At that moment, her eyes landed on Xiao Yong, who was standing nearby with a completely relaxed expression. When she saw Sungjia casually wave at her, Huang Ling clenched her teeth in fury, realizing they had been treated like a joke from the very beginning. Seeing Shui Shui surrounded by tentacles, Huang Li shouted himself hoarse, desperately telling the boy to run. Standing behind him, Sungjia calmly raised a hand and assured him that Shui Shui was already completely safe. Huang Li turned around in confusion, because nothing in front of him looked safe at all. Jiang Shengji gently lifted Shui Shui with his tentacles and brought the boy back to his side. He softly called Shui Shui his precious child, leaving the boy stunned as he stared at him in confusion. Xiao Yong peeked out from behind and asked Jiang Shengji if he finally believed him, reminding him that he had always said his wife and son were still alive. Shui Shui looked shocked and asked if this man was really his father. Xiao Yong immediately confirmed it, explaining that he had recognized the same unique traits in Jiang Shengji's body that Sungjia also possessed. Hearing the truth, Shui Shui burst into tears and rushed into Jiang Shengji's arms, crying out, "Dad!" Dapeng watched the emotional reunion in complete disbelief before hurriedly urging everyone to retreat. Jiang Shengji immediately noticed the movement and turned his icy gaze toward the fleeing group. The next second, countless tentacles rose like a raging storm and crashed down on the enemy formation. Seeing the deadly tentacles closing in, Dapeng turned and ran with everything he had. But after only a few steps, the tentacles wrapped tightly around his body, leaving him unable to move. In panic, Dapeng shouted at his allies, begging them to cut him free. He gritted his teeth and looked back, furiously demanding to know why Huang Ling had not come to save him. Only when he realized she had already disappeared did Da Peng understand he had been abandoned, and he cursed her as a traitor. Meanwhile, Huang Ling focused only on escaping. In her eyes, even all their strongest fighters together could not defeat that monster, so sacrificing Da Peng was her only chance to survive. As she ran, she suddenly froze in terror when a streak of green flashed across her vision. A chill ran down her spine as she discovered a massive tentacle wrapped tightly around her ankle. Realizing there was no escape, she was yanked off her feet before she could react and dragged back across the ground toward the battlefield. The impact sent Huang Ling's glasses flying before they shattered into pieces. Raising her blood-covered face, she bitterly cursed the one who had attacked her. Unable to resist the overwhelming force, Huang Ling was quickly dragged back in front of Xiao Yong's group. Seeing the woman who had betrayed him get captured as well, Dapeng burst into laughter and mocked her for finally getting what she deserved. But his satisfaction lasted only a moment. He quickly turned to Li Cheng, insisting they could only rely on each other now, while Li Cheng silently fell into despair after realizing every escape route had been cut off. Just then, a hand suddenly rested on Li Cheng's shoulder. He spun around in shock and was stunned to find Xiao Yong standing behind him. Xiao Yong calmly told him to stay where he was, because he would guarantee his safety. Seeing Li Cheng remain still, Dapeng angrily assumed his last ally had abandoned him too. The next moment, Jiang Shengji lifted Dapeng high into the air with his tentacles. The massive tentacle slammed down like a giant hammer, smashing him into the cold stone ground. Dapeng lay motionless in a pool of blood, his body covered in wounds as he could only cough violently. Behind him, countless tentacles rose once again, preparing to deliver the final blow. They all came crashing down at once, spraying blood everywhere and staining the ground crimson. On the other side, Huang Ling was thrown before Jiang Shengji. Gone was her arrogant attitude as she struggled desperately and begged for mercy. As the tentacles tightened around her, the unbearable pain made her bite through her own lips. Blood began pouring from Huang Ling's eyes, nose, and mouth, leaving her in a pitiful state. The slimy tentacles kept crawling higher, slowly covering her face as pure terror filled her eyes. In the end, Huang Ling's entire body was wrapped into a cocoon before being crushed by the overwhelming pressure. Jiang Shengji slowly pulled back his tentacles, then casually tossed Huang Ling's mangled corpse onto the ground. At that moment, Xiao Yong's system interface appeared, announcing that the villain's nemesis mission was complete. After eliminating the threat and helping a future ally, he earned 80 more points, bringing his total to 151. Xiao Yong smiled as he read the message, knowing the future ally could only mean Jiang Shengji. He then turned to Li Cheng and asked if there was anything his friend still did not understand. Li Cheng cautiously asked if they were really from the Che City survivor settlement in the east. After Xiaoyang confirmed it, Li Cheng asked what he had meant about cannibalism. Xiaoyang looked him straight in the eye and asked if he truly believed an ordinary person could become an evolver through nothing but luck. The question made Li Cheng turn pale. A terrifying possibility slowly formed as he realized the source of his group's power might not be what he had always believed. At that moment, the memory of a box of stewed meat suddenly resurfaced, along with the little girl's voice asking her mother for just one bite. Her mother gently hugged her and explained that Uncle Li needed to eat first so he would have the strength to kill monsters and protect them. She even forced a smile and apologized to Li Cheng, saying the little girl was too young to understand. Without the slightest suspicion, Li Cheng happily handed over the food and told the mother to let her daughter have some. But the woman's face suddenly turned pale as she frantically refused with a strangely panicked expression. As the memory returned, Li Cheng grabbed his head in horror and kept blaming himself. Then another memory flooded back. Back then, several terrified survivors had rushed behind the steel gate, reporting that the tentacle monster had attacked again and killed even more people. Someone asked if anyone had seen its face, but the survivors replied that anyone who had seen it would never have made it back alive. Amid the chaos, a tearful mother desperately asked if anyone had seen which way her son had run. After connecting every piece of the puzzle, Li Cheng could no longer bear the truth. He doubled over and vomited violently. The moment he recovered, he staggered to his feet and rushed straight toward Huang Ling's corpse. Overcome with rage, Li Cheng repeatedly slammed his fists into the ground, while screaming curses at the people who had deceived him. Only after a long while did he finally stop, his body covered in blood as he gasped for breath. Still filled with hatred, Li Cheng turned to Xiaoyang's group and asked if their power had also come from eating human flesh. Huang Li immediately shook his head, saying they would never use such an evil method. Xiaoyang calmly tossed a red crystal into the air and told Li Cheng not to worry. Che City's knowledge was far beyond this place because they had discovered a much better path to evolution. Li Cheng caught the crystal as Xiaoyang began explaining what it was. Listening carefully, Li Cheng learned it was a mutant core that could be harvested from monsters or evolvers. Although much rarer than human flesh, it was far more effective and, most importantly, carried no deadly consequences. Hearing that, Li Cheng frowned and immediately asked what side effects Xiaoyang had been referring to. Xiaoyang calmly pointed out the changes Li Cheng had probably noticed after evolving, like becoming more hot-tempered and gradually enjoying bloody battles. Li Cheng could not deny a single word. The truth left him devastated. He collapsed to the ground and asked if he could still be saved. Xiaoyang explained that the changes could not be reversed, but if he stopped now, the violent urges and paranoia would at least stop getting worse. After settling Li Cheng's situation, Xiaoyang turned his attention to Zhang Shengzhe and his son. He carefully observed Zhang Shengzhe, wanting to see whether his ability to communicate had remained intact. Zhang Shengzhe raised a tentacle in greeting and struggled to piece together a few words, thanking Jiang Jia for saving his son. The awkward wording made Xiaoyang's face go dark because he thought Zhang Shengzhe was teasing him. Zhang Shengzhe quickly waved his tentacles and explained that he wanted to ask Jiang Jia to take care of his son. Understanding his intention, Xiaoyang immediately raised a hand to stop him and said there was no need to force himself to speak because he already understood. Xiaoyang then remarked that Zhang Shengzhe's condition was very similar to Sung Jia's. His speech had been damaged, but his mind remained clear. The only problem was his terrifying appearance, which would send the shelter's survivors into a panic. Zhang Shengzhe smiled and refused to return. He had grown used to living here, and bringing his son along would only burden the boy. Xiaoyang quickly understood. He confirmed that Zhang Shengzhe wanted to stay in the park, and only needed to know Shui was safe. Zhang Sheng smiled, raised a tentacle in approval, and praised Jiang Jia for having an incredible mind. The strange compliment made Xiaoyang frown. He corrected him, saying it was simply called being smart. Xiaoyang then turned to Li Cheng. Now that every threat had been eliminated, the survivors at the Shifeng steel plant still needed someone to lead them. But Li Cheng sadly refused. He believed someone who had eaten human flesh no longer deserved to be a leader, and might even endanger the entire shelter. Hearing that, Xiaoyang rested his chin on his hand and began thinking of a better solution. After a moment, he decided to put Huang Li in charge of the Shifeng steel plant, and Huang Li gladly accepted. As for Li Cheng, Xiaoyang told him to pack his things and return to Che City with him. With that, Xiaoyang walked over and placed a hand on Li Cheng's shoulder in encouragement. Leaning closer, he quietly said that he would help Li Cheng keep the dangerous instincts buried deep inside his mind under control. Elsewhere, the Jiaqing urban district had been almost completely swallowed by overgrown vegetation. In the ruined city, a group of survivors ran for their lives, while desperate cries for help echoed behind them. Xiang Ke quickly grabbed a teammate who was about to turn back, telling him to give up because the people behind them could no longer be saved. Not far away, another survivor suddenly slipped and froze in terror as countless plant creatures rushed toward him. Overwhelmed by fear, the young man covered his face and cried before scrambling back to his feet and running again. Meanwhile, the man left behind was quickly wrapped in countless vines and could only scream for help. His cries gradually faded away, replaced by horrifying sounds as the plant monsters tore his body apart. Xiao Tong collapsed against a tree, gasping for breath as she admitted her legs could not carry her any farther. Xiang Ke immediately rushed over to help her up, telling her to keep moving, even if she had to crawl, because anyone caught by those monsters would become fertilizer. Just then, one of the survivors in front suddenly raised his hand, signaling everyone to stop. When someone asked why, he placed a finger over his lips and tilted his head to listen carefully. In the quiet forest, a gentle breeze suddenly brushed past everyone's ears. The guide's eyes filled with tears the moment he recognized the sound. The others also cheered because the wind meant they were finally close to escaping the forest. But their joy vanished almost instantly when rustling sounds echoed behind Xiao Tong's group, sending chills down everyone's spine. Xiang Kai grabbed Xiao Tong's hand and pulled her forward, warning that the monsters were right behind them, and one slow step would mean death. He urged her to hold on just a little longer, because freedom was right in front of them, and they absolutely could not die here. Every survivor pushed themselves to the limit, refusing to look back as they sprinted forward. Just then, one of them spotted light shining in the distance and shouted with excitement. He pointed ahead and announced that the exit was only a few steps away. Seeing the bright opening before them, Xiao Tong cried out in excitement, convinced they had finally survived. But another survivor suddenly noticed countless vines rushing toward them at terrifying speed and desperately warned everyone to dodge. In the blink of an eye, a long vine wrapped tightly around Xiao Tong's neck just as she reached the exit. The creature's feeding tendril immediately lifted her body high into the air. Without giving her any chance to resist, the plant monster opened its horrifying mouth and bit straight through her waist. Xiang Kai stood frozen in shock as Xiao Tong's lower body crashed onto the cold ground. He collapsed to his knees, crying as he repeatedly called her name. His teammates had to drag him back to his feet, reminding him that staying alive was all that mattered now. As the terrifying rustling drew closer, the survivor beside him realized the plant monsters were already right behind them. Seeing Xiang Kai still trapped in despair, he had no choice but to slap him several times to bring him back to reality. The survivor shouted that Xiao Tong was dead, and if Xiang Kai stayed there, he would only share her fate. At last, Xiang Kai closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and forced himself to keep running. After suffering so many losses, only 4 survivors and Xiang Kai remained, desperately trying to escape. Behind them, the army of mutated plants had closed in so much that they could almost feel its breath on their necks. The monsters charged forward with deafening force, chasing them like relentless predators that refused to let their prey escape. Everywhere the plant mutants passed, strange vegetation instantly sprouted from the ground. The abnormal plants spread from the trail they left behind, creeping into the neighboring city district. Xiang Kai's group risked everything to cross the old border and rushed straight into the next territory. One survivor who had traveled with Xiao Tong recognized the scenery ahead and excitedly announced that he knew this place. While carefully scanning the surroundings, he explained that this was a park in City M, meaning they had already crossed into another city. But another teammate quickly noticed something strange. There was not a single person in sight, and the whole place felt like an abandoned city. Catching his breath, one survivor guessed that if City S had suffered such a disaster, then the people of neighboring City M had probably evacuated long ago. Just then, Xiang Kai suddenly pointed toward a dark corner ahead and asked everyone what was standing there. The group looked over and vaguely spotted a figure hiding behind a utility pole. One survivor happily ran over, thinking they had finally found another living person, and asked where the refugees had gone. Hearing the voices, Zhang Shengzhe slowly turned to look at the newly arrived group. The moment they saw his appearance clearly, Xiang Kai's group screamed in terror, believing the figure before them was a plant monster. None of them dared stay another second. They immediately turned around and fled in panic. Zhang Shengzhe only frowned in confusion and silently watched them disappear into the distance. After running for quite a while, the group finally stopped to check behind them. Xiang Kai sighed in relief when he realized the creature had not chased after them. One survivor gasped for breath while wondering why a plant monster had appeared outside the forest. Someone feared the outside world had already fallen as well, but Xiang Kai immediately disagreed because the vegetation had not spread this far. Even so, none of them knew where to go next. Before they could decide, the familiar roars of the plant monsters echoed from every direction. The 4 survivors stared in horror as waves of plant creatures closed in, realizing they had been caught. One survivor turned pale and pointed in another direction after spotting more monsters there, while another realized in terror that they were surrounded on all sides. Xiang Kai dropped to his knees in despair, clutching his head in regret for leaving the forest. He believed that if they had stayed, everyone might have survived a few more months, and Xiao Tong would not have died. The plant army opened their mouths together, releasing clouds of green poison before closing in. Trembling with fear, one survivor drew a dagger and prepared to end his own life. He would rather die by his own hand than be torn apart by those monsters. Just as all hope seemed lost, a massive tentacle suddenly swept across the battlefield. With a single strike, it sent the attacking plant monster flying. Jiang Xingzhe slowly walked toward Xiang Kai's terrified group. He raised an eyebrow and calmly asked what had happened to make everyone so frightened. At the same time, the fortress had gradually become a heavily fortified stronghold after multiple rounds of construction. Xiaoyang stood on the balcony with his hands behind his back, surprised by the powerful wind that blew his hair wildly. The system interface suddenly appeared, announcing that the Utopia community expansion into the Zhifeng steel plant was complete. He gained 20 reputation points, bringing the total to 62, while the 80-point mission reward increased his balance to 231. Looking at the huge jump in points, Xiaoyang smiled with satisfaction and immediately began thinking about how to spend them. Without wasting any time, he eagerly opened the upgrade menu to see what new features this update had unlocked. After reading the descriptions, Xiaoyang's attention was immediately drawn to the Tier 3 upgrades. Tier 2 had unlocked infinite stamina, so he was curious to see how powerful the next reward would be. As soon as he selected it, a series of notifications appeared. Tier 1 Armory unlocked an armored jeep. The Tier 3 Superpower branch granted the Level 1 control mark, allowing him to mark one target and turn that person into an absolutely loyal subordinate, though it could currently affect only one person. The Tier 2 Sci-fi branch unlocked an enhancement serum that permanently increased strength by 30 points. Xiaoyang rested his chin in thought, because the new control mark could only be used on a single target. Since Sung Jia, Zhang Shengjie, and Li Cheng posed no immediate threat, he decided to keep observing before making his choice. The interface updated the Utopia campaign again. The base defense mission was still in progress, and had already earned 10 reputation points. A new mission called Weed Eradication also appeared, rewarding up to 100 points for eliminating the mutated plant threat. After reading the mission name, Xiaoyang froze, wondering why the system suddenly wanted him to deal with weeds. He looked toward the horizon, and silently wondered if he really had to grab farming tools and clear weeds this time. Just then, the radio crackled, reporting that Shui's father had returned with something strange. The camp quickly gathered around the mysterious creature. Many guessed it was another trophy the Jiang family had brought back. Jiang Shengjie dragged the corpse of a giant plant monster behind him, followed by 4 survivors entering the base. After arriving, he quietly looked at everyone, as if waiting for someone else to speak first. Right then, Shui ran through the crowd and hugged his father. Xiao Li happily rushed over and called out to her husband. Seeing his wife and child safe, Jiang Shengjie immediately smiled and warmly called them his precious treasures. His distorted speech made Uncle Sheng think he was talking about a wedding. Xiaoyang quickly explained that Jiang Shengzhe was only calling for his wife, but his mutation had damaged his speech, making his words sound scrambled. Jiang Shengji stretched out his long tendrils and gently pulled both Xiao Li and Shui into his embrace. Then Xiaoyang curiously picked a leaf from the monster's body and asked if this was the creature that had caused all the chaos. Jiang Shengji excitedly waved his tentacles, trying to explain that it was a delicacy from beyond the border and could be stir-fried with meat. Xiaoyang frowned and asked again to make sure. One of the survivors who had traveled with Xiao Tong stepped forward to explain. They had fled from City S because it had almost turned into a massive forest, and many residents had even mutated into walking plant creatures. Xiaoyang carefully examined the monster's corpse and confirmed it was a plant-type mutation, while the survivor continued explaining. However, he also believed that City M was not much better than his own hometown. Xiaoyang stood up and said the evidence was already obvious. Most of the people here had turned into zombies. The survivor immediately nodded in agreement. Xiaoyang then told Uncle Sheng to head 2 blocks east of the main gate, find the armored jeep behind the collapsed wall, and bring people back with it. Uncle Sheng immediately accepted the task. Finally, he asked the 4 newcomers to follow him to the border between the 2 zones and inspect the situation firsthand. Soon after, Xiaoyang led the team toward the land slowly being swallowed by a sea of vines. The survivor who had traveled with Xiao Tong stared in shock. In such a short time, the vines had already grown much taller and thicker. Xiaoyang narrowed his eyes at the darkness ahead and firmly ordered the entire team to move deeper into the forest. The sudden command stunned the young man, leaving him unsure how to react. He hurriedly objected, reminding everyone that the forest was filled with deadly monsters. Going back now would make their desperate escape completely meaningless. Xiaoyang explained that if they ignored it any longer, the sea of plants would eventually reach the Shifeng steel factory and swallow the entire area. They would lose both their home and their production facilities. His voice turned even more serious, as he said that before clearing the plants, the team still had one important task to complete. Jiang Ji scratched his head in confusion, wondering what mission Xiaoyang considered so important. Xiaoyang looked at Anping and smiled. The goal was simple: train everyone until they could survive any dangerous situation on their own. He then addressed the whole team and told them to call Lao Li and the brothers from the Tifeng Steel Factory because the next few days would be a massive monster hunting and leveling operation. At the same time, in a deserted area, a zombie was happily tearing apart the corpse of another zombie. Halfway through its meal, it suddenly sensed a wave of killing intent and immediately perked up, turning to investigate. But there was nothing in front of it, leaving the monster staring blankly into empty space. In the very next instant, Xiaoyang suddenly appeared right behind it with glowing eyes. With a casual slash, a streak of deathly light flashed through the air and split the necromancer clean in half. Jiang Zi's team also charged in with their weapons, quickly overwhelming the nearby zombies. Waves of bullets flew through the air, striking the zombie horde with incredible accuracy and almost never missing a shot. After every burst of gunfire, hot shell casings clattered onto the ground, leaving the air thick with the smell of gunpowder. Xiaoyang crouched beside the corpse and curiously examined the fallen necromancer. Just then, piercing screams echoed from deeper inside the city, signaling that more zombies were on the way. Dahao kicked the monster's corpse in frustration and shouted, wondering if every living person had already disappeared. Before he could finish, a zombie lunged straight at him with its mouth wide open. Dahao did not dodge. He threw a hammer-like punch that smashed directly into the zombie. After killing it, he kept walking, while complaining that he was sick of zombies and only wanted to find a few survivors. Suddenly, Dahao's eyes locked onto something in the distance, and suspicion filled his face. He lifted his head and repeatedly sniffed the air, before excitedly realizing there were humans nearby. Ahead, a man saw his companion aiming a weapon at a zombie and yelled if he had a death wish. The boss had repeatedly forbidden anyone from wandering outside. The other man casually replied that President Xiang's team had already cleared the area, so there was nothing to fear. The man inside immediately cut him off and told him to stop talking and bring the corpse inside. Hearing the conversation, Dahao quietly grinned, certain he had finally found a place with living humans. He licked his lips in excitement, thinking that after eating zombies for so long, he had finally found the rare delicacy of fresh human flesh. But as he secretly moved closer, Dahao realized they were all armed. Charging in alone would be suicide, so he forced himself to retreat for now. Dahao frowned as drool kept dripping from his mouth, frustrated that the prey right in front of him was not so easy to catch. Back in the room, the system announced that new data had been recorded, and the transaction was officially complete. With the total points reaching 3, Xiaoyang immediately began assigning tasks. He ordered everyone to gather in the meeting room. Once they arrived, he looked at the piles of resources on the table and remarked that teamwork was truly impressive. In only 3 days, they had collected this much loot. Xiaoyang turned to Li Hongli and Jinji, asking them to split all the monster crystals evenly. Li Hongli immediately refused, insisting that Xiaoyang had contributed the most. Jinji agreed, saying the entire team had worked hard, and the two brothers could not simply take all the benefits. Xiaoyang raised a hand to stop the argument. He explained that the base already had enough equipment, and using the resources to create a few top-tier elites was far more valuable than having everyone evolve at an average level. Another member urged the two of them to accept, saying Xiaoyang never made mistakes when planning for the future. The others quickly agreed to declaring their complete trust in his decision. Xiaoyang then called for San San. She answered immediately, and he asked her to come with him alone for a moment. San San turned the handle and gently opened the door before walking inside. She brushed back her hair and shyly asked what Xiaoyang wanted to do. Xiaoyang placed a finger to his lips, signaling her to stay quiet so no one outside could hear. Meanwhile, Zhang Zi's group sneaked up outside to eavesdrop and happened to hear Xiaoyang say it might hurt a little later, so San San should endure it. The door suddenly swung open, instantly exposing Zhang Zi's group crowded outside. They blushed in embarrassment and fell completely silent, yet still peeked inside with curiosity. The moment Zhang Zhu looked up, he found Xiaoyang standing right in the doorway and awkwardly asked why he had finished so quickly. Xiaoyang grabbed Zhang Ji by the arm, dragged him into the room, and scolded him for letting his imagination run wild. Zhang Ji immediately begged for mercy and pleaded with him to go easy. Without giving him time to react, Xiaoyang delivered a perfectly timed kick that sent Zhang Ji flying into the middle of the room. The moment he saw the syringe and San San rubbing her arm, Zhang Ji instantly understood everything and froze in shock. Scratching his head awkwardly, he asked if San San had just received a vaccine. Xiaoyang pointed at Zhang Ji and reminded everyone that he had absorbed a large number of monster crystals and had now become one of the team's main fighters. Zhang Ji laughed sheepishly and said everything he had today was thanks to Xiaoyang, but Xiaoyang ignored the flattery and immediately told him to spar with San San. The moment he heard the request, Zhang Ji's expression changed. He repeatedly waved his hands, insisting that a real man could never raise a hand against a woman. Xiaoyang laughed and told San San not to hold back. Zhang Ji was tough enough now to survive a proper beating. Zhang Ji proudly lifted his chin and confidently challenged San San to hit him with everything she had. He believed he was far stronger than before. But before he could finish speaking, San San slapped him so hard that he spun through the air and flew across the room. Xiao Jia's group watched him soar through the air, stunned by her overwhelming strength. Only then did Xiao Yong reveal that San San had just received an enhancement injection. Aside from him and Rong, almost no one in the base could defeat her now. Holding his swollen cheek, Zhang Ji groaned that he had always believed he and Lao Li were Xiao Yong's favorites, but it had all been wishful thinking. Xiao Jia pointed at him and burst into laughter, saying he should stop acting because Xiao Yong was not interested in spoiling men. After the sparring match, Xiao Yong scanned the group and called Rong, Zhang Shengzhe, and Li Cheng out of the line. He then pointed at Xiao Tongziding and told him to get ready to enter City S with the team. The young man pointed at himself in confusion, unable to believe his name had been called. He immediately shook his head, saying he had paid a terrible price to escape that place and would never go back. Li Cheng crossed his arms and reminded him that everyone was risking their lives to help him find his family, yet he was the one trying to run away. The man quickly argued that he had no relatives left to save and would gladly do any job as long as he did not have to return. Just as Xiao Yang was considering the situations, someone suddenly called out from behind, making him turn around. Xiang Kai stepped forward, pointed at himself, and firmly volunteered to join the mission. In the western part of City M, Da Hao continued searching the area, trying to remember where he had found the survivors. He punched himself in the head and growled in frustration. His memories were becoming more chaotic, and without fresh human flesh, his condition would soon collapse. Suddenly, a loud commotion echoed from the distance, and Da Hao immediately turned toward the sound. He rushed toward the noise, secretly relieved that his memory had not completely failed him. The target was indeed somewhere nearby. Da Hao ripped open an old door, where the strange noises were still coming from. Inside, the bald man was holding Xiao Xuan and Gao Wen tightly as chaos erupted around them. Da Hao deliberately made a loud noise to draw everyone's attention. A burly man immediately shouted, asking if Da Hao had a death wish for daring to come back. Da Hao quickly waved his hands and told everyone to calm down. He was not here to steal this time. He had brought valuable information. Xiao Xuan tilted her head suspiciously and mocked him, saying she never expected Da Hao to become kind. Gao Wen agreed, reminding him that they were all half-human monsters now, so he had better not try any tricks. Da Hao insisted he was telling the truth. He had discovered a large group of healthy survivors, but they were heavily armed, so he had returned to invite everyone to share the feast. The moment they heard about living humans, the bald man's followers surrounded Da Hao with suspicious eyes. After a few seconds of silence, the leader suddenly smiled and agreed to trust him once. But if this was a trap, Da Hao would become food for all of them. Seeing that they accepted, Da Hao grinned and swore on his honor that the information was completely accurate. Xiao Xuan stood up, brushed herself off, and waved Da Hao over, declaring that they would hunt together from now on. Da Hao licked his lips, teased Xiao Xuan with a grin, and eagerly urged everyone to set off at once. Elsewhere, Xiang Kai carefully watched the forest, while warning everyone not to let their guard down. Once they collected the resources, they had to leave immediately because the mutated trees could ambush and kill them at any moment. As they advanced, Xiaoyong asked the guide for his real name. The young man introduced himself as Zhou Xiang Kai. Xiaoyong smiled and praised his courage since all of his teammates had fled, yet he still dared to return alone. Xiang Kai frowned and explained that his father had died at the hands of the mutated plants, so he was determined to get revenge. His mother was still trapped deep inside the forest, and as long as there was even a small chance to save her, he would risk his life. Xiaoyong studied the terrain and quickly assigned everyone's positions. He would lead from the front, Li Cheng would guard the rear, Rong and Zhang Shengzhe would cover both flanks, and Zhou Xiangkai would stay in the center because he was the only one who knew the way. If anything happened to him, the entire team would lose its direction. Xiang Kai thanked everyone with deep gratitude. Xiao Yong kept walking and calmly told him not to misunderstand. Their main goal was not charity, but stopping the mutated forest from spreading. Without any warning, a dark purple vine suddenly dropped from above and silently crept toward Xiao Yong's head. The moment he noticed it dangling beside him, he shuddered at the thick layer of slimy mucus covering the vine. Xiang Kai recognized the creature and immediately shouted in panic, trying to warn everyone what it was. His face turned pale as he urgently yelled for Xiao Yong to get out of the way before it was too late. But everything happened too fast. In an instant, the strange vine wrapped around Xiao Yong's neck and yanked him into the air. Xiang Kai stared in horror at the giant nutrient sac of the mutated plant, its huge mouth opening wide to swallow its prey. From what he knew, anyone swallowed by that thing had almost no chance of surviving. Just as the vine pulled harder, Xiao Yong suddenly grabbed it with a crushing grip. A heartbeat later, both of his feet were firmly planted on the ground, completely overpowering the force pulling from above. Xiao Yang remained perfectly calm and tore the vine wrapped around him apart with one hand. He did not stop there. With one powerful yank, he ripped out the entire root system connected to the mutated plant's nutrient sac. Standing nearby, Xiang Kai could only stare with wide eyes, completely stunned by such terrifying strength. Moments later, chunks of roots and sticky slime rained down around his feet. Even after being torn from the main body, the vines continued twitching as they desperately searched for a way to escape. Xiaoyang noticed one vine secretly crawling over his boot and laughed, surprised that these plants even knew how to play dead. He immediately ordered everyone to capture the nutrient sac above and scolded Zhang Shengji for just standing there while the monster attacked. Following the order, Zhang Shengji's tentacles shot upward and locked onto the creature's nutrient sac. The tentacles quickly wrapped around the target, tightened all at once, and dragged it downward. Zhang Shengji barely moved his arm, yet the pulling force made the massive object shake violently. Before long, the giant nutrient sac was torn free and dragged across the ground. A thunderous crash echoed as the enormous mass slammed down right in front of Xiaoyang's team. The instant it hit the ground, the creature opened its mouth and released a cloud of green mist. Xiaoyang took a sniff and was surprised that the strange gas actually smelled rather pleasant. But only a few seconds later, he sensed something was wrong and instantly spun around. Xiaoyang warned everyone that the creature's fragrance was suspicious and likely dangerous, telling them to stay on full alert. Yet when he looked behind him, he froze. Everyone had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the dense mist completely blocked Xiang Kai's vision, making it almost impossible to see his surroundings. He repeatedly shook his head to stay conscious, confused by the strange dizziness clouding his mind. Seeing several figures standing motionless ahead, Xiang Kai cautiously called out to his rescuers and asked if they were all right. Suddenly, a series of rustling sounds came from the nearby forest. Xiang Kai turned and spotted a dark figure emerging between the trees, instantly putting him on guard. Xiao Tong suddenly stepped out from the bushes and called Xiang Kai by name. Seeing someone he believed had died, Xiang Kai stood frozen, with his eyes wide in disbelief. He shakily asked Xiao Tong if he was really still alive. Xiao Tong quickly waved him over, urging Xiang Kai to come at once because the area was dangerous. He also said everyone else was already waiting on the other side. Without the slightest suspicion, Xiang Kai immediately followed the path, replying that he was coming. Back near the plantation, Da Hao led the bald leader's followers toward the survivor settlement. Pointing ahead, he told them to look carefully because the place in front of them was the base he had discovered. The man with the top knot swallowed hard in excitement after realizing the base was full of healthy, unmutated humans. Da Hao glanced at the heavy defenses and the large number of firearms, warning everyone not to rush in. But the man completely ignored the warning and charged forward, making Da Hao curse him for always ruining the plan. The long-haired man grinned with excitement. His overwhelming hunger had erased every trace of patience. The old guard on duty immediately noticed the stranger rushing toward the base and was startled. Another guard quickly shouted, demanding to know where the intruder thought he was going. When they realized he was charging straight at the old guard, the security team panicked and shouted for the old man to get out of the way. The very next second, the long-haired mutant sank his teeth into the guard's shoulder. The zombie alarm blared across the base, and the security team immediately opened fire. Li Hongli was checking the records inside when the commotion made him look outside. Seeing the chaos, he jumped to his feet and instantly realized the base was under attack. The security team watched the long-haired mutant charge like a wild beast and concentrated all their firepower on him. But the bullets only left a few minor wounds as they passed through his body, barely slowing him down. The long-haired mutant grew even more frenzied, biting and clawing as he lunged at the armed guard. At the critical moment, Li Hongli rushed out of the room and landed a powerful kick square in the attacker's chest. The impact sent the long-haired mutant tumbling backwards several times. He pushed himself back up, his vicious eyes immediately locking onto Li Hongli's group. Li Hongli grabbed a nearby rifle and fired a continuous burst at the monster without hesitation. Hit by another volley, the mutant cursed loudly before being blasted backward again. Li Hongli turned to the security team and ordered them to carry the injured guard inside and send him straight to the medical station for treatment. On the other side, the long-haired mutant clutched the holes in his stomach and cried out for his companions to save him. Before long, his strength faded, and his body collapsed into the mud. Xiao Xuan folded her arms and coldly mocked him, saying his greed for a bigger share had finally backfired. Grinding his teeth, the long-haired mutant yelled at the others to stop watching and brings him some meat because he desperately needed energy. The bald leader smirked and calmly asked when he had ever earned the right to order everyone around. The long-haired mutant threw back his head and shouted that this was no time to argue about authority. In response, Gao Wen stepped forward and suddenly drove the sharp heel of her boot into his throat. The pain made the long-haired mutant scream as he frantically asked what she was doing. Gao Wen casually replied that getting rid of someone who only wasted food was no real loss. Realizing her intention, the long-haired mutant screamed in despair and cursed her. The others looked toward the base and began discussing how to break the stalemate, because all the prey had retreated into the factory, which was heavily stocked with weapons. Gao Wen calmly said they only needed to walk inside. The bald leader asked if she was joking, but she reminded everyone that they still looked human, not like mindless zombies. Gao Wen smiled confidently and declared that they would walk straight through the main gate. Deep inside the forest, Xiang Kai suddenly stopped as a strange dizziness overwhelmed him. Xiao Tong stood ahead, repeatedly urging him to hurry over. Her blood-red eyes became more terrifying by the second, and her voice grew more urgent as she demanded that Xiang Kai come closer. At that very moment, a blade suddenly tore through the air from afar at incredible speed. The icy slash swept across, instantly severing Xiao Tong's head from her body. Xiang Kai stood frozen, unable to believe the familiar figure had collapsed before his eyes. Tears streamed down his face as he cried out in agony, as though he had just lost a loved one. While Xiang Kai desperately called Xiao Tong's name, Xiao Yong simply rubbed his eyes and calmly remarked that the creature was quite impressive since it had even managed to dodge one of his attacks. Xiang Kai spun around in anger and demanded to know why Xiao Yang had killed Xiao Tong. Xiao Yang immediately scolded him for jumping to conclusions and told him to open his eyes and look carefully at what was lying on the ground. Though his mind was still clouded, Xiang Kai forced himself to examine the body once more. A flash of light appeared before his eyes, and the next sight left him completely speechless. Xiao Tong's body quickly dissolved, revealing nothing but a tangled mass of tree roots. While Xiang Kai was still in shock, Xiao Yang walked over and smacked him on the head, telling him to wake up and break free from the illusion. Li Cheng also slowly regained consciousness, rubbing his eyes and wondering what had happened, because it felt like he had disappeared for years. Meanwhile, Zhang Shengzhe lowered his head and muttered about the bizarre visions he had seen in his dream. Xiao Yang inspected the jade sword in his hand and guessed that the giant flower had released a hallucinogenic gas, trapping the entire team in an illusion before luring them away. Seeing Xiao Yang gather the tangled roots, Li Cheng curiously asked what he planned to do. Xiao Yang replied that he wanted to dissect the creature and see if it contained a monster crystal. But after black fluid splattered out, he realized he had expected too much. The thing in front of them was probably only a decoy, while the real body was still hiding somewhere else. Xiao Yang pointed at the roots buried deep underground and concluded the creature's true body was definitely not here. Right then, something unusual ahead caught his eye and made him focus at once. Xiao Yang crouched down to inspect a vine sticking out of the soil, puzzled by whatever was trapped underneath. He grabbed the tip and pulled hard, revealing a strange tuber-like object. After a closer look, Xiao Yang guessed it looked like a yam or cassava, likely a nutrient reserve stored by the mutated plant. Without hesitation, he tossed it into his storage space and planned to study whether it could be turned into food. Xiao Yang then asked Zhou Xiangkai if he knew anything else about the plant. Zhou Xiangkai replied that it was extremely dangerous and could devour any living creature. While Elder He probably knew the full truth. Hearing about Elder He, Xiao Yang immediately asked who he was. Xiangkai explained that he was a veteran expert from the Agricultural Research Center. When asked where he was, Xiangkai said Elder He had been hiding in an apartment complex before he escaped, but no one knew if he was still alive. Xiao Yong looked into the distance and told Zhou Xiangkai to lead the way because he wanted to meet the expert as soon as possible. At the military camp, Xiao Xuan wore a black cloak and ran forward while pretending to gasp in complete exhaustion. As she neared the gate, she deliberately tripped over a brick in the road. Xiao Xuan cried out and fell face first onto the ground, lying still as if she could no longer stand. The guard was so shocked by the sight that he could barely believe his eyes. Moments later, an announcement echoed through the camp, reporting that another female survivor had reached the base. One man rushed to help but was stopped by a teammate who warned him not to act too quickly. Xiao Xuan remained motionless on the ground, while secretly watching the guards' reactions. One guard suggested reporting to their superiors first, but his teammate objected and insisted they bring her inside immediately before zombies showed up. The guard hurried over to support Xiao Xuan and gently asked if she could still hold on. She looked up weakly and begged for help, prompting him to assure her she would be safe now that she had reached the base. Watching from afar as two people escorted Xiao Xuan through the gate, Dai Hao clicked his tongue in admiration. He chuckled softly and admitted her performance was truly convincing. But a moment later, Dai Hao felt uneasy when he noticed Gao Wen wearing a pair of bright red high heels. Gao Wen brushed her chest with a confident smile and declared that her acting skills were even better than Xiao Xuan's. Up ahead, Xiao Xuan leaned against the soldier's shoulder, secretly licking her lips with a calculating smile. Deep in the forest, Li Cheng was surprised that it had turned dark so quickly. Zhou Xiangkai explained that night was already approaching, and the dense canopy blocked most of the light. Xiao Yong seriously asked how far they still had to go. Zhou Xiangkai pointed toward the buildings ahead and said they were almost there. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the forest, making Zhou Xiangkai stop at once. Looking toward the sound, he recognized the familiar face of Aunt Yang ahead. However, Zhou Xiangkai immediately shook his head, convinced it had to be another illusion. After saying that, he kept rubbing his eyes to check what he was seeing. Xiao Yang told him there was no need to doubt it, because they were no longer affected by the hallucination gas, and those people were real. Behind Aunt Yang, Yang kept his weapon raised and loudly warned everyone to stay alert because the enemy might be trying to trick them before wiping them out. Another man also opposed, letting Zhou Xiangkai come closer. He reminded everyone that the young man had disappeared for days before suddenly returning and might already be under the control of a mutated creature. Aunt Yang immediately ordered everyone to stop arguing, prepare for battle, and began the countdown. On the final count, the 4 people behind her charged forward, together with their weapons aimed straight at Xiao Yang's group. Seeing Jiang Shengji ready to fight back, Xiao Yang quickly raised his hand to stop him and told him to stay calm. A barrage of arrows suddenly ripped through the air, covering the entire path of the group. Xiao Yang simply waved his hand, and every incoming arrow instantly lost its force and scattered across the ground. His expression turned serious as he loudly ordered the opposing group to lower their weapons and stop acting recklessly. Watching their entire attack get neutralized with ease, Aunt Yang's group stood frozen in shock. Zhou Xiangkai quickly stepped between both sides and urged Aunt Yang to stay calm because the people with Xiao Yang were allies, not enemies. Hearing that, Aunt Yang signaled everyone behind her to stop attacking for now. Zhou Xiangkai quickly explained that Xiao Yang's group had saved every survivor hiding near the edge of the forest. The elderly woman immediately asked about the missing scout team and wanted to know where Xiao Tong was. Zhou Xiangkai sadly revealed that more than half of his team had died, and Xiao Tong did not survive. Luckily, he and the remaining survivors escaped. When Aunt Yang asked about the outside world, he suggested leaving this dangerous place before explaining everything. Aunt Yang and the others exchanged glances for a long moment before finally lowering their weapons. Even so, they kept a close eye on Jiang Shengji and Rong standing behind Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang noticed their concern and smiled, assuring them that everyone was on the same side. He then turned to the 2 of them and told them to act a little friendlier, so Aunt Yang's group would lower their guard. Rong immediately removed the mask and introduced herself with a bright smile, saying she only looked scary but was actually gentle. Jiang Shengji also jumped up, ready to perform something bizarre to prove he meant no harm. Xiao Yang angrily stopped them, saying they were only making things look even more suspicious. Zhou Xiangkai had to explain again that Rong and Jiang Shengji had also saved his life, or he never would have made it back. After thinking it over, Aunt Yang finally accepted the explanation and told everyone to move out. At the same time, Shan Shan rode her motorcycle to the entrance of the steel factory and came to a stop. She immediately used the radio to contact Uncle Lee, saying she had arrived and asking him to open the gate. While waiting for a reply, Shan Shan's eyes suddenly sharpened after noticing movement nearby. Behind an abandoned vehicle, Dai Hao and his 2 companions were crouching low to stay hidden. A moment later, Hung Li opened the base gate and waved for Shan Shan to come inside quickly. The bald man watched her disappear behind the gate and remarked that she was clearly a young woman. Gao Wen immediately reminded him to look more carefully because Shan Shan was an evolver with an exceptionally high level of evolution. The bald man was shocked that this base had such a powerful evolver. Dai Hao licked his lips, admitting he wanted to eat her flesh, but was also wary of her strength. Gao Wen smiled greedily and said that absorbing Shan Shan would greatly increase all of their powers. Inside the base, Uncle Lee waved when Shan Shan returned. Looking at the syringes, she asked about the injured man, and Uncle Lee told her he had already been moved to the medical station. Shan Shan entered the medical station, and her eyes immediately fell on the elderly man, lying motionless in bed. She took out 2 vials and handed them to Uncle Lee, explaining that they contained serum to stop the infection. Before leaving the base, Xiao Yang had instructed her to inject anyone bitten by zombies with this medicine immediately. Heng Li gripped the 2 vials and explained that the wound had been there for hours, yet the patient still showed no signs of turning. That meant the attacker was probably not a zombie. Shan Shan was stunned, unable to understand what kind of creature looked human, but healed so quickly. Xiao Xuan quickly cut in, saying there was an entire group of evolvers in the western part of the city. They were not zombies, but their bodies were cold like corpses, and they loved hunting and biting living creatures. Hung Li turned to ask who she was. Xiao Xuan introduced herself as someone who had escaped from the Western District. He stepped closer and asked if she knew any weaknesses or special traits of those evolvers. Xiao Xuan pretended to be terrified and said they were more frightening than demons. They ate raw flesh while keeping their human intelligence. The group had chased her for a long distance, and she only survived because she ran fast enough. Heng Li's expression immediately turned serious as he asked whether those evolvers had tracked her here and injured someone at the base while hunting her. Xiao Xuan hurriedly apologized, insisting she never meant to lead them here and had only been running for her life. Someone nearby also urged Heng Li not to blame her for everything. Heng Li waved his hand and explained that he was not accusing anyone. He only wanted more information about the enemy so they could prepare. Xiao Xuan added that the evolvers were incredibly persistent. If they went too long without finding flesh and blood, they would launch attacks on their own, so the base should strengthen its defenses. Heng Li said the information was valuable, then dismissed everyone to get some rest. Xiao Xuan happily acknowledged the order and quickly left the room. Shanshan quietly watched Xiao Xuan leave. Behind her, Heng Li instructed everyone to keep the patient well fed and monitor him through the night, while the old man on the bed weakly responded. Even after Xiao Xuan had gone far away, Shanshan's eyes never left her suspicious figure. Noticing her unusual reaction, Heng Li asked if she had discovered something. Shanshan pointed toward the hallway and said the woman gave her a bad feeling. He immediately asked what seemed suspicious. Still staring down the hallway, Shanshan admitted she could not explain it and might just be overthinking. Heng Li reassured her that she had been under constant pressure, especially with Xiao Yang, leaving so much responsibility on her shoulders. Meanwhile, Aunt Yang led everyone to a tower and loudly announced that they had arrived. Xiao Yang looked up and wondered why the survivors had chosen this place, instead of the many warehouses with stronger defenses. Zhou Xiangkai explained that City S was very different from Xiao Yang's hometown. Anyone staying on the ground for more than a week would slowly become part plant. He pointed at the thick fog below and said the lower it got, the denser it became. Breathing it for several days would turn people into plant-like creatures. Genji finally understood that the survivors could only stay alive when the fog became thinner. Aunt Yang pointed toward the stairs and urged everyone to head to the top floor, promising to explain everything there. When they met He Ji, Zhou Xiangkai formally introduced Xiao Yang as the man who had saved his life. Xiao Yang greeted Elder He and said he had come to discuss the situation in City M and the mutated forest. Xiao Yang then explained everything that had happened and revealed that the outside world had also fallen into chaos. He called toward the door, telling Rong and Zhang Shengji to come inside because he had already explained who they were to Elder He. Hearing the call, Zhang Shengji and Rong immediately entered the room. He Ji continued asking about City B and the outside world. Xiao Yang answered honestly that they had never seen any rescue force, and everyone was struggling to survive on their own. Xiao Yang then took out the strange tuber and asked Elder He to identify it, knowing he was an expert on plants. He Ji examined it and explained that it was the edible root of a mutated plant. Aunt Yang's group regularly ventured outside to gather this food. Xiao Yang was delighted that his guess had been correct. He Ji added that he had only discovered this recently. If starvation had not pushed them to the limit, no one would have dared to eat such a strange thing. It tasted similar to taro, contained a huge amount of energy, and had become an extremely valuable food source. Just as everyone was talking, He Yang suddenly rushed into the room, making everyone realize something had gone wrong outside. In panic, he pointed toward the window and reported that mutated plants had completely surrounded the area. He Ji was shocked they had advanced so quickly and asked for more details. He Yang, pale with fear, explained that countless plant monsters were closing in, sealing off the apartment complex while their numbers kept growing at an alarming rate. Zhou Xiangkai hurried to the window and froze in horror after spotting the arrival of the flower chariot. Xiao Yang immediately asked what the flower chariot was and how dangerous it could be. He Ji lowered his head with a grim expression and said the situation was even worse than expected because everyone in the building might die today. But only moments later, the old man's eyes became firm, as if he had made his final decision. He Ji turned and loudly ordered all women and children to head to the top floor and hide inside sealed rooms like bathrooms or storage rooms, while the elderly would stay behind to defend the stairs. Zhou Xiangkai froze in place and frowned at Elder He, realizing he was preparing to sacrifice himself. He Ji shouted for everyone to obey immediately, because saving even one more life was better than letting the entire group perish. At once, all the women and children rushed out of the room and hurried upstairs. He Ji turned to Xiao Yang. Seeing him as a frail scholar, he urged him to leave with the others instead of staying to die. Xiao Yang simply smiled and declined the old man's kindness because his curiosity had already been completely awakened. He slowly raised his hand and quietly gathered his mutant power, determined to see for himself how powerful the creature that terrified everyone really was. He Ji slowly walked to the window and silently watched the endless sea of mutated plants rising below. He explained in a deep voice that they would probably be torn apart by the plant monsters before they ever saw the flower chariot's true form. Xiao Yang walked to the window and asked if the flower chariot could control these mutated plants. He Ji watched the army of plants closing in and confirmed it. The flower chariot released a scent that summoned its kind. With so many gathering, its true body had to be nearby, and its goal was to wipe out everyone in the building. When Xiao Yang suddenly threw the window open, He Ji panicked and asked what he was doing. Xiaoyang aimed his gun at the monsters below and calmly said he wanted to test their strength first. He was even more shocked, wondering where the gun had come from. A deafening gunshot echoed as the bullet blasted out of the barrel and shot toward the ground. The blazing round punched straight through one of the plant creatures. But in the blink of an eye, its destroyed body regenerated and almost returned to normal. Xiaoyang nodded and remarked that its vitality was impressive, then decided to test the limits of its regeneration. He kept the creature in his sights and repeatedly pulled the trigger. Dozens of bullets ripped through its body, leaving it covered with countless holes. Once the damage exceeded its limit, the creature's regeneration could no longer keep up. Its entire body quickly shattered into pieces and collapsed across the ground. Xiaoyang scratched his head and figured it took 2 full magazines to kill one. Now he understood why the survivors feared these monsters so much, though they were still not much of a threat to him. He then turned around and pulled a large crate from his storage space, leaving Aunt Yang's group stunned as it appeared in the middle of the room. Right before everyone's eyes, Xiaoyang casually pried the lid off the wooden crate with one hand. Ming Kai stared in disbelief, unable to understand how a tightly nailed crate had been opened so effortlessly. Seeing the rows of bottles inside, He immediately recognized them as Molotov cocktails and realized they had just found a life-saving weapon. Xiaoyang told Elder He that if a few monsters broke through the outer line later, everyone should use the Molotov cocktails to defend themselves. He looked confused and did not understand what Xiaoyang meant by saying a few might slip through. But in the very next second, the old man's eyes widened in shock at the scene before him. Xiaoyang had already leaped straight out of the window, plunging from the 16th floor. He cried out in horror, reminding him they were on the 16th floor. Yet like a passing gust of wind, Xiaoyang and his 2 companions landed safely in front of the army of mutated plants. The plant monsters spotted the intruders, roared together, and surged forward like a tidal wave. Xiaoyang reached out and grabbed the head of one, charging straight at him. With only a little force, he snapped its neck and dropped it to the ground. On the other side, Rong calmly dealt with every monster surrounding her. She knocked one creature down and casually tore its plant mutant body into countless pieces. Elsewhere, Zhang Shengji also wiped out the creatures swarming around him with ease. Looking down from the window, He's group stood frozen, unable to imagine how terrifying these 3 young fighters really were. Li Cheng stretched his body and reminded everyone not to just stand there watching, because a few monsters might break through and reach them soon. He quickly assigned tasks. Those with quick reactions were to guard the hallway entrance with Molotov cocktails, while the weaker ones had to clear every flammable object from the battlefield. Ming Kai's group eagerly accepted the orders and immediately split up to prepare. Down below, the last plant creature was finally defeated and lay motionless on the ground. Xiaoyang dusted off his hands and let out a relieved breath after clearing every monster surrounding the building. He looked around and told Rong and Zhang Shengji to search the corpses for any mutant cores. After a brief thought, Xiaoyang decided to search for the flower chariot himself and see what made it so special. Meanwhile, thick black smoke continued rolling through the upper hallway after the battle. Everyone looked at the charred remains of the plant monsters on the stairs and agreed that fire worked far better against them. Even so, the greatest credit still belonged to Li Cheng and the Jiang brothers. He told everyone to gather all the residents because the immediate danger had passed, then asked about the lower floors. Someone replied that everything was fine, except no one knew where the Jiang brothers had gone. Far from the building, a gigantic plant creature stood perfectly still, like a towering statue. Xiaoyang studied its bizarre shape, constantly wondering how this creature was put together. Sitting on a high tree branch, he guessed the monster below was the flower chariot everyone had been talking about. When he noticed the enormous flower at the center of its body, Xiaoyang suspected it was the creature's control core. A glow flashed across his eyes as he activated his enhanced vision to inspect every part of the monster. The moment Xiaoyang finished his analysis, the flower chariot suddenly fired countless tentacles toward the branch where he was sitting. He instantly leaped to the ground to dodge and realized the monster's attacks were incredibly powerful, rivaling even Zhang Shengji. Xiaoyang locked his gaze on the enemy and quickly worked out a way to subdue it. As the tentacles lashed out again, he grabbed them with both hands and laughed. After dealing with so many vines lately, tricks like this no longer surprised him. Xiaoyang then pulled with all his strength, dragging the flower chariot's massive body toward himself. Overpowered, the giant flower at its center suddenly bloomed wide and released a cloud of green mist. Xiaoyang only smirked at the incoming gas, because he had already seen this hallucination attack before, and it would not fool him again. He took a deep breath and filled his lungs with as much air as possible before launching his counterattack. Holding his breath, Xiaoyang tightened his grip and ripped the 2 slimy tentacles apart. The flower chariot was dragged across the ground, letting out eerie cries without stopping. Its dense root system was forced to shift violently as the giant body slowly lurched forward. Xiaoyang tossed the severed tentacles aside and immediately dashed straight toward the flower chariot. A tiny point of light appeared at his fingertip as the slave mark ability activated. Dark energy rapidly gathered behind him while he closed in on the monster. Diving down from above, Xiaoyang slammed his palm onto the center of the flower and ordered the creature to accept the slave mark. A brilliant purple light instantly spread across the monster and completely covered its enormous body. Watching from the window, Yang shouted in panic that the flower chariot had not retreated and was still moving toward the building. Ji looked down and confirmed it was indeed the flower chariot's true form because he could never forget that terrifying appearance. An elderly man beside him anxiously asked where Xiaoyang was and even feared the monster had already swallowed him. Just as they were panicking, Xiaoyang's voice suddenly came from behind them. He called over Rong and Jiang Shengji and asked about the loot. While rolling his wrist, Xiaoyang asked whether they had found any mutant cores among the monsters outside. Stroking his chin, Jiang Shengji reported that the mana-legged monsters left nothing behind, but the spider-like ones dropped quite a few cores. Not every corpse had one, but the total haul was still impressive. Rong immediately gave a thumbs up and happily confirmed that although the drop rate was not perfect, they had collected more than enough to satisfy everyone. Xiaoyang held his forehead and shook his head, complaining that one explanation was impossible to follow, while the other was wildly exaggerated, leaving him even more confused. Ji quickly asked what had happened to the flower chariot outside. Xiaoyang casually replied that it had already been subdued and was now on their seaside. Aunt Yang's group stared with their mouths wide open, unable to believe the monster that had once filled them with despair had become an ally. Pointing at the flower chariot, Xiaoyang confidently told everyone to relax, because it would never dare harm anyone now. Still cautious, Ji slowly reached out with one finger to test the creature. His throat went dry with tension, and he even forced himself to breathe as quietly as possible. After several careful attempts without any reaction, Ji finally accepted that the monster had truly become obedient, and asked what kind of power Xiaoyang had used to control it. Instead of answering, Xiaoyang asked for Ji's opinion, since he understood plants better than anyone else. Stroking his chin, Ji said that even though it had mutated into a monster, its original plant instincts had probably not disappeared. He continued that plants competed for survival just like animals, and sunlight was the most important resource of all. According to Ji, trees did not grow tall by chance. They stretched upward to compete for sunlight, while the shorter plants hidden in the shade gradually withered away. That was why dense forests usually had very little grass beneath them. After studying the flower chariot for a while, Ji guessed its mutation had disrupted its growth. Lacking enough sunlight, it had evolved into a predator that hunted animals for nutrients. Just then, two tendrils suddenly emerged from the top of the flower chariot. The moment Li Cheng noticed the movement, he sensed something was wrong. He immediately drew his blade, aimed it at the creature, and shouted for everyone to stay alert. Xiaoyang quickly stopped him, saying there was no need to attack because the monster had already submitted. They should see what it was about to do. When the rough tendrils wrapped around Xiaoyang, Li Cheng's expression changed as he anxiously asked if he was all right. Before anyone could react, one tendril pierced straight into the back of Xiaoyang's neck. The sudden strike made his eyes widen in shock. A moment later, Xiaoyang finally relaxed and let out a heavy breath while Li Cheng kept asking about his condition. After recovering, Xiaoyang confirmed that Ji's theory was completely correct. City S had become a battlefield for mutated plants. Any species that lost the fight for sunlight had to hunt animals for nutrients instead. Walking up to the flower chariot, Xiaoyang boldly declared that since it now followed him, he would take care of its food and shelter. As he called it closer, a jade-green glow appeared deep inside the flower's core. From the center of the bloom, several vines slowly lifted a cluster of small fruits. One tendril gently placed the fruit cluster into Xiaoyang's open hand. Moments later, another cluster was carefully lowered to him. In the blink of an eye, the glowing fruits rested safely in Xiaoyang's hands, without a single scratch. Completely confused, Li Cheng scratched his head and asked what those strange fruits were. Looking at the soft green glow, Xiaoyang smiled and revealed that he and the flower chariot had formed a symbiotic bond. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his hand toward a distant target. 3 long tendrils instantly shot out from Xiaoyang's palm at incredible speed. They wrapped tightly around a massive nearby tree. Xiaoyang pulled with all his strength, driving the tendrils deep into the trunk before ripping the entire tree cleanly in half. His face lit up with excitement. He never expected this new ability to be so much stronger than his old tentacles. At the same time, the system announced that Xiaoyang had unlocked the gardener achievement, earning 150 additional points and bringing his total to 153. Seeing the reward, Xiaoyang cheered with excitement because it was the first brand new achievement he had ever unlocked. After that, the group left the flower chariot's massive pink body behind and quickly departed. At the same time, another incident unfolded inside the steel factory base. Xiao Xuan glanced behind her and realized another prey had walked right to her doorstep. When she asked who was outside, Chen Zhuo happily held up a piece of bread and said he had specially brought her something to eat. Xiao Xuan laughed and asked if someone had told him to bring her a Latinite snack. Chen Zhuo shyly admitted that no one had asked him. He simply wanted to take care of her himself. The moment he finished speaking, a strange red glow flashed in Xiao Xuan's eyes as her enchanting gaze locked onto him. Soon after, she gently wrapped her arms around Chen Zhuo's head and softly thanked him for his kindness. Within minutes, the young man's face turned bright red, his breathing grew heavy, and he completely lost control as he rushed toward her. When Chen Zhuo pinned her against the wall, Xiao Xuan immediately pretended to panic and loudly asked what he was trying to do. Her question snapped Chen Zhuo back to his senses, and he awkwardly apologized for misunderstanding her intentions. Gently brushing her hair aside, Xiao Xuan quietly tempted him by saying the place was crowded and the walls were thin, so they should find a secluded spot outside the factory instead. Chen Zhuo never suspected a thing and immediately agreed to follow her suggestion. Not long afterward, strange sounds echoed through the night outside the camp. Chen Zhuo was so exhausted he could barely breathe, yet his eyes remained fixed on Xiao Xuan's alluring figure. He smiled awkwardly and praised her beauty, before, suddenly realizing he did not even know her name. Noticing Chen Zhuo suddenly freeze, Xiao Xuan innocently asked what he had just noticed. He slowly walked toward a nearby trash bin and pointed in surprise at a torn sleeve that looked exactly like Zhao Chen's clothing, unable to understand why it was there. Chen Zhuo immediately threw open the trash bin's lid, but the horrifying sight inside left him completely frozen in terror. Before him lay a pile of blood-soaked clothes, leaving Chen Zhuo horrified and wondering what had happened there. Before he could process it, an icy presence suddenly crept up behind him. Xiao Xuan's eyes glowed with an eerie red light as her hand brutally clamped around her prey's throat. The area around the base was completely silent, with not a single person in sight. Elsewhere, Dai Hao was sleeping soundly when he suddenly took a powerful blow to the head. He jumped up and angrily demanded an explanation, but the bald man immediately cursed him for snoring so loudly. Dai Hao hurriedly insisted he had been staying alert the whole time. The bald man grabbed Dai Hao by the collar and lifted him off the ground. Furious, he said he had walked right up to him without being noticed. So how would he ever spot a signal from that woman? Then he demanded to know how long Dai Hao had been asleep. Dai Hao kept denying that he had fallen asleep, admitting only that he had dozed off for about 10 minutes. The bald man called him useless, while Gao Wen stepped in to calm things down, reminding them that they had all been watching for hours without seeing any signal. One of them stared toward the base and coldly guessed that the woman was probably trying to keep all the prey for herself. The bald man immediately ordered the other two to search around the factory for any trace she had left behind. Dai Hao pointed toward a trash bin and said the smell of human flesh was incredibly strong. When the bald man pulled out a human bone, he angrily realized Dai Hao was right. Xiao Xuan had indeed been secretly keeping the spoils for herself. Gao Wen brushed the dust off her clothes and sneered that if Xiao Xuan could sneak inside using her looks, then she could do the same. Before she could finish, the bald man slapped her hard across the face. He grabbed her by the throat and roared that she wanted to sneak inside for her own share, just like Xiao Xuan. The scent on both women was too similar to hide their intentions. Dai Hao quickly stepped in and reminded him that killing Gao Wen now would ruin their only chance to infiltrate the base. The bald man shoved her away, sending Gao Wen crashing onto the dusty ground. He warned that if she ever betrayed him, like Xiao Xuan had, he would drag both of them to the grave, even if it cost him his life. Clutching her aching throat and coughing violently, Gao Wen hurriedly swore that she understood her place. Only seconds later, Gao Wen instantly switched to a terrified act, pounding on the gate while crying for help. The tightly sealed iron gate slowly opened a narrow crack. The guards raised their guns, watched Gao Wen with suspicion, and demanded to know who she was. Gao Wen immediately played the role of a frightened victim, sobbing as she claimed a group of zombies had chased her and that she had barely escaped alive. The young guards quickly became excited, saying their luck had been unbelievable lately. They had just rescued one beautiful woman, and now another gorgeous survivor had shown up on her own. One of them even joked that the newcomer had an even better figure than the last girl. Just as everyone was chatting, a sudden shout came from behind, making them all turn around. Xiao Xuan quickly pointed at the gate and loudly stopped them, insisting that Gao Wen was the lustful evolver, capable of disguising herself as a human that she had warned them about. Exposed on the spot, Gao Wen flew into a rage and tried to curse back, but Xiao Xuan cut her off and repeatedly urged everyone to open fire. The moment she gave the order, a barrage of gunfire erupted across the area. Blood burst from Gao Wen's shoulder as she spun around and desperately fled the camp. Bullet after bullet tore into her body, making her scream in agony. Seeing Gao Wen collapse to the ground, everyone immediately shouted for fuel so they could burn the evolver's body. But when they returned with the fuel, they were stunned to find the corpse had completely disappeared. One young man searched the area in disbelief, unable to believe someone hit by so many bullets could still escape. Another cursed the fact that no one had finished her off, and the group quickly sent people to report everything to Brother Li and Shan Shan. Hidden in a dark corner, Gao Wen clutched her bleeding wound and staggered toward her two companions. Nearly out of strength, she could only drag herself forward, one painful step at a time. The moment she reached them, Gao Wen completely collapsed at the bald man's feet. She grabbed his pant leg, tears streaming down her face as she begged him to save her life. She even swore she would obey him completely from now on and do anything he ordered. The bald man looked down at Gao Wen and coldly said they were all the same kind, so no matter how filthy one of their own became, they understood each other all too well. Without another word, he threw a devastating punch that shattered the concrete block beside him. Lifting the massive chunk of concrete overhead, he declared that he would find another way to infiltrate the base. Realizing there was no escape, Gao Wen could only stare at the two men with a pale, hopeless face. Suddenly, a stream of blood burst into the air and splattered across the ground. Catching the bald man off guard, Dai Hao launched a deadly attack from behind. The surprise strike cleanly severed his head, sending it rolling across the dry ground. Gao Wen struggled to sit up and stared in shock at the headless body collapsing before her. She looked up and thanked Dai Hao. Licking the blood from his weapon, he coldly smiled and said one arm and one leg from the corpse would be enough for her to recover, while the rest of the meat belonged to him. Gao Wen happily agreed, but she finally understood what the bald man had meant about their kind, always seeing through each other's greed. If he had fed on her body, Dai Hao would have gotten nothing. But by killing the bald man himself, Dai Hao now decided exactly how much she would receive. Back in the living quarters, everyone started wondering when Chen Zhuo had disappeared. Huang Liren shouted in frustration. Yang He was still missing, and now another person had vanished, making the situation even more confusing. When he turned around and saw Shan Shan behind him, he asked what she was doing there. Shan Shan replied that she was checking the area for more clues. She slowly walked around the base, carefully inspecting every corner. Suddenly, something unusual caught her attention, and her expression turned serious. She walked straight to a trash bin filled with bloody bones. After checking inside, Shan Shan immediately recognized Chen Zhuo's clothes. She also identified the shoes as Yang Hai's, because he was the only person in the camp who wore that style. Xiaoshuan's face instantly turned pale as she nervously bit her nails. She realized Gao Wen and the bald man had ruined everything by digging up the remains she had carefully hidden. Shan Shan narrowed her eyes and surveyed the area. No one had heard anything unusual, and there were no signs of a struggle. Her icy gaze shifted to Xiaoshuan as she asked what those strange clues really meant. Under Shan Shan's stare, Xiaoshuan panicked and tried to dodge the question by asking why Shan Shan suspected her. In less than the blink of an eye, a sharp blade shot out from Shan Shan's arm and flew straight toward her. Xiaoshuan was horrified as the freezing blade stopped just inches from her chest. Faced with the incoming flames, she had no choice but to twist her body hard and dodge the attack. The strike continued past her and sliced a huge ancient tree cleanly in half. Xiaoshuan's face twisted with rage as she gritted her teeth and quickly darted aside. Shan Shan calmly withdrew her arm, never taking her eyes off the enemy. As the people in the camp gradually closed in from every direction, Xiaoshuan broke into a cold sweat, knowing her identity had been completely exposed. Even at a disadvantage, she quickly spotted a chance to escape. Xiaoshuan suddenly lunged forward and seized the nearest unlucky bystander with her claws. Pressing a sharp blade against the hostage's throat, she ordered everyone to stay where they were and threatened to kill the victim if anyone moved. Shan Shan frowned and warned that if the hostage was harmed, Xiaoshuan would never leave the gate alive. Xiaoshuan only sneered, mocking Shan Shan for daring to threaten her at such a young age. She declared that if she could not escape safely, she would drag several others down with her. While backing away with the hostage, Xiaoshuan demanded that someone throw her a gun. She warned that if anyone took even half a step closer, she would slit the hostage's throat. Before long, she got the gun and kicked the hostage away. She immediately pulled the trigger and fired at the very person she had been holding hostage. With a weapon in hand, Xiaoshuan sprinted out of the encirclement at full speed. Shan Shan remained perfectly calm as she raised her gun and carefully aimed at the fleeing figure. 2 shots rang out in quick succession, blasting straight through the evolver's horns. Xiaoshuan bit her lip until it bled to endure the pain, but she kept running without slowing down. Seeing Shan Shan about to give chase, Huang Liren quickly stopped her and asked what she was planning. Shan Shan replied that she would take a motorcycle and hunt Xiaoshuan down. Huang Liren immediately rejected the idea, warning that Xiaoshuan's companions were probably waiting outside in ambush. He said they should seal the gate and strengthen their defenses instead, and Shan Shan agreed with a nod. San San turned and announced that from now on, every newcomer seeking shelter had to stay in quarantine first. She left Uncle Li in charge of the base since Grandpa and Chung Guest's team were still out of contact, while she rushed to Chaye City to help her younger sister. Huang Li smiled and agreed, reminding her to stay safe. He could not help thinking that the little girl had truly grown up into someone far more decisive and fearless. Elsewhere, a pack of plant monsters slowly pushed forward while spewing thick, murky mist. Suddenly, the entire swarm froze after sensing a terrifying pressure rushing toward them. Moments later, 3 massive tentacles swept across the area and wiped out every monster blocking the way. Xiao Yang stayed completely calm as he casually pulled the tentacles back under his control. The tentacles kept slicing through the air, clearing every obstacle ahead with incredible precision. After the battle ended, Xiao Yang and Li Cheng hauled over several fuel cans and stared at the pile of corpses in the distance. The two quickly poured large amounts of gasoline over every dead plant monster. A burning lighter was tossed straight into the gasoline-soaked field. Xiao Yang crossed his arms and watched the raging flames spread until everything before him turned to ashes. Zai watched the scenes and quietly wondered whether this sea of fire brought safety or only made it even more unsettling. Right then, the system announced that the Expand the Faction mission was complete after Xiao Yang's group successfully repelled another attack on their own. Seeing the results on the panel, Xiao Yang cheered that Cheng Ge's team and San San had never let him down. As soon as he returned to the base gate, everyone rushed out to welcome him and excitedly shouted that Xiao Yang had finally come home. Xiao Yang looked around and asked where San San was. Uncle Sheng explained that the factory base had run into a small problem, so she had gone to help. The situation was under control, with only a few people bitten, and the antidote had already been delivered. Spotting Zai and the unfamiliar faces, Uncle Sheng curiously asked who they were. Xiao Yang introduced them as survivors who had escaped from City S. He then introduced Professor He as a plant researcher. Uncle Sheng warmly shook the professor's hand, while Zai sincerely thanked everyone for accepting their group. Xiao Yang explained that this place was only a temporary stop. In a few days, he would take everyone to the forest outskirts of City S. When Zai asked why, Xiao Yang calmly revealed his plan to build a third base. Just then, San San rode in on her motorcycle and slammed the brakes right in front of the camp gate. Seeing Xiao Yang, she happily waved and asked when he had returned. San San then explained everything that had happened and sighed that after this incident, it would be incredibly hard to trust any newcomers. Zai pointed at himself with a helpless smile and asked how their group would be treated. Xiao Yang immediately reassured him that their backgrounds had already been verified and they were no longer considered newcomers anyway. He even laughed and said this was clearly good news, leaving San San staring at him in confusion over what was supposed to be good about it. Xiao Yang only smiled because another chance to earn rewards had appeared. The system activated the Enemy of Evil mission, tasking him with eliminating the threat for a reward of 120 points. The notification confirmed the mission had begun, requiring him to clear every danger in West City and the western suburbs to earn 120 points. Meanwhile, somewhere else, Xiao Xuan's face was drenched in sweat as she gasped for breath after exhausting too much energy. She leaned weakly against a wall and paused to recover for a moment. Suddenly, a harsh metallic scraping echoed as a sword dragged across the ground and slowly approached. Xiao Xuan instantly tensed and looked toward the source of the sound. Gao Wen appeared with a mocking smile and sneered, asking if Xiao Xuan had just been driven out of the base by her new friends. Xiao Xuan hurriedly explained that it had all been a misunderstanding and that she had never intended to harm anyone. Gao Wen cut her off at once, angrily saying that the so-called misunderstanding had nearly gotten her body torn apart by bullets. Gao Wen glared at Da Hao and ordered him to kill Xiao Xuan, saying that, even if this plan had failed, splitting the corpses of the bald man and the red-haired woman would still bring a decent haul. But in the next instant, Gao Wen's body suddenly jerked before she spat out a mouthful of blood. She looked down in shock at the icy blade that had pierced straight through her chest. Gao Wen turned and cursed Da Hao for using the same trick again. He simply raised 2 fingers with a grin and said that someone who should have gone to hell long ago had no right to complain. In despair, Gao Wen warned Xiao Xuan not to trust Da Hao. She revealed that he had once ambushed the bald man while she was injured just to claim all the benefits for himself, and said Xiao Xuan would eventually meet the same fate. Xiao Xuan watched the infighting with a cold expression and had no intention of getting involved. Gao Wen then begged Da Hao to spare her life, claiming she could no longer fight and posed no threat. She even urged him to kill Xiao Xuan instead, blaming her for all their injuries. Hearing all the blame dumped on her, Xiao Xuan angrily fired back that Gao Wen was no better. Da Hao lifted Gao Wen's chin with a grin and said they all knew each other's true nature, so there was no point pretending anymore. Seeing him hesitate, Gao Wen reminded him of everything they had survived together and promised she could do anything Xiao Xuan could. But Da Hao simply swung his sword and cut her down, coldly saying Gao Wen was just unlucky because the only women he liked were redheads. He then suggested Xiao Xuan use one of Gao Wen's arms and one of her legs to recover, while he would take the rest of the body. She happily agreed. Back at the living quarters, everyone discussed the cannibal mutants roaming the western outskirts. One person mentioned a red-haired woman who could disguise herself as a human, infiltrate bases, and lure countless survivors to their deaths. Xiaoyang turned to Li Cheng and asked if he understood these bloodthirsty mutants. Li Cheng confirmed he had dealt with them before. Although he had never completely lost his sanity like they had, he understood exactly what they were. According to Li Cheng, constantly feeding on their own kind gradually destroyed their ability to control their primal instincts. They became increasingly selfish, cared only about immediate gains, lost control easily, acted unpredictably, ate without restraint, and developed an overwhelming craving for fresh blood. After hearing that, Xiaoyang concluded this was a dangerous nest that had to be eliminated soon. He would personally join the Western investigation, but there were even more urgent matters to handle first. Xiaoyang assigned Li Cheng to monitor the steel factory base and instructed him to call for backup immediately if anything happened beyond his control. Li Cheng accepted the task without hesitation. Time quietly passed, and before anyone realized it, 2 months had gone by. Deep inside a forest, a new story began. On the rooftop of a high-rise building, a group of survivors argued over whether to stay or leave. Every night, a strange sound crept closer, making them fear they would all die if they remained trapped there. Liang turned to the group and firmly ordered everyone to gather food and essential supplies because they were leaving. Someone nervously asked why they had to risk traveling at night, since meeting monsters in the dark would mean certain death. Liang put on his backpack and replied that the plant monsters were far more active during the day, and staying would only turn them into fertilizer. While the argument continued, the plant monsters quietly closed in. The discussion was so loud that no one noticed the danger until someone suddenly spotted them charging forward. Everyone screamed and immediately turned to run in panic. But the monsters quickly surrounded them from every direction, leaving almost no escape route. Several people angrily blamed the others for refusing to leave earlier. Liang spotted a gap in the encirclement, pointed toward it, and decided to lead everyone toward the source of the strange sound. Someone panicked and said that was no different from running to their deaths, but Liang insisted on taking the gamble. Staying meant almost certain death anyway, and maybe the mysterious sound belonged to rescuers instead of monsters. After running for a long distance, Liang's group was completely exhausted. Everyone bent over with their hands on their knees, gasping for air and saying they could not take another step. A survivor beside Liang noticed his expression suddenly change and immediately asked what was wrong. The moment Liang looked up, he saw a massive tree crashing down and shouted for everyone to get out of the way. Strangely, the enormous tree landed with surprising gentleness, barely shaking the ground at all. Liang crawled out from cover and wondered what kind of creature could bring down such a gigantic tree. The person beside him immediately signaled for silence. The group cautiously looked into the distance and discovered a team of people busy cutting timber. Then they recognized one familiar figure among them. Liang immediately rushed out and shouted Huang Kai's name, leaving the people behind desperately trying to pull him back because they had no idea what he was doing. Huang Kai was stunned to see that Liang was still alive. The two quickly caught up, and Huang Kai happily revealed that his group had been rescued and was now living a stable life in City M. Just then, a savage roar echoed from behind. Liang panicked and urged everyone to run because the plant monsters were closing in fast. Huang Kai simply smiled and said, a few plant monsters were nothing to worry about. He picked up his radio and reported that Team 2 had encountered plant monsters. Liang was left speechless, since Huang Kai had acted like they were no threat at all, while the other side quickly confirmed the message. Huang Kai then waved the survivors over and told them to hide behind his team. It was not long before Team 2's militia arrived, fully armed with firearms and ammunition. Seeing all that firepower, Liang's group could only stare in complete shock. Streams of flames erupted forward at once, engulfing the charging plant monsters and making them howl in agony. Li Cheng casually walked out from the rear and remarked that they no longer even needed to fight the plant monsters themselves. Liang curiously asked how Huang Kai's group had obtained such powerful weapons. Huang Kai proudly replied that it was all thanks to their leader, Xiaoyang. Spotting several figures in the distance, Liang quickly pointed at them and warned that another group was still nearby. Huang Kai patted him on the shoulder and explained they were not enemies but the base's security force. Since they were short on manpower, he would bring Liang's group to meet Xiaoyang. Soon after, Huang Kai led the newcomers to the farmland being cultivated. The moment they saw the fields, Liang's group froze in disbelief. They could not believe anyone would farm in the middle of territory filled with plant monsters. Huang Kai casually tossed a plant tuber to Liang and told him to take a closer look. The mutated tuber kept twitching and wriggling as if it were still alive. When Liang panicked and tried to throw it away, Huang Kai quickly told him to calm down. Liang asked in horror what that strange thing was. Huang Kai laughed and explained it was still a plant from the same origin as the burned plant monsters, but it had been domesticated into a high-yield crop that was easy to harvest. A Liang could hardly believe it, and asked if heaven had specially favored them. Huang Kai looked toward Xiao Yong and said, every achievement was thanks to their leader. Holding the potato in his hand, He Zai happily remarked that plants could now obediently change to meet human needs, something he had never imagined before. Xiao Yang smiled and asked if anyone wanted anything else. They immediately waved him off, saying the current harvest was already more than enough. Looking over the distant fields, Xiao Yang was pleased that the land development was going smoothly. With Li Cheng's team helping out, the invasive plants were no longer a problem, so it was finally time to deal with the cannibal mutants in the western outskirts. Not long afterward, Xiao Yang and his companions set off for the western outskirts of City M. One teammate noticed someone secretly following them and remarked that the pursuers were far from weak. Xiao Yang turned with a smile and said he had noticed them long ago, and their strength was probably on par with Uncle Cheng's team. Rong Gao awkwardly asked how they should deal with the followers. Xiao Yang laughed and said there was no need to be polite when such valuable prey delivered itself. From a rooftop above, Xiao Xuan looked down and happily announced that the perfect opportunity had finally arrived. Da Hao immediately grabbed her shoulder to stop her. Xiao Xuan turned back in frustration, saying that if they waited any longer, someone else would steal the prey. Da Hao calmly watched the scene below and reminded her that someone had already beaten them to it. Sure enough, a group of cannibal mutants suddenly appeared and completely blocked Xiao Yang's path. A woman slowly licked her blade and flashed a vicious grin, thrilled to have found such rare prey. The others also revealed greedy smiles, praising Xiao Yang's incredible energy and imagining how much stronger they would become if they devoured him. Another mutant curiously stared at the strange creature traveling beside him. The group shifted their attention to the masked man and guessed he could control the undead. They eagerly planned to kill him, steal his power, and use it against the madman ruling the northern outskirts. Watching from the rooftop, Xiao Xuan angrily blamed Da Hao for hesitating too long and letting such valuable prey fall into someone else's hands. Da Hao merely frowned slightly before smiling, telling her to keep watching, because the ones fighting over the prize might not be the ones who benefited in the end. Xiao Xuan immediately looked back down and was left completely speechless by what happened next. Chen Xing shot forward like an arrow, crushing the enemy formation with overwhelming force. At the same time, Xiao Yang swung his blood-stained blade, unleashing a relentless storm of brutal slashes. Watching their allies get wiped out in moments, the survivors fled in terror, screaming that they could not believe the two men possessed such terrifying power. After the battle, Xiao Yang stood silently in the cold air, his hand still gripping the hilt of his blade. While searching for a way out, one desperate mutant clung to a sheer wall and struggled to climb higher. Seeing him heading her way, Xiao Xuan quickly ducked behind the railing and angrily warned him not to bring trouble over before telling him to get lost. Unlike her panic, Xiao Yang calmly bent down and picked up an incredibly heavy metal weapon lying on the ground. He gathered his strength and, with some effort, hoisted the massive crowbar onto his shoulder. Without a second thought, Xiao Yang hurled the giant crowbar with all his strength. The fleeing mutant glanced back and instantly turned pale as he realized death was flying straight at him. In the next instant, the metal bar pierced straight through his body, creating a horrifying scene. Blood and flesh splattered across Xiao Xuan and Da Hao, leaving both of them trembling uncontrollably on the rooftop. Down below, Xiao Yang rested on his blade and calmly looked over the scattered corpses, remarking that these mutants had some real strength and were likely carrying mutant cores. Da Hao kept hiding behind cover, trembling as he barely dared to peek outside. Xiao Xuan nervously whispered whether Xiao Yong's group had left. After watching a little longer, Da Hao confirmed they were gone and urged her to climb down. The two wounded survivors slowly crossed the battlefield. Xiao Xuan noticed Xiao Yong's group had taken only 3 bodies, leaving the rest behind. Da Hao's eyes lit up with greed as he licked his lips and declared that every remaining corpse now belonged to them. In a deserted alley, Xiao Yang joked that his companions had tiny appetites since they could only finish off 3 enemies. Chen Rong let out a loud burp and argued that his stomach had limits, and there was simply no room for more. Just then, a shadowy figure slowly emerged from the dark passage beside them. Thanks to his sharp senses, Xiao Yang immediately detected a dangerous presence nearby. Without hesitation, he drew his blood-stained blade and prepared for battle. The man across from him turned pale with fear, shakily raising his weapon and demanding that Xiao Yang stay back. He warned that if Xiao Yang took one more step, he would fire immediately. Seeing how badly the man was trembling, Xiao Yang frowned slightly and realized he was just an ordinary survivor. On the other side, the man was so terrified he could barely speak, with cold sweat covering his forehead. Xiao Yang slowly walked forward, deliberately softening his voice to calm the frightened man. But Yinan could not calm down. He immediately drew his bowstring and shouted for Xiao Yang to stop advancing. The instant the arrow left the bow, Xiao Yang casually caught it between 3 fingers. The unbelievable sight nearly broke Yinan's spirit. Xiao Yong's reaction speed and ability to catch an arrow barehanded were beyond anything he had ever imagined. Before anyone could recover, Xiao Yong activated his water ability and appeared right in front of Yinan in the blink of an eye. He then snatched the bow from the old man's hands without the slightest hesitation. Holding the captured weapon, Xiao Yong coldly ordered everyone hiding nearby to come out, adding that neither he nor his companion were cannibals. As soon as he finished speaking, several people cautiously stepped out of hiding. One young woman remained wary and demanded to know who they really were. Once the fear eased a little, Yinan eagerly asked whether Xiao Yong had found a way to kill zombies without becoming a man-eating monster. He was so excited that he almost shouted, while Xiao Yong calmly walked beside him and asked where their group was heading. Yinan explained that there was a steel factory called Shifeng in the southern outskirts. It had once broadcast a call for survivors, so they had planned to seek refuge there. He then mocked the factory, saying it was mostly defended by ordinary civilians who could never withstand the savage mutants. Sensing there was more to the story, Xiao Yong asked if they knew of a safer place than Shifeng. Realizing he could no longer hide it, Yinan admitted there was a force in the north dedicated to hunting cannibal monsters, and his group actually wanted to seek shelter there. Xiao Yong was surprised to hear about such a powerful organization, but Yinan confessed everything came from rumors spread by the monsters themselves, and he had never dared verify it. With a tense expression, Yinan explained that the guardian of that area was unbelievably powerful, capable of killing 5 or 6 mutated monsters alone with ease. The entire region depended on that one person for protection. Xiao Yong became even more puzzled because the western region contained at least thousands of bloodthirsty creatures. He could not understand how a single person could possibly hold them all back. Yinan carefully looked around before lowering his voice. He explained that the monsters usually acted alone and rarely gathered together, but Li Cheng's younger brother immediately disagreed, saying he had personally seen a group of them meeting a few days ago, as if they were secretly planning something. Yinan became furious and scolded the boy for confusing his imagination with reality. He insisted that if the monsters ever gathered, it would only be to fight over food and kill each other. Otherwise, he would never have survived this long. He then turned to Xiao Yong and told him not to mind the kid, explaining that the boy only wanted to go to Shifeng Steel Factory because he hoped to find his missing brother. Yinan pointed straight at the boy and bluntly said there was almost no chance his brother was still alive. In his view, going to Shifeng was no different from seeking death, because a small factory could never hold off the monsters. The people inside had probably become cannibals already. Xiao Yong nodded and confirmed that the 2 former leaders of Shifeng Steel Factory really had been man-eating monsters. The news left Yinan and Li Cheng's younger brother speechless. Before they could recover, Xiao Yong casually added that he had already killed them all, then asked for the missing brother's name to see if he knew anything. The young man's eyes filled with tears as he quickly replied that his brother's name was Li Cheng and that he had once been a police officer. He desperately asked whether Xiao Yong had ever met him and, more importantly, whether he was still alive. Xiao Yong smiled warmly and said it really was an amazing coincidence because he and Li Cheng had fought side by side as teammates. Hearing that, the boy was overjoyed and kept asking if it was true. Xiao Yong finally revealed that his beloved brother was still at Shifeng Steel Factory and was currently managing the farming area for him. Li Cheng's younger brother's eyes immediately lit up when he heard about farming. He never imagined agriculture could still exist in the apocalypse. Filled with excitement, he declared that choosing Shifeng had definitely been the right decision. Unlike the boy, Yinan remained cautious and demanded that Xiao Yong explain who he really was. He refused to believe everything could be this perfect, and even suspected Xiao Yong was putting on an act to lure them somewhere and turn them into food. Faced with the accusation, Xiao Yong simply sighed and shook his head. He calmly pointed out that if he truly wanted them dead, there would be no need to trick them in the first place. Just as the tension reached its peak, a golden streak suddenly tore through the night sky and crashed down from above. It struck the ground right beside Xiao Yong, blasting a deep crater and sending thick gray dust into the air. Yinan instantly turned around and shouted at the person responsible. The man holding the gun had gone pale and hurriedly apologized, saying he had accidentally pulled the trigger and made a noise that could attract disaster. Sure enough, terrifying roars soon echoed from the distance. Yinan frowned in panic as he realized the gunshot had drawn an entire pack of bloodthirsty monsters. Knowing the situation had turned dangerous, he quickly ordered everyone to split up and find hiding places, urging them to get out of the open before it was too late. Meanwhile, Xiao Yong and his companion remained where they stood, staring toward the approaching roars. Yinan desperately yelled for them to run, warning that no matter how strong Xiao Yong was, he could never fight an entire horde alone. Yinan insisted that after tearing Xiao Yong apart, the monsters would only start fighting over whatever was left. After failing to convince him, Yinan finally ran off, angrily declaring that anyone who refused to hide would have to face the consequences alone. The group squeezed into a ruined house, and Yinan immediately ordered every entrance sealed. After learning there was a second floor, he rushed everyone upstairs and told them to hold the position because one moment of delay could cost them their lives. Once upstairs, everyone huddled beside a rotten window, where only a few pale beams of moonlight slipped through. After waiting in silence for a while, cold sweat covered Yinan's forehead. He silently prayed that the fool outside would not lure the monsters over and turn them into living shields. Down on the street, Xiaoyang still stood calmly in front of the massive wave of zombies rushing toward him. When the monsters realized there was only a single target, they exchanged puzzled looks. They immediately demanded to know who had spread the false information, while one of them irritably claimed he had only followed the trail to this location. Chen Xiangyanjiang revealed a savage, greedy smile and mocked the others for failing to recognize real treasure. In her eyes, the energy inside Xiaoyong was worth far more than devouring dozens of ordinary humans. Upstairs, Li Cheng's younger brother anxiously asked what was happening outside. Yinan carefully counted the monsters before grimly replying that nearly 10 had already arrived, and even more dark figures were still closing in. His voice turned heavy as he delivered the grim news, saying Xiaoyang was as good as dead and probably would not even leave a single bone behind. Suddenly, one zombie could no longer resist its hunger and charged forward, shouting that it would be the first to feast on the prey. Xiaoyang did not see it as a threat at all. He casually swung his blade, sending a cold slash straight across its neck. The grotesque creature instantly lost all strength and collapsed to the ground without another movement. The killing blow happened so fast that every witness froze in shock, their faces turning pale because they could not even follow his speed. Xiaoyang remained expressionless and simply beckoned the entire horde to attack together so he could finish them all at once. Enraged by the open provocation, the zombies completely lost control. They charged with claws extended, screaming that they would tear him apart. Seeing them rush in recklessly, Xiaoyang quietly signaled his companion to let him handle it alone. He even joked that they would taste better after exhausting themselves, and his companion laughed in agreement. Amid the chaos, an elderly-looking monster quietly circled behind Xiaoyang, preparing a sneak attack. Unfortunately for it, Xiaoyang's reflexes were unbelievable. With a single push of his foot, he launched himself high into the night sky. Yinan looked up with his jaw hanging open, unable to believe a person could leap that high. His eyes stayed locked on the young man dancing through the air with his blade, while one question echoed in his mind. Just who was Xiaoyang? Even the monsters below were stunned, never expecting their superior bodies to be outmatched by the prey's incredible leap. The moment they recovered, the entire pack turned and fled in panic, shouting that the real monster was the man before them. If they stayed any longer, they would all be torn to pieces. But the escape had barely begun when one of them was shot straight through the head. Xiaoyang raised his electric rifle and coldly declared that no one would leave alive today unless they met one condition. He calmly pointed at his massive companion with a smile and said that anyone who could defeat the big fat monster beside him would be allowed to live. Being pushed forward as the challenge, his companion broke into a slight sweat and glanced at Xiaoyang, silently thinking this teamwork put him under quite a bit of pressure. Across from them, the zombie horde roared in fury and rushed together, determined to rip apart the obstacle before them. Facing the assault, Xiaoyang's companion frowned as his entire expression shifted into complete focus. Tremendous power exploded from a single punch, driving straight through an enemy's body. The terrifying impact shattered the zombie formation, sending them crashing into one another before collapsing across the ground. Covered in blood, Chen Xiang screamed in despair, unable to believe that even the fat man possessed nearly unbeatable strength. The instant her scream faded, countless dazzling golden beams rained down again, tearing apart the area where the monsters had gathered. Yinan witnessed everything from above. He excitedly grabbed the two people beside him, unable to believe that only 2 fighters had wiped out the entire pack. After the battle ended, Xiaoyang casually waved for everyone hiding nearby to come out. Yinan's group cautiously emerged from hiding. They stared wide-eyed at the devastated battlefield and could not stop marveling at the unbelievable sight. After a while, Yinan lowered his pride and made a sincere request. After discussing it together, the entire group decided to follow Xiaoyang back to Shifeng Steel Factory and hoped he would allow them to come along. Xiaoyang happily agreed, but explained that he first wanted to visit the northern area they had mentioned and see it for himself. Yinan's expression immediately changed as he anxiously asked why Xiaoyang wanted to enter such a dangerous place on purpose. Xiaoyang answered honestly that he wanted to see for himself just how capable that famous force really was. His voice suddenly turned cold as he asked only one simple question: were they going to lead the way or not? Elsewhere, alarm sirens suddenly echoed through the area, signaling that enemies were closing in on the base. Chen Zhu carefully observed the front lines and grimly counted 7 bloodthirsty zombies approaching before asking everyone how they should respond. Just then, heavy footsteps echoed through the pitch-black corridor. A man standing behind a wheelchair nervously called out to Feng Ji. Beside him, his daughter was almost in tears as she begged her father not to push himself, warning that this battle would be extremely dangerous no matter how strong he was. Feng Ge did not change his mind. He immediately ordered everyone to seal the main gate, never let the monsters inside, and forbid anyone from leaving on their own. His subordinates answered in unison and carried out the order. After giving his orders, Feng Ge poured all his strength into his legs and launched himself high into the air. His massive body quickly dropped toward the battlefield below, while his daughter could only watch with a worried frown and remind him to stay safe. Just a few seconds later, Feng Ge landed safely without a single scratch. Seeing their prey come to them, the zombies grew excited. They shouted for everyone to tear the reckless man apart, declaring they would turn the entire base into a feast before charging together. Across from them, Feng Ge's body began to tremble violently as every muscle twisted and swelled. In the blink of an eye, his human form vanished, replaced by a horrifying creature covered with countless razor-sharp fangs. The gigantic monster slowly took one heavy step after another and marched straight into the center of the zombie horde. Feng Ji's terrifying appearance shocked the monsters because the power pouring from him was overwhelming. They realized his monstrous form looked even more twisted and savage than their own. Even so, the entire horde gritted their teeth and charged anyway, hoping their numbers would overwhelm the giant creature. They rushed in like moths to a flame, unleashing endless punches and kicks against his body, which stood as solid as a stone wall. Every attack carried their full strength as they desperately tried to bring down the mountain standing before them. But all their efforts became meaningless when a single devastating kick blasted the entire horde away. Meanwhile, Feng Ge remained standing in his monstrous form, as steady as a mountain, and barely showing any sign of exhaustion. Without warning, Feng Ge suddenly lunged forward and opened his enormous mouth, revealing countless terrifying fangs. When the battle finally ended, silence slowly returned. The survivors celebrated the complete destruction of the monsters, but Feng Ge had exhausted himself so badly that he could barely breathe. Hidden in the darkness, everyone quietly debated whether they should leave the man who had saved them. One survivor explained that after transforming, Feng Ge would completely lose his reason, which was why he had ordered the main gate sealed to protect the entire community. Nearby, his daughter tearfully called out to her father. Another survivor anxiously realized that Feng Ge could no longer move. Without someone bringing monster corpses directly to his mouth for energy, he would certainly die. Hearing that, everyone demanded the gates be opened, ready to risk their lives to save their leader. Touched by everyone's sincerity, Feng Ge's daughter burst into tears and repeatedly thanked them. At that moment, the man in the black hat spoke in a deep voice, deciding that since everyone shared the same resolve, they should open the gates and save him. The heavy gates were finally pulled open, and dozens of people immediately rushed toward Feng Ge. The moment he saw them, Feng Ge weakly shouted, asking what foolish thing they were doing, and ordered everyone to return inside at once. But no one listened. They declared they could never stand by and watch their leader die, because without Feng Ge, the base itself would eventually fall. The man in the black hat struggled to drag a monster corpse closer before loudly reminding everyone not to get too close. They only needed to throw the food toward Feng Ge. Once everything was ready, everyone nervously watched their leader and stared in amazement as his enormous mouth swallowed the corpse as easily as if it were an insect. The bloody scene turned the man in the black hat completely pale as he stammered in disbelief at how brutal the world had become. A short while later, the group carefully dragged over more corpses, constantly reminding one another to keep their distance and avoid stepping into the danger zone. In the silent night, they kept urging each other to bring more food because one careless mistake could easily end with Feng Ge biting the wrong person. Elsewhere, another group of zombies appeared and mocked Feng Ge's weakened condition, guessing he had just survived a brutal fight against their own kind. A monster with long hanging hair licked its lips greedily and laughed, saying someone else had done all the hard work and left them with the perfect prize. Only then did Feng Ge's followers realize in horror that another pack of monsters was approaching with hungry eyes, sending everyone into a panic. In the desperate situation, the man in the black hat grimly analyzed that their leader had not recovered and stood almost no chance against the new enemies. He called on everyone to use their own bodies as shields to protect Feng Ge. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang calmly continued forward and remarked that the force Yinan had mentioned really was impressive. No wonder the northern area was almost completely free of cannibal monsters. Walking beside him, Yinan was drenched in sweat. After recognizing the familiar surroundings, he announced that their destination was only a short distance away. Suddenly, a deafening explosion shattered the silence of the misty night. The moment he heard it, Yinan immediately recognized it as gunfire. Judging by the direction, Xiaoyang quickly concluded the blast had come from less than a kilometer away, meaning they were already very close to the base. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the newly arrived zombies had surrounded their target and were launching relentless attacks. Unable to stand by any longer, Feng Ge's daughter raised her gun, cursed the monsters, and declared she would fight to the very end. One of the monsters immediately charged at her with a disgusting grin, eager to claim such young prey. With a single strike, it knocked the rifle from her hands, sending it flying far out of reach. The monster bared its teeth and mocked her, saying that without her gun, she had no way to fight back. But while it was still gloating, a devastating punch suddenly crashed down from above and slammed into its face. Feng Jie had forced himself back to his feet and delivered a blow so powerful that it launched the monster high into the air. Even though she had been saved, his daughter still suffered 3 deep claw wounds across her arm. Blood immediately poured out, and the pain forced her to her knees. Realizing Feng Ge could still fight back, the zombie horde flew into a rage and switched their focus to killing him first. They rushed him together, unleashing one vicious attack after another against his gigantic body. His daughter cried out in agony, but the man in the black hat grabbed her arm and pulled her away, begging her not to throw her life away and to escape with everyone else. By now, Feng Ge had nearly exhausted all his strength, leaving him able to do nothing except endure the relentless attacks. Just as his life hung by a thread, a gigantic boulder suddenly fell from the sky like a meteor. The massive stone landed in the middle of the battlefield, forming a solid barrier between Feng Ge and the savage monsters. The unbelievable sight left the zombies staring in shock, unable to understand what had just fallen from above. Feng Ge's followers also looked around, in confusion, searching for the mysterious person who had saved their leader. And the one behind that stunning entrance was none other than Xiao Yang. Standing a short distance from the battlefield, Xiao Yang calmly folded his arms as he faced the entire zombie army. The man in the black hat immediately broke into a cold sweat, fearing another monster had arrived, but the person beside him quickly shook his head. The two began arguing. One insisted the newcomer was not one of the zombies, while the other suspected he might be a highly evolved monster with an almost human appearance. Even the monsters started discussing Xiao Yang's identity. One noticed he lacked the scent of their kind, while another guessed he could be an even more advanced evolution. Surrounded by suspicious eyes, Xiao Yang casually waved for Chen Xiang to step onto the battlefield. His companion frowned and complained that all the hardest jobs always ended up on his shoulders. Despite the complaints, Chen Xiang strode straight to the front line without the slightest hesitation. A monster immediately jumped out to challenge him, loudly boasting that a few zombies were nothing because it had already killed more than a dozen of its own kind. Before the boast was even finished, Chen Xiang crushed its head beneath a single stomp. The man in the black hat witnessed everything and stammered in terror, unable to comprehend what kind of being possessed strength that even surpassed his own leader. Yinan quickly reassured him, saying these people were major figures from the south, so there was nothing to fear. Hearing that only shocked the man even more, because he had always believed Feng Ge was the strongest survivor left in the apocalypse. On the other side, the monster with slanted hair clutched its head in disbelief, unable to understand how anyone could be so absurdly powerful. Several of its companions tried to regain their courage, shouting that they must not let fear control them. They insisted that if everyone attacked together, victory would eventually be theirs. But despite all their bold words, every one of them hid behind someone else, and not a single monster dared step forward first. As they slowly backed away, they kept pushing the responsibility onto one another. Everyone wanted someone else to act as bait, while they stayed safely behind. After a long standoff, one greedy monster finally stepped forward and exposed the other's cowardice. It declared that if everyone else was too afraid, it would claim the precious energy all for itself. Facing the charging enemy, Xiao Yang did not flinch. He merely casted a cold, piercing glance. He then slowly extended one hand, and an overwhelming pressure instantly spread across the battlefield. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying attack blasted straight through the reckless monster's abdomen. Blood poured from its mouth as the light quickly faded from its eyes. Without pausing for even a second, Xiao Yang smoothly followed through and swung his arm once again. The survivors panicked at once, realizing this young man was even more dangerous than his fat companion. Knowing they could not win, they turned and fled in every direction. Before any of them got far, Xiao Yang calmly raised his hand toward the fleeing crowd. Countless streams of dark energy shot out and ripped every zombie apart. The people inside the base thought a demon had arrived, but Yinan quickly assured them the newcomers were on their side. In another corner of the battlefield, Feng had completely exhausted himself and lay motionless on the ground. His vision slowly faded until everything became a blur of black and white. Only then did Xiao Yang turn his attention to the giant body lying in the distance. He frowned slightly, wondering what kind of slimy creature it was. A moment later, Xiao Yang raised his hand and fired several streams of dark energy straight at Feng. The darkness quickly wove itself into a cocoon that completely wrapped the giant body. Rope-like strands of energy kept tightening around his weakened form. Looking at the strange shape, Xiao Yang frowned and said it looked too disgusting to eat. He even doubted he could digest it. Wanting to test its outer shell, he coldly launched another powerful attack. Seeing her father attacked from afar, the young woman burst into tears and begged Xiaoyang to stop. Hearing her plea, Xiaoyang slowly turned toward the voice. He saw a young woman kneeling on the ground, crying, as she begged him to spare her father. Xiaoyang coldly asked who she wanted him to spare. Did she mean the slimy monster in front of him? She quickly nodded and explained her father had only lost his mind for now, then kept bowing and begging him not to kill him. After hearing her plea, Xiaoyang studied the twisted body again and wondered if someone deformed that badly could ever become human again. About 3 minutes later, a voice suddenly asked if everything had been settled. Xiaoyang immediately waved his hand as if brushing away bad luck, while throwing out a few sarcastic remarks. He glanced at Chen Xiang and said there was no need to act disgusted, because the old man's eating habits were not much better than that lump of flesh. The man in the black hat forced a smile and respectfully invited the powerful guests inside the base to rest, while Feng, still trapped in his monster form, could wait outside until he recovered. The scene then shifted to the residential area, under the cover of night. There, 3 figures knelt together, with their heads lowered to the ground. The man in the black hat repeatedly bowed in gratitude and called Xiaoyang their lifesaver. Without him, both Feng and everyone in the base would have died today. Xiaoyang simply waved it off and said it was nothing worth mentioning. He then asked when this settlement had been built and wanted to know the origin of the creature lying outside. The daughter softly explained that her father suffered from a mutation called muscle tissue morphology mimicry. The unfamiliar term made Xiaoyang frown, and he immediately asked what that flesh mutation really was. According to her story, a research team had once launched a massive biological project focused on a life form with incredible potential but unimaginable danger. The original sample was found in wild animals and was first mistaken for an ordinary disease-causing bacterium. But after culturing it, the researchers were shocked by its unprecedented traits. The strange substance could transform into many kinds of tissue while copying every cell it touched. Even worse, the copies not only kept their original form but were even more capable than stem cells. Blinded by the discovery, a professor ignored every ethical limit and secretly carried out abnormal human transplant experiments. After 1 week of testing, Xiaoping happily announced that the patient's cancer cells had completely disappeared. The result thrilled the professor, who proudly called the specimen a seed gifted by the gods. Not long afterward, Xiaoping arrived before Xiaoyang with a painful expression and delivered terrible news. City M had already fallen into disaster, while City S was overwhelmed by refugees, placing all their hopes on those miracle cells. Fighting back tears, she said the thing once hailed as humanity's final hope had become the source of the catastrophe. Hearing that, Xiaoyang guessed the healthy tissues had developed genetic defects and begun growing out of control. Her expression turned even sadder as she lowered her head and confirmed that his guess was exactly right. The outcome of that research was like a massive time bomb waiting to explode. The infected cells kept multiplying, slowly taking over the host's body until the transformation was complete. Once that happened, human reason vanished, leaving only the hunting instinct controlled by the mutated flesh. As they evolved, the infected desperately spread the infection to others. Over time, the mutated tissue erased the original genetic structure and turned every host into a shapeless mass of flesh. Xiaoping explained that once the body completely lost its ability to regulate itself, the creature became like a dead tree, unable to move and simply waiting for its energy to run out. But the most terrifying stage came before the end. While they still had a trace of awareness, the infected gathered into groups, and that herd instinct allowed them to form a massive breeding nest. In the end, the entire city was buried beneath thousands of tons of rotting flesh. As Xiaoyang thought about the disaster, a cold voice suddenly spoke behind him, warning that he would soon become another living flesh factory. The familiar voice made Xiaoyang freeze for a brief moment. Feng slowly walked over and looked at the wound on Xiaoyang's body, asking if he had caused it. The moment she saw her father, Xiaoping called out, and Xiaoyang also exclaimed Feng's name in surprise. Xiaoyang looked at the wound on his arm and nodded. Feng let out a sigh and sadly warned that if that was true, Xiaoyang's time was running out. He had hoped things would never end this way. While everyone else was tense, Xiaoyang remained completely calm. He said the mutated tissue was no threat because every bit that entered his body had already been wiped out. Feng stood there in shock, unable to believe it. Xiaoyang proudly explained that his body and immune system were dozens of times stronger than an ordinary person's, so the result was not surprising. On top of that, he had another unique advantage. As if proving it on the spot, Xiaoyang casually waved his hand, and a healthy vine suddenly appeared. He spread his arms and let the vines wrap around his body before revealing that an entire symbiotic ecosystem lived inside him, filled with strange life forms even more terrifying in battle. The unbelievable sight left everyone staring in complete disbelief. After the demonstration, Xiaoyang came up with an idea. If that strange flesh could truly copy anything perfectly, then maybe it could be guided and turned into something useful. Ignoring Anfeng's stunned expression, Xiaoyang held out his hand and asked him to let the flesh invade his body. He wanted to see if he could force the creature into submission. Although he still had doubts, Anfeng finally agreed. Seeing Xiaoyang so determined, he stopped trying to persuade him otherwise. Anfeng then tore off a chunk of mutated flesh and threw it toward Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang picked it up and carefully examined it from every angle, looking as serious as someone inspecting a priceless relic. After finishing his inspection, he pressed it against his palm, but even after a long wait, nothing happened. Unable to hide his curiosity, Anfeng asked about the result. Xiaoyang simply shrugged and said the plan had failed. The creature tried to take over his body the moment it made contact, so he destroyed it from the inside before it could spread. Xiaoyang's expression suddenly turned serious. He looked at Anfeng and asked how he had managed to keep the flesh under control. Anfeng could only smile bitterly. The truth was that he had never controlled it. He had become part of the organism long ago. Every piece of flesh and every drop of blood in his body was made from the mimic tissue, meaning that by any scientific standard, he had not been human for a very long time. The cruel truth left Xiaoyang speechless. He could not understand how Anfeng had still managed to keep his human appearance. Clenching his fists, Anfeng slowly revealed the truth. Nothing of his original human body remained. The only things keeping him alive were his sense of duty and the last fragments of his sanity. Because his brain's nervous system had not been completely destroyed, the consciousness known as Zhu Jiaofeng could still resist the savage instincts of the living flesh. But he knew that clarity was fading, and before long, even his human form might disappear. After a few seconds of silence, Anfeng made one final request. He asked Xiaoyang to protect Xiaoping and the helpless survivors living here. As long as he still had his sanity, he was willing to obey any order. Those final words sounded like a farewell, and Xiaoping could no longer hold back her tears. She cried out for her father. Just as the mood grew heavy, the system interface suddenly appeared before Xiaoyang. After updating information on more than 2 disaster species, it unlocked a new mission chain called Disaster Collector. The moment Xiaoyang saw the newly unlocked mission, his eyes lit up with excitement. The interface clearly stated that the mission holder had to assist as much as possible in investigating and researching the existing disaster species. Xiaoyang quickly reviewed the list. The 3 targets were the hyper-devourer virus, adaptive spores, and mimic protozoa, with a total reward of 300 points. The hyper-devourer virus was most likely behind the zombie outbreak in City M. The adaptive spores were clearly linked to the plants in City S. That meant the mimic protozoa had to be the living flesh Anfeng's group had just described. Realizing the opportunity had arrived, Xiaoyang threw an arm around Anfeng's shoulder and declared that he would travel with him. The unexpected decision left Anfeng completely confused. Xiaoyang simply smiled and said he had no hidden agenda. He was just curious. Anfeng still hesitated, because if they both left, no one would be there to look after the survivors. As if expecting that concern, Xiaoyang waved it off and confidently said, finding everyone a safe place would not be difficult. He immediately contacted Jiang Sheng and asked if anyone on their side was available to help. Time passed, and night completely covered the sky with countless shining stars. As soon as the group arrived, they froze in place. Everyone stared ahead in complete disbelief, unable to understand what they were seeing. Standing before them was a man carrying a giant mass of tentacles on his back, with a child beside him. The bizarre sight made everyone think a brand new monster had appeared. But the moment Xiaoai recognized the familiar face, he happily ran over and shouted, "Uncle Xiaoyang." Hearing the familiar voice, Xiaoyang turned around in surprise. Seeing Jiang Sheng bring his son into such a dangerous place, he asked why he would risk bringing the boy to the battlefield. Wasn't his mother worried? Xiaoai immediately flexed his muscles and proudly claimed he was much stronger now. To prove it, he even prepared to show off a few moves. Before he could, Xiaoai suddenly turned around and shouted toward the darkness. He had noticed someone secretly following them the whole way. If they kept hiding, the group would march straight to their base. The only response was complete silence, as if no one had been there at all. But only a few seconds later, several figures slowly stepped out of hiding, grumbling that they had been discovered. The leader quickly put on an arrogant expression. He had heard this place belonged to someone famous, so he wanted to see who was powerful enough to make his entire gang work together. After clicking his tongue in contempt, the leader suddenly pointed straight at Jiang Sheng and declared that he was the target. He then laughed fiercely and mentioned the rumor that Jiang Sheng had once badly injured several members of the New Humanity faction all by himself. That sounded like quite an achievement. Faced with the man's aggressive attitude, Jiang Sheng looked completely confused and replied that he had just arrived from another place. He did not understand the local language and had no idea what the man was talking about. The tentacled man clearly had no idea what was happening. After watching for a moment, Anfeng finally realized the truth. The gang had mistaken Jiang Sheng for him. But the other side did not bother checking. The leader rolled up his sleeves and said they would have to fight sooner or later, so they might as well rush in with superior numbers and capture the target first. Just as the battle was about to begin, Xiao calmly stepped forward and asked his father to let him handle this fight. Seeing his son's determination, Zhang Sheng simply reminded him to pick an opponent he could handle. The gang roared in unison and charged forward like a pack of wild beasts, attacking their prey. Facing overwhelming numbers, Xiao refused to back down. He quickly drew his gun, raised it high, and coldly dared them to come closer. The next second, he pulled the trigger, and a barrage of gunfire echoed across the battlefield. The leader easily dodged every bullet with his superior speed and smirked. To him, Xiao was just a reckless kid. Against the speed of the new humanity, ordinary people could never react in time. But before he could finish boasting, one of his men behind him was hit and collapsed. Furious at being looked down on, Xiao kept firing, while shouting that no one had the right to call him ordinary. In that instant, his speed exploded. His feet flashed like lightning as bullets rained down on the enemy without pause. Seeing Xiao focused on the enemies ahead, one thug circled behind him and called for everyone to grab the boy. Unfortunately for him, he missed completely and slammed face first into the hard concrete. Meanwhile, Xiao had already leaped into the air and pressed the cold barrel of his gun against the back of the attacker's head. Before the man even realized what had happened, Xiao smashed him to the ground with the gun, leaving him unable to fight back. The clean takedown left every spectator speechless. No one expected a child to possess such incredible combat skills. Before Xiao could catch his breath, a guardian twice his size suddenly charged at him like a raging bull. Seeing the mountain of muscle rushing toward him, Xiao's eyes widened in shock. At that distance, he knew he had no chance to dodge. One hit would seriously injure him. But before the giant could even touch a single hair on his head, a devastating attack struck from behind. Fortunately, Zhang Sheng arrived just in time. A massive tentacle swept across the battlefield and sent the giant guardian flying. That perfectly timed rescue stunned everyone once again. The newcomers were so powerful that people began wondering if they were even human. The gang that had acted so arrogantly moments earlier was now trembling with fear. They could not understand why the man before them was far stronger than the rumors claimed. Even so, they decided to rely on their numbers. They believed his tentacles had to have a limit. Once Zhang Sheng fell, the rest would be easy to deal with. Faced with the charging crowd, Zhang Sheng remained completely calm. With a slight movement, he sent countless tentacles sweeping forward. In less than a heartbeat, the giant tentacles swept across the battlefield and knocked down everyone who dared to attack. The fight ended almost instantly. The entire gang was scattered across the ground, with no one left able to stand. Xiao immediately ran over to Xiaoyang and eagerly asked if he had done well. Xiaoyang smiled, patted his head, and praised him for taking down 2 cannibals by himself. It was an impressive achievement, and it was obvious he had trained hard. Xiao proudly said the credit belonged to Xiaoyang's magical farm. Ever since everyone started eating its crops, their strength had been growing at an unbelievable rate. After hearing that, Xiaoyang nodded thoughtfully. The crops from the flower cart farm still had plant traits. They were not as aggressive as the carnivorous plants in City S, but the energy-driving evolution inside them was far greater than expected. Just then, Xiao noticed the strange mass nearby. He pointed at it and curiously asked Xiaoyang what it really was. Xiaoyang looked where the boy was pointing and began thinking. With the world in such chaos, he could already imagine a future battlefield filled with zombies, mutated plants, and bizarre symbiotic creatures. He then looked at Feng and explained that this shape-shifting life form was commonly known as mimic flesh. At that moment, Xiaoyang began to understand the pattern behind the disasters. Every region seemed to have its own signature threat, making him wonder what other terrifying monsters awaited ahead. At the same time, in another location, a survivor base was under siege by countless giant insects. After a desperate defense, the final line finally collapsed. The commander immediately shouted that there were too many monsters and ordered every emergency exit opened so everyone could retreat. Saving as many people as possible was all that mattered. In an instant, the convoy floored the gas and raced out of the base before it could be swallowed whole. But the monsters refused to give up and immediately chased after the fleeing vehicles. Those who failed to get on board watched in despair as the convoy left, crying and begging not to be abandoned. Sadly, before their cries could carry very far, every person left behind was overwhelmed by the monsters. Back with Xiaoyang, he was still talking with Feng. In his view, the reinforcements were more than enough to protect the base, and a few dozen cannibals posed no real threat. But in the middle of the conversation, something unusual caught Xiaoyang's eye and made him pause. He looked at the man tied up nearby and asked Feng if he belonged to the cannibal group. Feng immediately confirmed it. He explained that he had deliberately kept the man alive to identify people infected with mimic flesh. By chance, he had discovered that cannibals showed no interest in infected hosts. Since most victims could not keep their sanity like he had, they were actually an even greater threat than the cannibals. Feng went on to reveal that people infected with mimic flesh usually hid their condition and secretly spread it to healthy survivors. That was why he had tied up the cannibal and used him as a living detector. Unexpectedly, the bound cannibal let out a sinister smile. He declared that no one needed to force him, because he was about to expose the infected person himself. His shocking words left everyone frozen in place. The cannibal opened his strange eyes wide and laughed like a madman. He wanted to see whether someone who had already lost his humanity like Anfeng could still feel love for his family. Before he even finished speaking, Xiaoping froze as if she instantly realized what he was implying. Hearing the cruel provocation, Anfeng's face darkened. He angrily demanded to know what the man meant. The cannibal only laughed louder and revealed that the daughter Anfeng had risked everything to protect had already been infected by mimic flesh. As for who had passed it to her, the answer was obvious. Unable to hide it any longer, Xiaoping tremblingly rolled up her sleeve and revealed the horrifying wound on her arm. Sensing that Anfeng might lose control, Xiaoyang quickly placed a hand on his shoulder and urged him to stay calm. But Anfeng reacted in the opposite way. With empty eyes, he admitted that what terrified him most was how strangely calm he felt. Looking at his daughter, Anfeng said that learning Xiaoping was infected should have shattered him. Instead, he felt nothing at all, as if the man named Zhu Jiaofeng had truly disappeared. In the end, Anfeng made a painful decision. He believed it was finally time for him to return to that endless sea of living flesh. His voice grew quieter as he made one last request to Xiaoyang. Even if his memories and emotions no longer moved him, he still wanted to fulfill his final responsibility. If Xiaoyang could remove mimic flesh from a body, he hoped Xiaoyang could save Xiaoping as well. Xiaoyang could only shake his head helplessly. It was almost impossible, because he had no way to transfer his own immune system into someone else's body. Hearing that, Anfeng sadly accepted that the rest was up to fate. He then worriedly asked whether Xiaoping would eventually become the same terrifying monster as him. She simply gritted her teeth and accepted her fate, saying the world had already become so chaotic that there was little left to cherish. If she ever lost herself completely, she hoped everyone would end her suffering. Just as despair filled the air, Xiaoyang raised a hand and stopped everyone from giving up. He had never said this condition was completely hopeless. As he spoke, Xiaoyang took out a syringe filled with a strange liquid, handed it to Xiaoping, and told her to inject it into her arm. Anfeng stared at the syringe in confusion. Xiaoyang explained that it was an anti-infection serum originally developed to suppress the virus in City M. He was not sure it would work, but it was worth trying against mimic flesh. As soon as Xiaoping finished the injection, Anfeng anxiously asked if she felt any changes. Meanwhile, the cannibal kept mocking them. He insisted that the virus and mimic flesh were completely different, and anyone with common sense would know the serum could never work. But what happened next left the man frozen in shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. The moment Xiaoyang saw the sudden change in the man's reaction, he smiled with relief. That pained expression meant the medicine had finally started working. Feng was just as excited. After Xiaoping pulled out the syringe, she finally saw a glimmer of hope from the incredible result. She quickly begged Xiaoyang to help one more time. If the medicine really worked, she wanted her father to have a chance to become human again. But Xiaoyang immediately explained that it was already beyond saving. Xiaoping had only been infected recently, so the process could still be stopped. Her father's body had already changed too much. Feng admitted that every human organ and every piece of human flesh inside him had already been replaced. What Feng said next broke Xiaoping's heart even more. At this point, his true body was nothing but a mass of imitation flesh, while his human appearance was something he struggled to maintain. Remembering their earlier conversation, Feng asked Xiaoyang if he still wanted to see the sea of flesh with his own eyes. He could feel his remaining consciousness fading fast. Not wanting to waste another second, Xiaoyang nodded and set off with Feng. Their journey soon led them into the area around City K. After studying the surroundings, Feng concluded they were already close to the sea of flesh, which meant danger could be hiding everywhere. Xiaoyang also sensed something was terribly wrong. Just as their conversation ended, a sudden voice called out, and both of them stopped in their tracks. A group of filthy and miserable children appeared in front of them. They timidly asked if the two travelers had any food, and begged for just a little to fill their empty stomachs. Instead of helping right away, Xiaoyang became even more alert after seeing the children. Feng quietly signaled him to stay on guard against everything in this area. Feng seemed to notice something strange. From what he knew, no living humans should exist here. Meanwhile, the children kept begging, saying they had gone hungry for days. At the same time, Shui was busy shooting down the monsters surrounding the shelter. After checking one of the corpses, the boy muttered in confusion that far too many giant insects had suddenly appeared. They had tough shells and incredible speed, and he had already killed quite a few since last night. Standing behind him, Xiaoping shivered at the sight of those terrifying creatures. She had never seen them before, but ever since yesterday, their numbers seemed to be growing non-stop. Hearing that, Shui rested his chin on his hand and guessed that maybe he and his father were giving off something that attracted the monsters. Right then, the roar of engines echoed from the distance and grew closer by the second. Xiaoping immediately turned toward the sound, wondering what was about to happen this time. Shui instantly shifted into a combat stance with a wary look in his eyes. He warned everyone that some uninvited guests were approaching. Several heavy armored vehicles slowly rolled into view from the end of the road, sending clouds of dust into the air. The man standing on one of the vehicles cheered the moment he spotted people ahead. After searching for so long, they had finally found living survivors, and this place even looked like a shelter. Even though they sounded excited, the group remained extremely tense, as if preparing for battle, before quickly climbing out of their vehicles. Seeing Shui holding a gun, one of them hurried forward and explained that they were not enemies, asking the boy not to open fire. Shui narrowed his eyes and quietly judged each newcomer. None of them showed signs of being cannibals or evolved beings. They all looked like ordinary humans. Yang Ping raised both hands to show he had no intention of attacking, and calmly assured them that his group meant no harm, so the children did not need to be afraid. He then turned around and ordered every soldier behind him to lower their weapons so the children would not panic. When Shui stepped forward to learn more about the newcomers, Xiao Ping quickly warned him to be careful. But the boy had lowered his guard, believing these people were nothing like the cannibals, and seemed kind enough. Seeing that the one speaking for the shelter was only a little boy, Yang Ping could not hide his surprise. He cautiously asked what role Shui had, wondering if a child was really leading this shelter. Shui immediately puffed out his chest and denied it. He was not anyone's leader. He was only handling guard duty and protecting the shelter for everyone. That answer made one of the soldiers behind Yang Ping laugh with disdain. He refused to believe a tiny kid could protect anyone. Shui puffed up his cheeks and told the man to watch his attitude. He reminded them that the shelter was still deciding whether to accept their group. Seeing the tension rising, Yang Ping quickly apologized for his subordinate. Shui folded his arms and seriously asked who they were. Not wanting to upset him, Yang Ping honestly explained that they were refugees from City B. Their old base had been safe until giant insects destroyed it, forcing everyone to flee south. 5 vehicles escaped at first, but constant attacks split the convoy apart. Their commander and another vehicle had already headed toward City C. The moment he heard about the insects, Shui paid close attention because the same problem had reached this area. He quickly led them to a monster corpse and asked if the creatures that attacked their base looked like the bug lying in front of them. As soon as a soldier saw the body, he remarked in surprise that the insects here looked much smaller than the ones they had fought before. The whole group gathered around and looked relieved. Compared to the insect disaster in City B, the situation in City M seemed much less severe. Still, they warned that the giant swarm would reach this place sooner or later, though its advance seemed slower than expected. Seeing everyone jump to conclusions, Shui quickly explained that these insects had never existed here before yesterday. Besides that, the shelter was already dealing with another major threat. Yang Ping curiously asked if he meant the zombies wandering the streets. Shui figured they must have run into them on the way here. Yang Ping laughed and said they had first assumed the corpses were being controlled by parasites, and even wondered why no worms crawled out of their heads. With all the advanced weapons they carried, the group believed they could easily handle the insect swarm. As for the zombie-like creatures, they considered them easy targets. Xiaoping gently suggested that everyone enter the shelter first. If they suddenly encountered a large group of cannibals, their current force might not be able to protect everyone. But the soldiers laughed confidently. They claimed that now that they had arrived, security was their responsibility. Compared to the insect apocalypse they had survived, the dangers here were nothing more than minor obstacles. From what Shui observed, this group seemed overly confident and liked to exaggerate their abilities. At the same time in City K, Xiaoyang continued cutting down the twisted creatures blocking the way. Watching everything from behind, Feng broke into a cold sweat. Xiaoyang's combat strength was far beyond anything he had imagined. After clearing the area, Xiaoyang dusted off his hands and said that more than 20 creatures like Feng were still hiding within a 1-kilometer radius. Feng admitted he had sensed them long ago. Every one of them had become complete imitation flesh and could no longer keep a human form. Any ordinary person who wandered into this place would face a horrific fate. Feng then urged Xiaoyang to keep moving. He could already smell the familiar scent, meaning their destination was very close. But the sight ahead left both of them frozen for several seconds. The once crowded city had completely disappeared, replaced by a massive sea of flesh that surged across every building. Standing before his origin, every cell in Feng's body trembled violently, as if trying to break free and return to that endless mass. Without another moment of hesitation, Feng suddenly leaped off the rooftop. His body plunged straight toward the ocean of flesh below, as if he had willingly chosen to merge with it. But before he could reach it, Xiaoyang grabbed him by the back of the neck and pulled him back. Stopped so suddenly, Feng instantly flew into a rage and shouted, asking Xiaoyang what he was trying to do. Xiaoyang tried to persuade the man not to give up, asking why he would surrender, without trying to hold on a little longer. But Feng had almost lost the will to resist. He knew his mind would eventually disappear, and one day his last shred of consciousness would no longer suppress the monster inside. At that moment, Feng was stunned to sense Xiaoyang quietly gathering a strange power, immediately making him suspicious. Twisting parasite sprouts began growing from the center of Xiaoyang's palm. Seeing that, Feng nervously asked what he was about to do. Before Feng could react, the parasite sprouts shot straight toward him. They pierced his forehead and quickly burrowed deep into his brain. In that instant, unbearable pain tore through his body as strange changes spread from head to toe. In reality, Xiaoyang was using the parasite sprouts as a conduit to channel his powerful magic directly into Feng's body. While maintaining the spell, Xiaoyang calmly reasoned that if Feng's brain structure was slowly breaking down, then he would use his own power to restore the missing parts. Moments later, Feng's entire central nervous system was wrapped in a layer of mysterious energy. Xiaoyang closed his eyes and focused all his attention on controlling the magic flowing inside Feng's body. When it was over, Feng was still stunned. He touched his face and asked what Xiaoyang had just done to him. Seeing his confusion, Xiaoyang explained that he had implanted adaptive spores into Feng's body. They would stabilize his current brain structure, while also allowing Feng to become a valuable subject for studying mimic protozoa. At that moment, the system interface appeared again. The Calamity Collector quest chain was still ongoing, with objectives to assist the research of the devouring virus, adaptive spores, and mimic protozoa. The accumulated reward was 300 points, bringing the total to 347 points. Hearing the unfamiliar term, Feng immediately asked what mimic protozoa were. Xiaoyang briefly replied that it was the scientific name for the mimic flesh they had been talking about. Xiaoyang then patted Feng on the shoulder and shared his conclusion. The species did not erase its host's memories as an innate ability. It was actually a major flaw in its own survival mechanism. Looking down at the moving sea of flesh below, Xiaoyang continued his analysis. Merging into a massive flesh ocean was simply the only way for the species to survive. Every individual had to feed the collective with energy and nutrients. But as the mass kept expanding, it would quickly consume every available food source nearby. Xiaoyang believed that once no living creatures remained to absorb, the sea of flesh would be forced to consume itself. Its overly simple biology could even cause the entire colony to collapse on a massive scale. Hearing a glimmer of hope, Feng eagerly asked whether the spores in his brain could help him regain his humanity. Xiaoyang immediately shook his head, but said they would at least preserve his current state and stop his body from deteriorating further. He explained that the adaptive spores would attach themselves to Feng's existing biological framework, constantly analyzing and repairing any damage. At the same time, they would compete for space with the mimic protozoa inside his body, creating a stable balance. Xiaoyang seemed to have planned for every possible risk. As long as the new system kept supplying structural data, Feng's memory loss might finally be stopped. Feng happily asked if that meant he could keep living as Zhu Zhaofeng until old age. Xiaoyang shrugged and said that unless something unexpected happened, that was theoretically possible. Deeply moved by the help, Feng bowed his head and sincerely thanked Xiaoyang. Even so, one worry still remained. This method only preserved his current condition, while the battle against his monstrous instincts would continue. Feng admitted he feared the day he could no longer hold on to his sanity. Xiaoyang simply smiled with confidence. He said that was exactly why he had prepared a second gift for Feng to test. Xiaoyang's next request caught Feng completely off guard. He told him to jump directly into the sea of flesh. Staring at the massive pulsing flesh below, Feng widened his eyes, thinking he had heard wrong. But Xiaoyang calmly urged him on. After all, Feng had already planned to jump earlier, so this time he should trust him and give it a try. At the same tense moment, the military convoy stopped at a fuel station to refill all of their armored vehicles. The commander stood nearby, nervously biting his nails as he urged everyone to hurry. He had a bad feeling that this area was hiding unknown dangers. One of the soldiers reassured him that everyone was refueling as fast as possible, so there was no need to panic. Hearing that, the commander suddenly realized they had already traveled beyond the borders of BRN's city. His subordinate confirmed they had left that area long ago and were now inside City K. The commander immediately worried about Yang Ping's team and asked if the radio had been repaired. Unfortunately, the mechanic scratched his head and admitted it had been hit by gunfire during their escape. Every internal component was badly damaged, and it could no longer be fixed. With no way to make contact, Zhao Feng held his head in frustration, regretting that he had not prepared a backup radio. One of his men reassured him that Yang Ping's convoy would likely slow down as well. Once they finished refueling and caught up, they would reunite soon enough. Just as they were discussing their next move, a strange voice suddenly called out, asking if they were really human. A group of ragged people appeared in front of the convoy, looking completely normal. They begged for help and claimed they had an entire warehouse full of supplies. One soldier walked over and asked if they were refugees wandering through the area. The woman nodded repeatedly and stressed that they had plenty of stored supplies. But the soldier quickly noticed something suspicious. There were no signs that this place had ever been attacked by giant insects. In truth, those human-looking figures were insect monsters, using disguises to lure prey closer. They continued acting innocent, denied that any insect swarm existed, and kept talking about their stockpile of supplies. Hearing them repeat the same story over and over, the soldier scratched his head and replied that he understood they had lots of food. He eagerly suggested that his commander escort the women and their supplies back with the convoy. But at that exact moment, Zhao Feng suddenly shouted, warning everyone to protect themselves. The fake human shells were torn apart, revealing horrifying insect monsters ready to crush their prey. Meanwhile, at the Sea of Flesh, Feng continued staring at the writhing mass below. He seriously asked Xiaoyang if he had really meant what he said, or if he was just joking. Xiaoyang answered without the slightest hesitation. Sooner or later, Feng would have to go down there anyway, so this time he should trust him completely. After a few seconds of hesitation, the two of them finally leaped off together, diving straight toward the Sea of Flesh below. Sensing fresh life falling toward it, the entire Sea of Flesh instantly boiled with hunger as countless flesh masses stretched upward to devour them. The moment Xiaoyang saw that violent reaction, his eyes turned razor-sharp. After the fall, both he and Feng landed safely, standing firmly on top of the gigantic flesh mass. Without giving them a moment to react, countless chunks of flesh rushed forward, opening twisted mouths to swallow them alive. In the blink of an eye, countless flesh tentacles wrapped tightly around Xiaoyang and Feng, sealing them inside without a single gap. Suddenly, a strange pulse rose from the deepest part of the Sea of Flesh. After a powerful tremor, the raging flesh ocean suddenly fell completely silent, becoming so still that it sent chills down the spine. After several seconds of silence, the massive organism suddenly spewed out huge amounts of green liquid filled with the stench of death. Yet the magic power inside it not only remained intact, but kept spreading and growing stronger, like plants thriving after rain. That was the unique power hidden inside Xiaoyang finally erupting in full. A biological shell quickly peeled away from his body, allowing him to step out completely unharmed. Witnessing the unbelievable scene with his own eyes, Feng stood there, in complete shock, unable to understand what had just happened. Xiaoyang snapped his fingers to bring Feng back to reality and told him to stop staring because the real show was about to begin for him. Feng immediately pointed at himself in disbelief. Before he could fully process those words, Feng felt an overwhelming power surging through his body, desperately trying to burst through his skin. The transformation forced him to roar in agony as the thing hidden inside struggled more violently with every passing second. Moments later, countless sprout-like tendrils burst through every pore and poured out of Feng's body. The instant they appeared, they shot toward the Sea of Flesh at incredible speed. Those sprouts quickly linked with Xiaoyang's network of green vines, forming one complete and perfectly connected system. A powerful aura of magic began surrounding Feng as immense pressure spread across the entire area. In an instant, a colossal tree burst out of the Sea of Flesh, rising into the sky with countless lush branches and leaves. Even Feng widened his eyes, completely unable to comprehend the incredible transformation unfolding before him. Only then did Xiaoyang calmly walk over and ask how it felt, now that the wild instinct inside Feng had finally been given enough energy. Feng remained overwhelmed with shock, unable to explain the impossible sight before him. The once-rampaging Sea of Flesh had become completely calm, showing no intention of attacking or devouring them anymore. At the same time, Feng realized that the flesh masses were now being influenced by the magical power radiating from his own body. Realizing he could control them, Feng asked in disbelief if he had become the ruler of the entire Sea of Flesh. Xiaoyang immediately waved him off and told him not to overestimate himself. Right now, Feng only controlled about 1/5 of the area. To truly rule the entire Sea of Flesh, he would need at least another half-month of growth. As soon as he finished speaking, another giant tree burst through the flesh in the distance and rapidly grew skyward. The new sight left Feng stunned once again, wondering what had changed this time. Xiaoyang calmly explained that it was simply another tree. Each new tree marked another section of the Sea of Flesh, brought under Feng's control. Xiaoyang also revealed an important milestone. Once the tree canopy spread across the entire Sea of Flesh, Feng would truly become its ruler. Even so, Xiaoyang made one thing clear from the beginning: ultimate control over the mutated organism would always remain in his hands. Before ending the conversation, Xiaoyang warned Feng never to make a move against him or the people of City M. The power he had given could be taken back at any time. Although still overwhelmed, Feng immediately nodded and gave his word. Xiaoyang had already done too much for him, so betrayal was never an option. Only then did Xiaoyang seem satisfied. But the moment of relief did not last long. Both of them suddenly sensed that something had gone wrong. In the distance, two people were sprinting toward them, shouting that they would rather be eaten by insects than end up inside the foul mouth of the creature chasing them. The person in front suddenly stopped, making Zhao Feng shout impatiently, unable to understand why he had stopped with danger closing in. But a second later, both men froze at the bizarre sight blocking their path. A towering green tree had appeared out of nowhere, standing proudly in the middle of the twisted landscape. Zhao Feng and Yang Ping's subordinate could only stare in shock, unable to guess what kind of monster stood before them. Before they could understand what was happening, a horrifying sound echoed from behind, sending chills down their spines. Panicking, Yang Ping's subordinate kept asking Zhao Feng if there was still any way to escape. Zhao Feng looked ahead and immediately shook his head. A vast mass of flesh had completely blocked the road, and it looked exactly like the creatures that had been hunting them. Yang Ping's subordinate turned pale and asked what they should do. Zhao Feng wanted to go around it, but the man said it was already too late because their pursuers were almost upon them. While they were still arguing, a gigantic black mass suddenly crashed down from behind, carrying the crushing force of an entire mountain. Yang Ping's subordinate looked up and fell into despair, convinced that this time there was no escaping death. At that critical moment, Feng suddenly unleashed a stream of terrifying venom, instantly throwing the pursuers into danger. In just a moment, the poisonous substance spread across the area and completely sealed it off. Even worse, the mass kept dividing, creating countless copies identical to the original body. The toxic substance rapidly flooded the battlefield at a speed that seemed impossible to stop. Each living mass crawled forward, relentlessly chasing the fleeing figures. The pressure across the area increased every second, making the atmosphere so heavy it felt suffocating. In less than a blink, Feng's clones had surrounded the ambush zone and completely trapped everything inside. At that terrifying moment, time itself seemed to freeze, with life and death separated by only a single step. Both sides began desperately absorbing one another, merging together with the unstoppable force of a raging flood. Zhao Feng and Yang Ping's subordinate watched without moving for a long time, before Feng finally began to withdraw. The other man blankly asked if they were safe now. Zhao Feng immediately signaled him to stay quiet, because the creature did not seem to have noticed them yet. But the moment Zhao Feng fell silent, a cold voice echoed across the entire area, declaring that not even the slightest movement could escape its gaze. Yang Ping's subordinate frantically looked around while Zhao Feng immediately went on guard, demanding that whoever was hiding show themselves. The next moment, a mysterious figure appeared right in front of them. Zhao Feng was so shocked that he could only stammer as he asked what kind of being it was. Right then, Xiaoyang calmly walked over and explained that the figure was the true core of the entire sea of flesh covering this place. Yang Ping's subordinate immediately grew suspicious of Xiaoyang, wondering when he had appeared beside them. Xiaoyang simply smiled and asked where the two of them had come from and why they had wandered into this area. After hearing the whole story, Xiaoyang looked intrigued and repeated the name Zhongzhou to make sure he had heard it correctly. Zhao Feng nodded and explained that the fire goo insects came in many forms. The ground crawlers possessed immense strength, the winged ones were incredibly fast, and the giant variants could even spit corrosive acid from a great distance. According to Zhao Feng, the most terrifying of them all were the brain beetles. They could turn humans into puppets, organize battle formations, and coordinate attacks with a level of precision that even humanity could hardly match. Hearing that, Xiao Ping fell into deep thought, and her expression grew much more serious. She looked at Yang Ping and said these were the traits of a species with a fully developed social structure. Seeing that he did not understand, she used ants, bees, and termites as examples. These creatures abandoned individual interests for the good of the colony, and when that level of coordination reached its limit, they became far more terrifying than most people could imagine. Yang Ping let out a sigh and asked if everyone finally understood just how dangerous their next enemy would be. Just as the conversation reached its most serious point, a piercing noise suddenly rang out, startling everyone. They immediately scanned their surroundings, before all turning towards the same direction. It did not take long for the group to realize the newcomers were the cannibals that hunted their own kind for food. Yang Ping watched carefully and was shocked to realize those monsters had evolved to the point of feeding directly on humans. Shui calmly confirmed it and said these were exactly the enemies they had to defeat. One of the cannibals sneered and declared that they already knew the opposing leader had fled to City K. Another mocked them, claiming there was no one left who could protect Yang Ping's group. Meng Yao stepped forward with an offer. She claimed her side could wipe everyone out if they fought, but that would only waste time and bring no benefit. Instead, she wanted to become their protector, as long as Yang Ping's group regularly offered one human life as tribute. Someone immediately realized she intended to turn humans into livestock. Meng Yao arrogantly announced that they had half an hour to decide. Refuse, and everyone here would be wiped out. Yang Ping frowned, saying the people before him were unbelievably arrogant. Mr. Ping and the others immediately raised their weapons and shouted for the cannibals to take a good look at what they were holding. Meng Yao only smiled with contempt, calling the guns nothing more than useless pieces of metal. Looking at the unfamiliar faces, she guessed they were not from this region. The moment she finished speaking, her entire group charged forward without any warning. The onlookers were stunned, as every attacker leaped at the exact same time with perfect coordination. In the blink of an eye, the 4 enemies landed in a neat line right in front of them. Watching them survive such a massive jump without a scratch, everyone broke into a cold sweat. These creatures were clearly no longer ordinary humans. Yang Ping quickly judged the situation and loudly ordered his men to suppress them with heavy gunfire. But the hail of bullets barely had any effect, as the monsters charged straight ahead with their incredibly tough bodies. Yang Ping stared in horror, unable to understand what their bodies were made of if they could ignore bullets so easily. Seeing the battle turn against them, the people nearby panicked and asked what they should do next. Yang Ping gritted his teeth and ordered everyone to hold formation while retreating in an organized manner. But the moment he turned around, he found an enemy already behind them, instantly realizing the situation had become critical. At the very moment between life and death, a razor-sharp tail suddenly shot forward and effortlessly pierced the attacker through the body. Blood splashed across Yang Ping's face, leaving him completely frozen. Even Meng Yao stopped in the middle of her assault, unable to understand where this sudden twist had come from. Ata looked at the newly arrived creature and felt a chill run down his spine, wondering what kind of alien species it was. Cries of shock spread everywhere. Some believed the creature was the person who had gone to City K, making Meng Yao angrily think she had been deceived. But one of her companions quickly pointed out that a closer look proved the beast was someone else entirely. The scene instantly descended into chaos as screams and frantic footsteps echoed everywhere. Everyone wanted to escape as fast as possible. Right then, a lone figure suddenly appeared, floating high in the sky. Xiao Yang quickly noticed the newcomer, stroked his chin, and wondered which powerful expert had just arrived. In an instant, Rong La caught up to Meng Yao and cut off her escape, leaving her stunned and confused. Without saying a single word, the newcomer immediately launched an attack. Rong La defeated every opponent with only a few effortless moves, proving that his strength was on an entirely different level. After witnessing that overwhelming display, everyone present had no choice but to acknowledge his incredible power. Seeing Yang Ping still standing there in shock, Shui nudged him with a grin and asked if he finally understood how powerful their side really was. The boy added that while the monsters were troublesome, the human heart was far more dangerous and much harder to guard against. Hearing those words, Yang Ping nodded repeatedly, clearly agreeing. Meanwhile, after piecing together everything Zhao Feng had shared, Xiao Yang quickly concluded that this latest disaster had been caused by an insect species. Even so, one question remained. Xiao Yang asked whether the catastrophe in City B came from a completely separate evolutionary branch. At that moment, the system displayed a new update. The Calamity Data Collection mission had now recorded the virus, devouring entity, adaptive spores, mimic protozoa, and replicating insects. The accumulated reward had reached 400 points, and a new mission to eliminate the insect threat was activated with a reward of 300 points. Xiao Yang stroked his chin in thought. As expected, another completely new type of calamity had appeared. More importantly, the more disaster species he discovered, the greater the system's rewards became. Suddenly remembering something, he turned to Zhao Feng and asked if his group had traveled southwest. Zhao Feng replied that their original plan was to bypass the center of City M before following the main road south. Feng added that their destination was also where the survivors from his own faction had established their base. One of Yang Ping's men curiously asked why Xiao Yang's constantly traveling group still needed a permanent base. Xiao Yang smiled and explained that everyone still needed a safe place to stay and store essential supplies. After saying that, Xiao Yang looked at Feng and asked if his prediction had been correct. Feng replied in a low voice that his body had already become part of the Sea of Flesh, leaving him no chance of ever returning. His only wish was for Xiao Yang to take care of Xiao Ping, but Xiao Yang immediately rejected the idea, saying his plan was to relocate both Xiao Ping and everyone at the base to this area. Feng stared at him in disbelief and argued that he himself had become a disaster that could spiral out of control at any moment. Xiao Yang simply asked whether Feng had failed to notice that his instincts had already begun to change. Those words made Feng frown as he quietly reflected on his recent condition. After thinking for a while, he suddenly realized that his urge to infect and hunt had weakened dramatically, though he had no idea why. Xiao Yang explained that the adaptive spores provided the Sea of Flesh with an abundant energy source that was both efficient and easy to obtain, naturally reducing its desire to hunt. With Feng's willpower, controlling his remaining instincts would no longer be difficult. After finishing his explanation, Xiao Yang signaled everyone to move out. He also wanted to see if they could find any surviving members of Feng's group. The moment Shui saw Xiao Yang return, he happily ran over and bragged that while they had been waiting, everyone had taken care of a group of arrogant troublemakers. As soon as Yang Ping and Zhao Feng saw the person returning with Xiao Yang, they shouted with joy, filling the entire area with excitement. The newcomer smiled and said that Xiao Yong's prediction had been exactly right, which was why they had managed to find Yang Ping's group here. After looking around and noticing the others were missing, he asked where they had gone. Zhao Feng painfully explained that they had encountered an overwhelmingly powerful monster, and only a handful of them had survived. The tragic news instantly erased every smile, replacing the celebration with heavy grief. Yang Ping quickly encouraged his leader not to remain trapped in sorrow, and urged him to witness the unbelievable strength of the people living at this base. Zhao Feng forced a bitter smile, saying that what they had already seen was beyond anything they had ever imagined. Xiao Ping hurried over and asked Xiao Yang whether her father still existed within the sea of flesh. Xiao Yang calmly confirmed that he did, reassuring her that Feng still retained his consciousness and had not lost himself. Xiao Ping was so shocked that she could not even react. Xiao Yang confidently revealed that he had found a way for her father to control the power of the sea of flesh, and that the area had now become the safest refuge of all. He then ordered everyone to pack their belongings, because he and Zhao Feng had found a far better location to build their new home. Soon, the entire group gathered their supplies and formed a long line behind Xiao Yang. After moving only a short distance, he suddenly stopped and warned everyone to stay alert because they had entered the hunting ground of flesh monsters that could camouflage themselves. As everyone watched their surroundings, a voice suddenly called out from behind, asking if they were survivors of the disaster. Everyone turned around at once, locking their eyes on the newly arrived group and preparing for battle. After watching for a moment, Yang Bing seemed unconcerned. He believed they looked nothing like the cannibals from before and were probably just ordinary survivors. But Zhao Feng recognized them with a single glance. His expression changed instantly because he had run into those creatures again. Seeing Zhao Feng ready to act, Yang Bing quickly grabbed his sleeve and insisted the people ahead were just normal survivors like them. Zhao Feng snapped at him to look more carefully, because their appearance could never be explained as ordinary civilians. After taking a closer look, Yang Bing finally noticed the strange details, and cold sweat immediately covered his back. Panic spread through the crowd as everyone stared in shock at the growing number of suspicious figures. Before anyone could calm down, someone spotted even more monsters on the opposite side and shouted a warning. The situation felt like they had been pushed onto an execution table because almost every escape route was blocked. The formation instantly fell into chaos. Once everyone realized enemies were closing in from every direction, they knew they were completely surrounded. Zhao Feng quickly told Xiao Yang to lead the civilians back to the giant flesh sea lords, while his team covered the retreat with every weapon they had. Yang Bing tried to reassure everyone that many powerful fighters were still with Xiao Ai. Zhao Feng immediately yelled at him not to underestimate these creatures, then ordered the team to hold the line and never let them get close. Yang Bing quickly became serious and told everyone to follow orders. He said these creatures were even tougher than the cannibals, making this the perfect time for the heavy firepower team. Xiao Yang laughed and gave Zhao Feng a hard pat on the shoulder, saying his team always became incredibly dependable whenever danger appeared. After that, he stepped forward and ordered everyone to retreat while he handled the battlefield to avoid friendly fire. The moment he finished speaking, Xiao Yang raised his gun and fired a signal flare into the sky. A brilliant red light quickly spread across the sky like a massive firework. Xiao Ai looked up curiously and asked why Xiao Yang had fired the signal, guessing that San San's team was on the way. Xiao Yang smiled and shook his head, saying a different special warrior unit was about to arrive. That only made Xiao Ai even more confused. After his teammates received the signal, Xiao Yang immediately ordered them into battle. He told them to stall the enemy and protect the civilians without going all out, because another team would soon handle the rest. Shang Xi accepted the order at once. On the other side, the strange creatures showed no fear and charged forward without hesitation. Shang Xi immediately joined forces with Rong Ra and Xiao Ai as the three rushed straight into the enemy. Before ordinary people could even react, the trio had already wiped out a huge wave of savage cannibals. Zhao Feng watched the battle in disbelief, and even suspected those fighters were another non-human species. Yang Bing proudly said he had never exaggerated, and now Zhao Feng had finally seen it himself. But moments later, heavy rumbling echoed across the battlefield again, filling the civilians with fear because even more monsters were arriving. No one could believe what they were seeing, as endless waves of camouflaged flesh monsters kept pouring in. Right then, Xiao Yang's communicator rang with a report that another area was also surrounded by a massive enemy force. The news threw the crowd into even greater panic. Some feared Xiao Yang's forces were pinned down and could not return, so they urged everyone to arm themselves. While everyone was still panicking, Feng charged toward the battlefield with overwhelming momentum. Deafening roars echoed everywhere, but the team gritted their teeth and held the line, constantly reminding each other not to break formation. Just as both sides were about to clash, Feng rushed past the crowd and headed straight for the monsters advancing from the front. One person stood there in confusion, because they had expected those creatures to attack the civilians first. But what happened next shocked everyone, as the monsters suddenly turned on their own kind and ripped each other apart. Watching the chaos unfold, Zhao Feng finally figured it out and slapped his thigh with excitement. These creatures were the reinforcements Xiao Yang had mentioned, all under the control of that mysterious master. Yang Bing looked completely confused after hearing that title. Zhao Feng only smiled and told him to wait a little longer, because he would soon see that person himself. Before long, a calm and relaxed sigh echoed across the battlefield. A voice declared the battle was over. At the same time, the ground split apart as countless horrifying flesh tentacles burst out, leaving everyone stunned and on high alert. The crowd screamed in panic, warning each other to stay away from the terrifying tentacles. One man stared at them in confusion, unable to tell what they were, before they suddenly rushed toward the scattered corpses. The flesh tentacles quickly pierced the bodies and burrowed deep inside. Within seconds, they absorbed everything at an unbelievable speed, pulling every remaining piece into one massive mass. Xiao Yang remained completely calm and told everyone to follow the line of tentacles because their destination was close. Yang Bing nearly lost his composure as he stared at the bizarre sight, unable to identify what kind of creature it was. When a gigantic tree-like body rose from the sea of flesh, his voice trembled because the scene was beyond anything he had ever imagined. Right then, Xiao Ping spotted a familiar figure in the distance and tearfully called out to her father. Xiao Yang gently reassured her that he was waiting just ahead. Then Xiao Yang called toward the sea of flesh, telling Feng to come out because the daughter he had longed to see had finally arrived. Hearing his name, Feng immediately made some noise to reveal his location. Zhao Feng rubbed his hands excitedly and urged Yang Bing to watch closely because the strongest person was finally about to appear. As Feng slowly emerged from the sea of flesh, Xiao Ping could no longer hold back her tears. She called out to her father and rushed forward, but Xiao Yang quickly stretched out his arm to stop her. Already overwhelmed with emotion, Xiao Ping frowned and asked why he would not let her get closer. Feng quickly explained that the sea of flesh was still too powerful. He could not fully control it yet, so it was too dangerous for his daughter to approach. Xiao Yang confirmed it and warned everyone never to touch the sea of flesh directly after moving here. As long as they kept a safe distance, Feng could suppress its attacking instinct and disease-spreading ability. When asked if he had found a safe place for everyone, Feng pointed southwest. About 1 kilometer away, on the border between K-City and C-City, there was a factory where he had already eliminated every camouflaged flesh monster, making it safe for everyone to relocate. Meanwhile, violent tremors suddenly erupted in Zhangji's area, shaking the ground. Covering his ears, he wondered why the plants in the forest had been moving more and more often lately. Xiao Jia frowned and argued that the flower vehicle had been subdued by Xiao Yang long ago, so it should not be causing trouble anymore. Zhang Ji explained that such a massive forest was home to more than just one flower vehicle. At the same time, the forest under Xiao Yang's control gradually settled down and returned to silence. After countless incidents, everything slowly stabilized and returned to its normal rhythm. Suddenly, static burst from the radio, breaking the silence. After listening to the full report, Xiao Yang quickly confirmed that he understood the situation. He told Feng that unusual activity had appeared in the southern outskirts of Im City, so he needed to investigate. Feng immediately told him to leave this place in his hands and head out without worry. After receiving the update, Xiao Yang called Xiao Ai over. The boy quickly ran over and asked what had happened. Xiao Yang explained that something strange was happening in the flower vehicle's territory, so he and Sung had to investigate. Xiao Ai and his father would stay behind to guard the area, and the boy happily accepted the mission. Not long afterward, Zhang Ji happily announced that Xiao Yang and Sung Da had finally returned to the base. He confidently said that with himself, Xia Jian, and Xiao Kai working together, they could handle the problem, especially with Cheng there to help. Huang Li agreed that their current strength was impressive, but reminded everyone not to let their guard down, because only Xiao Yong could ensure the plan went smoothly. Xiao Yong looked at Zhang Ji and joked that he had gotten much more muscular lately. Zhang Ji immediately flexed his muscles and said it was only natural. Thanks to the food from the flower vehicle, every survivor in town had become much stronger, and he believed he was already among the top experts of the apocalypse. After hearing him brag, Xiao Yang gave everyone a challenge. The next morning, they would follow him deep into the forbidden zone of S-City to test their true strength. As the sun rose the next day, the team gathered in the dangerous forest, ready for a real combat assessment. After looking everyone over, Xiao Yang nodded with satisfaction and praised their progress. Xiao Jia simply brushed back her hair and modestly said it was nothing special. Zhang Ji stepped forward again, claiming that both he and Sansan had grown much stronger and that he had not exaggerated before. Xiao Yang just smiled and told him to save his confidence until they faced a real flower vehicle. While everyone was chatting, Li Cheng suddenly sensed that something was wrong nearby. He immediately waved Xiao Yang over and pointed toward a hidden corner. The group quickly gathered to investigate, but the object before them left everyone confused because they could not tell if it was a tree trunk or something else. Xiaoyang put aside his doubts and slowly walked over to inspect it himself. But the instant his fingertip touched the surface, a series of deep explosions suddenly echoed through the area. Looking at the ruined landscape, Xiaoyang was stunned and wondered who had entered this place and destroyed everything. Li Cheng guessed it might have been someone from their own group by accident. Zhang Ji immediately denied it, saying no one on their team was capable of reaching such a remote area. Right then, Xiaoyang's sharp hearing picked up a strange series of sounds nearby. He signaled everyone to stay silent, pointed toward the source, and led the group to investigate. They followed the sounds, but what they found was a scene so chaotic that it made no sense. In the silent forest, a massive ancient tree suddenly snapped in half and crashed toward the mountainside. Everyone immediately shouted warnings and rushed out of the tree's path. One man sprinted forward, yelling at the people ahead to get out of the way. An old man reacted too slowly, and his leg was crushed beneath the base of the falling tree. Clutching the injury, he angrily cursed whoever had caused it. His painful screams grew louder, mixed with furious accusations toward the one controlling the machine. Filled with hatred, the old man kept cursing them and swore they would never meet a good end. But while he struggled to escape, his entire body suddenly froze, as though an invisible force had locked him in place. Blood poured from his mouth, yet he still begged to keep working, promising he only needed 2 days to recover before returning to labor. Sadly, horrifying vines seized the chance to wrap around him and began devouring his body. Sharp roots pierced straight through the victim's eyes, without hesitation. Moments later, his entire body was crushed into pieces. Everyone who witnessed the horrifying scene felt a chill run down their spine as cold sweat covered their bodies. An invisible fear spread through the forest, and no one dared guess what was hiding there. Jia Xun realized the situation was getting out of control and urged everyone to stop staring, pick up their tools, and get back to work. Before long, many people obeyed and returned to their tasks. One young man, though still trembling, insisted he was healthy enough to keep working. Meanwhile, the vines slowly tightened around the remains and continued absorbing what was left of the old man's body. After watching for a while, Zhang Ji suddenly called out to Xiaoyong and said he had found signs of humans. Using his keen senses, he quickly located several survivors cutting down trees nearby. The entire team immediately headed toward Jia Sun's location. After hearing Zhang Ji's report, several teammates frowned and wondered whether those people were really survivors. Zhang Ji also found their reaction strange. Even after meeting fellow humans in the apocalypse, they showed no joy and instead looked shocked and cautious. He stepped forward first and warmly greeted the survivors. Xiao Jia remarked that their reactions seemed unusually slow. Jia Xun took the chance to ask whether Xiaoyang's group was this small, or if more companions were waiting elsewhere. He warmly introduced his base, saying it was large and highly secure. Since they were short on manpower, Xiaoyang's group could bring everyone there to live together. Zhang Ji casually started to mention that they still had a much larger force waiting behind them. But before he could finish, Xiaoyang quickly stopped him from revealing anything. Stepping forward, Xiaoyang explained that his group had fallen out with their old base and decided to leave. He then asked Jia Xun if there was enough room to take in people with nowhere else to go. Jia Xun happily agreed, saying disagreements were inevitable in such a chaotic world. In his view, the more people gathered together, the better their chances of surviving. Xiaoyang nodded as if he completely agreed. After reaching an agreement, Jia Xun waved for everyone to follow him. After walking a little farther, he stopped and announced that the base was just ahead. Xiao Jia noticed the strange vines twisting around the area and immediately realized they were inside the territory of mutated plants. Sinsan mocked the location, saying Jia Shun's base was obviously far from safe. While everyone let their guard down, Jia Sun's face briefly twisted into a cold and malicious grin. A moment later, he hid his expression and smiled again, claiming only a few mutated plants remained in the area. According to him, they were harmless despite the rumors. Jia Xun pointed ahead and said they would reach the shelter after passing through the dense forest. Along the way, Xiao Jia kept complaining. If no one had told her this was a survivor settlement, she would have thought they were walking into a bottomless abyss. She let out a sigh and added that the gloomy place looked more like the lair of an evil creature. The moment she finished speaking, a colossal tree with a trunk like a pillar supporting the sky appeared before them. Xiao Jia rubbed her eyes in disbelief, barely able to speak because she had never seen a tree of such unbelievable size. He Qi curiously compared it to the sapling inside Xiaoyang's body. Xiaoyang admitted that in terms of sheer size, the creature before them far surpassed his own, and even the entire flower vehicle territory could not compare. Xiaoyong laughed and teased Zhang Ji into showing off his strength. Zhang Ji immediately turned pale and begged for mercy, saying there was no way he could fight something that enormous. At that moment, Jia Xun suddenly shouted for his subordinates to rush out and capture Xiaoyang's entire group. In an instant, his hidden followers emerged from the bushes and surrounded the area. Several men grabbed He-Chi by the throat. He frowned in confusion, unable to understand why people who had seemed so friendly suddenly turned against them. Unlike the chaos around him, Xiaoyang calmly observed everything, silently memorizing every face that had appeared last. Xiao Jia suddenly noticed something strange and shouted for everyone to take a closer look. The massive creature ahead suddenly released an overwhelming pressure that shook the entire area. A series of heavy sounds echoed through the forest, like drums announcing a bizarre ritual. The once peaceful surroundings were completely disturbed, leaving everyone wondering what the creature was about to do. From the darkness, one sinister-looking plant creature after another slowly rose to its feet. They spoke in stiff, emotionless voices, ordering everyone to kneel and submit. Hearing those words sent chills down Xiao Jia's spine, and she admitted the scene was giving her goosebumps. In the silent forest, the plant creatures continued speaking in unison, declaring that everyone here willingly served Jia Xun. But just then, an angry voice rang out and directly exposed their despicable lies. Xiaoyang stared at the crowd with icy eyes, making no attempt to hide his contempt for such shameful tactics. He glanced at the man holding his arm and saw his pale face trembling as the man confessed that the plants had taken his family hostage. After understanding the situation, Xiaoyang instantly exploited the opening and delivered a devastating blow. The man had no time to react and was sent flying across the area. Xiaoyang immediately controlled his vines, wrapping them tightly around the target and restraining him. The man struggled to his feet, still dazed and unable to understand what had just happened. He stared at Xiaoyang's group and repeatedly demanded to know who they really were, because the situation had completely reversed in only a few seconds. Xiaoyang calmly said that these people had also been forced into this, so he would spare their lives for now. Meanwhile, the savage plant creatures kept roaring as they charged straight at the group. Xiaoyang tilted his head and listened carefully, his eyes constantly scanning the battlefield to track every movement. After assessing the situation, he calmly recalled the vines that had been restraining his opponents. His companions immediately rushed into the dense roots and engaged the plant army head-on. Every slash and every strike against the roots was swift, precise, and completely free of wasted movement. The plant creatures were wiped out before they could even unleash their full strength, with every branch, leaf, and root completely destroyed. The onlookers broke into a cold sweat as they realized Xiaoyang's group was far from ordinary. Some were amazed that they could fight mutated plants and still dominate so effortlessly. One man, however, believed it was all pointless. No matter how strong Xiaoyang's team was, the monsters outside were simply too many to defeat. Another pointed at the piles of corpses in the distance, saying they were proof of the plant army's overwhelming power. While everyone kept arguing, Xiaoyang calmly advanced and dealt with each incoming wave himself. He had no intention of holding back, unleashing relentless attacks that left the enemy no chance to fight back. After only a few moves, Xiaoyang completely destroyed the plant-made war machine. Witnessing such flawless combat, Jia Xun froze in terror and kept calling Xiaoyang's group a nest of monsters. But before he could finish, his entire body lost control and collapsed to the ground. Parasitic vines rapidly spread inside him, tearing his body apart from within. Another person nearby began coughing violently and despairingly admitted the same symptoms had appeared. Before long, agonized screams echoed throughout the forest, completely shattering its silence. Those under the parasite's control fell to their knees, begging for mercy and insisting they could still work and remain useful. He-Chi watched the situation spiral out of control and worried that even Bo could no longer save anyone. Xiaoyang smirked and said everything would end the moment they destroyed the main trunk. As soon as he finished speaking, he pushed off with all his strength and charged into the battlefield without giving the enemy time to react. His target was the colossal tree standing at the center of the area. His body spun gracefully through the air, every movement flowing together like an acrobatic performance. After closing the distance, Xiaoyang unleashed a devastating strike that crushed the plant defenders blocking his path. But at that very moment, a gigantic branch slammed down from above, aiming directly at him. Sensing the danger, Xiaoyang immediately raised his arms to block the attack. The violent collision triggered a series of explosions that shook the entire forest, with shockwaves spreading in every direction. Realizing the pressure was greater than expected, Xiaoyang quickly retreated several meters to create some distance. Narrowing his eyes, he judged that the enemy's enormous size made it impossible to finish with a single blow. If he kept wasting stamina like this, he could end up at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, the cries of the infected survivors continued to echo everywhere as they desperately begged not to die. Xiaoyang brushed off the dust, took a deep breath, and ordered everyone infected by the plant parasites to gather together. Hearing that, many panicked, believing they were about to be sacrificed. Without wasting time on explanations, Xiaoyang immediately began preparing a way to save them. Before long, he created a massive amount of purification fluid, turning the area into a pool of mysterious liquid. Everyone stared at the strange blue water in shock, unable to understand what kind of power it was. After soaking in the water, their symptoms quickly faded. When someone asked where it came from, Xiaoyang explained that mutated fungal algae could produce a substance called interphase, which stopped the parasitic spores from multiplying inside their bodies. After explaining, Xiaoyang lightly tapped Zhang Ji on the head and ordered him to escort all the survivors out of the area. Zhang Ji immediately accepted the mission. San San and Xiao Jia quickly followed, helping escort the survivors to safety. Behind them, the withered plants continued screaming and hurling vicious curses at humanity. Hearing those voices, Xiaoyang's eyes slowly became shrouded in deep darkness. Veins emerged across his face, making his entire presence colder and far more terrifying. A sudden glow flashed in Xiaoyang's eyes as he stared at the plants and coldly ordered them to be silent. Once their minds connected, Xiaogan conveyed that only coexistence and mutual support could keep life going. If both sides wanted to keep evolving, they had to learn to compromise instead of trying to wipe each other out. After a while, the strange glow faded from Xiaoyang's eyes, and his pupils returned to normal. He casually cracked his knuckles and declared that his message had been delivered. Now it was time for the creature to return to its original duty. He curiously asked if the consciousness they had just communicated with belonged to the flower vehicle, amazed that plants could develop intelligence. Xiaoyang explained that the adaptive spores had evolved long ago and had even formed a neural root network. It was no longer surprising that they possessed consciousness because they had already reached a higher level of life. Xiaoyang then urged everyone to head back first and discuss the rest once they were safe. Li Cheng immediately asked if he really planned to spare the gigantic plant. Xiaoyang said their time was too valuable, and destroying that massive tree would consume far too much energy. He decided to leave it for now and return later with better preparation. Watching Xiaoyang's group leave so calmly, the tangled roots roared in fury, screaming that the battle was not over and that every human would be destroyed. After traveling for some time, the team finally returned safely to their base. Xiaoyang immediately announced that he would call Sheng Si's team back to guard the flower vehicle territory in case the Mu Xing Jiao Li army launched another large-scale attack. Li Cheng asked whether the battlefield on the other side was stable now that everyone had withdrawn. Xiaoyang simply clicked his tongue and said there was no need to worry because a formidable expert was guarding the entrance there. Hearing about this mysterious figure, Zhang Ji asked in surprise if someone even stronger than their entire team really existed. Xiaoyang laughed and challenged him to come along for a spar. Zhang Ji instantly refused, saying he should beat his old opponents first, before thinking about facing someone even stronger. Xiaoyang then seriously invited He-Chi to join the trip because they would need his knowledge and experience. He-Chi agreed without hesitation. Before long, Zhang Ji witnessed an astonishing sight with his own eyes and could not look away. He kept marveling at the enormous scene before him. Xiaoyang smiled and introduced it as the powerful expert he had mentioned. Just as the tension reached its peak, Feng casually appeared and warmly greeted Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang immediately played matchmaker, saying Zhang Ji had been eager to test himself, so Feng should fight seriously without holding back. After hearing the full story, Feng remained calm and slowly raised a finger toward the sky. In the next instant, countless flesh tentacles filled the sky, sending a chill down Zhang Ji's spine as he cried out in shock. Before the fight even began, the overwhelming pressure alone made him surrender and decide that keeping the peace was the wiser choice. Xiaoyang then introduced everyone. He-Chi was an expert from the S-City Academy of Agricultural Sciences, while Zhu Xiaoping was a talented researcher from the C-City Biological Research Center. Zhu Xiaoping smiled warmly and said she had admired He-Chi for a long time. He politely returned the greeting and welcomed the meeting. While they were talking, Xiaoyang suddenly came up with a bold idea. Instead of fighting the entire swarm, what if they captured the queen bee and controlled the whole hive? He-Chi stroked his beard thoughtfully and admitted that although he was an agricultural expert, insect societies were not his specialty. Based on conventional knowledge, taming an entire colony would be extremely difficult. He continued by explaining that a colony functioned through the combined actions of countless individuals, each with its own role. A queen bee or queen ant mainly handled reproduction, while pheromones only prevented other individuals from reproducing, rather than directly commanding the colony. Zhu Xiaoping proposed another possibility. Ordinary insects might work that way, but mutated species might no longer follow the same rules. The queen bee could have evolved into the hive's true control center, especially since the bizarre mimic creatures and the transforming spores inside Xiaoyang had already surpassed normal biology. T found the idea reasonable and quickly decided to test it by capturing the queen bee first and observing how the rest of the swarm reacted. Zhao Feng remained concerned because the enemy numbers were overwhelming. Fighting through the narrow passages to reach the center of the hive seemed almost impossible. Feng agreed that the entire city had become a massive food source for the swarm, and the hive was likely as enormous as the monster tree they had encountered in the forest of S City. While everyone was stuck thinking, Jiang Ji cautiously said he had an idea, though he was not sure it would work. Xiao Yong immediately told him to explain. Jiang Ji smiled mysteriously and brought up the Trojan horse strategy. Not long afterward, 3 vehicles suddenly accelerated and raced through the streets. Their tires screeched loudly as they tore across the pavement. Inside the vehicles, everyone shouted for each other to move faster. Chaos broke out as people scrambled aboard, yelling for the drivers to wait. Once everyone was inside, all 3 vehicles pushed to full speed and sped into the distance. Before long, they disappeared from sight, leaving behind only fading shouts, telling the drivers to go faster and stay on course. Meanwhile, Xiao Yang remained hidden in the rear, carefully watching every movement around him. Jiang Zhu looked extremely confident and insisted his plan would definitely work. But before he finished speaking, he noticed something unusual and immediately reported that the target had appeared. Sure enough, a bug bird was lured over, its enormous wings churning the air as it swooped in. The moment Jiang Zhu saw the creature, his face turned pale and cold sweat covered his body. He nervously asked what kind of terrifying monster it was. Xiao Yang calmly looked up and explained that it was only a scout unit from the swarm. A faint smile appeared on his face. Their bait had successfully caught the enemy's attention. Moments later, a deafening rumble echoed from the distance, growing louder with every second. Countless bug birds poured in like a tidal wave, so numerous that they blanketed the sky. The horrifying sight left everyone speechless. Then someone suddenly screamed in panic, realizing the situation was getting out of control and begging to retreat first. Jiang Ji's expression became tense, and He Qi grew increasingly uneasy, fearing Xiao Yang could never face the entire swarm alone. Xiao Yang's eyes only became sharper as he calmly declared that everything was still under control. At that very moment, the bug bird army beat their wings together and surged straight toward them. Seeing the danger closing in, Feng immediately prepared to join the fight. But before the 2 sides collided, Xiao Yang casually waved his hand, summoning countless vines that shot toward the swarm. From the ground, endless branches burst upward, as though the forest had suddenly undergone explosive growth. In the blink of an eye, their tips curled into tight loops and snapped shut around the monsters. Overwhelmed by the relentless assault, the bug birds were thrown into complete chaos, without even a chance to counterattack. Massive vines quickly wrapped over one another, completely locking down every creature. Zhao Feng stared in disbelief. With power like this, why bother making complicated plans when they could just charge straight into the hive? Before long, the entire flock had been captured, leaving none of them able to escape. Every bug bird lay motionless, its body completely unresponsive, as though all control had been stripped away. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, He Qi cautiously asked whether the method would really work. Xiao Yang explained that their regeneration was far weaker than mimic flesh, making infiltration and control much more difficult. He added that Zhao Feng had only been controlled successfully because he had willingly cooperated, while these savage creatures would resist to the very end. Failure after failure followed as one bug bird died after another, leaving them no choice but to keep trying. Just then, Xiao Yang's sharp hearing picked up an unusual movement. The group immediately quieted down and cautiously approached the source of the sound. Xiao Yang focused on a dying bug bird lying on the ground. Suddenly, one of its limbs twitched and touched the ground. Seeing the movement, someone beside him gasped and wondered if it had come back to life. Xiao Yang happily patted the monster on the head, saying their efforts had finally paid off. He Qi still did not understand. After so many experiments, controlling only one creature hardly seemed worthwhile. Xiao Yang was not worried at all because, for his plan, a single bug bird was more than enough. Before long, the bug bird became completely obedient, with every action under Xiao Yang's control. Guiding it through the sky, Xiao Yang quietly gathered information and observed everything happening below. Only then did Xiao Yang understand why the people of B City always panicked whenever they heard the swarm was coming. A faint smile appeared on his face. It seemed their fear had not been exaggerated at all. Meanwhile, in another dark area, the number of insect larvae was still increasing at an alarming rate. Feng Xuan kept scanning the surroundings with a frown, feeling that something was seriously wrong this time. One companion questioned his judgment, while another worried the path ahead might lead even deeper into danger. Feng Xuan immediately shook his head. No matter how massive the hive was, it still needed airflow. As long as they followed the wind, they would eventually find a way out. Trusting his judgment, the 3 continued, pushing deeper into the heart of the hive. While searching for the right direction, Feng Xuan suddenly stopped after noticing something strange. After taking a closer look, he froze in shock and muttered that he had no idea what he was looking at. His voice trembled as he realized those unfortunate people had been turned into living league incubators for insect larvae. The gruesome sight was enough to make anyone sick. His companion gritted his teeth and told him to stop looking. If they were captured, they would probably end up the same way. After struggling forward for a while, Feng Xuan suddenly spotted a faint light ahead. Hope instantly returned, as he excitedly told the others that the light had to be the exit. Overwhelmed with emotion, Feng Xuan was nearly in tears, convinced they were finally about to escape this nightmare. But before they could celebrate, a violent noise suddenly echoed through the tunnel, leaving everyone terrified. The moment Feng Xuan recognized the sound of the insect swarm, he shouted for everyone to run with everything they had. Gritting his teeth, he charged ahead, telling himself the way out was right in front of him and that he absolutely could not die here. A few seconds later, Feng Xuan broke into a huge smile and happily announced that they had made it through. But just as they thought the danger was over, the entire groups suddenly stopped in their tracks. Every trace of excitement instantly disappeared from their faces. Blocking the passage was an entire squad of insect creatures, baring their claws and ready to tear apart anyone who came closer. The two sides faced each other as the tension reached its breaking point. Without giving its prey any time to react, one of the monsters lunged forward, making Feng Xuan cry out in terror and beg for mercy. At the critical moment, a terrifying wave of freezing energy swept through, instantly locking the entire area in ice. Zaza, who had been standing there in confusion, suddenly noticed the strange disturbance and immediately raised a hand to warn everyone. Moments later, the entire area fell into an eerie silence. Through the icy mist, Feng Xuan suddenly appeared right in front of Zaza. He quickly got to his feet and asked where they were. Zaza calmly replied that this was the feeding area and that their fate had already been decided. She coldly added that the newcomers would become the hive's reserve food supply. Feng Xuan's companion grimaced with regret, saying that if they had known this would happen, they might have been better off staying behind as slaves just to survive. Zaza looked at the young man curled up on the ground and curiously asked what had happened to him. Feng Xuan frowned at the newcomer and asked his companions if anyone recognized him. They all shook their heads, certain he was not part of their refugee group. One of them immediately walked over, gently shaking the young man while asking if he was still conscious. Xiaoyang slowly sat up with a sleepy expression, then smiled as he realized the journey had finally come to an end. He casually brushed the dust from his sleeves and complained that the ride had been so rough it almost made him throw up. After looking around the room, Xiaoyang quickly guessed they were inside the insect hive and even seemed impressed by its complex structure. Zaza was completely speechless. Someone had just been captured inside the enemy's nest, yet he was calmly admiring the architecture. Xiaoyang stood up and directly asked if anyone knew where the queen was, because he needed someone to lead the way. Feng Xuan thought he had misheard, while Zaza stared in disbelief and asked why he wanted to find such a terrifying creature. Xiaoyang simply smiled and said he had a business proposal to discuss with her. The people around him immediately started whispering, convinced the newcomer had been frightened out of his mind to suggest something so insane. Just as the whispers continued, a horrifying scraping sound suddenly echoed from outside. Zaza's face turned pale, and his whole body trembled when he realized the bugs had returned to take more food. Everyone panicked and crammed into one corner, while the people trapped in the middle screamed because they could barely breathe. When they noticed Xiaoyang still standing in the middle of the room, someone shouted for him to move, unless he wanted to become the next meal. But the man beside him pulled him back, saying someone had to be taken anyway, and making a scene would only make them the first targets. Left with no choice, he shrugged and apologized to Xiaoyang, thinking the poor guy had shown up at the worst possible time. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang was fully focused on the bug that had just entered. Instead of backing away, he stood right in the passage and calmly faced the giant creature. The entire room fell silent as the tension between them became almost unbearable. The instant the monster got close, Xiaoyang grabbed one of its massive legs. Before it could react, he slammed a devastating punch straight into its huge body. Everyone watching was frozen in shock and could not believe what they had just seen. Whispers spread through the room as the bug seemed to have been killed with a single blow. Some suspected Xiaoyang had used a hidden weapon, but no matter how hard they looked, they could not find a gun. Xiaoyang turned around and asked if they wanted to follow him or stay behind and wait to die, leaving Feng Xuan speechless. In the end, Feng Xuan gathered his courage and agreed to lead the way, insisting he had almost found the exit before. Seeing that, everyone else quickly asked to join and followed behind Xiaoyang. One man said having more people was better anyway, because staying behind only meant waiting to die, so they might as well fight. Hearing that passionate speech, Xiaoyang only gave a faint and unreadable smile. Before long, terrifying sounds echoed through the tunnel once again. Everyone looked ahead, wondering what deadly threat was about to appear. A giant bug suddenly dropped right in front of Xiaoyang. The people behind instantly panicked, believing that no matter how strong Xiaoyang was, he could never handle so many monsters, while others were already imagining themselves being eaten alive. As everyone secretly searched for a way to escape, Xiaoyang stood his ground without the slightest fear. The people watching from behind were stunned once again by what happened next. Without anyone's help, Xiaoyang faced the entire swarm alone. In just a moment, one bug was effortlessly torn in half by his overwhelming strength. With a cold expression, Xiaoyang kept launching direct attacks without saying a single word. A few minutes later, every last scream in the area faded away, signaling the end of the battle. The people behind stood frozen, unable to believe Xiaoyang had wiped out an entire squad of bugs with his bare hands. Looking toward the direction the enemies had come from, Xiaoyang guessed it likely led to the central nest where the mother bug lived. Feng Xuan scratched his head and agreed, so Xiaoyang immediately decided to head that way. Not long afterward, the group reached a new area where Xiaoyang spotted a gigantic creature and asked if it was the target they were looking for. He stood before the monster, carefully studying every detail of its body. Feng Xuan quickly explained they had found the wrong target, because the creature was actually a signal bug. Xiaoyang frowned since he had never heard that name before. Feng Xuan pointed behind the monster and told him to look at the unusual part there. He quietly explained that he had secretly observed it before and discovered a raised antenna-like organ behind the signal bug that seemed to receive signals. Xiaoyang immediately realized it worked like a command transmitter, probably used to summon its kind. Feng Xuan nodded repeatedly and warned him not to alarm it, or one signal would bring countless bugs to surround them. But before Feng Xuan could finish his warning, Xiaoyang's sudden move left him horrified as he asked what dangerous thing Xiaoyang was about to do. The people behind also stared in shock at the strange object that had appeared in Xiaoyang's hand. A cluster of eerie vines rapidly stretched out and slithered toward the monster. Seizing the perfect moment, the vines wrapped around the target and wove themselves into a giant cocoon. Within seconds, every part of the signal bug was completely bound, leaving it unable to move. The entire group stood speechless, with some even beginning to wonder if Xiaoyang was truly human like them. Right then, a series of loud crashes echoed through the tunnels, making everyone wonder what danger had just been awakened. They quickly realized the signal bug had already called for help, and countless bugs were rushing back. Alarm cries echoed through the tunnels, as if an entire army had been summoned to protect its leader. Even as the sounds drew closer, Xiaoyang calmly looked around and assessed the situation. Without hesitation, he raised his other arm and summoned another wave of vines. The people behind nearly jumped out of their skin as the vines swept right over their heads, barely missing them. The vines instantly linked together into a massive wall that blocked the advancing bug army. A moment later, they wrapped around every monster that charged forward. In no time, the entire army was completely immobilized, standing like lifeless wooden statues. Zaza stared in disbelief, unable to decide whether Xiaoyang or the insects were more terrifying. After dealing with all the reinforcements, Xiaoyang turned his cold gaze back to the signal bug. He folded his arms and watched as the creature struggled helplessly. Suddenly, its massive body lost balance and crashed to the ground, making everyone think it had died. Xiaoyang silently admitted that controlling such a fiercely resisting creature with his mutated spores was far from easy. He closed his eyes, pushed his senses to the limit, and declared that he had located the mother bug. Countless twisted vines immediately burst out from Xiaoyang's body. They drilled deep into the cave floor, leaving everyone behind him completely confused. At the same time, several bugs were still patrolling another part of the nest. Their sharp instincts made them stop at once, as a powerful disturbance rapidly approached. Before long, a massive sea of vines appeared and completely blocked the tunnel ahead. Without giving them time to react, the living vines shot forward and bound every bug. The tightening coils crushed the monsters without mercy. Agonized screams quickly echoed through the deepest tunnels of the nest. But as time passed, those desperate cries slowly faded away one by one. At last, the entire area fell into an eerie silence. The bloodthirsty army had been completely wiped out, with not a single survivor left. Once the monsters fell silent, the sound of the wind outside finally reached deep into the cave. At that very moment, the entire nest began to undergo strange changes. Everyone asked what Xiaoyang had done. He only smiled and said he had remodeled the area, while draining the life energy from the weaker bugs. Xiaoyang suddenly lifted one foot and declared that the preparations were over, and the real battle was about to begin. His next stomp shook the entire nest as he coldly called the mother bug to come out. Cracks instantly spread beneath everyone's feet in every direction. In the blink of an eye, the cave floor collapsed and sent the entire group falling into a deeper chamber. When they hit the ground, thick clouds of dust filled the air and blocked their view. Xiaoyang calmly brushed the dust off his clothes and surveyed the new area. One person rubbed his eyes and nervously asked where they had fallen. The others also wondered why the mother bug still had not appeared. Xiaoyang pointed at the ground and casually said the target was right beneath their feet. As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped again and shook the entire chamber. A gigantic black creature immediately burst out of the ground and towered before the group. Xiaoyang instantly took a fighting stance and locked his eyes on the creature. The mother bug's enormous body almost filled the entire space ahead. It let out a piercing roar that echoed throughout the cave. At its command, thousands of bugs poured in from every direction and gathered around the mother bug. Feng Xuan swallowed hard as sweat poured down his face, realizing the enemy numbers seemed endless. But before he could finish complaining, the ground beneath them suddenly split in two. As the floor collapsed again, the whole group lost balance and rolled into a corner like balls. Before anyone understood what was happening, countless branches rose up and wove themselves into a protective cage around them. Xiaoyang called back that he needed to handle the battlefield alone, so everyone should stay inside. Feng Xuan could only sigh and say they were already used to waiting, while Xiaoyang handled everything. The mother bug immediately sent out a signal, ordering the swarm to charge at Xiaoyang and devour him. One quick glance was enough for Xiaoyang to see through their entire attack plan. With a wave of his hand, towering walls of vines rose up and completely blocked the enemy's advance. Hidden in the shadows, a group of giant spiders suddenly fired thick webs straight at Xiaoyang. Thanks to his incredible reflexes, he easily dodged the first wave. Xiaoyang pulled the vines back into layered shields while weaving around the sticky webs. The spiders kept spraying silk like heavy rain, trying to seal off every escape route. Even inside the dense barrage, Xiaoyang slipped through every gap as if he were putting on a show. While dodging, he casually glanced at the scattered rocks on the ground. Picking up a huge boulder, Xiaoyang smiled and said he had fought far deadlier predators than a few spiders. He poured all his strength into one arm and hurled the rock like a cannon shell. The boulder ripped through the air and smashed straight through the spider formation. In an instant, every spider was crushed beyond recognition. The people inside the cage erupted in cheers, believing their chances of surviving had just skyrocketed. The mother bug, which had been watching the entire time, suddenly let out a piercing screech that hurt everyone's ears. Its massive body began trembling violently as its flesh twitched non-stop. Xiaoyang casually waved his hand and told it to stop screaming because he had no intention of killing it yet. As soon as he finished speaking, he sent the final wave of vines, rushing toward the mother bug. Thick vines quickly wrapped around its enormous body and bound it into a massive cocoon. The mother bug struggled wildly in pain, using all its strength to break free. Its agonized screams echoed louder and louder throughout the cavern. Xiaoyang coldly warned that his mutated spores had already reached its brain, and if it kept resisting, he would kill it instantly. Despite his calm appearance, Xiaoyang was calculating carefully because there was only one mother bug, and killing it would ruin his entire plan. As he watched its reaction, Xiaoyang could not hide his surprise. After just one threat, the monster had already backed down and pretended to submit, proving it was far smarter than the rest of the swarm. At that moment, the system updated the disaster collector campaign. The devouring virus, mutated spores, mimic creature, and mother bug nest were all recorded. He earned 400 mission points, plus another 300 for completing the insect extermination mission. His total points climbed to 961, making Xiaoyang realize he had earned 700 points from just 2 missions. After thinking it over, he decided to take control of the 8-step mother bug to eliminate any future threat, then opened the system shop to check for useful items. Xiaoyang carefully reviewed the shop and decided that if any awakening item appeared, he would buy it immediately before refreshing until he ran out of points. The system reported that the shop had been refreshed 8 times at a total cost of 1,024 points. He received 2 level 2 ability supply boxes and 3 level 3 supply boxes, leaving him with 409 points. Without hesitation, Xiaoyang ordered every box to be opened. He confirmed the command, and just as expected, the slave mark was upgraded to level 2, allowing him to recruit one more servant. Xiaoyang narrowed his eyes at the giant worm and smiled, saying that following him was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. With his decision made, he immediately used his assimilation ability on the mother bug. Meanwhile, outside the nest, a different conflict was unfolding. 2 people were trying to claim an entire warehouse, and their enemies mocked them for openly guarding such valuable supplies. Da Hao Song smiled with satisfaction and praised the girl's plan for successfully luring the foolish enemies into the trap. A harsh laugh rang out as the enemy mocked the young man and woman for challenging a force far stronger than their own. One man even made a disgusting remark, saying he would have his fun with the girl before killing her. But before he could finish, an invisible force suddenly clamped around his throat. Xiao Xuan flipped her hair with a look of contempt and challenged them to come forward if they dared. The people on the other side immediately broke into a cold sweat and asked if anyone had seen her attack, but everyone admitted she had moved too fast for their eyes to follow. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Xuan appeared right in the middle of the enemy formation, leaving everyone stunned by her incredible speed. She had no interest in wasting words and immediately launched the finishing attack. Moments later, the entire area turned into complete chaos as enemies were sent flying in every direction. After overwhelming them, she calmly pressed her icy blade against the throat of the man who had insulted her. Xiao Xuan raised an eyebrow and told him to repeat what he had said earlier. The man's face turned pale as he struggled to apologize. Another man quickly dropped to his knees and asked what miracle medicine had given them such terrifying power. Dahao proudly declared that in this chaotic world, aside from that terrifying monster group, the two of them had almost no rivals. The crowd exchanged confused looks, wondering who this so-called monster group could be. Just then, the sound of countless wings echoed overhead. Before anyone understood what was happening, someone realized it was a swarm of bugs. Xiao Xuan and Dahao immediately looked up and focused on the sky. The scene above looked like something straight out of the apocalypse. Countless flying bugs covered the sky and completely blocked out the light. Another person suddenly pointed at the ground in panic after spotting countless creatures crawling below. Sure enough, thousands of bugs rushed in from every direction like an overturned ant nest. Xiao Xuan immediately grabbed Dahao and told him to find cover before using the vines to reach higher ground. They quickly left the ground and narrowly avoided the swarm's first assault. Meanwhile, the followers below could only run for their lives. But human speed was no match for the relentless monster army chasing them. Hidden above, Dahao frowned, unable to understand how the situation had become so chaotic. Meanwhile, in Yang Bing's group, someone suddenly shouted that danger was approaching. Zhao Feng immediately asked what had happened. The man gasped for breath as he reported that a massive insect army was heading straight toward them. Zhao Feng quickly raised his binoculars, while another person despaired, believing the entire group was doomed. Sweat rolled down Zhao Feng's forehead, because if this army had appeared, Xiao Yang's mission underground had likely failed. While everyone was worrying, a sharp cry suddenly echoed through the air and startled the entire team. Feng quickly reassured everyone, reminding them they still had their giant guardian creature protecting them. Hearing that, the group regained their confidence and even shouted for the swarm to come, believing their immortal monster would protect them. But a moment later, someone panicked after spotting a gigantic creature flying directly toward their position. Everyone immediately readied their weapons, but one person stopped them and told them to look carefully at the rider on top. As the signal bug descended, everyone was shocked to discover that Xiao Yang was the one controlling it. Amid loud cheers, Xiao Yang calmly landed right in front of the defensive line. Zhu Xiaoping was the first to run over, happily announcing that Xiao Yang had finally returned. Feng walked over, patted Xiao Yang on the shoulder, and asked whether everything inside the bug nest had gone smoothly. Xiao Yang smiled and said the mission was complete, though he had also brought back another group of survivors who needed protection. Feng immediately agreed, saying that would not be a problem. Zhu Xiaoping worried that their current food supply might not support more people. Xiao Yang reassured him that the Huache farming zone was still expanding, and with support from the Chaye City Cooperative, they had more than enough food to support a large community. He even revealed that before long, the entire City S could become the corporation's largest agricultural production zone. Elsewhere, Lao, he was examining a group of survivors in the forest. After finishing his inspection, he confirmed that the infection had been completely removed. The recovered survivor happily asked if they were truly free from the creature's control. Suddenly, someone pointed at the sky and screamed after spotting a giant worm flying toward them. Warnings immediately spread across the area as everyone rushed to get out of its path. A lockdown order was quickly issued, and every entrance was sealed. But the giant creature never attacked, leaving everyone wondering if it had recognized them as allies. The enormous creature simply hovered in the air without showing any signs of hostility. After watching for a moment, Lao He smiled as he realized this was Xiao Yang's doing. It looked like the mission inside the bug nest had been a complete success. Deep inside the forest, the root creatures slowly roamed the area as if they were patrolling their territory. They only looked up when the sound of beating wings echoed overhead. Before them was an entire swarm of hunting bugs. Xiao Yang immediately raised his hand and loudly commanded the insect army. Pointing toward the forest, Xiao Yang ordered the hunt to begin. The swarm dived down with savage force and quickly overwhelmed the mutated plant creatures. They attacked from every direction, trapping their prey in a relentless assault. The encirclement closed completely, cutting off every escape route. The insects began tearing through the trees at a terrifying pace as if they were feasting on a buffet. The sounds of crushing and devouring echoed throughout the peaceful forest. Under the non-stop assault, the enraged plants demanded to know what Xiao Yang really wanted. He calmly offered them a deal: submit and become symbiotic creatures inside Huache, and the fighting would end. The giant tree refused at once, claiming that as the ruler of the forest, it deserved to stand above everyone, while Xiao Yang was nothing but a former loser. Hearing that boast, Xiao Yang looked at it with annoyance and told the old tree to stop flattering itself. Done with talking, Xiao Yang coldly declared that it would soon become fertilizer for this land. A massive black object suddenly crashed down from the sky with overwhelming force. The impact exploded across the area and shattered the silence. Xiao Yang warned that its upper body had already been dealt with, and its roots were next. This was its final chance to surrender. Countless vines burrowed deep into the decaying roots, absorbing their energy and growing rapidly. Before long, the entire structure had transformed into a gigantic tree. Xiao Yang snapped his fingers and ordered the newly recruited creature to merge its strength with his own. Its life force awakened instantly as fresh shoots began to grow and spread. At that moment, the system announced that the weed-clearing mission was complete, rewarding 100 points. The Utopia project also updated its progress with site preparation completed, granting 20 reputation, raising his total to 912, plus another 80 reward points, leaving him with 239 points. Outside the forest, Lao He paced back and forth, hoping nothing had gone wrong. When everyone saw the insect swarm returning, they immediately guessed that Xiao Yang had succeeded. Just as the cheers began, Xiao Yang descended from the sky and landed before the group. Lao He hurried over and asked whether the giant tree had been completely dealt with. Xiao Yang stretched lazily and said the creature now worked for him. Lao He stood there in confusion, unable to imagine how that arrangement worked. Xiao Yang only smiled and told him to watch what happened next. Thousands of roots suddenly burst out of the ground and spread across the entire area. Xiao Yang confidently declared that the Hua Che inside his body was now 3 times stronger than before. He also claimed that every plant in City S had now become one of his advantages. In the coastal city of High City, people happily called out to each other after a huge catch. One man excitedly said their luck had finally changed and better days were coming. Suddenly, a deep rumble echoed from the distance, making everyone stop as they wondered if a storm was approaching. The people on higher ground looked toward the sea and froze in horror, while those below still had no idea what had caused the terrifying sound. No one had time to explain because everyone on the lookout immediately turned and ran. One man shouted at the top of his lungs for everyone to get inside the strongest buildings. Someone still hesitated because of the fish they had just caught, but a companion dragged them away and reminded them that staying alive mattered more. The panicked crowd pushed through each other as they rushed toward concrete buildings. Even so, one stubborn young man clung to his heavy basket of fish while struggling to keep up. As he ran, he kept picking up the fish he dropped and complained about his terrible luck. At that very moment, a towering wall of seawater slammed into the shore. Within moments, the entire area was swallowed by the raging flood. Everyone who failed to reach shelter was swept away without any chance to resist. From high above, one survivor finally realized why so many fish had suddenly filled their nets earlier. It had been a warning of the disaster to come. He immediately ordered the survivors to gather the bodies so they could be cremated. His voice was drowned out by the relentless rain, while collapsing buildings left everyone unsure what to do. The downpour showed no sign of stopping, as if it wanted to wash everything off the earth. Li Chung stood in the hallway, annoyed by the endless sound of rain and wondering when the weather would finally calm down. He sighed, worried that if this continued, every crop around the town would soon be underwater. Li Chung quickly asked about the Huache rice fields. Lao He reassured him that the crop was extremely resilient, so the current flooding was not a problem, but several more days of rain would seriously affect the harvest. Before the conversation could continue, Xiao Yang's expression suddenly changed as he instantly went on full alert. Noticing his reaction, Li Chung called out from a distance and asked what had happened. Xiao Yang said nothing. He simply raised his hand and signaled everyone to stay completely quiet. He knelt down, pressed his palm against the ground, and focused on the faintest vibrations. A few seconds later, Xiao Yang's eyes widened after detecting something terrifying rushing closer. Without wasting time on explanations, he shouted for everyone to move the civilians into the Bone Fortress for shelter as quickly as possible. The group immediately split up and rushed the civilians towards safety, telling them to leave their belongings behind and save themselves first. Zhang Zhuhuang grabbed Xiao Yong and anxiously asked how serious the situation was. Was this enemy beyond even their abilities? Before Xiao Yang could answer, San San suddenly shouted from above that a massive flood was coming, making Xiao Yang frown as he confirmed the warning. Realizing the danger, Xiao Gai and Zhang Ji immediately spread their wings and flew to higher ground. Looking down from above, Li Chung was left speechless before finally muttering that the situation was beyond terrifying. From the sky, he saw a colossal wall of seawater rolling in from the ocean and charging toward the land. Li Chung swallowed hard and said that even their high ground was already under more than a meter of water. If it reached High City, the damage would be far worse, and no one knew whether the defensive walls could hold. At that moment, an overwhelming aura burst from Xiao Yang, shocking everyone nearby as they realized their leader was finally making his move. Veins bulged across his temples, showing that he was pushing his power to its absolute limit. Overhead, dark clouds continued pouring down sheets of heavy rain. Following Xiao Yang's command, countless vines burst from the ground, twisting like giant serpents as they surged forward. The vines intertwined into an enormous living barrier, sealing every gap until almost no water could pass through. At the same time, the devastating flood roared straight toward them. Towering waves repeatedly slammed into the vine wall, shaking the entire area with deafening impacts. Seeing the barrier still standing, one survivor shouted with joy because most of the flood's destructive force had been stopped. Even though the defensive line held, the relentless rain continued pouring down on everyone below. Everywhere they looked, the land had become a scene of destruction and chaos. One young woman sighed in relief, saying that without Xiao Yang's intervention, everyone would have been swept away. The people beside her eagerly agreed. Although they had survived, some still worried that all the farmland had been destroyed and there would be no food left, while others believed Xiao Yang had already prepared for this. As everyone talked, Xiao Yang folded his arms, wondering why such an unnatural flood had appeared so suddenly. Right then, the system sent a notification directly into his mind, announcing that the disaster collection mission had officially begun. The targets included the devouring virus, mutated fungal spores, mimic protoform, eightfold toothless bug, and one unidentified source of disaster. Completing the mission would reward 800 points. As the situation grew more chaotic, Xiao Yang picked up the radio, confirmed the latest report, and ordered the team on the other end to continue with the plan. Emergency calls for the patrol units echoed everywhere. Some people worried about the Wache rice fields, but they were reminded that the crop was highly adaptable, so stopping the flood came first. Beyond the defensive line, the murky floodwaters continued surging deeper inland. The farther the flood spread, the more violent it became, destroying everything in its path. Right in the middle of the crisis, countless strange rice stalks suddenly burst through the floodwaters and shot into the sky. The survivors shouted for everyone to hold on as another wave crashed in, thankful that the living barrier ahead had absorbed most of the impact. After ending the radio call, Xiao Yang calmly said he fully understood the current situation. Seeing him lower the radio, Li Cheng immediately walked over and asked if there were any updates. Xiao Yang shook his head and said the outer defenses of the Shifeng factory had suffered only minor damage. He then sighed and added that the bug nest near the coastal city had taken the full force of the disaster, so its losses were far more severe. Even so, Xiao Yang remained calm, because as long as the mother bug survived, the nest would eventually recover. What mattered now was for the skies to clear so the floodwaters could recede and production could resume. Just then, He hurried over and reported that the floodwater was entirely seawater. If the farmland stayed submerged too long, the soil would become heavily salted and might take 1 or 2 years to recover. He only hoped the Huache rice fields would not lose too much of their yield. Xiao Yang patted He on the shoulder and reassured him that their food reserves could support the entire region for 3 years. In another 6 months, the fertile land around City S would also begin producing stable harvests. Xiao Yang looked up at the thick storm clouds overhead, knowing that the most urgent task was to uncover the true cause of the monstrous flood. Elsewhere, as the waters suddenly became calm, several survivors cautiously wondered if the disaster had finally passed. One man immediately rejected the idea and warned them not to celebrate too soon, saying the bodies in the river might have become water ghosts, waiting for prey. An old fisherman said such mutations overnight sounded impossible, but admitted he had heard something struggling beneath the water all night long. Before the conversation could continue, a young man suddenly jumped to his feet. He pointed at the muddy water ahead and urged everyone to look carefully. Staring at the eerily still water, one man swallowed hard after realizing something was wrong. After such a massive disaster, not a single body was floating on the surface. Someone anxiously said that staying in such a low area was no different from waiting to die. If sea monsters arrived, they would have nowhere to hide. As soon as he finished speaking, sharp screeches echoed from the distance, and everyone instantly sensed danger closing in. One man turned pale and shouted for everyone to gather together before the sea monsters reached them. Someone asked what they should do next, and another replied that if they wanted to survive, they had no choice but to gamble on the water. An older man wiped the sweat from his face and told everyone that if there really were water ghosts below, they had to pull him back with everything they had. After a few seconds of hesitation, he gritted his teeth, gathered his courage, and dove into the dark water. Moments later, he completely disappeared beneath the freezing surface. Underwater, he forced his eyes open and searched in every direction for anything hiding nearby. Before long, dark shapes came into view, and as they drew closer, their twisted, horrifying faces became clear. The moment they spotted their prey, the water ghosts charged through the water at terrifying speed. Realizing his escape route had been cut off, the old man's face turned ghostly pale. In blind panic, he kicked and struggled with all his strength to reach the surface. His survival instinct finally carried him back above the water, where he gasped desperately for air. The people on shore leaned over and shouted, asking if he was all right. The old man immediately screamed for help and begged them to pull him up, sending the young men into a panic as they grabbed the rope. But before they could react, countless water ghosts surrounded the victim. In an instant, the creatures pulled together and dragged him deep beneath the water. The people on shore desperately held onto the rope, straining with all their strength, as they realized the force below was unbelievably powerful. Their efforts were useless, and the old man vanished completely into the water claimed by the monsters. Unable to survive the lack of air and the overwhelming terror, he quickly lost consciousness. Soon afterward, a crimson stain spread from the depths and colored the already murky water. On shore, the entire group suddenly fell backward when the weight on the rope disappeared. Looking at the severed rope, the young man stood frozen, realizing the old man was almost certainly never coming back. Just then, another survivor pointed toward the water, in panic, and shouted for everyone to look. To the group's horror, a thick crimson stain slowly spread across the surface. One person broke down in tears, saying they did not want to die in the water or become food for the monsters. A trembling survivor looked down and saw countless water ghosts packed beneath the surface, while another collapsed in despair, convinced there was no way out. The heavy silence was shattered by another scream as someone spotted strange shapes flying across the sky. Looking closer, he realized they were giant bugs. His companions immediately guessed that if they were visible from so far away, each one had to be as large as a building. One man cried out in despair. Water ghosts and sea monsters were already below. Giant insects filled the sky, and even more creatures from the ocean were closing in. Moments later, the crowd erupted into panic after the first fish-like monsters crawled onto the shore. Xiang Yuan turned around, gritted his teeth, and declared that the sea monsters had officially landed. The situation had reached maximum alert. He urged everyone to grab anything they could use as a weapon and prepare for a battle to survive. Watching the monsters advance, Xiang Yuan's face suddenly changed as he realized they had already entered through the windows. He immediately shouted for everyone to fall back into the hallway and hold that position at all costs. The people behind him asked with trembling voices if they still had any chance of surviving, but all they received was the bitter truth that their odds were almost zero. Amid the chaos, everyone fled with everything they had, urging each other to keep moving. Cries and desperate shouts echoed everywhere as they ran, feeling death closing in behind them. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying sea monsters appeared and blocked the path ahead. One young man ignored the danger and charged straight toward the entrance. The moment he reached it, he grabbed the handle and tried to slam the door shut. But when he looked up, the monstrous face of a sea monster, covered in razor-sharp fangs, was already inches away. Without thinking, he pulled with all his strength, and the door slammed shut with a thunderous bang. Having barely survived, he leaned against the wall, gasping as his heart nearly stopped from the close call. The others soon caught up, their faces completely pale after the terrifying encounter. But their relief lasted only a moment before a sharp trident pierced straight through the wooden door. The sea monsters kept thrusting their weapons through the barrier, and the unlucky young man was impaled before he could dodge. Hearing the violent impacts, Xiang Yuan immediately realized the monsters were trying to smash the door down. Right then, a muscular man rushed over, carrying an entire office desk, and yelled for everyone to get out of the way. Aiming at the cracked section, he shoved the heavy desk against the door to reinforce the barricade. After securing it, he called everyone else over to help hold the line. Even so, another massive impact from outside threw the entire group backward, leaving many with arms so numb they could barely feel them. A piercing screech from the sea monsters echoed through the building, sounding like metal scraping across glass. The horrible noise made everyone wince in pain as they covered their ears. That brief distraction was enough for the barricade to fail, and the door exploded into splinters. With nothing left to stop them, the sea monsters charged in, and the crowd scattered in every direction. Xiang Yuan knew the flimsy door could never hold the monsters much longer, so when someone asked what to do next, he gave only one answer: jump into the water. The man beside him immediately objected, saying that was the same as throwing themselves to the water ghosts below. Xiang Yuan replied that every option was dangerous, while the other man still feared being dragged under and drowning. Seeing his fear, Xiang Yuan coldly said he could stay behind and let the sea monsters rip him apart while he found his own way out. After a few seconds of hesitation, the man finally gritted his teeth and decided to gamble with his life. Without another word, the two of them leaped from the ledge and plunged into the flood below. The instant they entered the water, countless pale eyes from the lurking water ghosts locked onto them. Horrified by the sight, both men thrashed desperately, fighting to reach the surface. As a monster closed in, Xiang Yuan did not hesitate to kick it hard in the face and clear a path. After knocking it back, he put all his strength into swimming upward and abandoned his companion behind. A few powerful strokes later, Xiang Yuan broke the surface and gasped for air. Safe from the water ghosts, he mocked their swimming skills and bragged that he was once a master swimmer. With that, Xiang Yuan stretched forward and sped toward the area ahead. Too bad every move he made was already spotted by the sea demons watching from above. Locking onto their prey, they all dove into the water and rushed in for the kill. Someone in the distance saw the danger and shouted a warning that the monsters were right behind Xiang Yuan. Once in the water, the sea demons sliced through the waves as fast as speedboats. Watching the gap shrink, one man shook his head, convinced that even a great swimmer could not escape becoming their meal. Hearing that, Xiang Yuan looked back and shouted that a swimming master like him would never die in this water. Before he could finish, a sea demon caught up and swung its weapon, sending him into a panic as he begged for mercy. At the last second, a swarm of insect spawn suddenly covered the sky and dived down, stunning everyone watching. The giant insects swooped toward the water in perfect formation like a squadron of fighter jets. After landing, the insect spawn quickly spread out and began searching the water for targets. The survivors rubbed their eyes in disbelief as the flying insects clashed head-on with the sea demons. Using their numbers, the insect spawn surrounded the enemy from every side and tore into them. Even so, the monster fish easily pierced the insect's armor with their claws and sharp weapons. Back with Xiao Yang, his face turned serious as he quietly planned the next move. Seeing the killing intent in their leader's eyes, Zai immediately asked what was happening below. Xiao Yang smiled and said everything was going exactly as expected, and a new business opportunity had arrived on its own. Without wasting another second, the whole team geared up and set out at once. Shui scratched his head and asked why they were not riding the flying insects since it would be much faster and look amazing. Xiao Yang lightly tapped the boy's head and explained that the insect tribe was still savage, and if the kids got too close, even he might not stop them in time. Shui pouted and insisted a few bug bites would never hurt him. Xiao Yang laughed and rubbed his head, admitting he was only joking because he was actually worried Shui's metal-hard body would break all the flying insects' teeth. Their cheerful talk was suddenly interrupted by distant cries for help from a group surrounded by monsters. The trapped survivors desperately kept firing while cursing the creatures charging at them. Seizing an opening, a water ghost suddenly clamped onto Xiao Du's thin arm. Seeing his daughter in danger, Xiao Du's father screamed with bloodshot eyes and begged everyone to hold on and pull her back. But they were not strong enough, and he could only watch her hand slip away before she vanished beneath the dark water. Xiao Du was quickly dragged into the icy depths by the entire pack. Refusing to lose his daughter, the father nearly went mad and tried to dive in after her. A young man grabbed him to stop him, but the father fought wildly and swore he would rather die than leave his daughter alone. Just as the tension peaked, a young woman tilted her head and heard an engine approaching from afar. Wang turned around and happily spotted a speedboat carrying survivors racing toward them. The people on the raft waved frantically and shouted for help, as if they had found their last hope. Shui heard the calls and told Xiao Yang, who immediately signaled everyone to change course and investigate. Xiaxian frowned as he looked at the creatures packed beneath the water and wondered what they were. Xiao Yang guessed they were a disaster unique to Hat City and warned that something far more dangerous still lurked below the water. After saying that, he stood up, rolled his shoulders, cracked his knuckles, and declared that whatever they were, he would wipe them out first, making Shui excitedly urge him forward. Seeing the rescue team carrying advanced weapons, Luo Mian clasped his hands in relief, believing they finally had a chance to survive. Xiao Yang wasted no time talking and opened fire the moment he found his target. The bullets ripped through the water and tore into the water ghosts, sending blood spraying everywhere. Xiao Du's father suddenly dropped to his knees and begged Xiao Yang's group to save his daughter, who had just been dragged to the riverbed. Hearing the desperate plea, Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes and studied the man before him. Deep beneath the water, Xiao Du's consciousness was fading fast. When Luo Mian saw Xiao Yong taking off his jacket, his face changed as he quickly tried to stop him. He could not understand what Xiao Yang was planning, because jumping into that water was no different from feeding himself to the monsters. Luo Mian grabbed his head in frustration, convinced Xiao Yang was being reckless because he had never faced the water ghosts before. He then blamed the father for letting grief cloud his judgment, while the old man could only stammer in regret because he never thought Xiao Yang would really jump in. The moment Xiao Yang entered the water, he came face to face with a bloodthirsty pack of water ghosts. Without caring who the newcomer was, the monsters rushed in from every direction and surrounded him completely. Faced with the vicious welcome, Xiao Yang simply stared back with cold eyes. The next second, he gathered his strength and struck straight through the middle of the swarm. In an instant, every water ghost around him was wiped out. On the raft, Lumian stared wide-eyed as the water below churned violently, thinking two giant sea monsters were fighting. He scratched his head in confusion, unable to figure out what had happened beneath the surface. Before anyone found an answer, Xiao Du's soaked body slowly floated to the surface. Her father instinctively reached out, grabbed her, and quickly pulled her onto the raft. Crying uncontrollably, he held Xiao Du tightly as tears fell across the pale face of the daughter he treasured most. Right behind her, Xiao Yang calmly climbed onto the raft without a trace of exhaustion or fear. Luo Mian asked in disbelief how Xiao Yong could charge into a swarm of water ghosts, rescue someone unharmed, and return safely, even wondering if he had used dark magic. A young woman spoke with a trembling voice, saying what just happened was even more unbelievable than Xiao Yong's safe return. She pointed at the blood-red water in shock and announced that every water ghost below had been completely wiped out. Xiao Yong simply waved his hand and told everyone to stop staring and start CPR, because being without oxygen for too long could cause lasting damage. Xia Yun snapped back to her senses and hurried everyone to begin rescue breathing. After several rounds of chest compressions, Xiao Du suddenly coughed up water and began breathing again at the edge of death. The moment he heard his daughter cough, her father burst into tears of joy and kept thanking the heavens for giving her back. He immediately knelt before Xiao Yong and swore that he could never repay such a life-saving debt. Luo Mian cautiously asked who they were, and Xiao Yong brushed the water off his clothes before explaining that they came from city and had arrived to investigate the severe flooding. Nuo Yan happily praised his incredible underwater combat skills. Then Xia Yun asked if Xiao Yong's group could take everyone away from this dangerous place. The young woman beside her quickly added that the floating objects ahead meant the sea demons were about to appear, and facing them would be certain death. Hearing the unfamiliar name, Xiao Yong rubbed his chin and asked what these sea demons actually looked like. While sorting through the new information, he suddenly tilted his head after hearing something rushing through the water from afar. Xiao Yong looked ahead and calmly asked if the creatures approaching were the sea demons. Across the river, wave after wave of savage monsters surged forward like a fleet carrying death itself. Luo Mian immediately confirmed it, while Xiao Du's father clutched his daughter and warned that the sea demons had come to kill them all. More and more creatures poured across the water until they covered the river in countless numbers. Terrified, Luo Mian urged Xiao Yong to get on the speedboat and retreat before the whole group was torn apart. Nuo Yan pointed out that the small boat could not carry everyone on the raft, making Xia Yun break down and beg the rescue team not to abandon them. Xiao Yong calmly said they only needed to defeat the monsters, but Luo Mian quickly urged him to give up because the sea demons were far more agile than the water ghosts and almost impossible to fight head-on. The warning had barely ended when a sea demon burst from the water and charged straight in. Facing the ambush, Xiao Yong stood perfectly still and waited for the monster to enter his range. His sharp eyes locked onto the incoming creature. The instant it got close, Xiao Yong shot out his hand and grabbed it by the throat. With a single squeeze, he crushed its windpipe and killed the sea demon on the spot. Xiao Yong casually tossed the corpse aside like worthless trash. Nuo Yan stood frozen in shock, while Xia Yun could not believe Xiao Yong had snapped the monster's neck with his bare hand. Shuai immediately cheered excitedly for Xiao Yong. The boy said the sea demons were even faster than the man-eating monsters they had seen in the western outskirts of Lun Ya. Xiao Yong kicked another sea demon away and explained that creatures living underwater naturally had a speed advantage. Before he could finish, Luo Mian suddenly screamed and warned that something was attacking from behind. Shui watched in horror as a sea demon wrapped around Xiao Yong and dragged him beneath the water. Luo Mian grabbed his head in despair, believing all hope was lost because fighting sea demons underwater was impossible, while the others even considered stealing the boat and fleeing. Beneath the murky river, Xiao Yong was quickly surrounded by an entire army of sea demons. Countless spears and tridents thrust toward him, forming a deadly barrage. But before the weapons could reach him, every sea demon suddenly froze in place. The savage look on their faces vanished, replaced by overwhelming fear. Countless thorn-covered vines suddenly burst from Xiao Yong's body in every direction. The vines moved as if alive, wrapping tightly around the arms and legs of every sea demon. Veins bulging across his forehead, Xiao Yong coldly asked if they enjoyed fighting underwater because he was about to show them the deadliest way to catch fish. The next second, tens of thousands of volts of bioelectric power erupted from his body and surged through the water. In a single moment, the entire sea demon army was completely paralyzed before they could even react. Above the surface, the river suddenly fell eerily silent, making Luo Mian break into a cold sweat as every sound of battle disappeared. Just then, he spotted something floating in the distance and quickly pointed it out. Looking closer, Luo Mian realized it was not a teammate's body, but the charred corpse of a sea demon. Everyone looked around and soon found countless more sea demon corpses floating belly up across the water. Shui clapped happily and told everyone not to worry because no one would die with Uncle Xiao Yong around. Suddenly, the wooden raft was lifted into the air by an invisible force, leaving everyone terrified and confused. To everyone's amazement, Xiao Yong calmly walked across the water and climbed onto the raft as if returning from a casual stroll. Once he was standing firmly on the raft, he immediately recalled every terrifying vine back into his body. Luo Mian stumbled backward in fear, repeatedly asking what kind of power Xiao Yong possessed, and whether he was even human. Xiao Yang simply brushed off his clothes and gave them a choice. If they wanted to live, they had to follow him into the inner Europe district of Hat City. Xiao Du's father immediately objected, saying they had risked everything to escape the inner Europe district and only wanted to head farther inland. Xiao Yong calmly told them to trust him because, in their exhausted condition, they had almost no chance of surviving inland, leaving Luo Mian even more confused. Xia Xian explained that the inland was filled with mane-eating plants, mutated algae, and countless deadly creatures, making it far more dangerous than the sea demons. Just hearing that list of disasters made everyone on the raft turn pale. Xiao Yang held out his hand and told them to follow his team because protecting this many people would not be difficult. The survivors looked at one another in disbelief, unable to believe he spoke so casually about protecting such a large group. Meanwhile, at another location not far away, Luan Xiang stood on a rooftop, his spine turning cold as he looked down at the swarms of twisted creatures below. After watching for a while, he realized the monsters showed no sign of leaving. The man beside him tried to reassure everyone, saying the building was tall and sturdy, and since the sea demons weakened after staying out of the water for too long, they were unlikely to attack, though everyone remained trapped. Another survivor agreed, saying that without catching fish and gathering supplies, they would soon run out of food. Suddenly, Luan Xiang's eyes lit up as he spotted a group of survivors approaching from afar. It was Xiao Yang's team, slowly making its way toward the area. Looking at the towering building ahead, Xiao Yang narrowed his eyes and confirmed they had finally reached the right place. He quietly said that the high-rise standing before them was their destination. From the rooftop, Luan Xiang shouted for them to turn back because the area was crawling with sea demons, and they should find a tall building to hide in. Hearing the warning, Xiao Yang asked why they needed to stay up high, and Luo Mian explained that sea demons were extremely fast in water, but became much weaker after staying on land for too long. He added that, because of that weakness, climbing to a high floor was the safest way to rest. Xiao Yang rubbed his chin and said that if they could simply drag every sea demon onto land and let them dry out, dealing with them would be easy. Luo Mian stood there speechless, believing there was no way to force an entire swarm out of the water. On the rooftop, Luan Xiang grabbed his head in frustration because he had shouted himself hoarse. Yet the group below still did not move, even though they should have heard him clearly. Suddenly, someone behind him slapped his shoulder and urgently told him to look down. Luan Xiang froze as he saw a massive swarm of sea demons cutting through the water and charging straight at Xiao Yang's group. Xiao Yang waved his hand and ordered everyone to keep the boat where it was, so they would not get caught in the coming attack. Shui tilted his head and asked if Uncle Xiao Yang was about to use another special move. Xiao Yang slowly walked to the edge of the boat, smiled, and said he was only planning to put on a little show. His eyes turned icy cold, making it clear the sea demons were about to face disaster. The moment he finished speaking, Xiao Yang launched himself from the boat like a speeding bullet. Every trace of playfulness disappeared, replaced by complete focus. Riding the wind, Xiao Yang soared through the air and landed right in the middle of the sea demon formation. The instant he touched the water, countless plant tendrils burst out and spread across the entire area. The vines lashed across the surface before driving deep into the riverbed to hunt every hidden target. It was not long before the sea demons were hooked by the vines and forcibly dragged from their hiding places. Feeling that every target had been caught in his plant net, Xiao Yang smiled confidently and prepared to unleash his high-voltage attack. In the next instant, he activated his bioelectric power, and a blinding flash erupted across the water. Every sea demon trapped below was struck by the current and instantly lost the ability to move. Their agonized screams echoed across the area, sending chills down everyone's spine. The few that escaped the electricity panicked and scrambled onto patches of dry land to avoid the deadly water. Xiao Yang calmly stood on the water, forcing the entire swarm to abandon the environment that gave them the advantage. Watching the sea demons fall into his trap, one after another, Xiao Yang smiled as every target reached exactly where he wanted them. From the rooftop, Luan Xiang slapped his thigh in shock after recognizing the giant insect army from before. In less than a heartbeat, the insect spawn filled the sky in even greater numbers than before. Even after being driven onto land, the sea demons still raised their spears and tridents, ready to fight to the end. Xiao Yang looked at them and waved his hand, ordering the insect spawn to begin their feast. The insect army immediately surged forward like a tidal wave and charged at the enemy. They completely covered every sea demon, leaving no chance for escape. Their razor-sharp jaws snapped non-stop, tearing the monsters apart before devouring them. Watching the terrifying hunt, Luan Xiang swallowed hard and prayed that whoever controlled the insects would never become humanity's enemy. Once the battlefield was cleared, the speedboat carrying Xiao Yang's team slowly reached the shore. Before anyone could recover, Xiao Yang leaped from the boat and appeared right in front of Luan Xiang's group. The survivors instinctively stepped back and took defensive stances against the mysterious powerhouse. Xiao Yang brushed off his sleeves with a smile and told them to relax because he was still human, not a mutated creature. Luan Xiang remained unconvinced and asked how Xiao Yang could explain the giant insect army filling the sky. In response, Xiao Yang simply glanced calmly at the insect spawns circling overhead. Without saying a word, Xiao Yang sent out a command, and the entire insect spawn army immediately retreated to their nest. He then got straight to the point and asked everyone to explain what disaster had turned the area into its current state. The question brought back terrifying memories, starting with the sudden flood that swept away their peaceful lives. Luan Xiang said in a heavy voice that people on the streets and those living on the lower floors were swallowed by the flood within minutes. He recalled that everyone had hoped rescue helicopters would arrive, but none ever came, and all communication signals disappeared the moment the disaster began. Luan Xiang added that the worst part was their food supply running out, forcing some survivors to build rafts and head inland, a choice that ended in tragedy. Those who left their shelter encountered water ghosts and sea demons, one after another, making the remaining survivors realize they were trapped on a concrete island waiting to die. Xiao Yang rubbed his chin and guessed the two species had to be connected, and Luan Xiang immediately confirmed that the water ghosts were actually created by the sea demons. According to him, the sea demons possessed a strange ability that turned corpses into undead servants that hunted underwater and dragged more victims to the depths. Luan Xiang said with a trembling voice that drowning was the easy way out because the sea demons ripped out their victims' organs while they were still alive before turning the remains into water ghosts. After hearing everything, Xiao Yang gave a cold smile and said that kind of hunting and feeding behavior was exactly what a beast king would do. Just then, a young man excitedly suggested that with Xiao Yang's strength, he might even be able to wipe out the sea demon farm. Hearing the unfamiliar term, Xiao Yang frowned and asked what this sea demon farm actually was. Zhang Yang explained that the monsters were intelligent and fought with strategy, killing small groups on the spot and harvesting their organs. Someone in the crowd guessed that when they captured large numbers of humans, the sea demons kept some alive and transported them to breeding farms. The young man immediately confirmed it and said those holding facilities were usually located on small islands near the coast. The story then shifted back to the time when a group of survivors was escorted by the sea demons to a deserted island. The island was covered with severed limbs and organs impaled on sharp stakes, creating a horrifying sight. The monsters intended to turn the island into a massive human food reserve, so they would always have fresh prey whenever they were hungry. The surviving humans had their hands tied behind their backs and were locked inside cages like livestock, while outside the prison area, a young man hid in the bushes and quietly watched. The moment an older man recognized the familiar face in the distance, he quietly called out to Enping with joy. Enping quickly ran over and carefully used a sharpened stone to cut through the thick ropes, binding everyone. He secretly handed the older man a ring of keys and told him to start the fishing boat later so they could escape the island, but the man worried they could never fool the sea demons. Despite the tension, Enping encouraged him by saying someone had escaped this place before, so risking everything still gave them a chance. Enping crouched low as he led the way and reminded everyone to move as quietly as possible because a single sound would bring disaster. They stepped carefully across the soft white sand, making sure not to make any noise. Thanks to their caution, Enping reached the fishing boat without alerting a single monster. But suddenly, a sharp piercing sound rang out, and blood burst from Enping's mouth. Looking down, he saw a cold trident had pierced straight through his chest. Behind him stood a massive scale-covered sea demon, and Enping could only let out a desperate plea. Back at the prison area, everyone kept struggling to free themselves, but one old man cursed in frustration because the dull stone could not cut through the ropes. Just then, a woman accidentally looked toward the shore and screamed in terror. The old man immediately shouted for her to stay quiet, because that scream would only bring the sea demons to slaughter them all. But when he turned to look for himself, his face instantly went pale. A savage sea demon marched toward the prison and threw Enping's blood-covered body onto the ground. The entire sea demon army let out savage roars before charging straight into the helpless prisoners. Those who had just freed themselves immediately turned and ran, desperately searching for any path to survival. But humans were no match for the monster's speed, and cold blades quickly cut them down without mercy. The sea demons' weapons pierced through their victims' chests one after another, as screams of agony echoed across the battlefield. Within moments, the area was filled with chaos, and the bodies of the survivors lay scattered everywhere. Jingji covered her face in despair, believing everything was over, while Hanji trembled as she realized not a single fleeing survivor had escaped the massacre. After killing everyone who resisted, the sea demons gathered the harvested organs and carried away their gruesome prize. Then something even more horrifying happened, as the freshly killed corpses suddenly raised their heads. One by one, the dead staggered to their feet, with empty eyes like an army that had lost its soul. The walking corpses then lined up in silence and marched toward the sea. Reaching the shoreline, they slowly dropped themselves into the freezing water. Before long, the entire army of corpses vanished into the dark depths of the sea. Jingji was left speechless as she finally realized the terrifying water ghosts were created through this grotesque process. Hanshi gritted her teeth in fear, believing the sea demons staged the entire scene to destroy the survivors' will to resist. Back in the present, Xiaoyang received a mission update and smiled with satisfaction because, just as he expected, a new disaster source had appeared. Looking at the floating interface before him, he concluded that the insect ancestor demon was most likely the true mastermind behind the sea demons. Shui Shui suddenly wondered how Luan Xiang knew so much about the monsters and asked if he had actually lived among them. Luan Xiang patted his chest and confirmed that he was not only a witness, but one of the few people who had escaped a sea demon farm, revealing that the monsters were smart enough to operate speedboats to hunt humans. Recalling his escape, he said he had stolen a high-speed boat and used a violent storm to break through the sea demon's pursuit. Xiaoyang immediately asked if he still remembered the route to the sea demon's nest, and Luan Xiang replied that he could still remember the general direction. Xiaoyang smiled dangerously and asked if Luan Xiang dared to lead them back and rescue the captives, making him clench his fists and admit he would never have dared before. But now things were different with Xiaoyang. After a few seconds of thought, Luan Xiang declared that he would gladly lead the way. However, Xiaoyang calmly decided to wait 2 more days before setting out, leaving Luan Xiang confused about the delay. Xiaoyang quickly leaped onto a high platform and confidently said he would first rebuild this rundown base and prepare a strong defense force for the survivors. Hidden beneath the poisoned water were several sea slayers, lying motionless, like rotten logs, drifting below the surface. Watching Xiaoyang walk away, Luan Xiang could only stand there in a daze, wondering if this savior had fallen from the sky. He stared at Xiaoyang in confusion, unable to guess what he was planning this time. Without offering any explanation, Xiaoyang casually tossed several living parasites into the bottom of the lake. They shot through the water and landed right beside the sea demons. In less than a heartbeat, a faint life force spread outward before glowing brightly beneath the water. Twisted branches rapidly sprouted from the sea demons' bodies, turning them into bizarre walking plant creatures. Their green bodies drifted silently through the cold water, creating an eerie and unsettling sight. Although they still looked like sea demons, every one of them was now completely under Xiaoyang's control. Seeing this, someone nearby could not help asking what strange thing Xiaoyang had just thrown into the lake. While everyone was still wondering, countless sea demon silhouettes silently appeared behind them, without anyone noticing. Luan Xiang turned pale, stumbling backward as he shouted that the sea demons had arrived. Faced with the towering wall of monsters blocking their path, he nearly lost all hope, believing the sea monsters had returned. Terrified, Luan Xiang desperately begged Xiaoyang to save his life. Unlike everyone else, Xiaoyang calmly told them not to panic. But the next scene left Luan Xiang frozen, because the savage sea demons were obediently waiting for Xiaoyang's orders. Xiaoyang explained that only their outer appearance remained that of sea demons, while their true nature had completely become plant life. He casually pointed into the distance and said the creatures floating on the water were no different. Hearing that, everyone immediately looked down and carefully observed the water below. Their curiosity quickly turned into shock when they realized even the water ghosts had been completely wiped out. Xiaoyang simply smiled mysteriously and told everyone to be patient because the main force had not arrived yet. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of distant sounds grew louder and louder. Seeing the massive insect spawn army approaching, the group was stunned once again. Leading the entire swarm was the sky thread insect. Everything had gone exactly according to plan, and the rising dawn signaled that the danger had finally passed. Luan Xiang slept so deeply that he kept snoring until the morning sun shone directly on his face. He rubbed his sleepy eyes and slowly looked around. The moment his vision cleared, Luan Xiang jumped to his feet in disbelief, unable to understand what had happened. The unfamiliar scene before him left him frozen, as if he had been transported to another world. Even Xiaoyang's father was stunned because the entire place had transformed overnight. The children surrounded Xiaoyang and asked how he created such an incredible sight, but he simply replied that the spore pods and the nest were naturally excellent at reshaping the environment. Looking into the distance, Xiaoyang revealed that he had also been testing several new species before inviting everyone to see the results. Soon, he led the group to the testing area and explained that the thorn insects fought well on land and in the air, but lost almost all their advantage underwater. To solve that weakness, Xiaoyang had the sky thread insect evolve the ability to breed an entirely new species. According to him, its mission was to produce a water-type insect spawn that could move freely beneath the surface. The result was so strange that everyone fell silent for several seconds. Xiaoyang estimated that in just a few more days, these creatures would fully develop bodies specialized for underwater combat. Shanshan scratched her cheek and quietly asked why it felt like their side was becoming the villains. The next 2 days passed in almost complete silence. When everything finally became quiet, one survivor cautiously called his companions to check whether the monsters had left. After searching the area, he believed the danger had finally disappeared. The moment they heard that, everyone jumped up and hurriedly pushed their boat away. They rowed toward the mainland with all their strength, constantly encouraging each other to keep going. One man noticed a strange island ahead and suspected it was a sea demon nest, but his companion argued that if it really was, they would already be dead, so they pressed on anyway. Suddenly, the man at the front pointed in another direction and shouted a warning. The moment they realized sea demons were still roaming nearby, desperate cries erupted across the boat. Chaos broke out as everyone cursed the monsters while frantically rowing faster. Seeing the twisted creature closing in, the man's spine turned cold as he believed death was unavoidable. The sea demon gave them no chance to react and launched itself from the water. At the very last second, an insect spawn suddenly dropped from the sky and intercepted the attack. Creature. Tree. The man stood frozen, rubbing his eyes as he stammered in disbelief because the bizarre thing that had just flown past looked exactly like a tree. He quickly spotted another strange sight in the sky and shouted for everyone to look at the distant swarm of insect spawn. Beneath the water, the sea demons were already locked in a fierce battle with the insect spawn. Both sides unleashed ruthless attacks without showing any mercy. A sudden sense of danger made one sea demon quickly turn around. What it saw was an entire army of insect spawn, charging through the water like a tidal wave. The sea demon's fierce expressions instantly vanished as its body froze in shock. One insect spawn after another accelerated underwater like a barrage of torpedoes. Realizing the battle had completely turned against them, the sea demons immediately fled. The people on the boat stared in amazement at the dark shapes racing beneath the water as the insect spawn chased the sea demons without giving them any chance to fight back. The monsters that had once terrorized the sea could now do nothing but flee for their lives. Seeing the danger disappear, the man let out a relieved sigh, grateful that they had survived. Song Lin was not ready to celebrate because they had been prey for the sea demons, and their new situation might not be any better. Hearing that, the man beside him turned pale, fearing they had merely gone from being sea demon prey to live food for the insect spawn. As Song Lin finished speaking, a worm spawn suddenly surfaced right beside the boat. The group panicked as they realized the swarm was forcing the boat toward the island, making them suspect it was the worm spawn's territory. Right then, someone pointed ahead and asked in horror what was appearing on the island. Looking closer, he spotted both humans and sea demons standing together in complete peace. Before long, the small boat was pushed straight onto the island's sandy shore. Xiaoyang was already waiting with his arms crossed, smiling as he welcomed the newcomers. Seeing their pale faces, he told them not to worry, because every creature here was under control. Fei Linyang cautiously asked what Xiaoyang really was, but Xiaoyang simply said he was in charge of building a sanctuary for humanity. Hearing such a strange idea, Fei Lin started looking around the entire base. Even after checking everything, he still felt this place looked nothing like a human settlement. Luan Xiang quickly stepped forward to reassure them, while Fei Lin and Song Lin were shocked to see so many people living on the island. Lang Mian explained that the insects only looked terrifying because Xiaoyang had already tamed them, and Luan Xiang added that the plant-type sea demons and the water ghosts were no longer dangerous. He warmly invited everyone to bring their luggage inside, saying there was plenty of room, and Xiaoyang's base was still expanding. 1 month later, Xiaoyang announced that the right time had finally arrived. The children immediately asked if he was about to wipe out the sea demon nest. Xiaoyang confirmed it, saying the last battle proved that just 2 sea worms could completely overpower a sea demon. The children eagerly wanted to join, but he told them to stay behind because only he and Zhang Chong were needed. They immediately protested, believing Xiaoyang was doubting their fighting ability. He explained that they were powerful on land, but underwater was a completely different story, so they should not take the risk. Li Cheng agreed, reminding them that if they fell into the sea and became a burden, Xiaoyang would have to fight and rescue them at the same time. Not long after, Xiaoyang and Zhang Chong left the island and calmly traveled across the sea. Looking at the strange ride beneath his feet, Zhang Chong admitted he had never imagined sailing in such a way. Just then, his sharp hearing picked up unusual sounds in the distance. Zhang Chong instantly became alert and turned to check behind them. After scanning through binoculars, he quickly told Xiaoyang that sea demons had appeared in another direction. Hearing the report, Xiaoyang remained calm and slowly assessed the surroundings. He then ordered the worm spawn, hidden deep beneath the sea, to begin their attack. Xiaoyang's creatures burst forward at full speed and reached the sea demon swarm in moments. The instant they clashed, the entire sea erupted into violent waves. The impact was so powerful that the surface caved inward and formed a massive empty gap. Yet the battle ended far faster than expected, as every sea demon was knocked unconscious and floated on the water. After completing the mission, the worm spawn immediately regrouped and quietly returned. Watching everything end in only a few seconds, Jiang Chong was left speechless by how quickly the enemies were defeated. Xiao Yang nodded with satisfaction, realizing the combined power of the two worm species had grown far beyond before. Meanwhile, in a remote corner of the Sea Demon Kingdom, human prisoners huddled on the ground as if waiting for their execution. Han Shi suddenly screamed, startling the people beside him as they asked what had happened. His terrified eyes locked onto a sea demon approaching, signaling that the executions were about to continue. Afraid he would be next, the young man burst into tears and desperately begged for mercy. At the same time, Jiang Chong scanned the area with his binoculars and confirmed the land ahead was where the sea demons executed prisoners. Realizing their fellow humans were in danger, he urged Xiao Yang to save them at once. Xiao Yang only smirked and told Jiang Chong to hold his position, and Jiang Chong immediately agreed. After confirming the situation, Xiao Yang leaped off his ride and landed near the edge of the camp. Without slowing down, Xiao Yang charged straight into the heart of the sea demon nest, like an arrow. Meanwhile, Xingji was still desperately begging the enemy to stop. The monster's instincts suddenly sensed danger, causing the sea demon to turn around at once. But in the blink of an eye, Xiao Yang appeared right beside the executioner. Without giving him a chance to fight back, Xiao Yang finished him with one decisive strike. Xingji was still frozen in fear and had no idea what had just happened. Watching the giant sea demon collapse on the spot, he could only swallow hard in shock. After a few seconds, Xingji finally gathered himself and cautiously looked at Xiao Yang. His body trembled as one question filled his mind: what kind of creature was standing before him? In just a moment, the hopeless battle had completely turned around. Unable to believe what he had seen, Xingji rubbed his eyes and stared at Xiao Yang. From the distance, Jiang Chong shouted excitedly, cheering Xiao Yang on to teach the sea demons another lesson. Another sea demon immediately rushed in to reinforce its allies. It poured all its strength into one arm and hurled a spear straight at Xiao Yang. But Xiao Yang had already seen the attack coming and caught the spear with one hand. Without hesitation, he spun around and struck back with the stolen spear. The killing blow landed cleanly and left the enemy no chance to survive. Seeing their comrades fall one after another, the remaining sea demons panicked and fled. When Jiang Chong noticed where they were heading, he was shocked to see the entire swarm charging straight toward him. Even though he was nervous, he loudly taunted them, confident that Xiao Yang had his back. A massive wave of sea demons rushed forward like a raging flood. At the most critical moment, the worm spawn army finally arrived on the battlefield. Someone suddenly spotted more creatures rising from the sea and watched in disbelief as they attacked the sea demons. The fierce battle lasted only a short while before the entire area fell silent. The survivors looked around in disbelief, wondering if the sea demons had truly been wiped out. Han Shi curiously asked what race Xiao Yang belonged to, since he looked completely human. Zhang Chong proudly introduced Xiao Yang as the one who had come to rescue them, leaving the prisoners even more stunned. Xiao Yang smiled and replied that if he had not planned to save them, he would never have bothered wiping out the entire sea demon force. Jiang Chong walked behind the prisoners with a laugh and told everyone to make room while he untied them, and Han Shi finally realized he was the man who had stolen an insect human during the storm. Jiang Chong asked in surprise if they had been captured in the same raid, and Han Shi sadly confirmed that most of the prisoners from that day were already dead. Xiao Yang looked toward the horizon and guessed this could not be the only place where humans were executed. Han Shi immediately confirmed it, explaining that the sea demons did not live here permanently and only rotated guards through the area. Xiao Yang fell into thought over the ocean's enormous scale, knowing it would take tremendous effort to wipe out every sea demon, and Xingji was stunned to realize Xiao Yang truly intended to exterminate them all. Xiao Yang set the battle plans aside for now and told everyone to return to the base, deciding to clear the sea demons one region at a time. A new plan quickly formed in Xiao Yang's mind: expand the brood mothers and overwhelm the entire ocean with numbers. Before long, their transport cut through the waves and returned safely to the dock. Watching the sea through binoculars, Shui happily shouted that Xiao Yang had returned. The boy immediately ran to the pier and eagerly waited at the front of the dock. Shui asked in surprise if Xiao Yang had finished the entire mission in less than a day. Xiao Yang introduced the people with him as survivors, rescued from a sea demon execution site, then asked Shui to arrange their lodging, and the boy immediately led everyone into the base. After that, Xiao Yang asked Shan Shan and Li Cheng to invite Elder He and Xiao Ping over, because he had something important to discuss, and they quickly agreed. A little later, Shan Shan and Li Cheng set off, leaving the small boat drifting slowly across the water. Suddenly, the bottom of the boat slammed into something hidden beneath the shallow water. Hearing the impact, Shanshan realized the water level had dropped so much that rowing was difficult, and Li Cheng could only say that after so many dry days it was unavoidable, but fortunately, their destination was close. Just then, Hong Kai happened to look outside and spotted the two of them. He happily called for everyone to open the door, announcing that Shanshan and Li Cheng had finally returned. The moment she stepped off the boat, Shanshan asked where Elder He was, because Xiaoyang needed his help with an important matter. Elder He had gone to a newly emerged coastal area to treat a patient. He did not know the details, only that someone was critically ill and unlikely to survive. Li Cheng suggested they head there as well since they also needed to find Xiaoping and could see what was happening on the way. Elsewhere, Hizai rubbed his forehead and concluded the patient had acute pancreatitis. Even with modern medical care, it was life-threatening, let alone in their current conditions. After examining Xiaoping, he grimly concluded that she had almost no chance of surviving. And Feng stood silently in the hallway, unable to find the right words. Worry and helplessness were written all over the exhausted father's face. Yang Ping immediately suggested calling Xiaoyang back, but Hizai shook his head, saying Xiaoping was already in shock and probably would not last another half-day. Just as all hope seemed lost, Feng suddenly declared that he still had one final option. He slowly proposed infecting Xiaoping with mimic flesh. Hizai explained that saving her failing body would require replacing her entire pancreas with mimic flesh. When Feng admitted he could not perform such a precise procedure, the only option left was full-body infection. Hizai warned that doing so could make Xiaoping lose her humanity completely, and even Xiaoyang might not be able to reverse the damage. Feng still chose to gamble, believing becoming a monster was better than dying. Hizai could not argue and left the final decision to the father. Feng painfully admitted that his own mind had already drifted far from humanity, so he did not know if leading his daughter down the same path was the right choice. Before he could finish speaking, Hizai was startled as Yang Ping suddenly made a move and quickly asked what he was doing. Yang Ping kicked the door open and urged Feng to go inside and carry out the plan immediately. Feng tried to stop him because the family had not made a decision yet, but Yang Ping argued they were wasting time. Living imperfectly was still better than dying, and Xiaoping could choose her own fate later if she regretted it. Hearing that forceful argument, Hizai thought it over and realized it was not entirely unreasonable. In the end, Feng slowly walked to the bedside where Xiaoping lay motionless. He raised his mutated arm, revealing a writhing parasite covered in sharp fangs, and warned that once the mimic flesh entered her body, Xiaoping would convulse violently, so everyone had to hold her down. The group immediately agreed and restrained Xiaoping as thick slime began dripping onto her body. The horrifying fluid slowly crawled across her face before entering through both her nose and ears. Almost instantly, Xiaoping's eyes flew open as her body reacted like it had been struck by electricity. Veins bulged across her face, sweat poured non-stop, and her screams of agony echoed through the room. After a while, the blood vessels in her eyes slowly faded away. When the violent struggle finally ended, Xiaoping lay motionless, staring at the ceiling as heavy silence filled the room. Seeing her remain still for so long, everyone feared she had died, but Hizai told them to wait a little longer. Just as hope was fading, one of her fingers twitched. Xiaoping suddenly coughed violently and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Hizai smiled with relief and confirmed the infection had worked. Someone tried to help her sit up so she would not choke on the blood, but Feng immediately stopped them and warned everyone to stay back. The father once again extended his arm, covered in living flesh and rows of razor-sharp teeth. In an instant, the slimy mass shot forward at incredible speed. Zhao Feng quickly dodged aside, while Feng simply watched the flesh slowly retract into his arm and told everyone to look carefully. Countless mouths filled with sharp teeth had appeared all over Xiaoping's body, exactly where everyone had been about to touch her. When Yang Ping asked what would happen if someone touched her, Feng explained that the newly implanted mimic flesh had not fully adapted yet, so its defense system would automatically bite back and could seriously injure or infect anyone nearby. Hearing they might end up joining the monsters, the two young men immediately refused, while Zhao Feng could only sigh that this evolution process was incredibly troublesome. After a little longer, Xiaoping finally opened her eyes, held her head, and weakly asked what had happened to her body. Hizai stepped forward to examine her and asked if she could feel any unusual changes compared to before. She felt a strange sensation throughout her body. Hizai immediately asked whether her thoughts, emotions, or humanity had changed. She frowned and said her mind still felt normal, and she had not lost her awareness like everyone feared. Feng explained the transformation would not happen immediately because the mimic flesh would need 1 to 2 weeks before it began rebuilding her brain. Hearing that her brain would change, Xiaoping stared at him in disbelief and asked if he was trying to scare her. Hizai explained that she had been suffering from critical acute pancreatitis, and without such an extreme measure, she would already be dead. With no other choice, everyone agreed to let Anfeng infect her entire body with mimic flesh, leaving Xiaoping speechless. She looked down at her weakened body and realized she was probably no longer an ordinary human. Before she could process everything, countless tentacles suddenly burst from her arms, leaving her completely frozen. Seeing her own twisted hands, she grabbed them in terror and let out a frightened scream. After a long while, the strange growths slowly withdrew and disappeared beneath her skin. Anfeng seriously told his daughter to adapt as quickly as possible and learn to control her new abilities. Xiaoping worried she would slowly become a monster and lose her humanity, but just then someone called from outside. Lia's voice made everyone in the room turn toward the door. Huang Kai led 2 visitors inside and introduced Shanshan and Li Cheng, who had just arrived. Shanshan greeted everyone warmly, while Li Cheng quickly asked about the situation after hearing something serious had happened. Hizai explained everything and concluded that Xiaoping had now undergone the same high-level mimic flesh transformation as Anfeng. He then asked about the progress of the new city. Li Cheng gave an awkward smile and said Xiao Yang had sent them to bring both Hizai and Xiaoping back to the base. Hizai immediately agreed, hoping Xiao Yang would have a better solution for Xiaoping's condition. Not long afterward, their transport sped away from the area. Once they reached shallow water, everyone got off and walked onto the shore. The ruined city was now completely covered inside and out with countless slimy tentacles. After everyone gathered, Xiao Yang frowned and confirmed that Xiaoping had acute pancreatitis. Stroking his beard sadly, Hizai explained they had no choice but to save her with mimic flesh. Xiaoping sighed that she had survived zombies, monsters, and star insects, only to nearly die from what seemed like an ordinary illness. Xiao Yang immediately reassured her, saying that as long as he was here, the problem could still be solved. With a wave of his hand, he summoned countless black vines and told Xiaoping to endure the pain during the treatment. The tentacles wasted no time and slipped directly into her body through her eyes, nose, and mouth. Xiaoping cried out in pain, while Hizai stroked his beard with relief, glad he had guessed Xiao Yang could save her, even if the method was terrifying to watch. A few minutes later, every tentacle finished its task and slowly withdrew from her body. Xiao Yang clapped his hands and announced the treatment was complete, while Xiaoping still held her head in exhaustion and dizziness. He explained that Xiaoping had been luckier than Zhao Feng because the infection had not lasted long enough for her brain to be altered. Hizai immediately asked if that meant she had kept both the mimic flesh abilities and her humanity. Xiao Yang corrected him, saying it was Xiaoping's human body that had absorbed and suppressed the mimic flesh, leaving Shui amazed by the unusual result. However, Xiao Yang warned that this condition required an enormous amount of food to maintain. Unlike Zhao Feng, who had a sea of flesh and a root system, constantly supplying energy, Xiaoping would need to eat huge amounts to sustain the conflict between the 2 biological systems inside her. After settling Xiaoping's situation, Xiao Yang turned to Hizai and said it was time to ask the 2 elders for advice on his next plan. His voice turned colder as he revealed he wanted to locate the nest of the troublesome species and wipe them out completely. The only problem was that the ocean was so vast that finding their hideout was like searching for a needle in the sea, leaving even Hizai deep in thought. Just then, Xiaoping suddenly said she had an idea, and Xiao Yang immediately asked her to explain. Instead of answering, she asked if anyone knew how beekeepers dealt with hornets that attacked their hives. Xiaoping explained that hornets were natural enemies of honeybees and often caused devastating losses for beekeepers. Beekeepers tie a brightly colored tag to a hornet, let it fly home, then track it back to the nest and wipe out the entire colony. Shanshan quickly understood the idea and guessed they would tag a sea demon. Li Cheng pointed out that attaching a tracker was easy, but keeping up with them underwater was the real challenge. Xiaoping immediately offered another solution. If people could not keep up, they could simply attach a Go-Base Vola M2 tracking device. She added that specialized systems for tagging and tracking marine animals already existed. After hearing that, Xiao Yang eagerly asked where they could find such equipment. Hizai suddenly remembered an abandoned marine research station south of Hat City, saying the devices they needed might still be there. Seeing the plan come together, Xiao Yang happily praised everyone's timing and immediately told them to prepare for the trip. Once everything was ready, the boat started up and set off on a new journey. The bow sliced through wave after wave as the group sped toward their destination. Suddenly, a massive deformed foot slammed down from above. The shoreline was littered with sea demon corpses, their bodies torn apart, as if a brutal battle had just taken place. Standing on the boat, Shanshan complained that the water smelled far worse than anywhere else. Hizai explained that this area was deeper inland, so the pollution was much more severe. Li Cheng suddenly nudged everyone to look at something strange floating in the water nearby. When they realized it was a white skeleton drifting on the surface, the group was horrified, thinking they had found human remains. Without hesitation, Xiao Yang extended several long tentacles into the water. After pulling the skeleton up for inspection, he shook his head and confirmed it did not belong to a human. Xiaoping suddenly pointed in horror toward the side, where many more skeletons had appeared. The lake was filled with scattered skulls and bones, proving that a horrific massacre had once taken place here. Xiaoyang warned everyone not to let their guard down because this ruined place was likely hiding something unusual. His eye looked toward the buildings ahead and reminded everyone they had entered a dangerous area. Towering concrete structures stood before them, and the old man confirmed they had reached the Marine Ecology Research Institute. Looking at the rows of sharp stakes surrounding a gigantic skeleton, his eye swallowed hard and pointed out that even the decorations lining the entrance were made of white bones. The group cautiously entered the building, and Xiaoyang guessed a deadly war had once been fought here between the local factions. Shanshan worried that Hizai and Xiaoping would be in danger and suggested they stay outside, but Xiaoyang rejected the idea because they did not know the enemy's numbers or strength, and keeping everyone together would make them easier to protect. Xiaoyang then assigned their formation. He would lead the way, Shanshan and Li Cheng would cover the rear, while Hizai and Xiaoping stayed in the middle, so they could quickly retreat if anything happened. After entering the main hall, Xiaoyang asked which floor the GPS equipment was on, and Hizai pointed to the building directory mounted on the wall. The group waded through murky pools of water and slowly ventured deeper into the research facility. Their flashlights swept across the thick darkness ahead. Staying close together, they carefully moved through the dim interior, where almost nothing could be seen. Suddenly, Xiaoyang's instincts sensed something unusual. When asked what was wrong, he lowered his voice and said something was secretly following them. Xiaoyang suddenly spun around and shouted a warning that danger was behind them. But after glancing around, he immediately realized there was more than one enemy, and they were being surrounded from every direction. From the stairwell, a crazed mercenary carrying a gun suddenly rushed out. The moment the gun fired, Xiaoyang shouted for everyone to get out of the line of fire. At the same time, he summoned countless giant vines to form a shield directly in front of Xiaoping. Thanks to the living barrier, the bullet bounced away without touching her, making Hizai call out Xiaoping's name in panic. Xiaoyang was surprised that someone could still use firearms in this era. Just then, a mutant with a horribly twisted face quietly lunged at him from behind. Li Cheng immediately shouted that another enemy had appeared ahead, but when he turned around, his face turned pale because their escape route had also been completely blocked by mutants. Xiaoyang calmly took his battle stance and coldly declared that anyone who wanted to die was welcome to step forward. The next instant, countless thorn-covered vines shot straight toward Wang Yong. In less than a blink, his entire body was wrapped so tightly that he looked like a log bound in vines. Elsewhere, Li Cheng was locked in a head-on fight with a mutant that relied on overwhelming strength. Feeling the resistance, he calmly remarked that the mutant's muscles were not completely useless. Li Cheng then unleashed a heavy palm strike and blasted the enemy flying away. The mutant slammed face-first into the floor, clutched its stomach, and screamed in agony. Sansans rushed in to help, while telling Hazai and Xiaoping to stay behind her. Suddenly, a chain shot out from the shadows and wrapped tightly around Xiaoping. Liu Chen appeared from a dark corner and dragged her across the ground as Hazai chased after them in panic. Bound too tightly to resist, Xiaoping could only be dragged away. As Sansan raged over Xiaoping's capture, Jiankong silently appeared behind her with a gun aimed at her head. Liu Chen immediately shouted for Xiaoyong to release Wang Yong. Hearing the mutants speak, Xiaoyong chuckled because he never expected they could still communicate. At that moment, Xiaoping's body suddenly shook violently as it began to change. She quickly turned around, unable to understand why her body was moving on its own. Countless black tentacles tore through the flesh on her arm and shot outward. One sweeping strike sent Liu Qian flying dozens of meters, leaving her horrified by the monstrous thing that had appeared. Liu Qian crashed into the mud, her body aching as pain twisted her face. Mutated living tissue quickly spread over Xiaoping's face, giving her a cold and terrifying presence. Even while restrained by vines, Wang Yong kept shouting Liu Qian's name until his voice nearly gave out. Seizing the chance, Xiaoyang summoned 2 more massive clusters of thorny vines. In an instant, Liu Qian was completely wrapped up and could not break free. A razor-sharp tentacle suddenly lunged at her to finish the job. However, it struck an invisible barrier and stopped in mid-air. Seeing such a strange defense, Xiaoping froze in shock for several seconds. Wang Yong shouted that Xiaoping was far stronger than anyone imagined and begged Xiaoyang to spare their lives. Xiaoyang coldly ordered all his followers to stop fighting, or the 2 captives would die immediately. An older man nearby stared in disbelief after realizing the terrifying creature could speak. Sansan mocked him, saying everyone had been talking the whole time, and he only noticed now. With no other choice, Wang Yong shouted for his teammates to lower their weapons and stop fighting. Xiaoyang turned to Xiaoping and seriously asked if she still had control over her mind and body. As soon as he spoke, the tentacles obediently withdrew back inside her body. Xiao Ping looked at her deformed hands and asked what was happening to her. Xiao Yang said her adaptation was not complete, but at least she had not lost her sanity. He then warned the two captives that they had only one chance, and any resistance after being freed would mean instant death. A while later, the Research Institute group led Xiao Yang and his team to the windy rooftop. There, he began questioning the origin of the base and the true identity of the mutants. Wang Yong explained they had all been ordinary humans working at the institute until the mega tsunami, sea demons, and water ghouls appeared and brought endless disasters. Xiao Yang frowned and asked if the sea demons had transformed their bodies. Wang Yang said that was not entirely true because the real cause was eating raw sea demon blood and flesh. Hearing that, Li Cheng got goosebumps and asked why they would eat something so dangerous. Wang Yang bitterly explained that the deep sea was full of danger and food had run out, so after killing a sea demon by chance, starvation forced them to eat its corpse. He added that it was still better than killing and eating other humans, leaving Li Cheng speechless. Xiao Yang asked if the skeletons hanging outside the gate belonged to sea demons, and after getting confirmation, he concluded that eating their flesh caused the mutation and allowed them to inherit part of their power. But Wang Yang explained it was only enough to overpower water ghouls underwater and was still far weaker than the sea demons. However, on land, firearms let them easily drive back the sea demons, so as long as they held the fortress, the enemy could hardly reach them. The situation was no longer as stable because sea demons had been appearing in greater numbers, while another survivor saw it as a chance to gather more food and avenge fallen comrades. Jian Kong still worried that if the enemy launched a full-scale assault, the base would never hold because he believed the sea demons could fight in coordinated packs. Xiao Yang clapped in approval, saying the guess was correct, and warned that sooner or later the sea demons would send an entire army to destroy this place. Wang Yang broke into a cold sweat, admitted it was only a guess, then curiously asked which faction Xiao Yang's team belonged to. Xiao Yang glanced at San San with a grin and said the team came from many different backgrounds. Just then, Liu Qian suddenly pointed below and shouted that something was approaching. A massive swarm of sea demons surged through the waves toward the base. Liu Qian panicked, while Xiao Yang calmly noted that this attack was much larger than the last one. Jian Kong tightened his grip on his rifle and ordered everyone to prepare for battle. Wang Yang immediately urged Xiao Yang's team to retreat into the main building because they knew every passage and hidden corners inside. Xiao Yang stayed completely relaxed, saying there was no need to squeeze into a dark building when they could simply deal with the monsters after they showed themselves. A confident smile crossed his face as he said, waiting here for the enemy to come was the easiest option. Seeing Xiao Yang so calm, Jian Kong seriously warned that if they refused to listen and got killed, they could not say he had not warned them. He then turned to his men and ordered everyone to fall back, continue the ambush as planned, while he would wear down the monsters with long-range fire. Everyone answered at once. Jian Kong quickly loaded his weapon and locked his eyes on the front as if daring the enemy to charge. In contrast, Xiao Yang showed no tension and only reminded his teammates to protect themselves. Hearing that, everyone quickly spread out into different positions and prepared for battle. At that moment, countless bubbles covered the sea, revealing that the sea demons were about to emerge. Carrying weapons in their hands, the entire swarm burst from the water, like a giant school of leaping fish. The overwhelming numbers made Jian Kong break into a cold sweat as he wondered if this was some kind of joke. Before anyone could react, Xiao Yang raised his hand toward the enemy as a blue glow flashed in his eyes. Instantly, countless giant vines burst out from Xiao Yang's position. The vines quickly formed a massive net and pierced straight through the airborne sea demon formation. The entire swarm was knocked off course and rained onto the ground. Li Cheng did not stand by either, unleashing mountain-heavy punches one after another into the monsters. Cao Song joined the fight and took down each sea demon with clean and efficient strikes. Xiao Ping controlled her monstrous tentacles, and every swing sent another group of sea demons flying. Watching such an overwhelming display, Jian Kong stood frozen, unable to imagine the terrifying background of this team. Meanwhile, the team's fighting spirit only grew stronger, turning the battlefield into complete chaos. One razor-sharp tentacle, controlled by Xiao Ping, suddenly pierced straight through a sea demon. In just a few minutes, the battle was completely over, with sea demon corpses scattered everywhere. Xiao Yang brushed off his hands as if he had finished a trivial task, then told Jian Kong to call everyone else out. Jian Kong immediately understood. As the others stepped out of hiding, they froze in shock. Wang Yang even stammered as he asked if Xiao Yang's team had wiped out every monster by themselves. Xiao Yang pointed at the pile of spoils and asked if they wanted all the sea demon meat. Jian Kong was stunned that they were willing to leave behind such valuable energy, but Xiao Yang casually replied that his base might lack money, but it never lacked energy. Wang Yang found that believable, because with strength like theirs, they could hunt for food whenever they wanted. Xiaoyang reminded them that his team had done them a huge favor. After Jian Kong admitted he owed them, Xiaoyang asked for one favor in return. Jian Kong pointed at himself in surprise, never expecting such a powerful team would need their help. Xiaoyang turned to pat Elder He on the shoulder and let him explain the request. Hazai happily agreed. But the moment Jian Kong heard the name, he was startled and quickly asked if the man before him was Professor Hizai from the Agricultural and Forestry Academy. The old man narrowed his eyes, trying to remember who Jian Kong was. Jian Kong excitedly introduced himself as Chen Jiangguang. Hizai immediately remembered that this was Director Chen from the Center for Biodiversity. The old man laughed happily, surprised that Chen Jiangguang still recognized him after so many years. Xiaoyang curiously asked how they knew each other. Hizai explained that they had both worked in environmental research, and Chen Jiangguang's department specialized in marine life. With his help, their next mission would become much easier. Hizai quickly explained the purpose of their visit. He needed a GPS tracking device designed for marine creatures. When Jian Kong asked why, he said the sea demons had caused too much destruction, so they planned to tag one, find its nest, and wipe them all out in a single operation. Hearing the plan to hunt down the sea demon's nest sent chills through Jian Kong. Only a team like this could say something so bold. Hizai calmly asked whether the institute still had the device. Jian Kong confirmed it did and led everyone inside. They entered a room filled with equipment and spare parts. Jian Kong pointed to one device and asked if it was what Hizai was looking for. The moment Hizai picked it up, he smiled with delight and confirmed it was exactly what he needed. Xiaoyang folded his arms and suggested everyone leave this place and move to his base because they were seriously short on manpower. Wang Yong hesitated, worried that their strange appearance would frighten everyone. Liu Chen and Chen Nan said he was overthinking it because a base with experts like Xiaoyong surely had plenty of unusual people already. After hearing that, Wang Yong agreed it made sense and decided to pack up before leaving with the group. At the same time, nearly the entire city had been covered by a massive network of vines. Thick vines clung to the walls and wrapped tightly around every skyscraper. On one rooftop, Shui Shui lay on his back sunbathing with his legs crossed in complete relaxation. Suddenly, the insects in the sky became restless and filled the air. Shui Shui scratched his head, confused by the sudden commotion. Out of curiosity, he looked down, but the sight below made him jump in shock and shout. Countless sea demons had gathered into a massive army and were charging straight toward the city. He immediately grabbed the radio, issued the highest alert, and ordered everyone to arm themselves at once. Instead of panicking, everyone cheered with excitement and prepared to welcome the uninvited guests. Within moments, every fighter had their weapon ready, burning with killing intent as they waited for the enemy. Shui Shui rested his rifle on his shoulder and looked at the approaching army with contempt, saying they had no idea who they were challenging. He declared that anyone wanting to enter the city would first have to get through the insect legion. As soon as he finished speaking, the flying insects dived toward the sea demons. At the same time, countless aquatic insects moved silently through the currents from the depths below. Sensing the danger, the sea demons immediately scanned their surroundings and raised their guard to the highest level. After a series of furious roars, the entire formation suddenly accelerated and charged forward. The sea erupted into violent waves as towering columns of water rose and exploded across the battlefield. The clash between the sea demon army and the insect swarm had officially begun. Before long, the seawater turned red as blood rapidly spread across the surface. Just then, someone asked how the battle was going. Shui Shui frowned and reported that the fight was extremely intense. The insects could not overwhelm the enemy because the sea demons were both numerous and incredibly tough. This time they had encountered a truly dangerous force. In the middle of the chaos, one insect quietly circled behind a sea demon warrior. However, the warrior sensed the danger, instantly turned around, and fixed it with a cold, murderous stare. Before the insect could strike, the warrior's spear flashed and pierced straight through its body. After killing the target, the sea demon warrior swept its fierce gaze across the battlefield, missing no movement. Even while surrounded by swarms of insects, it moved with incredible agility and avoided wave after wave of attacks. The sea demon then gathered strength in its legs and launched high above the sea. But countless insects were already waiting overhead, forming a trap for it. The warrior instantly spun its spear at astonishing speed and blasted away every insect blocking its path. Everyone watching was stunned, because this sea demon was clearly far stronger than the others. None of them had ever encountered one this formidable. Its combat strength was truly astonishing. Moments later, 3 sea demons with scars across their faces burst out of the water. The trio rushed in together to surround the warrior, but it raised its weapon just in time and blocked the ambush. After only a brief exchange, all 3 scarfist sea demons were knocked away and crashed back into the sea. When the clash ended, both sides stood locked in a hostile stare, neither willing to make the first move. The sea demon warrior clenched its teeth and let out a deep growl as a warning. Someone thought the battle was over, but Shui cracked his knuckles with excitement and stepped forward to take over the fight. It had been a long time since he had found an opponent worthy of stretching his muscles, leaving everyone wondering if he really planned to face it alone. Shui confidently told everyone to fall back and leave the battlefield to him. Seeing his determination, the group had no choice but to agree. Beneath the sea, another sea demon suddenly lunged in to bite, but the warrior simply leaned aside and dodged with ease. It instantly spun its spear and drove it straight through the attacker's back. Watching their ally fall, the remaining two sea demons flew into a rage and charged together for revenge. Before long, every sound disappeared, and the sea became eerily silent. Then the bodies of the defeated sea demons slowly floated to the surface. Shui curled his lip, realizing they were nowhere near strong enough to challenge that warrior. The sea demon warrior suddenly kicked off the water and launched high into the air. In front of everyone, it landed heavily with a thunderous impact. Shui calmly studied its muscular frame and realized it was even more powerful than the predator beasts that had appeared in Yinmo City. Even so, he only smiled and remained completely confident that he could defeat the monster. Without wasting a word, the sea demon warrior burst forward at full speed towards Shui. Shui immediately pulled the trigger as gunfire echoed non-stop, laughing as he declared that no creature could survive his firepower. To his surprise, the sea demon twisted through the air, again and again, skillfully dodging every bullet. Realizing the gun was useless, Shui casually tossed it aside and taunted his opponent. Since it had some real skill, he would fight it head-on. As the spear crashed down from above, Shui instantly sidestepped and escaped the strike in a split second. That sudden speed made the sea demon warrior widen its eyes, because it never expected such a small opponent to move so fast. Without missing the opening, Shui grabbed a sword and unleashed a relentless barrage of slashes. However, the monster's reflexes were just as terrifying, narrowly dodging every attack. One spectator stared in disbelief, never expecting this young boy to possess such incredible strength. Realizing the fight was turning against it, the sea demon warrior immediately turned to retreat. Shui laughed and declared that until he allowed it, there was no escape. Refusing to let it get away, Shui leaped off the edge of the rooftop in pursuit. He looked disappointed, saying he thought the warrior was fearless. Yet, it was already running, after only a few exchanges. The sea demon warrior dove straight into the sea and quickly sank into the deep water. But the moment it looked ahead, its entire body froze at the terrifying sight waiting below. A massive army of aquatic insects had completely sealed every path, forming an almost perfect blockade. Panic stripped away all its confidence as the monster quickly changed direction and swam away with all its strength. Meanwhile, Xiaoyang's group traveled toward a massive structure standing in the middle of the sea. San pointed ahead and introduced it as their base, which would also become Jiankong's group's new home. After looking more carefully, Jiankong realized the stronghold had been built on an island. Wang Yong wondered how they had managed to construct such a place. Li Cheng noticed the insects swarming wildly in the sky and sensed something was wrong. Xiaoyang smiled, saying they had returned just as the base was getting lively. As soon as Li Cheng saw the distant battlefield, his expression changed. He warned that a huge sea demon army was attacking their home. Hearing that, Jiankong eagerly rolled up his sleeves and offered to help fight the invaders. Xiaoyang agreed, but reminded everyone to identify their targets carefully. The insects and beasts on their side all had a layer of plants covering them, so they must not attack the wrong ones. The only enemies were the ordinary sea demons. Everyone immediately confirmed they understood. Moments later, the entire mutant squad jumped into the sea and charged into the water together. They quickly dove into the deep waters, constantly scanning their surroundings for danger. No one lowered their guard as they entered the battlefield. The underwater purge had officially begun. Back on Shui's rooftop, everyone was talking in surprise, saying the fight had ended far faster and easier than expected. Shui puffed out his chest as he walked away, sounding disappointed, because he thought he had finally found a worthy opponent. But just as everyone believed the danger had passed, the sea demon warrior suddenly appeared behind Shui. Its spear came crashing down with deadly force, but Shui barely managed to twist aside in time. As he retreated to create distance, Shui quietly realized the warrior had become noticeably faster. When the next spear thrust came straight at him, he panicked because it was already too close to dodge. With no other choice, Shui raised his sword across his body to block the fatal strike. However, the sea demon's strength far exceeded his expectations, and the impact blasted him backward. Then the gills on both sides of the monster's body swelled as it gathered a massive amount of energy. Huge blasts of water suddenly erupted from the sea demon's mouth, prompting everyone to shout warnings. With no time to react, Shui was hit directly in the face. He dropped to one knee, rubbing his eyes while angrily accusing the monster of fighting dirty by blocking his vision. The moment he could see again, his eyes widened in horror. The sea demon warrior was already charging forward with its spear, determined to finish him. The spearhead stopped only a few centimeters from his face, and it seemed impossible to escape. But just before the killing blow landed, the monster suddenly froze and looked to the side in shock. Xiao Yang had arrived, his icy presence covering the entire area. He caught the spear with his bare hand, stood in front of Shui Shui, and warned that if the boy got hurt, he would have no way to explain it to his father. His terrifyingly cold voice instantly made the atmosphere feel heavy. The sea demon warrior roared in anger and pulled with all its strength to free its weapon. Even so, Xiao Yang's grip never moved, and he calmly asked if it really wanted the spear back. Unable to win the contest of strength, the monster reluctantly let go of the weapon. It immediately drew a dagger from its waist and rushed in again at incredible speed. The blade came within inches of Xiao Yang's face, yet his expression remained completely calm. With a single counterattack, Xiao Yang shattered the arm holding the dagger, and the sea demon's agonized scream echoed everywhere. Realizing it had challenged the wrong opponent, the monster clutched its useless arm and fled in panic. Shui Shui stomped his foot in frustration and warned Xiao Yang not to let it reach the sea. Once it touched the water, it would become stronger and might launch another surprise attack. Even as he spoke, the sea demon warrior sprinted toward the shoreline at full speed. Hearing that the monster might ambush them again, Xiao Yang only let out a cold chuckle. He slowly closed his eyes and focused on every sound around him. Without even turning around, Xiao Yang sensed the monster circling behind him and immediately raised his hand. Countless vines shot from his palm like a storm of arrows. They instantly wrapped around the sea demon warrior, leaving it wide-eyed in disbelief that its movements had been exposed. Xiao Yang coldly mocked it, saying the sound of the water it made was so loud that it still believed it could sneak up on someone. With no escape left, the monster struggled desperately to break free from the vines. Xiao Yang smirked and released a massive surge of electricity, activating high-voltage bioelectricity. Blue lightning raced across the sea demon's body, covering it in blinding flashes. Within seconds, the monster's body was badly scorched, filled the air with the smell of burnt flesh, and collapsed unconscious. Seeing it was still alive, Shui Shui wanted to finish it off himself. Xiao Yang immediately stopped him, explaining that he had intentionally spared its life. Confused, Shui Shui asked why, only to receive a light tap on the head, as Xiao Yang reminded him they still needed a guide to the sea demon's nest. After saying that, Xiao Yang quickly attached a tracking device to the sea demon warrior. San San narrowed her eyes with concern, saying the monster would probably notice the tracker and remove it before returning home. Xiao Yang only smiled confidently and revealed that he had already made the monster absorb hallucinogenic fungal spores. In its confused state, it would instinctively find its way back to its nest. Everyone worked together to carry the massive sea demon onto the boat and took it far out to sea. Wang Yang delivered a powerful kick, sending it back into the water while shouting for it to get lost. After everything was done, the team started the boat and returned to the base. Time slowly passed as the evening sun settled over the ocean. A small fish happened to swim by and took a bite out of the sea demon warrior's backside. The sudden pain instantly snapped the monster out of its unconscious state. It staggered awake, clutching its dizzy and aching head with both hands. Looking around, it found nothing but the endless sea stretching in every direction. Once it recovered a little, the sea demon warrior immediately dived beneath the water and quickly disappeared. Watching the tracking screen, San San happily announced that the bait had taken the hook and the signal was moving steadily. Xiao Yang slammed the table in excitement and declared that this time the creatures beneath the sea would finally experience the power of those on land. Elsewhere, deep beneath the dark ocean floor, a group of sea demon soldiers lazily carried out their guard duty. Suddenly, one of them stiffened and quickly turned to the side. It spotted a warrior from its own tribe, slowly dragging itself home in terrible condition. One guard immediately pointed ahead and sounded the alarm. The others rushed over, supported the wounded warrior, and carried it into the resting area. After receiving the report, the sea demon commander waved his hand and ordered his subordinates to handle everything immediately. At a nearby farming area, many people were forced to till the soil and care for crops. One prisoner paused for a moment to catch his breath after exhausting labor, but the action was immediately noticed by a guard. Without asking a single question, the guard lashed him across the back with a whip and accused him of slacking off. Knocked to the ground, the man angrily argued that he had only rested for a few seconds because he was exhausted, then accused the guard of using the job to settle personal grudges. Hearing that, the guards rushed in together and beat him while shouting that he still dared to resist. At that moment, a gigantic sea king slowly entered the area with his followers. The arrival of such a powerful figure instantly drew everyone's attention. A warden quickly bowed and respectfully asked what orders the Sea King had. The Sea King spoke in a deep voice, saying one of their warriors had been seriously injured by humans and needed rich food to recover. He ordered them to prepare liver and fatty meat, and the warden immediately accepted the command. He then ordered the guards to pick several healthy children and take them inside so their organs could be used to nourish the sea demon warrior. One civilian, who witnessed the scene, burned with anger, but could only silently curse the traitor who helped the monsters slaughter his own people, hoping he would one day meet a miserable end. Back at the base, Sanson carefully monitored the data and happily announced that they had finally located the enemy's nest. Hizai immediately asked for the result. After a few keystrokes, she reported that the target was about 10 kilometers southeast of the base. Jiankong stroked his chin and guessed that the coordinates likely pointed to the Jiutai Islands. Xiaoyang was surprised by his knowledge of the area. Jiankong explained that when he worked at the research institute, information about every nearby island was part of his job. Now that they had the exact location, Xiaoyang immediately ordered everyone to gather and prepare for the assault. Shui looked unhappy and complained that Xiaoyang was making him stay behind to guard the base instead of joining the mission. Xiaoyang explained that underwater battles against the sea demons were extremely dangerous, so only those with exceptional diving skills would go to reduce casualties. Shui immediately pointed at Xiao Ping, admitting that the 4 new members were excellent underwater, but he could not understand why she was also included. Xiaoyang sighed and reminded him that Xiao Ping possessed the ability to mimic the biological traits of other creatures. He then asked Xiao Ping to demonstrate her ability on the spot to answer Shui's doubts and confirm a theory he had been considering. Everyone gathered by the water's edge. Xiao Ping stretched a few times and calmly announced that she was about to switch into her combat form. As she swung her arm, countless tentacles covered in sharp spikes and jagged teeth burst out. One tentacle quickly wrapped around the corpse of a dead sea demon and pulled it in front of her. Wang Yong and Liu Qian stared in horror at the grotesque sight. Xiaoyang only smiled, saying the sea demons looked far gentler than the monsters on their own side. Xiaoyang asked if the adaptation was complete. Xiao Ping calmly replied that she needed to absorb a few more sea demons to be certain. As Xiao Ping casually pulled over another sea demon corpse, the new members turned pale and immediately started dry heaving. After absorbing everything she needed, Xiao Ping took off her jacket, stretched, and warmed up her body. Xiaoyang placed a hand on Shui's shoulder and told him to watch closely. Though still unconvinced, Shui folded his arms and waited to see what made her ability so special. Within a few breaths, the skin on both sides of Xiao Ping's neck split open and transformed into a pair of gills that pulsed continuously. As she extended her arms, layers of sharp scales rapidly spread across her skin. Everyone stared in amazement. Wang Yang was stunned that she had not only grown gills, but had perfectly replicated fish scales as well. Such an evolutionary ability was incredibly difficult to deal with. Without wasting another second, Xiao Ping dived straight into the sea. Watching her slice through the water like a true marine creature, everyone could hardly believe their eyes. The cold young woman now swam like an arrow beneath the waves. Suddenly, Xiao Ping kicked off with tremendous force and shot out of the water. As she soared into the air, her entire body was covered in a gleaming suit of scaled armor. Xiaoyang turned to Shui and asked if he still had any doubts. Shui clenched his fists in envy, admitted he was completely convinced, and wished he possessed biological mimicry as well. At the slave camp, the burly overseer violently tore a child from its mother's arms despite her desperate pleas. Ignoring her cries, he kicked the woman away and coldly ordered her aside. Curled up on the cold ground, she could only cry in despair and scream for her child. The overseer showed no sympathy and immediately ordered his men to seize all the selected children. A nearby female prisoner gently comforted the grieving mother, explaining that life as a slave here had always been this cruel. Since she had only recently been captured, she would eventually have to learn to endure it. As night completely fell, Xiaoyang's ship continued cutting through the waves at full speed. Sansan carefully watched the tracker and happily announced they were almost there, pointing toward the islands slowly appearing in the distance. Jiankong studied the area for a moment, before confirming it was most likely Tuzi Island in the Jutai archipelago. Wang Yang cautiously suggested sending a scouting team underwater first, but Xiaoyang saw no need for it. He confidently ordered the ship to go full speed ahead and head straight for the enemy base. On the opposite shore, the large overseer and his lackeys lazily stood guard, yawning one after another. Suddenly, the overseer narrowed his eyes after spotting a light approaching from the sea. When he realized it was a ship, he clapped happily and said tonight's food had delivered itself for the Sea King's late meal. Hearing humans called food, one prisoner angrily muttered that anyone helping monsters eat their own kind was worse than an animal. The prisoner beside him quickly covered his mouth and warned that they would be beaten if they were overheard. However, Protector Lu had exceptionally sharp hearing and immediately turned toward the 2 men with a fierce glare. The prisoner who had spoken instantly turned pale, shocked that Protector Lu had actually heard him. His companion could only sigh, blaming him for bringing trouble upon himself. Protector Lu stormed over with a whip in hand, shouting if they had grown tired of living. He warned that once the Sea Emperors returned from hunting, these prisoners would lose all courage to resist. cracking the whip against the ground with a deafening snap. He declared that someone was needed for the operating table today anyway, and the outspoken prisoner would go first. But just as the whip was about to strike, a hand as hard as steel suddenly caught it in midair. The newcomer was Xiao Yang. He coldly asked what these people were doing, because this was supposed to be a sea demon nest, yet all he saw were humans. The overseer immediately sized Xiao Yang up, asking who he was, and suspecting he belonged to the group that had escaped the previous roundup. Xiao Yang simply blinked calmly, denied every guess, and introduced himself as nothing more than a tourist who had just arrived on the island. He then told his teammates to bring the ship closer to shore, while he looked around to inspect the area. Furious at being ignored, the overseer shouted for Xiao Yang to let go of the whip immediately. Xiao Yang kept a firm grip on the whip and turned to the prisoners, asking if there was something wrong with this man. What he really wanted to know was whether this was truly the sea demon's base, and why not a single sea demon was in sight. One guard angrily stepped forward and shouted at Xiao Yang for calling the Sea Kings sea demons. Protector Liu also lost his patience and ordered everyone to beat Xiao Yang until he was unrecognizable. At the command, all the lackeys roared and charged to surround him. Dozens of whips rained down on Xiao Yang, yet he stood completely still like a statue without changing his expression. The captured civilians stared in shock, unable to understand what his body was made of to withstand such punishment without reacting. Xiao Yang suddenly snatched 2 whips from his attackers, as a chilling killing intent spread from his eyes. His voice turned ice-cold as he said their little performance was over, and their pitiful strength was not even enough to make him fight seriously. The moment he finished speaking, he unleashed a powerful pull with one arm. Every overseer instantly lost balance and crashed face-first into the sand. Casually tossing the whips aside, Xiao Yang coldly told them to stay quiet if they knew what was good for them. One guard clutched his chest and trembled, unable to comprehend such terrifying strength. The burly guard struggled to his feet and looked toward the chief overseer, convinced that the young man was a hidden master from before the apocalypse. Realizing the situation had turned hopeless, the chief overseer immediately fled, while ordering his men to stall Xiao Yang until he could summon the Sea King. Xiao Yang scratched his head in confusion. These people kept praising the Sea King, so could they really live alongside the sea demons and even communicate with them? One civilian quickly warned their savior not to be fooled, explaining that the overseers were traitors who handed humans over to the monsters as food. The moment his secret was exposed, the overseer turned and threatened the man who had spoken. Xiao Yang simply shrugged, saying he never expected people this despicable to still exist after the apocalypse. From the deck, Wang Yang shouted to ask what was happening. Xiao Yang signaled everyone to come ashore, because there were no monsters here, only humans who had betrayed their own kind. As the mutant team stepped onto the beach one by one, the guards stared wide-eyed at the members, with half-human, half-fish appearances. In the blink of an eye, Xiao Yang appeared before the burly guard and grabbed him by the collar. Xiao Yang's piercing gaze sent chills down the man's spine. After listening to him praise the monsters over and over, Xiao Yang had long since run out of patience. The prisoners immediately erupted in shocked whispers, because no one had seen how Xiao Yang moved in front of the man so quickly. Terrified, the burly guard hurriedly grabbed a horn and blew it with all his strength, sending its piercing sound across the beach. Of course, every small movement he made had already been noticed by Xiao Yang. One civilian anxiously asked if the ship offshore belonged to Xiao Yang's group. After receiving confirmation, his face turned pale as he explained that the horn was used to summon the sea demons, so everyone needed to rush back to the ship and leave immediately. Instead, the others calmly jumped into the sea and swam toward the shore, leaving the civilian horrified as he desperately shouted for them to return and sails away. Even with Xiao Yang still holding his collar, the burly guard laughed confidently, saying that once the Sea King arrived, the strangers would have no chance of surviving and would become its next meal. Xiao Yang casually threw him away like a sack of sand and brushed off the threat, saying he had already guessed the monster's nest was beneath these waters. At that very moment, beneath the rising waves, countless sea creatures gathered into a massive army. Moments later, wave after wave of monsters burst from the water like arrows released from a bow. Their deformed feet slammed onto the shore, making the sand tremble beneath them. Facing the endless horde of monsters, Xiao Yang calmly called for his teammates to gear up for the feast, and everyone answered in unison. The nearby civilians could only stare in disbelief, unable to understand why this group was preparing to fight instead of running from such a massive horde. The burly guard hurried over to the sea demon leader and falsely accused Xiao Yang's group of trying to steal their food supply. At the order, the entire sea demon army roared, raised their weapons, and charged forward like mad. One savage sea demon brought its weapon crashing down at Xiao Yang, but he simply leaned aside and effortlessly avoided the attack. The attack missed completely, leaving the surrounding sea demons frozen in shock. Behind him, Wang Yang and his team finished reloading and unleashed a fierce barrage. He taunted the sea monsters to see if they could handle the power of their bullets. Countless rounds screamed through the air and slammed into the thick scales covering the monsters. One bullet barely missed Xiaoyang's back, but he sidestepped with ease, sending it straight through the sea demon's head behind him. The monsters dropped one after another before the prisoner's eyes. Seeing the rescue team armed with guns, everyone cheered with renewed hope of finally surviving. The burly man secretly watched the Sea King's expression. The enemy's firepower was so overwhelming that he began to doubt whether his lord could really win. At that moment, 3 massive figures burst out of the sea and shot up from the deep. They crashed onto the beach with terrifying force, shaking the entire shoreline. The civilians panicked the moment they recognized them. They were the 3 sea demon warriors, and any hope of escape was fading fast. Wang Yang swallowed hard and warned everyone to stay alert because the 3 guardians were clearly dangerous. Jian Kong studied them and realized they looked just like the warriors his team had released before, while another man recalled rumors that even their junior brother had once been crushed by monsters like these. Xiao Yang coldly ordered everyone to stay back and avoid throwing away their lives. He then called Xiao Ping forward, saying these 3 enemies were perfect for testing her new abilities. Xiao Ping slowly stepped forward, gave a quiet nod, and took her place at the front. A civilian quickly tried to stop her, warning that sea demons became twice as strong near the water and had to be lured inland. But Xiao Ping never moved, leaving the man clutching his head as she remained standing right by the shoreline. Looking at her slender frame, he nearly lost all hope as his brief confidence vanished. The crowd hurriedly urged Xiao Yang to stop her, convinced she would become monster food if she stayed there. The 3 sea demon warriors roared together, tightened their grips on their weapons, and charged forward. Strange changes began appearing around Xiao Ping's shoulders, yet her face stayed calm as she tracked every move. The bizarre transformation horrified everyone nearby, leaving them wondering what she really was. Even the burly man trembled as he realized the woman before him was no ordinary human. As a sea demon thrust its spear down, Xiao Ping simply raised one hand and gently knocked it aside. The impact sent the monster stumbling, leaving it frozen in confusion over what had just happened. Sensing danger from her blind spot, Xiao Yang immediately shouted a warning. Xiao Ping glanced over and spotted another sea demon attacking from behind. She slipped past the enemy in front, spun around, and deflected the sneak attack in one smooth motion that looked like a dance. Even more terrifying, Xiao Ping's head suddenly split open, revealing a blood-soaked mouth filled with razor-sharp teeth. The massive jaws opened wide and snapped straight at the sea demon's head. The monster panicked and barely dodged the deadly bite by twisting aside. After retreating a safe distance, it finally stopped to catch its breath, clearly exhausted. After watching the entire fight, the Sea King broke into a cold sweat. The burly man suggested letting the warriors return to the sea to recover, then wearing Xiao Ping down until she ran out of strength. The Sea King immediately roared and ordered a temporary retreat. The 3 warriors did not hesitate and dove back into the sea. Xiao Ping was about to chase them underwater, but Xiao Yang stopped her and said there was no need to rush. He smiled confidently, wanting them to recover to their strongest state before fighting again. The prison guard mocked Xiao Yang for being arrogant and warned that he would not be so confident once the Sea King ripped him apart. Right after that, the sea ahead suddenly churned as if it were boiling. Before long, the 3 sea demon warriors burst out of the water and charged straight at Xiao Ping. All 3 leaped into the air and aimed their sharp spears at her. The onlookers could only stare in disbelief as Xiao Ping faced all 3 powerful monsters alone without a scratch. The prison guard leaned toward the Sea King and quietly suggested changing targets by killing Xiao Yang, the one leading the entire group. A sea demon warrior suddenly broke away and charged at Xiao Yang, and the nearby civilians screamed a warning. As the monster swung its weapon down at lightning speed, the crowd shut their eyes in despair, certain Xiao Yang could never dodge it. But countless sturdy roots burst from his body and pierced the sea demon through, with holes before it could land. The horrifying sight shattered the Sea King's will to fight. He immediately considered fleeing after realizing how dangerous his enemies were, while the burly man panicked, unable to think of any way to stop them. Without another second of hesitation, the sea demon leaders signaled a full retreat. The monsters obeyed as if they had just been spared from death and fled in complete panic. One after another, they dove into the sea and disappeared beneath the waves within moments. Left alone on the shore, the prison warden cried in despair, cursing the Sea Kings for abandoning him. At that moment, Xiao Ping silently appeared right behind him. The killing intent radiating from her made the air feel unbearably heavy. With a casual wave of her hand, Xiao Ping blasted every guard off their feet and sent them crashing to the ground. The burly man collapsed to his knees in terror, begging for mercy and insisting he was only a hired servant forced to obey orders. Xiao Yang looked at him coldly and said he had no interest in killing someone so insignificant. Thinking he had been spared, the man eagerly bowed in gratitude. But Xiao Yang turned to the oppressed civilians and calmly added that if they wanted to settle their score with the guards, he would not interfere. Years of bottled-up hatred exploded at once as the civilians grabbed clubs and rushed toward those who had tormented them. Their fury poured down on the guards as they beat them relentlessly, while cursing the traitors who had betrayed their own people. Before long, every one of the warden's subordinates lay bruised and broken on the ground, and the old debt was finally repaid. After everything was over, Xiaoping asked whether they should bring everyone back to Ming Island. Wang Yang frowned because the island was already crowded, and their boat could not carry everyone in one trip. Xiao Yang raised a hand to reassure them and told everyone to prepare to board. But a moment later, he frowned and let out a surprised sound. Looking ahead, the group discovered their boat had been smashed almost beyond repair by the sea demons. Wang Yang slapped his thigh in frustration and mourned his beloved vessel. As the boat slowly sank beneath the waves, he angrily cursed the monsters for destroying someone else's ride after losing the fight. The Sea King poked his head above the water and laughed loudly, declaring that the group had no way to leave and would die trapped on the island. Xiao Yang kept his hands behind his back and calmly replied that ruining his plan would come at a price. Veins bulged across his forehead as his eyes filled with rage, and he coldly warned that they were forcing him to wipe out every sea demon nest. Jian Kong nervously asked what they should do next, but Xiao Yang simply smiled, treating the problem as nothing serious. At the same time, high above the sky, a flying insect quietly circled, while watching everything from afar. Elsewhere, the civilians gathered firewood and logs to build rafts. Xiao Yang calmly revealed that a ship was already waiting about 2 kilometers away, and a few people only needed to bring it back. Wang Yang scratched his head and admitted the distance was not the problem for him. Something else worried him. He pointed at the sea, still filled with monsters, fearing they would be torn apart the moment they entered the water. Xiao Yang smiled confidently and said their path had already been prepared. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly shone with a brilliant light that illuminated the entire area. High in the blue sky, the giant flying insect beat its wings faster and dived toward the ground. The strange symbol on its abdomen lit up brightly and released a piercing screech that made everyone's ears ache. The crowd looked at one another in confusion, unable to understand what the disturbing sound meant. Suddenly, someone pointed ahead in panic and urged everyone to look beside the flying creature. Ripples began spreading across the sea, leaving the entire group wondering what was about to emerge. The sea demons also turned their attention toward the disturbance, every one of them instantly on guard. Countless insects suddenly burst from the deep sea and rushed forward at incredible speed. The sea demons tightened their grip on their weapons and formed a solid defensive line. The moment they recognized the enemy, they leaped above the waves and shouted in panic that an entire swarm was coming. Jian Kong narrowed his eyes and confirmed the insects were fighting the sea demons again. Even Wang Yong was amazed by the sheer scale of the battle. Xiao Yang quickly ordered Xiao Ping to lead the civilians, while he directed the insect army to clear the path ahead. As Xiao Ping calmly walked toward the sea, everyone wondered what she was about to do. Without hesitation, she jumped straight into the ocean. The civilians stared in disbelief, convinced she had thrown herself into the sea demon's territory. Moments later, violent waves erupted as sea demons were sent flying in every direction by Xiao Ping. Wang Yang immediately followed behind, urging everyone to move faster and stay close to her. As they kept moving, the civilians glanced back, all asking themselves what kind of beings these terrifying warriors really were. Sea demon corpses and the remains of countless insects drifted across the waves. One man gathered his courage and asked Xiao Yang if his group had a habit of eating people. Xiao Yang calmly told him not to worry, because they had far better food than human flesh. He then asked the man to briefly explain the current situation in the area. Beneath the surface, everyone desperately paddled to keep up. They struggled to keep Xiao Ping in sight. Some people begged in panic, pleading with her not to leave them behind. One man clenched his fists and shouted that even if they survived today, they would eventually die anyway. A life of hiding and barely surviving had become unbearable. He raised his head and challenged the sea demons to come after him, saying he no longer feared death. His provocation enraged the monsters, and furious roars echoed across the sea. They slowly surrounded the man with their blades ready to kill. But when the weapons were only inches away, his courage vanished, and his face turned pale with fear. Just before they attacked, every sea demon suddenly turned around and went on full alert. Far out at sea, the silhouette of the flying insect slowly approached the battlefield. A cold gleam flashed in the giant creature's eyes as it locked onto its target. One sea demon still acted arrogantly and stepped forward to face the monster alone. At the same moment, Wang Yong and the others quickly arrived at the battlefield. The civilians stared at the newcomers, unable to tell which side they belonged to. Without giving the enemy time to react, Wang Yong and Jian Kong opened fire together, filling the air with a deadly hail of bullets. The civilians whispered that anyone using guns had to be human. Yet something about their presence felt completely different. Even with his body riddled with bullets, one sea demon remained standing as if nothing had happened. Another monster suddenly looked around and released a strange series of sounds as a signal. The entire group immediately turned and fled, constantly looking back in fear of being chased. Wang Yang laughed and let them run, because something far more terrifying was waiting beneath the sea. Unaware of the danger ahead, the sea demons rushed toward the water, hoping to escape underwater. But Xiaoping appeared in a flash and grabbed them all by the neck. Everything happened so fast that the monsters had no chance to resist and could only stare in horror. Xiaoping dragged the entire group down into the deepest part of the ocean. The moment she reached the seafloor, she tore every sea demon apart. The horrifying scene left the civilians asking what that creature was. One man insisted it had to be an incredibly savage monster because it dragged an entire group of sea demons underwater in an instant. After a few stunned seconds, someone quietly told everyone to take a closer look at the people who had just saved them. Looking at Wang Yang's team again, the crowd noticed scales on several members and became even more convinced they were not human. One trembling man pointed in another direction and asked which side the creature standing before them actually belonged to. Where the man was looking, killing intent still surrounded Xiaoping, making no one dare approach her. The man could not understand how someone with such a terrifying appearance could possibly be considered a good person. Another man explained that her fighting style was brutal, but saving everyone proved she was their benefactor. Before he could finish, his eyes widened in shock. Right before everyone's eyes, Xiaoping quickly dismissed her mutated form and returned to her normal appearance, leaving the crowd stunned to discover she was actually a beautiful young woman. She gently waved to reassure everyone, saying the danger was over, and urging them to board the ship so they could leave. The same man asked where the ship was taking them. Someone beside him replied that they were heading to a safe base, but that answer only made him even more curious. Xiaoping smiled warmly and told everyone not to worry because, in her group's eyes, they were people who deserved protection, not food. As night slowly fell, the long line of survivors boarded the ship one after another. One civilian brought over a strange object and explained that this was the food the sea demons forced them to eat every day. Xiaoyang took it and examined it carefully from every angle, but even thinking back to before he was captured by the sea demons, he had never seen anything like it. The man explained its horrifying effect. If eaten regularly, pregnant women would give birth after only 1 month, and infants fed with it for about a year would grow to the size of a 10-year-old child. Xiaoyang was stunned by such impossible growth and wondered whether those children even had time to learn to speak, read, or walk. The civilians tearfully answered that they never had the chance because the sea demon slaughtered them while they were still young. Xiaoyang silently stared at the object in his hand as countless unanswered questions filled his mind. The quiet atmosphere was suddenly broken by an urgent shout from the distance. 2 men dragged a wounded sea demon over and reported that it was still alive, barely clinging to life. Xiaoyang looked at the monster and asked if it was the only one that understood human language. The man confirmed it, explaining that it could speak a little, though awkwardly, and had often been used to relay orders to the prison guards. Even as a prisoner, the sea demon kept making threats, claiming that anyone who insulted the Sea King clan would eventually have their organs ripped out. Before it could finish, a crushing punch slammed into its face, leaving it dizzy as blue blood sprayed from its mouth. Xiaoyang looked down at it with icy eyes and calmly replied that he only feared its kind were too cowardly to come looking for him. From the distance, Xiaoping enthusiastically waved and called out to Xiaoyang. Seeing her return, Xiaoyang smiled, realizing the mission had been completed even faster than expected. He immediately asked the civilians to gather some of the island's crops before ordering everyone to prepare for departure. Sometime later, the rescued survivors stood frozen in amazement as countless giant insects filled the sky. One man blinked repeatedly and began wondering if this place was actually the secret base of some evil cult. On the island, a young boy ran back and forth, guiding everyone ashore in orderly lines and telling them to stay close so they would not get lost. Seeing such a young guide, one civilian could not hide his surprise that they were following nothing more than a child. The boy cheerfully reassured everyone as he walked ahead, explaining that everyone living here had once been rescued from the sea demons by Xiaoyang, so once they reached the island, they no longer had to fear the monsters. Xiaoyang brought the plant sample to Xiaoping and asked her to examine the strange specimen. Xiaoping curiously asked where it came from. Xiaoyang briefly explained that it was a plant from a sea demon farm, used to force human pregnancies to progress at an unnatural speed. After hearing its terrifying effect, Xiaoping shivered and suggested sending the sample to the laboratory for Hizai to study. Xiaoyang agreed and decided to leave immediately instead of wasting more time. At the Central Research Facility in City C, a communication came through, asking whether the current plan had any chance of succeeding. Inside the facility, rows of lights gradually came to life, driving away the darkness that had covered the place for years. Hizai happily rubbed his hands together and announced that every system was running smoothly. Xiaoyang applauded in surprise that the abandoned biomedical facility had somehow kept its power after so many years. Xiaoping explained that the facility had been built to withstand disasters and other emergencies. Hearing that, one member excitedly suggested bringing more survivors here and turning the entire place into a new base. Zai kept working on the equipment, but immediately agreed, saying extra manpower would let him stay here long-term and focus on his research. Xiaoping walked over and asked if Zai had found any clues. He pointed at the plant's cell structure and said he had never seen anything like it. It looked like an ordinary plant, but it might not have originated from Earth at all. Zai grew serious and said they needed proper experiments before reaching any conclusions, especially to see what happened when the plant entered a living body. He pointed toward another section of the facility and explained that several animal cages were still stored in the basement. If they could find a few healthy mice, testing the sample would be much easier. Deep beneath the freezing sea, a sea demon warrior desperately kicked through the water, swimming as fast as it could. Suddenly, two sharp tridents crossed in front of it and completely blocked its path. A sea demon guard coldly demanded that the newcomer explain why it had come. The fleeing monster gasped for breath as it identified itself as a member of the Jianxia clan and begged to meet the leader of the Juqiao clan. The Juqiao guards refused to let it pass and ordered it to explain first so they could report the matter. The Jianxia warrior panicked and revealed that its entire clan had been wiped out by the two-legged creatures. The Juqiao guards were stunned, unable to believe that a sea demon clan had been defeated on land by beings they considered livestock. Seeing their disbelief, the Jianxia warrior grew even angrier and swore every word was true. It warned them to stop treating the two-legged creatures like weak prey because that arrogance had destroyed its entire clan. The Juqiao sea demon burst into laughter, claiming their own forces were powerful enough to ignore such enemies, and that a weak clan like Jianxia proved nothing. It proudly pounded its chest and declared that the two clans were on completely different levels. Zai looked at the creatures in front of him and asked if this was the better approach Xiaoyang had mentioned before. Xiaoyang immediately nodded. Xiaoyang introduced the new test samples, including octuple wood termites and genetically modified cultured meat designed for human use. He believed that if the alien plant caused no harm to these samples, humans would most likely be able to consume it safely as well. He smiled and said that, in times when food was almost impossible to find, any new food source was valuable, and the old standards could wait. Zai stroked his chin and admitted the logic made sense. Xiaoyang added that the experiments would likely involve dangerous octuple insects, so he would stay behind to help. No matter what happened, Zai had to be protected because his abilities were now as valuable as a national treasure. Zai was still worried about the situation along the coast, but Xiaoyang simply smiled and assured him that everything had already been arranged. At the defensive perimeter, a mutant suddenly reported an unknown ship approaching. Xiaoai watched its course and calmly guessed it was Xiaoyang's team returning from their mission. The civilians on shore spotted two unusual figures and immediately pointed at them in panic, wondering what kind of monsters they were. Li Cheng covered his mouth with a laugh because those two always frightened strangers with their intimidating appearances. As soon as the ship docked and dropped anchor, the crew members jumped ashore, one after another. The curious crowd quickly stepped aside and opened a wide path. Thang Si had only taken a few steps when a child's cheerful voice called out from ahead. Hearing the call, Xiaoai happily turned around and waved, then froze in surprise after spotting her father among the crowd. Han Xian smiled and replied with a bizarre comment about building rockets and catching thorn fish. Xiaoai blinked in confusion and asked what planet her father had learned that language from. Li Cheng walked over, patted the boy on the head, and explained that Xiaoyang's team was studying a strange plant and feared a surprise attack from the sea demons, so they had sent Thang Si and the others to guard the area. Xiaoai immediately declared that as long as he was here, there was nothing to fear. Thang Si flicked his son's forehead and told him to stop bragging, because making reckless claims without backing them up would eventually come back to haunt him. Xiaoai rubbed his head in pain, but insisted he was only telling the truth. The people nearby covered their mouths and whispered in shock. The boy's father looked just like a demon, and seeing Xiaoai's unusual strength, they finally understood why. One man quickly signaled everyone to stay quiet, warning the speaker to watch his mouth unless he wanted trouble. Xiaoai crossed his arms in annoyance, saying it was unfair for them to mock his father's appearance after being protected by his group. The man who had spoken immediately fell silent. Li Cheng suddenly looked toward the horizon and warned everyone to stay alert because the flying insects seemed to have spotted something unusual. Xiaoai frowned as he watched the insects circling overhead, then guessed they had found something suspicious. The boy immediately asked for permission to charge in first, hoping to show off his abilities and win back some pride. Meanwhile, the Juqiao sea demons remained hidden beneath the water, with only their heads above the surface as they observed the situation. The Jianxia sea demon nervously watched the swarm and warned that their position had already been exposed. The Juqiao warriors remained completely confident, believing there was nothing to fear with their elite sea demon warriors present. As the Juqiao group prepared to attack, the Jianxia members hurriedly tried to stop them, repeatedly warning them not to act recklessly. But the burly Ju Chao warrior ignored every warning, broke away from the group, and swam straight ahead. It immediately thrust its trident and struck one of the nearby flying insects. The Ju Chao sea demons erupted in cheers, boasting that their warriors were far stronger and that the two-legged creatures Jianxia feared were nothing special. The Jianxia sea demon frowned and coldly replied that they had been warned not to blame anyone for what came next. After saying that, it decided to leave. The Ju Chao warriors mocked it, saying any sea warrior afraid of land creatures was pathetic and that just a handful of them could wipe out the enemy base. Another Ju Chao sea demon grew impatient and kept stretching its arms, eager to join the battle. Just then, another warrior suddenly froze after noticing something strange. It quickly tapped its companion and pointed toward the new disturbance. Seeing the approaching targets, the monsters grinned wickedly, convinced their prey had delivered itself, and readied their weapons. The sea demons immediately started dividing up the targets since there were only 4 enemies. One claimed the mutant covered in tentacles because he looked the strongest, leaving the rest for the others. Sitting casually on the side of the boat, Xiao Ai excitedly asked Xiao Ping if he could join her simulated flesh superhero team. Xiao Ping rejected him without hesitation. The instant refusal left the boy pouting in confusion. Sitting behind him, Thang Si casually smacked his son on the head. Xiao Ai rubbed his forehead and complained. Thang Si sternly reminded him to call women big sister and said that if he could not even remember basic manners, he would never be ready to inherit his father's legacy. Xiao Ping gently explained that Xiao Ai was still too young. If he fused with the simulated flesh now, his body would stop growing forever. Hearing that, the boy nodded in understanding. At that very moment, a Ju Chao sea demon suddenly charged straight at Thang Si with terrifying force. The distance vanished in an instant as the two sides collided and the battle erupted. Seeing his father become the target, Xiao Ai turned pale and cried out in panic. He stared at the approaching monster when an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. Xiao Ai tightened his grip on his blade and quickly took a fighting stance. He swung with tremendous force, launching a slash that blasted the monster away. The sea demon was sent flying far from its original position. Thang Si only frowned and reminded his son that he had spoken rudely again. Refusing to let its ally lose alone, another Ju Chao sea demon immediately charged into the fight. Thang Si remained perfectly still, completely unfazed by the monster's fierce momentum. Countless tentacles suddenly burst from his body and wrapped tightly around the sea demon, stopping it in its tracks. Another tentacle immediately coiled around the monster's neck and tightened its grip. Unable to breathe, the sea demon struggled in agony and let out desperate screams. Seeing Xiao Ping preparing to help, Xiao Ai quickly stopped her and asked her to stay out of the fight for now. Xiao Ping looked at him in confusion. The boy gave a thumbs up and explained that this was his father's first real battlefield, so he wanted to let him show what he could do. The people watching could only stare in disbelief, unable to understand why the group stayed so calm in such a dangerous situation. Beneath the churning waves, Thang Si kept fighting a sea demon while drawing even more of them toward him. His cold gaze swept across the battlefield as he quickly counted every enemy closing in. In the next instant, countless tentacles surrounded every sea demon and completely restrained them. It took Thang Si only moments to capture 3 opponents at once. The last remaining sea demon turned pale the moment it saw what had happened. It let out a trembling cry, turned around, and fled the battlefield as fast as it could. One of the captured sea demons gritted its teeth and angrily cursed the runaway as a coward. Before it could finish, the tentacles wrapped around its body tightened even more. The crushing pressure made the monster's eyes nearly bulge out from the pain. A man on shore nervously asked whether the boy's father was in danger. Xiao Ai proudly patted his chest and declared that his father was the strongest warrior, second only to Xiao Yong. Right then, the sea suddenly erupted into towering waves. Thang Si quickly climbed back onto the ship, bringing the captured sea demons with him as trophies. The man hesitantly asked if the battle was really over. Xiao Ai proudly raised his head and said he had no reason to lie. Thang Si brushed off his hands and reported in his usual cryptic way that half had been captured while the rest escaped. Xiao Ping looked confused, so Xiao Ai explained that his father was not used to fighting underwater and accidentally let a few sea demons get away. Xiao Ping looked toward the horizon and said letting them escape was not entirely bad. The survivors would spread the word that this group was not easy to challenge, giving the sea demons a reason to stay away until Xiao Yong returned. Back in the laboratory, He Zai could not stop marveling at the latest test results because the plant's properties far exceeded every expectation. Unable to hide his excitement, Xiao Yang immediately asked what conclusion the tests had reached. He Zai slapped his thigh with excitement and announced that both the octuple insect colony and the simulated flesh grew at least 10 times faster after consuming the sea demon plant. More importantly, the growth effect was not passed on to anything that ate them. Xiaoyang concluded with relief that if the plant was used as animal feed, livestock would grow incredibly fast while people eating the meat would remain unaffected. He Zai agreed that the theory made sense, although human testing was still necessary to confirm its safety. Even so, Xiaoyang was extremely pleased with the results. One team member happily asked whether their food shortage could finally be solved. He Zai smiled and confirmed it, adding that the production efficiency might even surpass industrial farming before the apocalypse. Xiaoyang smiled bitterly, realizing the sea demons had unknowingly handed them this priceless discovery, while they still viewed humans as food. Holding up the plant sample, he said the results had far exceeded his expectations, but before using it to solve their food supply, he wanted to use its power for another plan. He Zai curiously asked what he had in mind. Xiaoyang revealed that he wanted to merge the plant's traits into other vegetation to push both the insect colony and the flesh sea to evolve even further. After saying that, he quickly left the laboratory and headed toward the town. As soon as Ying Feng noticed Xiaoyang approaching, he dismissed his current form and returned to his normal appearance. The older man hurried over to greet him and apologized for not welcoming his leader sooner. Xiaoyang casually waved it off. Ying Feng then anxiously asked about Xiaoping, especially whether the simulated flesh inside her body remained stable. Xiaoyang nodded reassuringly and said Xiaoping had become so powerful that she was almost unmatched. With her guarding the island near City H, he could safely return. Relieved, Ying Feng asked whether this visit meant a new mission. Xiaoyang revealed that he had found a way to dramatically expand the flesh sea, immediately sparking Ying Feng's curiosity. Xiaoyang signaled for Ying Feng to step back, and he quickly obeyed. Xiaoyang then closed his eyes and focused all his attention on activating his ability. In an instant, countless tentacles burst from Xiaoyang's back and stretched outward. They spread rapidly like endless vines. The incredible sight left Ying Feng speechless, unable to understand what was happening. Strange fragments of mysterious matter also began floating through the air around Xiaoyang. Countless mouths spread across the ground, opened at once, making hungry sounds as if waiting to devour something. Feng looked down at his hands, shocked by the strange new sensation flowing through his body. After the fusion was complete, Xiaoyang landed on the ground and let out several heavy breaths. Feng rushed over to check on him. Xiaoyang waved it off, said he was fine, then asked if Feng could feel the brand new power. After a moment, Feng realized his body had developed a new metabolic system. If used well, it could expand the flesh sea more than tenfold. He could not help wondering where this strange power came from. Xiaoyang explained it came from a plant species outside this world, and its long-term effects were still unknown. He warned Feng to control it carefully and never let the entire flesh sea be assimilated by the foreign power. Knowing the danger, Feng gave a serious nod. Satisfied, Xiaoyang assigned the next task. He wanted the flesh sea to mass-produce tissue blocks with the new growth trait. Feng immediately warned that anything made by the flesh sea would contain imitation flesh impurities, so Hua Shatian might be a better choice. Xiaoyang simply smiled. Those impurities did not matter, because the meat was never meant for humans. It was meant to feed the creatures living here. Deep beneath the ocean, the sea demon Zhanxia group was still fleeing with everything they had. Their leader looked back at the giant tide sea demon, struggling to keep up. He anxiously asked if the enemy had caught up yet. The giant tide sea demon panted as it swam, and cautiously replied that the pursuers were probably still nowhere in sight. Still shaken, it admitted the enemy possessed terrifying power beyond imagination. Sea demon Zhanxia immediately snapped back, reminding everyone he had warned them from the start, but nobody listened. Giant Tide panicked and said they could not delay this any longer. It shouted for everyone to return at once and report everything to the chief. After hearing the full report, Chief Giant Tide was left speechless. He could not believe the clan's elite warriors had been defeated by creatures they viewed as livestock and had suffered such a tragic fate. Giant Tide still refused to believe it and insisted the enemy must have used dirty tricks to kill their two warriors. Sea Demon Zhan, he angrily argued back. They could not keep lying to themselves. Those two-legged creatures were far more terrifying than expected, and they even had top-tier experts among them. The chief glared with killing intent and shouted that someone as lowly as him had no right to speak there. Though frightened, Zhan He declared he belonged to the Zhan He tribe and warned that underestimating humans had already brought his entire tribe to extinction. The moment those words were spoken, Zhu Chao Mi Chang shot to his feet in fury. Seeing their leader erupt in anger, every subordinate immediately bowed low, not daring to move. But a moment later, the chief suddenly burst into laughter, leaving Sea Demon Zhan He stunned before coldly repeating his claim. Refusing to argue further, he roared and ordered his weapon to be brought before him. It took two powerful sea demons, working together, to carry the massive trident into the hall. Zhu Chao Mi Chang declared he would personally lead the army to wipe out the people on the surface and show Zhan He the true gap between a bottom-tier tribe and their own forces. Raising his trident high, the chief ordered every Sea Clan warrior to assemble and prepare to march with him. Meanwhile, on the ocean surface, the hunting fleet safely returned to the harbor. The hunters happily unloaded one heavy catch after another and called everyone over to help because this trip had been an incredible success. The people on shore rushed over in excitement, amazed by the enormous amount of loot. While everyone was still celebrating, the sea suddenly began to churn violently, signaling something terrible. The sight froze everyone in place as no one knew where the terrifying noise was coming from. Shui also turned around in shock, staring in confusion at the sudden change. The tremors grew stronger, shaking the entire area until the crowd lost their balance and cried out in panic. One man spotted something strange offshore, pointed toward it, and shouted for everyone to look. A massive column of water rose from the sea, as though an enormous creature was climbing up from the deep. Then a gigantic tentacle burst through the surface, leaving everyone pale as they wondered what kind of monster had just appeared. The crowd immediately scattered in panic, but someone soon realized there was more than one tentacle rising from the sea. The warriors quickly drew their weapons and formed a defensive line, reminding everyone to stay calm and never charge an unknown enemy. Unlike everyone else, Shui smiled and told them to put their weapons away because those giant creatures were on their side, leaving the crowd even more stunned. Just then, Xiaoping looked ahead in delight and loudly called out to her father. Standing atop one of the towering tentacles, Anfeng leaped down at incredible speed. The impact of his landing forced everyone nearby to quickly step back. Anfeng walked over to check on his daughter. Xiaoping happily reassured him that Xiaoyang's method had worked perfectly and her condition was now stable. Hearing that conversation, the people around them were stunned to learn that the man who had just arrived was actually her father. Xiaoping introduced him to everyone as her father, a former criminal police officer, and the current master of the Flesh Sea King. Only then did the crowd understand why their group possessed such incredible power. It seemed the older generation was just as terrifying. Xiaoping curiously asked if the Flesh Sea had already expanded all the way to City H. Anfeng explained that Xiaoyang had just given him an enormous energy core, allowing the Flesh Sea to grow several times larger. Hearing that, she immediately guessed the power had come from the mysterious plant they recovered during the Sea Demon Ranch infiltration. While they were talking, Anfeng suddenly looked around as if searching for someone. Seeing him, Rong, who was standing beside Xingxi, took the initiative to wave at the senior. Anfeng smiled back and asked if they were stationed there, mentioning it had been a long time since they last met. Seeing her father looking around, Xiaoping curiously asked who he was searching for. Anfeng immediately asked where Xiaoyang was. Xiaoping replied that he had already returned to the mainland and thought they had traveled together. Anfeng quickly explained that after passing his power over, Xiaoyang had flown straight to the insect nest in City B, and he had expected him to stop here first. Their conversation was suddenly interrupted by countless wings beating through the sky. Unable to locate the source, Anfeng kept scanning the surroundings. Everyone else froze as they looked up into the sky. Finally, someone tremblingly realized an entire swarm of giant insects was approaching. Before their eyes, endless waves of insects stretched across the sky, pouring in until they seemed to cover the heavens. Standing proudly on the back of a giant beetle, Xiaoyang left the entire crowd speechless with his dramatic return. His flying escort quickly surrounded him and safely brought him down to the shore. Anfeng immediately asked how effective the energy core had been for the insect nest, since the Flesh Sea alone had expanded tenfold. Xiaoyang grinned proudly and revealed his results were even better. The insect population had increased fivefold. He then looked into the distance and said a second insect nest had just been built to the northwest, only 2 kilometers away, so reinforcements could arrive within 10 minutes. Looking at the overwhelming army filling the sky, Anfeng believed the sea monsters would never dare come near again. Xiaoyang disagreed. The sea demons were arrogant and always treated humans as livestock. After losing an entire tribe, they would never let it go. A confident smile appeared on his face. All that remained was to prepare the battlefield and wait for the enemy to walk into their own deaths. At the same time, beneath the sea, a group of sea demons looked up at the giant insect swarm covering the sky above. One subordinate nervously warned the leader that if they moved any closer, those creatures with huge noses might discover their position. The sea demon gritted his teeth in annoyance and recognized them as the species that built nests on land. Hearing that, the leader immediately asked where they came from. The subordinate replied that he had once heard legends saying sea demon tribes living near the ocean's edge sometimes encountered them. The leader guessed the insects also originated from the Sea Clan's primordial world, and the subordinate confirmed it. Even so, he could not understand why they were fighting alongside humans in this world. The sea demon guessed that humans had somehow tamed them, just as the Sea Clan kept humans locked up like livestock. Unable to stay silent any longer, Zhang He spoke up again and warned everyone not to underestimate the enemy because human intelligence was every bit the equal of the sea demons. After hearing that, the chief burst into laughter and mocked him. If humans were truly intelligent, they would have forged weapons and organized hunts like the Sea Clan, instead of living as slaves for so long. Jian He firmly replied that humans could combine earth with binding materials to build massive structures and even create ships that sailed across the sea. More importantly, they had tubes that could launch projectiles from afar. They were weak underwater but terrifying on land. Hearing that, Zhu Qiaomichang instinctively stepped back and became cautious, immediately asking how many of those weapons existed. A subordinate quickly reassured him that they were extremely rare and probably only high-ranking human mages possessed them. Learning that the enemy had only a few dangerous weapons, he regained his confidence and declared that if those humans dared approach the Sea Clan warriors would kill them before they could fight back. The chief then turned around, raised his hand, and loudly ordered every Sea Clan warrior to listen. Pointing his trident straight ahead, he ordered them to flatten the human base and drag every last human back into the pens as food. On the shore, Shui was watching from a high position when he suddenly noticed something unusual on the sea. He immediately grabbed the radio, urgently called Xiao Yang, and asked him to respond. Once the connection was established, Shui quickly reported that everything had happened just as expected. New activity had appeared offshore. Anfeng immediately jumped to his feet, rolled up his sleeves, and volunteered to deal with the enemy himself. Xiao Yang raised a hand to stop him, saying they should first send reconnaissance creatures to assess the enemy's strength. A faint light flashed across his eyes as he activated his observation ability to inspect the situation at sea. Above the base, the insect swarm continued spinning into a gigantic vortex that covered nearly the entire sky. Beneath the sea, a school of sharp-toothed scoutfish spread out in formation to gather intelligence. After completing their sweep, the scoutfish sent back their report. This time, the sea demons had mobilized almost their entire force and were advancing as a massive army. Someone beside him immediately asked for the exact number. Xiao Yang calmly estimated at least several thousand, and in the worst case, the enemy could have brought hundreds of thousands. The man beside him swallowed hard, realizing that without Xiao Yang, their tiny force of only a few dozen people would have been crushed long ago. Cheng Rin immediately picked up the radio and established communication with every unit. Xiao Yang's voice echoed through the entire network, ordering everyone capable of fighting to listen carefully. He announced that an enormous enemy army was heading straight for the base, and the battle was about to begin. At the top of the slope, Shengxi and Rong stood overlooking the sea, their cold eyes locked onto the waters below. The sea demon army surged forward through the water, every warrior burning with rage. The sea monsters charged like a raging storm, casually wiping out every scoutfish in their path. One sea demon sneered, saying the humans' defenses were nothing to worry about. The remaining dark shadows ahead suddenly accelerated and rushed straight toward the Sea Clan army. They moved so fast that they sliced through the sea demons' ranks before anyone could even see them clearly. The entire school of fish became underwater bullets, slipping through the formation before concentrating their attack on the chief. Realizing he had become the target, the chief merely curled his lips in disdain. He tightened his grip on the trident and gathered his strength for a counterattack, as crackling lightning seemed to erupt around him. A deafening blast rang out, instantly sending the entire school of fish flying out of the water. Standing at the shoreline, Xiaoping calmly watched the fish rain down all around her. Even after witnessing the enemy's display of power, her expression remained completely indifferent. Before long, the sea demon army burst from the water and began flooding onto the land. Seeing Xiaoping standing there without the slightest fear, the chief immediately concluded she must be one of humanity's strongest fighters. Carrying his trident, he charged straight at her and declared that he would personally deal with this prey. Seeing the chief rush in alone, one sea demon warrior shouted in panic, warning him not to fall into a trap through reckless haste. Another warrior remained completely confident, claiming the chief's power was far beyond anything they could imagine. As his subordinates showered him with praise, the chief's aura grew even more overwhelming, as if proving his unmatched might. On the rooftop, Shengxi and Rong remained standing with folded arms, showing no intention of joining the battle. One asked why they were not helping. The other calmly replied that a sniper rifle was useless against a target that was both too far away and moving at lightning speed. From another position, Xiao Yang called out, making Xiaoping look up. Standing above, he reminded her that the burly sea demon had clearly picked her as his target and asked how she planned to deal with him. Xiaoping simply shrugged and sighed. Watching her father fight another top expert sounded exhausting enough already. Just then, Anfeng walked forward while cracking his knuckles, annoyed that someone dared target his daughter right in front of him. Without another word, Anfeng raised his hand and activated his special ability. Deep beneath the sea, violent tremors suddenly spread across the entire area. Moments later, countless thorn-covered tentacles burst from the seabed, forming a deadly cage around the sea demon chief. Looking up, he was horrified to see the massive spikes bending toward him, ready to pierce his body. As the forest of spikes came crashing down, the chief used all his strength to dodge out of the danger zone. Watching the massive flesh tentacles writhing around him, he was stunned, wondering when humans had gained such a bizarre power. Seeing his target escape, Anfeng looked slightly surprised and admitted the enemy's reflexes were impressive. Xiaoping stepped forward and slowly took off her outer coat, telling her father to save his strength for the enemy army behind them, because she would handle the chief herself. Tossing her coat aside, her eyes lit up with excitement as she claimed the strongest opponent. Watching his daughter prepare for battle, Anfeng still looked worried. From above, Xiaoyang reassured him that Xiaoping now had an immortal body, and with the support team behind her, there was no need to worry. The moment he finished speaking, Xiaoping dashed off the shore and dove straight into the raging sea. In an instant, her human form disappeared, replaced by a battle-ready mermaid, radiating overwhelming fighting spirit. The sea demon chief stared at Xiaoping, completely confused by the form he had never seen before. The subordinates behind him immediately broke into loud discussion, because none of them had ever encountered such a strange creature. Wasting no time, the chief thrust his trident forward, but Xiaoping simply twisted aside and effortlessly dodged the strike. She instantly countered with her razor-sharp claws, forcing him to raise his trident to block. The collision of their attacks unleashed a violent explosion, sending countless bubbles surging across the seabed. After feeling Xiaoping's strength firsthand, the chief gritted his teeth in shock. He could not understand how a humanoid creature could match his power, and even suspected humans had evolved an underwater branch. While they struggled against each other, the sea demon chief loudly demanded to know why someone as powerful as Xiaoping would submit to and serve humans. Unfortunately, all she heard was a series of meaningless underwater gurgles. Realizing Xiaoping could not understand the Sea Clan language, he sneered and declared that she was nothing more than a mindless beast. With that, the chief poured his strength into a sweeping strike, sending Xiaoping flying backward. Even after being knocked away, she quickly regained her balance and returned to a battle-ready stance. Glowering with rage, he declared that no one would ever be allowed to possess greater power than him in these waters. The next instant, both fighters accelerated at the same time and charged directly toward each other. The sea demon chief's trident slammed head-on into Xiaoping's razor-sharp claws once again. The terrifying force of the collision shook the seabed, as though an earthquake had struck. Xiaoping spun around and whipped her powerful tail, forcing her opponent to raise his trident in defense. As the battle intensified, both fighters moved even faster, and every clash blasted towering columns of seawater into the sky. The people on shore stared at the raging sea in shock, and someone suggested going down to help. The person beside him immediately stopped him, saying that at this level of combat, they would probably be crushed before even getting close. Watching from afar, Rong could not hide his surprise at how quickly Xiaoping had grown. Beside him, Shengxi clenched his fists until they cracked, clearly itching for a fight after so long. Elsewhere on the seabed, a smaller sea demon kept shouting orders, saying the chief had already occupied the strongest enemy, so everyone else should charge in and wipe out the humans. The sea demon army surged forward like a tidal flood, crashing into the insect swarm, and Anfeng's tentacle forces in a massive melee. As the battlefield descended into chaos, a sea demon warrior suddenly burst out of the water and shot into the sky. With his incredible senses, Rong immediately noticed the strange movement and turned to look. The moment the enemy entered his range, he effortlessly grabbed the sea demon's neck, like catching a small animal. With one sharp twist, the sea demon's neck snapped with a sickening crack, killing him instantly. Rong casually tossed the corpse off the rooftop. Since someone else had already claimed the strongest opponent, he settled for taking out a few weaker ones to warm up. Shengxi beside him nodded in agreement. Without warning, countless black tentacles shot upward from an unknown location and charged toward the sea demon army at incredible speed. By the time the sea monsters sensed the danger and turned to check, it was already too late. The tentacles pierced straight through their bodies, killing the entire group instantly. Seeing sea demon corpses floating across the water, the civilians on the rooftop erupted in cheers. They were finally getting revenge for being treated as food. While the battle above grew more chaotic, the fight between Xiaoping and the sea demon chief beneath the water showed no sign of ending. Sweat began pouring down the chief's body as Xiaoping's relentless stamina far exceeded his expectations. Realizing victory would be difficult, he immediately decided to retreat. After a quick calculation, he chose to ignore Xiaoping and head straight for the humans on shore, believing that once her master died, she would lose the ability to resist. Acting without hesitation, the chief suddenly changed direction and swam away, leaving Xiaoping watching in confusion. Standing on the rooftop, Xiaoyang calmly watched a stream of water splitting apart as it raced directly toward him. He simply folded his arms and stood still, showing no intention of dodging. The sea demon chief burst out of the water and charged onto the shore with terrifying momentum. His eyes swept across the crowd, searching for the one commanding all the humans. After sizing up several people, he dismissed each of them because none seemed like the true leader. When he looked at Enfeng, he sensed some leadership qualities, but his instincts told him that was still not the right answer. Finally, his gaze settled on Xiaoyang, and his instincts told him this young man was the one he had been searching for. Without the slightest hesitation, the sea demon chief charged wildly toward Xiaoyang, aiming his trident straight at him, while knocking everyone else aside. Seeing Xiaoyang standing perfectly still, the chief wondered if the human had been frightened so badly that he could no longer react. But just as he reached full speed, an invisible force suddenly stopped him in midair. Enfeng's tentacles had already wrapped tightly around the chief's body. Realizing he had been restrained, the chief was shocked that humans possessed such a strange ability. Refusing to stay trapped, he swung his trident and unleashed a powerful slash that severed every tentacle binding him. Watching his ability break so easily, Enfeng was stunned. The enemy had destroyed the constructed flesh tissue through pure physical strength alone. He truly deserved to command the sea demon army. The sea demon chief looked at Xiaoyang with arrogance, convinced the young man dared stand still only because others always protected him. Believing he had figured Xiaoyang out, he charged again with his trident and laughed, declaring that this time no one could save him. Yet, as the trident closed in, Xiaoyang simply leaned aside and effortlessly avoided the fatal strike. The chief froze in disbelief. He had already pushed his speed to the limit, yet a mere human had dodged with unbelievable ease. Before he could understand what had happened, countless long vines suddenly appeared in the air ahead of him. The vines rapidly wove together into a gigantic net, trapping the sea demon chief inside. Xiaoyang glanced over calmly and coldly ordered the vines to keep tightening. Instantly, layer after layer of vines wrapped around the chief, completely disabling any chance of resistance and turning him into helpless prey. Seeing their leader captured in the middle of the battlefield, the sea demon army immediately fell into chaos. Everyone panicked as their greatest pillar had fallen. Only then did the chief begin struggling desperately, begging to be released while asking in terror what kind of creature Xiaoyang really was. Xiaoyang gave no answer. He simply raised one hand as countless bizarre tentacles emerged, making the chief scream for them to stay away. Ignoring his resistance, the tentacles pierced straight into his head. His entire body convulsed violently as the light slowly faded from his eyes. After the link was complete, Xiaoyang used his ability to search through the deepest memories of his target. In those memories, the sea demon world had once been torn open by a massive spatial rift. Through that Tuawei gateway, they could freely cross between worlds and expand their territory. In the sea demon's homeworld, the oceans had swallowed every piece of land, and the surviving humans were all enslaved. Those who died were turned into mindless water wraiths, wandering the sunken ruins of drowned cities every day. Right then, the system updated the disaster collection mission, asking him to record as many disaster types as possible. The current list included super-devouring virus, adaptive spores, fusion protozoa, mimic insect swarm, and octuple hybrid merfolk ancestor, with a reward of 800 points. After claiming the reward, Xiaoyang's total points increased to 1039. When his mind returned to reality, the sea demon chief had completely collapsed and dropped to his knees. A few seconds later, he fell unconscious, while Xiaoyang calmly retracted every tentacle back into his body. Near the shore, Xiaoping slowly emerged from beneath the water. She stepped onto land, quickly returned to her human form, and asked Xiaoyang if he had learned anything useful. Xiaoyang confirmed that everything matched their expectations. The sea demons were indeed creatures from another world with intelligence and a tribal society. Their ability to turn human corpses into water wraiths came from a parasitic virus living inside their bodies. That pathogen was closely related to the super-devouring virus, the cause of the earlier zombie outbreak in the city. Xiaoping guessed that the recent disasters might all come from the same world. Xiaoyang agreed and explained that sudden spatial rifts had linked the two worlds, turning this place into a battlefield for countless disasters. Xiaoyang coldly stepped onto the limp body of the sea demon chief and revealed that the chief's memories had shown him the location of a spatial rift. Xiaoping instantly understood his bold plan, and Xiaoyang admitted he wanted to cross into the other world to investigate. Hearing that he planned to enter another world, Xiaoping could only protest helplessly. Xiaoyang immediately put the idea aside and decided to clean up the battlefield first. He grabbed the radio and ordered every unit to unleash full firepower, officially launching the final assault. In an instant, countless giant flesh pillars burst up from deep beneath the ocean floor. They quickly formed a sealed prison, trapping every sea demon inside with no escape. At the same time, a massive swarm of insects descended from the sky, marking the arrival of reinforcements from Hive Number 2. Both sides immediately clashed in a fierce battle that threw the entire area into chaos. Under the relentless attacks of the insect swarm, the sea demon army quickly lost the initiative and was completely overwhelmed. The sea demon, who had been shouting encouragement moments earlier, completely panicked. Realizing the leader had fallen, he immediately tried to escape before dying with the rest. Suddenly, another sea demon spotted him, fleeing, pointed at him, and shouted that he was a coward abandoning the tribe. Ignoring the insult to his honor, he kept swimming without looking back. He thought his comrades were fools for still not seeing the gap in strength, and admitted that He had been right all along. The sea tribe had badly underestimated humanity. The sea demon behind him roared in anger and threatened that if he refused to return, his own people would execute the deserter first. Just as he desperately searched for a way out, a giant insect suddenly dived down from above. Seeing the huge shadow over his head, the sea demon looked up in terror and cried for help. Before the scream even ended, the insect seized him in its jaws and carried him straight into the sky. With their leader gone and enemies surrounding them from every direction, the sea demon formation quickly collapsed as everyone fled in panic. The sea surface was soon covered with sea demon corpses, mixed with countless dead insects from the battle. Not long afterward, the nearly 4-meter-tall sea demon was thrown onto the shore by a giant insect and landed face-first in front of the three of them. Kang pointed at the fallen sea demon and remarked that this one looked different and deserved a closer look. After watching for a moment, Xiaoyang said he had seen the same mutation while raiding a sea demon base before. They could communicate with human traders, leading Bo Yu to believe their ears could understand the languages of both races. Without another test, Xiaoyang reached toward the target, and 2 tentacles shot out from between his fingers. Both struck straight through the sea demon's forehead, leaving him only enough time for a painful groan. Moments later, his head slowly dropped, his body went stiff, and all movement stopped. Xiaoyang withdrew his ability, glanced at the corpse, and remarked that the sea tribe's language was truly unusual. Everyone split up to handle the aftermath. Wang Yang picked up his knife and said his team would collect the spoils and recover the bodies. Xiaoyang stayed where he was, and reminded them that the powerful chief was still alive. He ordered them to imprison him because that piece still had value. Wang Yang immediately accepted the order. Some time later, inside a quiet underground prison cell, the sea demon chief lay motionless on the floor. He slowly opened his blurry eyes, but only seconds later, he realized something was wrong and jolted awake. Outside the cell, Xiaoyang stood silently, his cold gaze fixed entirely on him. The sea demon chief instantly jumped to his feet, backed into a corner, and took a defensive stance. He stared at Xiaoyang, then began shouting non-stop in the sea tribe's language. Xiaoyang answered in the sea tribe's own tongue, warning him to stop acting foolish because his patience had limits. Hearing a human speak his native language left the chief completely stunned. Xiaoyang merely smiled and admitted the language was primitive and complicated, but not beyond his grasp. He lightly tapped his temple and revealed that a spore had already been implanted deep inside the chief's brain. Xiaoyang said he only needed a single thought to kill him. The moment the ability activated, the chief clutched his head and rolled in agony before begging for mercy and pledging his loyalty. Looking at the kneeling chief, Xiaoyang set one condition. From now on, the sea tribe could never again keep humans as livestock or slaves. The chief hurriedly agreed, but explained that not every tribe would obey him, even though his giant tide tribe was among the strongest. Xiaoyang calmly explained that the spore inside the chief's brain also served as a communication link, allowing the insect army to wipe out any tribe that refused to submit. With no intention of resisting anymore, the sea demon chief knelt respectfully and swore to use all his strength to make every tribe beneath the sea submit to Xiaoyang. Before long, the chief was released from the base and returned to the vast ocean. Standing on the beach, Wang Yang complained that the enemy had been freed too easily. Xiaoyang crossed his arms and explained that sea demon tribes were scattered across the oceans. Hunting them down one by one would be far too troublesome, so it was better to let their new pawn handle the job. Everyone watched the chief disappear into the distance and worried he might betray them. Xiaoyang assured them that the chief had been given both power and a leash. If he obeyed, he could become the Sea King. If he betrayed them, he would die instantly. With those two choices, the answer was obvious. Half a year quietly passed before anyone realized it. At the familiar coastline, a cargo ship slowly approached and docked at the pier. Its deck was stacked with countless wooden crates, all packed with insect pupae as supplies. The cargo was quickly unloaded and neatly arranged into storage areas. Watching with an annoyed expression, Wang Yang grumbled that the sea demons used to hunt humans everywhere, yet now they were feeding them instead. Kong told him to stop complaining, reminding him that without Xiaoyang placing that chief on the Sea King's throne, these waters would never have stayed peaceful for so long. At that moment, Lao Lu realized Xiaoyang and his group had not returned for a very long time, so no one knew how much the inland had changed. The story then shifted back to the survivors' settlement. Looking at the lush green trees, she excitedly told Xiaoping that their food production could now support the entire population. Xiaoping said it was no surprise, since the settlements consumed very little compared to the energy supplied by the frying bugs and the sea of flesh they possessed. Nearby, Huang Li told Li Cheng that they had rescued many survivors and gathered people from surrounding regions, attracting many top experts. Li Cheng happily confirmed that thanks to this skilled workforce, the Xifeng steel plant now had 2 production lines running steadily, allowing their ruined industry to recover. After hearing the report, Xiaoyang could not hide his satisfaction and immediately praised everyone for their excellent work. Luo Bai ran over from behind and excitedly asked if this meant they had finally defeated the apocalypse. Xiaoyang turned around and bluntly said victory was still a long way off. Disappointed, Luo Bai asked why their current achievements were still not enough. Xiaoyang explained that the next step was to build large-scale radio stations to guide distant survivors to their settlement. It would be a long-term project that required enormous manpower and resources before showing results. Xiaoyang then looked out across the ocean, determined to eliminate every hidden threat and protect their people. Luo Bai still did not understand. With their current military strength, he could not imagine anyone capable of challenging them. Xiaoyang let out a quiet sigh and confirmed that such a threat truly existed, but they knew almost nothing about it. At that moment, the system lit up and unlocked a new storyline called Against the Current. The mission required them to enter another dimension and stop the expansion of the forces on the other side. Current progress remained at 0. Deep beneath the ocean, a strange glow suddenly appeared in the endless darkness. The moment the spatial rift opened, the Continental Sea Tribe and the Water Insect Legion were already waiting in formation. As soon as the warning of foreign lifeforms appeared, every unit entered combat mode. From the darkness beyond the portal, groups of unfamiliar sea demon warriors began crossing over. A soldier from the Continental faction immediately blocked their path and ordered them to stop and return where they came from. The leader of the newcomers sneered arrogantly and demanded to know which faction dared interfere with their advance. The provocation exhausted the Continental Sea Tribe's patience. They exchanged glances and chose force over words. In the blink of an eye, the defenders charged straight into the invading formation. Watching their comrades fall one after another, the invaders turned red with rage and shouted that the defenders were courting death. One of them let out a savage roar and ordered everyone to kill every obstacle, leading the entire force into the melee. Despite their fierce momentum, their combat strength was far too weak to match the Continental Sea Tribe. Some were cut down the instant they closed in, while others became prey for the insect swarm before they could even react. The invaders' bodies kept falling from the battlefield and were sucked back into the spatial rift. Many were torn into countless pieces before the remains were hurled back through the portal. Realizing the enemy was nothing more than a weak army, the Continental faction mocked their ignorance and arrogance. They were even preparing to show off their advanced weapons and teach them the true meaning of overwhelming power. Before they could finish speaking, a soldier rushed over from the distance and bowed before the Continental King, making everyone turn around. The newcomers were Xiaoyang and his closest companions, now holding positions of great importance beside the Sea King of the Continental Tribe. A Sea Tribe subordinate immediately bowed respectfully and carefully asked why the Continental King had come in person. Xiaoyang pointed toward the dark rift below and said in a deep voice that the world beyond it was the threat that had kept him from ever feeling at ease. After speaking, he looked at the subordinate beside him and realized the face seemed strangely familiar. Nervous under Xiaoyang's gaze, the Sea Tribe soldier broke into a sweat and quickly introduced himself as the warrior who had once fought Xiaoyang with everything he had. After thinking for a few seconds, Xiaoyang remembered that this was the guide from back then. Xiaoyang smiled and immediately gave him the same job again. Since fate had brought them together once more, the guide naturally had a place on this journey. Staring into the endless darkness beyond the portal, Xiaoyang gave the order for every unit to follow him and prepare to enter the enemy's world.